Chapter 2. Lucy can judge from Melissa's disguise magic that no matter how powerful the magic is, it is impossible for a magician who uses space magic to use magic space for a long time, because magic space needs magic power to maintain. In addition, it is impossible for criminals to spend such a large cost to catch only one child at a time, so it is even more impossible for their spatial magic to continue to use it for a long time. That's why I chose to use a ship for transportation. And the place where a group of children can be placed on board must be in the warehouse under the cabin. And the only one who can mobilize resources to open the warehouse under the cabin is the captain of this ship himself. And Lucy is naturally familiar with this ship, which was once the property of his father. Because when she was a child and played peek-a-boo with the housekeeper, she used to hide in that place. Drip, drip. The magic communicator around Lucy's waist kept ringing. It may be Yukino who sent her a message. But at the moment, she has no time to care, because the more seconds those children are locked there, the more they risk. Lucy took out the key to Gemini as she ran, intending to summon Gemini to turn into a mouse and go to the underground warehouse to investigate the situation first. When I didn't want Gemini to come out, she changed into her wrapped in a bath towel. When she ran up, the bath towel was about to fall off, and Lucy was a little red-faced. Lucy slapped her forehead. She didn't expect that most of her star spirits were so indecent. "Hurry up and become a rat," called Lucy. Gemini glanced back at her, stuck out his tongue mischievously, and then turned into a mouse and walked away. "No traffic here," a group of sailor-looking men stopped Lucy. One of them, Lucy, was still very familiar. It was the fake fire dragon Bola who abducted and sold girls back then. I didn't expect him to be able to escape from the prison of the Senate after he was arrested that year. Bora saw Lucy, and her face showed even more hatred that could not be hidden. The people who stopped his business back then didn't expect to meet him again here today. "I already know you're a star spirit wizard, you've summoned star spirits just now, and now you're a lamb to the slaughter in my hands," said Bora, swinging a magic circle in her hand, and purple spiral flames shot out of the magic circle and attacked Lucy. The moment the flames hit Lucy, Lucy used the Scorpio key to put on the Scorpio suit and used the sand shield to block the attack. Bora was surprised that the delicate-looking girl in front of her reacted so quickly. And before he could react, the accomplices around him had been overturned by Lucy's sand scythe. But at this moment, Lucy's body was so close to him that he could cut her in half with a flaming knife with a flick of his fingers. With a bang, Lucy's fist had already hit his lower abdomen. The force of this blow made his internal organs roll and his eyes burst out. As he flew into the distance, he saw that Lucy had changed into another outfit. "Change. Change. Pretend." Bora squeezed out a few words indistinctly. "It's similar, but it's astral magic," Lucy replied playfully. Lucy was about to restrain her with the whip around her waist, but her whip was bounced off by a wall of wind in front of Bora. "It's really a narrow road, I didn't expect to meet the fairy tale here," a man with a bandaged eye walked out. "Ghost 4-element Arya." Lucy was a little surprised. Although the Spectre Dominator and Fairy Tale were rivals in the past, they are also a formal guild recognized by the Senate. I can't imagine that their original head of the 4 elements would commit human trafficking. "Fairy Tale. After you disbanded, I was worried that I would not find a chance to take revenge on you. If it weren't for you, the Ghost Dominator wouldn't have disbanded. I'm not going to be reduced to this point and become a Ronin who wanders between the East and West continents," Alia said, manipulating the 6 wind walls to trap Lucy in a confined space. At this moment, Lucy still wanted to use magic to break free, but she found that she had no way to use astral magic in this confined space. And the oxygen in the space gradually decreased, making Lucy feel difficult to breathe. "After the dissolution of the Ghost Dominator, I once sought the magic of the abyss from the heart of the devil, but was ruthlessly rejected by the guy named Hades. I didn't expect him to be the second president of your fairy tale, Presido. It seems that the tale of your goblins also has that unknown darkness. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. But luckily, after your fairy tale disbanded, I met Bruno, a former member of Demon Heart. He told me to go to the West Road to find the source of the abyssal magic. Ha ha ha. Not only did this give me a deeper level of magic, but it also made me hear an even more incredible secret about your fairy tale. Alia accelerated the flow of wind in the confined space, watching Lucy's struggling expression. His hatred of the fairy tale was released and satisfied, and the more Lucy suffered, the more excited the smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a thud, 2 beams of light struck Alia from behind. Aria's magic dissipated, and the 2 beams of light that attacked him returned to Lucy, and it turned out that those 2 lights were the Gemini star spirit Gemini who sent the information back to the warehouse. They tell Lucy that the children of the warehouse, including Romeo and Aska, have been rescued by Kuno and Yukino, who have been driven by the magic of wings. Lucy heard Gemini's description, thanked them for their efforts, and closed their doors. At the moment when Alia once again used the space of the wind wall, Lucy summoned the Capricorn star spirit Capricorn and at the same time put herself in the sacred garments of Capricorn. At the same time, they used their psychic power to disperse the encircling wall of wind. Would you like to try our combination magic? Capricorn looked at Lucy. I'm not very skilled, but I'm confident. Lucy looked at Capricorn with determination. I saw the 2 of them merge at the same time, using the mystery of the Capricorn star spirit, remembering the wonderful space of history, and the purple light spread around them, forming a closed virtual space to envelop Alia in it. It's... What the hell is this? Alia looked around in surprise, cold sweat sliding down her forehead. Even if he had traveled all over the western continent, he had never seen such magic. This is the magic of the abyss you've been looking for, Lucy exclaimed. Before Lucy's words could be finished, a golden magic array appeared in Capri's empty hand and restrained Alia, minimizing his ability within the range of his magic power, which was the forbidden magic human enslavement that Kazuti used when he was staying in his body. Lucy then took advantage of her ability to control space in the wonderful space, and launched an attack on Alia from all corners with incredible speed. Every time Alia tried to fight back, the attack hit the afterimage left by Lucy's teleportation. Damn, the fall of the goblins begins with you today. Arya angrily ripped off the strip of cloth that blindfolded him, and used his magic abyss space to reduce Caprica's human enslavement magic and the wonderful space into nothingness. Disappear, elf. Alia once again used the abyss void to aim at Lucy, who had not yet fallen in the air after the disappearance of the wonderful space. Open it, Libra Libra. At this time, Kuno, who rescued the child, rushed over and summoned Libra to use gravity magic to restrain Alia's movements. The fairy tale will never disappear, shine, the light that pierces the darkness, the light of Leo Lion. Lucy shouted and fell from the sky, switching Capricorn's robe to Leo's, falling like a meteor and smashing into Alia, who was restrained by gravity. Rocky glanced back at a pillar of light rising in the center of the ship, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Lucy was really different. And Xuanai, who was standing aside and witnessing Lucy's use of the star spirit holy clothes, was also stunned and let out a sigh of so handsome. Eventually, Alia and Pola were handcuffed by Sora along with the captain and sailors. Then she snapped her fingers, and a submarine appeared on the surface of the sea, almost the size of a cruise ship. Several familiar figures stepped out of the hatch of the submarine. It was none other than the former members of the 6 demon generals, the Witch Sin, composed of Gerald and Melty. Seeing Gerald's figure, Lucy wants to rush forward and ask where Elsa is now. But she was stopped by Sora. At present, the Witch's Sin is still walking in the grey area of the black and white worlds, and they don't want people walking on the sunny road to have too much contact, so as not to cause trouble to each other. Both Bora and Alia are related to the recently formed Dark Union Black Magic Order, so the Witch's Sin needs to obtain information about the Black Magic Order from them. After the information is successfully obtained, they will send these bad deeds to the appraisal garden, which was led by the 4 heavenly kings of Agashur, to be punished. Seeing the submarine of witches Sin leave, Lucy reacted, the captain and sailors of this ship were captured, so who will drive this cruise ship? Hey! Yukino only reacted at this moment, and she had already left Sister Sono behind. She was now a professional pilot of witches Sin. Why don't you push the boat back with the power of the Aquarius sacred clothes? Yukino whispered. I don't have magic anymore. Lucy roared, blowing Yukino's hair on end. I'm kidding, Miss Lucy. Yukino desperately tried to soothe Lucy, who suddenly became irritable. I'm really tired. Lucy collapsed on Yukino's shoulder before she could finish speaking. For a year, although he had been studying astral spirit magic with Capri Kong every day, today was the first time that he had used astral spirit magic in such a large number of intensives. It's useless, Lucy, a familiar voice came from my ears. Lucian closed her eyes heartily and leaned on Yukino's body and fell asleep quietly. When Lucy woke up, a pair of big bulging eyes were staring at her. Seeing Lucy wake up, her little mouth opened happily and happily shook Lucy's hand. Sister Lucy, you're awake. Aska's smile pierced Lucy's heart like the Sunday hymn. Lucy looked up, and in addition to Aska, there were Romeo, Beska, Arzuk, and Wakaba leaning against the window and smoking. Boat, Lucy wanted to ask about the cruise ship. Don't worry, Sister Lucy, the ship has been safely sailed back to the harbor by Uncle Wakaba. This is Haru-jun. Romeo understood that Lucy was worried about the people on the cruise ship, and hurriedly went up to explain to Lucy. Wakaba was an amazing sailor before he joined Fairy Tale, said Beska on the side. That's a thing of the past. Wakaba spat out a puff of smoke from his mouth, turning into the coat of arms of the Fairy Tale. Miss Yukino has already returned to the Union to deal with the follow-up of the kidnapping case. Would you like to go with us to Sirius Island and get together with Kaname Ko and them? Arzak asked Lucy. Sister Lucy, accompany Aska to Sirius Island on an adventure. Aska buried her head in Lucy's quilt and coquettishly. Good. Lucy touched Aska's head, then smiled at the group. The golden sunset casts on the shores of Haru-jun, and when the sun sets, the sunset on the horizon burns up half of the sky like a scorching flame. The reflection of the sea water also glows with dazzling mottling. As Lucy walked along the shoreline, she suddenly remembered the blazing flame, and she didn't know when she would see that reckless hot-blooded boy, that heartless guy. Would you like a cup of coffee? A sweet voice interrupted Lucy's thoughts. Lucy looked back and realized that it was Lysina in the waiter's clothes. After the two looked at each other and smiled, they realized that Myra was also mixing coffee for guests in the cafe. What about Elfman? Asked Lucy, confused, for she remembered that he had never left Myra and Lysina in order to protect his sister and sister. Brother Elfman is practicing with a very powerful person on Sirius Island. Lysina looked in the direction of the setting sun with hopeful eyes. Click. Lucy took out her camera and captured Lysina's smile in the sunset. Hey! Lysina bowed her head a little shyly. I'm sorry, professional habits. The shot just now is great, and it just so happens that I'm also in the photo of my fellow friends on the phone. Lucy stuck out her tongue. Lucy, come in and have a coffee. Myra beckoned to Lucy from inside the store. Then let's take a picture of Sister Mila too. Lysina pushed Lucy towards the store. But when Lucy walked into the coffee shop, she clearly felt the coolness emanating from her surroundings. Lysina's hand on her shoulder also showed sharp claws. Lucy tried to break free, but when she looked back, a hideous grimace suddenly appeared in front of her. Could it be that the remnants of Alia are taking revenge on themselves? Ha 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 ha, the burst of laughter in the cafe brought Lucy back to reality. I'm sorry Lucy, this is how we entertain our guests. The grimace changed back to Myra's appearance. This is the most popular scare horror theme in our store right now. Lysina explained to Lucy with a smile. Lucy made up her mind, as if her colleague from Magic Weekly had indeed mentioned to her that there was a very special popular coffee shop in Harugian Harbor. It's just that she doesn't know whether the reason for the explosion of this coffee shop is because of the horror element or because of Myra, the goddess of the cover of Magic Weekly. But it doesn't matter anymore, because this frightened way of greeting really has the smell of fairy tales. When will the guild be reorganized? I really miss you all. Chapter 3. In the vast expanse of grassland, smoke billows from the chimney of a small house. A pink-haired girl wields a long whip in her hand to drive away the flock. Nasha, come back for dinner, a blonde woman walked out with a basket of bread in her hand. I'm going to wait for Daddy to come back and eat together. The girl named Nasha turned back to the blonde woman and bared a row of white teeth. Nasha, look what Daddy has in store for you, a man with cherry hair returned carrying a huge flying fish. But Dad, Nasha wants a flying cat. Nasha looked a little disappointed when she saw the flying fish that the cherry man had retrieved. Nasha, don't be naughty, Harpy is Daddy's buddy, not a toy, the blonde woman criticized harshly. But Nasha really misses Harpy. Nasha finished speaking, and ran towards the far end of the prairie. Nasha, come back soon. Nasha, the blonde woman tried to go up and chase Nasha, but Nasha's figure ran farther and farther, and finally disappeared into the grassland. Eventually, Lucy's eyes darkened, and when she opened her eyes, she realized that it was just a strange dream of her own. The morning breeze blew through the harbor of Harujun, and Fairy Tale's ship set sail in the breeze. Lucy summons Lyra to sing the song A Minute Back by the recently nationally famous singer Tyre to her shipmates. In that undulating tune, they are sad because of regret and relieved because of sadness. Aska, who couldn't hear the melody, came over and tugged at the corner of Lucy's dress, wanting Lucy to tell her the story of the hero. Lucy took out the key to the Southern Cross and flipped through the stories of the heroes of ancient wars in his library in the astral realm, and told them to the curious Aska. At the moment when Aska's contact with the Southern Cross, Lucy felt the magic on Aska's body and had a subtle sense of the star spirit. Coupled with her innocent smile, she is slightly similar to the pink-haired girl Nasha she dreamed of last night. Thinking of this, Lucy couldn't help but blush again. Slowly, a golden island gradually appeared on the horizon. It's been a long time since I've seen it, and Sirius Island is more vibrant than before. As the ship approached, Lucy noticed a familiar figure standing on the island's dock. Curly hair, reddish-brown skin. It was Ozima, the 7 dependents of the Demon Heart Purgatory, and when Lucy saw this, she immediately took out the key and prepared to fight. Eventually, she was stopped by Biska. It turned out that Ozima, in the battle with Elsa back then, caused her body to turn into a tree on Sirius Island because of her excessive use of the magic of the Ark of the Great Tree. Later, one of the founders of Fairy Tale, the 4th-ranked magician of the 10 Saints, discovered his magical reaction when he visited the island to commemorate the first president, Mibis. So he used the magic he had learned from the Wolf Jade to restore his human form. But because the Foundation is still on Sirius Island, he can only operate on Sirius Island. Moreover, he has now become Elfman's master, accompanying Elfman to practice on the island. At the same time, Kana also became a disciple of the original president, Mebius, and learned new magic under the guidance of Mebius's spirits. Hearing this, Lucy herself sighed. Over the past year, everyone has been getting stronger in their own way. Because everyone is looking forward to the day when the guild will be reorganized. Beska looked at Lucy. It's going to be reorganized. Lucy looked at Beska with a determined look. It's just that everyone is still a little worried about the reorganization of the guild in the past 2 years. On the one hand, there has been no news from the current president Makarov after the dissolution of the guild, and on the other hand, after the dissolution of the guild, there have been rumors that the fairy tale has a dark past, and this darkness is related to the legendary dark wizard Jelf. The most serious thing is that in recent days, there are also many remnants of the Dark Guild who will wander around the ruins of the guild and Sirius Island, trying to find these things. Arzak said preoccupiedly. So everyone is getting stronger, and they're getting stronger to protect the fairy tale. Romeo suddenly ran out and ignited the colorful flame in his hand. Then you might have to work harder and become like Natsu. Wakaba touched Romeo's head and stepped off the docked boat. Lucy also set foot on Sirius Island and nodded to Azima, who was guarding the place. The enemies they had fought more than 7 years ago had now become a member of the Guardian of Sirius Island because of the connection between the guilds. In addition to Azima, what surprised Lucy even more was that Janana, who joined the guild later, was not human. It's the poisonous snake in the hands of the 6 demon generals Kebra, Kyubirios. In this way, if Gerald is also pulled into the guild by Elsara, then Fairy Tale's past is indeed dark. "Hi, Lucy," a familiar voice came from behind Lucy. Lucy turned away, and a cherry-haired boy bared a mouthful of white teeth and smiled at her with a sunny smile. "Natsu." Lucy looked at the man who hadn't heard from him for a year. "Ouch." Hubby also flew out from Natsu's back and greeted Lucy. Lucy burst into tears and hugged the boy. "Oh yes, it's really useless, I only have Natsu in my eyes, but I don't see my old partner." Kana complained as she leaned against a large tree and held her wine barrel and burped. Lucy suddenly felt that her hands were empty, and the person she was holding turned into a ray of magical light and disappeared. It seems that Kana's magic is perfect, and the card-embodied Natsu can even trick Lucy. Makeo complimented as he flipped through Lucy's latest magical weekly. "This is also a credit to Azima, a new magic that combines my phantom magic, Kana's card magic, and Rastirosa's figurative arc magic principles." Mabi's spirit added. "Lucy, which other handsome guy do you want? My sister can change it for you, Gray, Laxus, Gerald, or Loki," said Kana, putting down the barrel and putting her arms around Lucy. "I don't want anyone." Lucy pouted in anger at being teased by Kana. The sky was getting dark, and a full moon rose in the sky. Lucy walked on the shore of Sirius Island and took out the golden key of Sagittarius, and the memories of Karna Island came flooding back to her heart, and she suddenly felt a little mixed. Lucy tried to turn around and go back to the camp, but heard the sound of rustling in the forest. Romeo and Aska, who Lucy thought were pranks, wanted to come up and debunk them. I never thought that the moment she peeled off the grass, 2 unfamiliar faces were looking at her. Lucy's scream broke the silence of the night. It not only woke up the sleeping guild members, but also frightened the enemies who secretly landed on the island. Lucy thought about strategy as she ran, but was attacked by the 2 chasing middle-aged magicians in a continuous alternating attack. When Lucy was cornered against the cliff, she looked back to find the familiar guild crest on the arms of the 2 middle-aged magicians. Fairy Tale, Lucy couldn't believe that it was a member of her guild who had been chasing her. Moreover, the 2 in front of me have never been seen in the guild before. Lucy was about to take out the key to summon the star spirit, but she didn't want a figure to quickly pass by her and take all the keys from her waist. "Our actions have been exposed, hurry up and solve them quickly," said the middle-aged black-clad magician who had snatched Lucy's key to the 2 accomplices who were chasing Lucy. As she spoke, 2 rays of light, one red and one blue, struck Lucy. Under the force of the impact, Lucy descended to the surface of the sea below the cliff. "Why? Aren't they all people with fairy tale crests? Why would they attack the members of their guild?" Lucy wondered as she fell into the sea. Grunt Lucy, who was in a hurry, swallowed a mouthful of seawater. In a daze, a light flashed in front of her eyes. A mermaid-like figure slowly swam towards her. On the side of the Sirius tree, Azima, who was guarding Sirius Island, fell under the Sirius tree in pain. What appeared in front of him was a strange man with a mushroom on his head. "How is it possible? I can't use my strength. The magic of this island is obviously under my control." Azima looked at the strange man in front of him suspiciously, and felt a familiar aura. "Oh, roar, roar! Dear Lord Azima! We were once comrades in the Balam League. Down there is Frank Mars, the survivor of the 9 Ghost Gates, the mushroom on the strange man's head began to reply. Despicable, Ozima saw the thorns parasitic on the Sirius tree, and instantly understood the other party's intentions. So he endured the pain of the thorns piercing his heart, and used the remaining magic power to open a shield for some of the roots of the Sirius tree, preventing the magic of the other members of the fairy tale from being sucked away by the thorns. Oops! His Excellency Ozima seems to have forgotten, this is the tactic that your demon heart used to deal with the fairy tale, and I am just following suit. If it weren't for your lordship's belligerent beginning, leaving behind the magic of the fairy queen Elsa, in order to defeat the opponent, and using the magic of Sirius Island to attack Elsa, and then being eaten by the magic of Sirius Island, I'm afraid the fairy tale would no longer exist, right? Faced with the members of the strongest guild of the Balam League being trampled under his feet, the satisfaction of that class leap made Franmars feel extremely excited. It is the heart of the devil that is trampled under the feet today, so the next one is the one who created them, Jelf. Because killing Jerf is a long-cherished wish engraved in their genes. Fairy tale has disbanded. What are you here for? Ozima asked with difficulty. Didn't your excellency ask knowingly? For this year, the meteor radiance has been an open secret in the wizarding world. Not only our Dark Guild, but other forces outside the Furel Kingdom also have a strong interest in this fairy tale's ultimate weapon, especially the Albaraz Empire of the Western Road. Although I have absorbed the souls of some members of the 9 Ghost Sect, if I want to exert their full power, I also need powerful magic power as a medium. Move. I can't move. Frank Mars suddenly felt his body stiffen and looked around in surprise. It took a lot of effort. Command spells don't work against demons, but they can control your parasitic body. One night came out of the woods. Plug. Thera? No. You're not Sarah. Franmars turned his head to look at the figure, which had the same appearance as Sarah, but had a completely different aura. Myra Jane. Sarah, you are the escaped member of the 9 Ghost Gates. Myra Jane gathered a black ball of energy in her hand and aimed it at Franmars. No, it's not just Franmars who has escaped, it's half of the 9 Ghost Gates. Ranmars's puppet body suddenly broke free from Mirajan's command spell and turned into a cloud of magic barrier particles that surrounded Mirajan. The souls of Che Ethel, Tempest the Immortal, Roaring Jackal, Dark Trafsa, Dark Monk Keith, and Hades Mardogil are all waiting for an opportunity to resurrect and return to Jerf's side to kill Jelf. When Myra Jane realized that Sarah's spell didn't work for them, she immediately changed her form of receiving. Transformed into the demon god Shutteri and scattered the surrounding demon barrier particles. With a bang, 4 sharp tornadoes blew around Myra Jane to surround her. With a bang, the tornado exploded in a chain as it approached Myra Jane. With a bang, a cross-slash sliced through the roar and hit Myra in the explosion. These 3 successive attacks had sent Myra Jane flying to the thorns of the Sirius tree. After the thorns sensed Mirajan, they began to grow wildly, winding her up, and the sharp spikes pierced into the skin of the demon god Shutli, making Mirajan feel the pain of 10,000 ants' heart. At this side of the camp, Kana and Elfman were also pinned down by a group of sorcerers engraved with the fairy tale crest. Arzak and Beska also retreated to the ruins of Sirius Island to protect their 2 children. And Ivan, the initiator behind it, is proudly walking towards Mebiza's grave step by step. The old man would rather trust a group of outsiders than tell me the secret of the meteor. But that doesn't stop me from pursuing this ultimate weapon related to Jelf. There are obviously weapons to rule the entire continent, but willing to be controlled by the waste of the Senate. Is this the tale of the fairy you are guarding? Ivan looked at the glow shining on Mebiza's tombstone, and his face showed a greedy gaze. Chapter 4. Ha 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 ha. Is this the ultimate weapon of the fairy tale, the flowing starlight? It turns out that it has been hidden on the Skywolf Island. I should have thought of it a long time ago. With this power, I don't have to be held hostage by the Black Magic Order anymore. Ivan reached for Mebiza's tombstone. Stop, Ivan. Matteo covered Ivan as he walked with a purple net of flames. After all these years, you still haven't changed. Wakaba also turned his smoke magic into a fist and slammed it at Ivan. Do you think you garbage can stop me? Said Ivan, as countless pieces of paper flew out behind him, slicing through the web of flames and blocking the smoke from Wakaba. How do you know if you don't try it? Except for Gildaz, we are the only ones left in our generation, and Wakaba, we are the elders of fairy tale, don't underestimate us, said Macau, unleashing a flame magic spell, Purple Flame Hell Lotus. Purple flames spread out around Ivan like petals, and then closed in pieces towards the center, enveloping Ivan in it. Next up is the attack, Ivan. I'm going to return the attack to you on behalf of my former companion. Wakaba inhaled angrily, then puffed out a large amount of black smoke from his pipe, a column of hot dust and poisonous smoke. Black smoke slammed into the lotus of hell like a waterfall. This blow not only brings a lot of heat, but also contains a variety of toxins. Even if he can't subdue Ivan with one move, at least he can be attached to the poisoned state and uncomfortable. After the smoke and dust passed, the two were surprised to find that the only thing left in the place where they attacked was a burnt piece of paper, and after a gust of wind blew, it was replaced by dust and dissipated. You're still as confident as ever. Staying in the fairy tale for a long time has made you forget the cruelty of the outside world. Ivan's main body appeared in another corner, and behind him were several telekinesis-controlled paper-like gods. You still like to hide behind your back, Wakaba sneered, puffing on a cigarette. I don't need to hide behind you two wretched. Ivan said, and the Shikigami beside him was infused with a strange magic. Could it be Macau saw Ivan's actions, and stopped talking? The soul-devouring magic that President Makarov forbade him to learn, said Wakaba. Looks like you're pretty knowledgeable. Ivan said coldly. I saw that after Ivan injected magic power, Shikigami conjured up a naked man with a big man with a hopen of the upper half, and the coat of arms of a fairy's tail was also engraved on his chest. Lo! Gram Wakaba's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. He. Isn't he already dead? Macau clenched his fists in anger. Fairy tale used to be one of the four elements, rock no lock, and he's now my servant. Ha 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 ha. Let you minions see the horrors of the fairy tale of the old days. Ivan triumphantly manipulated his own divine transformation of Locke to attack the two people standing in front of Mibi's tomb. As Locke's magic power was released, the ground around him began to tremble. Countless rock cones appeared in the magic circle above the heads of Macau and Wakaba. Grotto, rock rainstorm. Locke clasped his hands together, and countless rock cones fell and smashed towards the two of them. Macau reacted quickly, turning the purple flame in his hand into a blade of flame and slashing through the surrounding falling rocks. But Wakaba had no means of defense, and was smashed all over his body by the falling rock. Just as Macau swung his blade of flame forward to attack, a stab several meters long suddenly appeared on the ground under his feet and pierced his thigh. You've improved a lot, Macau. But you're still as reckless and narrow-minded as ever. I can take care of my head, but I can't take care of my feet. Ivan stomped on Macau's head and looked at him with disdain. Wakaba gritted his teeth and clenched his fists and rushed forward, trying to punch Ivan. However, Locke, who was standing aside, restricted his movement with grotto and rock blockade, and was blown away by the explosion of rock blast. In the end, the soul of Shikigami and the ice mage Bean, who was rushed back after attacking Lucy, froze into ice. At the same time, the soul of the god and the demon guide of fire Hiu also complained on the side that the tail of the goblin was really withering, and they had solved them all before they could contribute. With a bang, a huge pillar of fire rushed into the sky from the direction of the Sirius tree. This huge magic power made Ivan and the three elements of the Shikami's soul also break out in a cold sweat. It's B. Lord Franmars, said Ivan, slurring. No, this magic, it's that man, that's right. Macao said confidently. The pillar of fire under the Sirius tree slowly shrank, and a huge crater several meters deep was blasted out of the ground. Franmar's soul that switched into Glortrafsa blocked the fierce attack, and countless jet-black vapors erupted from his body. And Mirajan, who was entangled in thorns, was also rescued by Azima, who barely stood up, with the sword of branches. Mirajan, I just risked the wolf tree being completely devoured by the thorns to use a little magic to save you, but now it's up to you to use all your strength to defeat the enemy. Once the wolf tree is completely engulfed by the thorns of the Hades, all the magic of the fairy tale magician will be sucked away, and then we will be completely annihilated. Azima said to Mirajan, panting. But although the enemy has absorbed the souls of many 9 Ghost Gate demons, although the strength is not as good as the main body, but to defeat their aggregate, with my magic power, I am afraid it will be difficult to defeat them, Milachhen said with some concern. I believe you can do it. The essence of receiving magic, although relying on one's own magic power to suppress the power of the recipient, after the two forces are hedged, the power you can use becomes very limited. And the deeper your magic suppresses the recipient, the weaker your power will be in both directions. When President Hades was discussing the abyss of magic, he told us that to improve our abilities, we need to break the inherent way of using magic, so that we can break our perception of the depth of our own magic. I think you can use your magic to support the energy in your body in reverse within your control, so that you can exert several times more power than you normally use. He can do that when I'm training with Elfman, and I think you can do that with your scruples, and you can do your best. Azima helped Myra Jane block Franmar's attack to cut the soul of the child, and guided Myra Jane to unleash her magic. Looking at Azima, scarred by the boy and still guarding the Sirius tree in her Azima, Mirajan remembered the feeling of being completely freed from Satan's spirit and Philid during the fairy tale civil war. At this moment, she also felt that she had been suppressing her strength for too long, although the guild had been disbanded, but as an S-class magician of fairy tale, she should shoulder the responsibility of guarding the guild's holy land in the absence of the guild leader. Liberation of the soul, demon god Hute. Myra Zhen said, and her body gradually became distorted under a purple-black magic array. After receiving the magic power, the power of the demon god Hut became red and angry. With one hand, he crumpled the air blade emitted by Franmars into pieces. No. No. It can't be. Franmars felt an aura of fear from Mirajan. He summoned 4 whirlwinds in a row in an attempt to continue to restrict Mirajan's movements. But what he didn't expect was this. After the formation of the 4 whirlwinds, Mirajan, who was originally in the center of the whirlwind siege, had already appeared in front of him with lightning speed, pinching his head with one hand. Soul destruction. Mirajan let out a whisper of death, and a force spread around, and the black-purple pillar of energy light once again broke the silence over Sirius Island. In order to protect himself from being consumed by this force, Frank Mars abandoned his puppet body and used Ji-Shi's ability to transform into a magic barrier particle to escape Mirajan's attack. Myra Jane chased after the place where the magic barrier particles gathered, and fought with Franmars, who had merged into various forms. Every time the two fists collided, the surrounding air roared, and the vibrating air formed an aura full of demonic energy around it. 9 Ghost Gate Merge Spell, Void Destruction. Franmars found that his power was at a disadvantage after fighting. He planned to use the spell formed by the combination of the power of all the members of the 9 Ghost sect in his body to seal Myra Jane forever in the Void Realm that the Hades King had created to kill Jerf, and destroy Myra Jane. But after the complete liberation, the demon god Hut was so fast that Franmars couldn't see Mirajan's whereabouts at all. Gaining the advantage of speed, Myra Jane also resorted to the ultimate mystery of the demon god Hute, Hell Core, Endless Abyss. I saw a hole in the air, and countless ghost hands stretched out like the gates of hell, absorbing all the souls of the demons in Franmars's body. In silence, Franmars transformed back into the Book of Jerf and landed on the ground of Wolf Island. Mirajan also released the receiving spell when the demon god Hute's soul consciousness was at its weakest. Then she sat on the ground in a trance and weakly, this was the first time she had used the power of the demon so critically. At this time, Elfman and Lishana, who were worried about Myra Jane, also rushed over and saw the messy traces after the battle and Myra Jane sitting next to her. The distressed past embraced her. The warmth given by her family also made the palpitating Myra Jane gradually recover. Despite the absence of Franmar's control, Ozima still felt that the thorns of Hades seemed to still have vitality, constantly eroding towards the core of his protection. Elfman and Lishana decided to use magic to clear the Tree of Thorns, and then let Ozima use the roar of the earth to destroy the remaining shards. On the other side of Mebiza's grave, Ivan is still ravaging Marco and Wakaba. To vent his frustration at being expelled from the Union by Makarov. He had only wanted to make his guild strong all along. But he was determined by his father to be a bad heart. As a close relative, he has never been recognized, but Gildas has always been reused, personally instructing him in magic and making him the successor of the president. How could that person who wandered all day long lead the guild to become strong? Thinking of this, Ivan kicked Markeo angrily again to vent his dissatisfaction. "Stop!" Romeo jumped out of the forest and crossed in front of Ivan, a circle of 7 colored flames staggering around him, forcing Ivan back. "Little hairy boy, dare to make a mistake in front of me, go to death." Ivan, who was still angry, sent a beam of light at Romeo. Romeo was not afraid of his weak magic, but used his colorful flames as cover to counteract Ivan's attack and came to Ivan's side, kicking him in front of Ivan with a flying leg. Ivan, who is not good at physical skills, was kicked out by Romeo and was caught by Locke, the soul of Shikigami. Enraged, Ivan could not accept the shame of being played by children, and commanded the other 2 Shikigami's souls to attack Romeo. Seeing that his child was in a dilemma, Makeo used his body to block the double attack of ice and fire. It's really a father-son relationship, but a garbage like you doesn't have a chance to save your son a second time. After Locke let go of Ivan, he also launched an attack on Romeo according to Ivan's orders. No, they thought they couldn't move, and a dark purple flame burned with Macao's body and stood up and grabbed Locke's wrist as he was about to cast his magic. Then Locke's body was enveloped in the flames, burning his body. "Souls who have passed away should go back to hell," Macao shouted. The flames that had only burned Locke suddenly expanded to the surrounding area, devouring the souls of the other leading gods, and incinerating them all together. "Fool, don't you want to die?" Ivan was horrified and frightened when he saw Makeo using such magic. Don't underestimate the tale of the elf, and don't underestimate a father standing in front of the child. Marco said. The flames on his body gradually dissipated, and he fell headlong in front of Romeo without support. This is the last mystery he kept. His strongest fire attribute magic burned out, a means to burn his own life to improve his magic power. As an inconspicuous and inactive member of the Fairy Tale Guild of the Talented Fairy Tale, it would have been impossible for him to use this magic in his life. Unexpectedly, his mediocrity instead contributed to the use of this magic to protect his family in times of crisis for his loved ones. Oh, yes. As a member of Fairy Tale, he can admit to his mediocrity. After all, this is a guild full of monsters. But as a father, he does not allow himself to be mediocre, because he wants to be his example. A gust of wind blew, and the dust from Shikigami burned out brushed his face, but the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Even though he was as solid as a rock, he fell in front of his children at the moment when his life burned out. With tears in his eyes, Wakaba raised a puff of smoke that stunned Romeo. Chapter 5. The flame of Macao's life has been burned out, and the purple spark falls like a star next to Romeo, who is stunned by Wakaba. At this moment, except for the scar Wakaba, there seemed to be no one who could stop Ivan from approaching the tomb of Mebis that he had always dreamed of. But Ivan still underestimated the willpower of Wakaba beside him, even though his whole body was already trembling, even if he had just witnessed his former best friend burning his life, even if he was just an inconspicuous ant in front of Ivan in the past. But at the moment, he feels honored to be part of Fairy Tale, because it is another home that gives him a sense of belonging. A few years ago, his son was persecuted by the pirates of the Dark Guild for sailing with him, and he had no ability to protect his children at that time, so he had to hide in the pile of dead people to survive. He also used to languish because of his cowardice, relying on high-concentration cigarettes to anesthetize himself all day long, and relying on his wife to do odd jobs to live only as promises. That is, until Macau bumped into him outside a bar while on a mission, and introduced him to Fairy Tale. And under Makarov's tutelage, he learned the magic of controlling smoke without great talent. Then, when he went with Macau to exterminate the pirates of the Dark Guild, he regained hope in life. Although he can't go back to the past, the guilt of not being able to save his son's life is gradually compensated for by his extermination of different pirate gangs. If you dare to touch the grave of the first president, you must first step over my corpse. Wakaba had a resolute look in his eyes and stopped Ivan with open hands. Stop me, I'm afraid you'll have no bones left. Ivan seemed to have lost patience in the face of the resistance of the ants. A gust of wind pierced Wakaba's body, splattering blood on Romeo's body. Ivan summoned the last of his remaining Shikigami souls, Fairy Tale's former head of the four elements, Frank the Wind, a man who could once fight Gildaz. In order to be able to control his soul, Ivan used up almost all of his magic. But for Ivan, the price of being able to summon the Fairy Tale S-class mage of the old era is worth it, because he is also a second-generation Dragon Slayer mage, and his storm can tear apart all obstacles in front of him. Extinguish. My idleness go, he's also a Dragon Slayer. Romeo, who had just fallen to the ground, was ignited by the sparks remaining of his father's fire of life because of the blood that Wakaba had sprinkled on his body, causing the flame of Macau's life to burn again on Romeo. Since father can't free the souls of all his former companions, let me do his will. Romeo wrapped himself in the fire of life, imitating the fist of the Natsu dragon, trying to free the man whose soul was controlled. Storm Dragon's spiral wind shield. Frank, the soul of the gods, bounced Romeo away, and then used the heat of the flame to unleash a deadly pursuit, Storm Dragon's scorching wind blade. Fountain of Blessings. Open the door of Taurus Talos. At the last moment, Kana activated her card magic to block the scorching wind blade. And Lucy also summoned the star spirit to attack the unsuspecting Ivan. Storm Dragon's Darren. The air pressure around Frank suddenly compressed, forming a huge turbulence. It blows away the approaching Taros and separates Lucy from Kana. Both of them are holding magicians. And they dare to jump around our ability-based magicians. Frank said, opening his mouth to gather energy. Oh no, it's a roar. Lucy shouted to Kana to defend herself. But within the turbulence, Kana could barely hear any of Lucy's voices. She only felt that the strong wind pressure around her was gathering, and a powerful roaring wind pressure slowly approached with the turbulence. Turn on, clock seat Hala Loshem. Lucy summoned the astral to protect the deadly Kana. He released a cotton ball through the instantaneous switch of the Ares' holy clothes, weakening the power of the storm dragon's roaring wind blade cutting. Do you still have the ability to take care of others? Let's take a look at the situation first. Frank walked around Lucy's back with the power of the wind, and condensed 3 wind blades in his hand to attack Lucy. With a thud, Frank's wind blade swooped into the air. It turned out that Kana sealed Lucy in her card in an instant. She then snaps her fingers to free Lucy from the card, and uses the card gigantic to add Lucy's weight. Lucy's massive body fell from the sky and pressed heavily on Frank's feet. Card magic Lucy Jack drop, she said. Kana in the clock seat helped the warehouse repeat the name of the magic. Can you take a normal name, and hurry up and change me back? Lucy saw her strong body, and tears soared for several kilograms. I'm afraid I can't turn you back yet, the enemy hasn't been destroyed yet, she said. The clock seat pointed to Frank floating in the sky. Nasty, saw Lucy wave her hand, and Frank in the sky was slapped to the ground with a palm. is the so-called one forced to 10 meetings, which makes Lucy's self-confidence swell. With such a gigantic body, he can crush it with just 1 foot. Black. Frank blushed and lowered his head the moment Lucy lifted her foot. Don't look at it. Poof, Lucy's body changed back to its original size. Hiccup, I'm sorry, but the magic of my card lasts for a limited time. Kana said as she drank violently. Be serious. My dad. And Uncle Wakaba. Already, Romeo wailed, and in his rage, he wanted to continue to rush forward to deal with this Shikigami soul that was far more powerful than himself. Don't worry, little one, I'll get you back for your father's sin. Kana touched Romeo's head, then rolled up her sleeve, revealing the magic crest of the brilliance of the elf's tail, one of the 3 major magics. At this time, Lucy also retreated to protect Romeo, telling him that because the original President Mibes had cast magic on the Sirius tree, those with the fairy tale crest would not be in danger of their lives. Now their main purpose is to expel the enemies who invaded Sirius Island. With Lucy's comfort, Romeo wiped his tears as well. Although my father and Uncle Wakaba are not in danger of their lives, the enemies who invade the fairy tale sanctuary must pay the price. Romeo spoke, and the fire of life ignited in his body again, only that the flame became sincere and intense. It dyes the surroundings red like autumn leaves. Lucy, you're covering me. I'm going to purify the soul of fairy tale seniors. Kana raised her arm, and the red magic crest began to glow golden. Fairy shine. Yvonne and Frank said in unison. Yvonne had seen Kana perform this magic in the Great Demon fight. At that time, the power of this magic far surpassed that of Jorah, who was ranked 5th among the 10 saint wizards. And Frank had heard of the power of this magic before his death, and he was a little jealous in his heart. So the two came to a consensus and decided to break the taboo and lend Ivan's body as a container to Frank to use, in order to compensate for the weakening of his own magic by only the soul. Although the use of this magic will cause the depletion of mana, but in Ivan's opinion, as long as he gets the meteor glow and has infinite magic power, then he can make up for his depleted magic power. Frank then uses Ivan's body to activate the power of the dragon. Romeo, he's coming. Lucy glanced at Romeo and saw that his eyes were full of determination. At this moment, the consciousness of the two of them is also agreed, that is, to guard the few seconds of Kana chanting the brilliance of the fairies, and to protect their homeland Holy Land. Fire magic, peacock dance, rainbow sword. Romeo fused his rainbow flame with the fire of life to condense a colorful lightsaber like a peacock opening a screen. The burning flames made Lucy see in him the shadow of Natsu's past that had saved her life again and again. That young man's flame is like a miracle flame that breaks the darkness. Open Leo Star Spirit Leo. Lucy summoned the star spirit who was most compatible with the guild at the moment. I have received your wishes, Lucy. Shine, lion's light. Leo fused his light with Romeo's rainbow sword to form a lightsaber with sealing attributes, sealing Ivan's body as he was about to attack. Insect carving, do you think this level of magic can trap me? Frank struggled, but found that his soul seemed to be pinned by the lightsaber, and his soul was slowly consumed by the fire of life. But he has an infinite desire for convincing stars, and at the level where the goal is about to be at his fingertips, he also bursts out with endless potential. A powerful whirlwind rolled around him, blowing the lightsaber away. At the same time, he unleashed the Dragon Slayer Divine Dragon Storm. The powerful whirlwind seemed to devour everything, and it shook Kana's stand, who was still singing the brilliance of the fairies. Then the storm gradually coalesced into a swirling spiral blade, and all the trees were cut off wherever the wind passed. Lucy, Leo, and Romeo didn't have a chance to do the next trick. But the moment the wind blade spread out in front of their eyes, Kana's chant was finished, and a shining circle of light appeared in the sky, freezing the wind blade at the moment when the light shone brightly. Then the aperture began to retract, and the spiral wind blade also focused on Ivan's body. Finally, a pillar of light rushed into the sky, and Yvonne began to let out a painful wail. Frank's remnant soul also turned to dust at that moment and flew to the other side where he was supposed to go. After Ivan's Shikigami magic was cracked, his soul returned to his body. But due to the severe lack of magical power, his face has gradually darkened. He stretched out his hand to the sky, called Makarov's name, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. As the son of the guild leader, he just wants to make himself stronger, but his father's heart always puts the affairs of the guild first and never cares about his growth. It wasn't until he colluded with the Dark Guild to learn the forbidden magic in order to become stronger that the father who was the most powerful in his eyes was willing to set his eyes on him. But it was also at that moment that he was ordered to leave the guild he was proud of forever for injuring his fairy tale companions. His thirst for power is stronger than anyone else's, and he not only has a father of the 10 Saint Wizards, but also a son with extraordinary talents. He was just a transparent person from beginning to end, a transparent person who was drowned by the tale of a talented goblin. He is not willing to be compared, whether it is Gildas or Frank, they are the objects he wants to surpass. Later, he remembered that when he was a child, the second president, Presido, had described the top secret of the fairy tale meteor radiance when he passed on the throne to his father, and he had countless phenomena about this magic prop that could produce infinite magical power. In the end, his obsession led him into darkness, and in order to have the strength to become the heir to the head of the fairy tale, he killed his companions and used their souls to refine the gods. He seemed to realize that he had done something wrong, but the desire for power made him feel that all the effort was worth it. Because when he stands at the pinnacle of history, the darkness of the past will also be washed away by the worship of the world. Father! I miss you so much. Yvonne closed his eyes completely after saying the last sentence. Under Mabisa's guidance, Kana sealed his body inside the card. And let him appear on the card in the best possible way, and wait until the day of the guild reunion, hoping to give him to Laxus. And Macau and Wakaba, who fell to the ground, were also very seriously injured, especially Makao consumed his life-burning magic, and at this moment he had become full of grey hair, leaving a faint breath of life. And Wakaba has lost a lot of blood and is almost dying. And if you want to cure them, you must find Granny Polly Yusika and cooperate with Wendy to use sky magic. And in the face of the possibility that the Dark Guild will continue to conquer Sirius Island, it is time for the fairy tale to be reorganized and announced to the outside world to be resurrected. And this arduous task needs to be completed by everyone. Kana, Elfman, and Ozima remain on the island to guard against the invasion of foreign enemies. Myra and Lishna return to Harujun to liaise with Ribi and Gajaru and the new council to prepare the paperwork for the re-establishment of the guild. Arzak and Biska went with Granny Polyasika. And Lucy and Romeo go to the Snake Scales to find Wendy, and rush back to Sirius Island as soon as possible to treat the seriously injured Macau and Wakaba. Lucy left Sirius Island by boat, still looking thoughtfully at the key to Sagittarius in her hand, muttering about when Natsu would return. Chapter 6. In order to get to the scale of the Snake Queen as soon as possible, Lucy and Romeo plan to go short. Although there are often wild beasts and monsters in the mountains, it can be regarded as a kind of cultivation and experience. Sister Lucy, do you miss Nazgo? Romeo asked suddenly. How is it possible? I don't want him. As soon as he returns, he will surely break into her house with Harpy, eat her snacks, and pour all her treasured shower gel in the bathroom. Hee, I smell Jubia. Romeo looked at Lucy with an intriguing gaze. With a bang, Lucy blushed and punched Romeo, causing a red bulge to rise above his head. Lucy's iron fist really lives up to its name. Romeo silently complained after him. What a stinky little ghost, don't learn from Natsu. Lucy looked at Romeo as gently as she did her own brother. When they reached the foot of a hill, they found that all the people from the surrounding villages seemed to have moved away. All the wooden houses were corroded, large and small, and the beams and planks were scattered all over the place, as if no one had lived in them for a long time. The further they walked, the heavier the moisture they felt. The rain falling overhead was also getting heavier and denser, and Lucy Ann had to borrow 2 umbrellas from the astral realm through Virgo below. This feeling. Could it be Sister Jubia? Romeo asked Lucy, trembling. It's a bit like that, but this rain is even colder than when I first came into contact with Jubia, replied Lucy with a chill of air. They continued on their way and came across a cabin in the woods, where the rain was most intensive. Sister Lucy, will there be a ghost here? Romeo trembled, and his hand directly grabbed Lucy. Don't talk nonsense, it's broad daylight. Lucy was also trying to boldly move forward, for this was the closest path to Serpent's Scales. But it's no different from night. The closer he got, the more frightened Romeo became. You close your eyes, let's go this way. Lucy tried her best to calm Romeo's emotions, because in this case, although she herself was a little timid, she was the only one who could rely on Romeo. Boom! 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 The wooden door of the cabin in the woods slowly opened, and a miserable white hand reached out from inside and slammed it against the door frame. All Lucy and Romeo screamed at the same time. Didn't I tell you to close your eyes? Reproached Lucy. I'm curious. Romeo looked at the hut with fear and curiosity. Down, who's arguing outside? A blue-haired woman in ragged clothes, unkempt hair, and without any sparkle in her eyes, suddenly popped her head out. Although Lucy and Romeo have psychological construction, they are still frightened by the terrifying picture in front of them, and they turn around and run. Mistress Grey, are you still going to abandon Jubia? As soon as the woman in the room raised her hand, a magic circle appeared at the feet of Lucy and Romeo, and the two were trapped in the water prison. The water is restrained, this is really Jubia. Lucy calmed down and thought about it, and then switched to the Aquarius holy clothes to break through the restraints. At the same time, Romeo also used the blue ice flame to cut through the water dungeon and jump to the ground. But then the flowing blade flew towards them again. Lucy also blocked the second attack with the shield of water. Because of the rain all around, Lucy felt that the magic power of the Aquarius holy clothes was much stronger than usual. I'm Lucy, Jubia. Lucy shouted to the people in the hut. Lucy, rival in love, you kidnapped Master Grey. Lucy was fine that she was silent, but at the sound of her voice, Jubia in the room became even angrier, and the rain around her began to become extremely sharp, like the tip of a needle. In an instant, 2 streams of water moved at high speed, and Lucy couldn't tell which one was the real Jubia, and was thrown into the sky by the water that swayed under her feet. It was really Jubia's rising water. But fortunately, with the blessing of the Aquarius holy clothes, the damage caused by this blow to Lucy was not very great. Rival in love, shredded. Jubia seemed to have lost any reason at the moment, and soared his elementalization into the air, and struck a wave fury at Lucy, who had not yet landed. A swirling spiral of water struck Lucy, knocking her into the river of rainwater. Sister Lucy. Romeo jumped into the water with a detached fire, searching for Lucy. Lucy closed her eyes and sank to the bottom, where the river was bone-chilling. She was so frozen that her hands and feet were almost stiff, and she could no longer move in the water. She wanted to open her eyes, but she felt the river pouring into her eyes. She seemed to be able to feel the desolation behind Jubia's cold heart, the resentment of being abandoned in pursuit of love. Where the hell Grey has gone, this seems to be a more confusing matter than Natsu's departure. After all, when Natsu left, she left a sentence that she had started practicing in order to gain the power to protect her fellow guild mates, but Grey's news was indeed like a stone in the sea, just like she is now. Sister Lucy. Lucy heard a voice in a daze, followed by a hand grabbing her. In the icy water, Lucy felt the warmth of that hand. She opened her eyes slightly, and saw a yellow fire in the center of the ice flame in Romeo's hand. It's so warm. Lucy suddenly felt the power transmitted by Romeo, although it was very weak, but it was extremely warm. It's useless. You can't stand this little water after being with me for so long, another voice echoed faintly in Lucy's ears. Acquia. Lucy felt that the voice was extremely familiar, but she couldn't see the other person. Lucy shook her head, sobering herself up. You can't trap yourself in the memories of the past. Not only that, but she also wants to make Jubia, who is in deep pain in memories, sober up. At this moment, Lucy shone with the broken golden key hanging from her chest. Lucy also condensed a magical force in her own hand, forming a bubble that enveloped her and Romeo, and then rose towards the water. Jubia, who has lost her mind, thinks that she has solved her love rival, and is about to return to the hut where she once practiced with Gray, when she suddenly feels the fluctuations on the surface of the river. With a pop, a bubble popped out of the water and flew into the air. Seeing that her rival had not disappeared, Jubia used the water light moon blade to slice open Lucy's magic bubble. When the bubble was shattered, she realized that Lucy in the bubble was just a magical phantom. Then countless bubbles on the surface of the river emerged from the water, all of which were continuously broken by Jubia. But after these bubbles burst, there are pleasant notes. The melodious music, accompanied by the rhythm of the rain, is transmitted to the bottom of Jubia's heart. Manic, she seemed to have a little peace in her heart at this moment. Aquarius and Lyra combination magic, aria of bubbles. Lucy also emerged from the water with Romeo at this moment. Sister Lucy, why don't you use the bubbles to create the illusion of Gregor? Fake. It's all fake. How dare you deceive Jubia? Jubia's newly calmed heart suddenly became frantic again. Her hands shook, and a huge swirl appeared around her, whirling them both into the water. The two of them continued to rise and fall on the surface of the swirling water, and the current continued to choke into their mouths and noses, and no matter how much they swam and struggled, they could not break free from the high-speed whirling tide whirlpool. Even though Lucy used the power of the Aquarius vestment to stop the flow of water, the turbulent tide swirls caused her to gather magic again and again to be washed away. Turn it on, Gemini's doorman, Gemini, take on Gray's appearance. Although the plan has been revealed, Lucy still wants to give it a go and use Gray's beauty to conquer Jubia. But the gap between you and Gray's magic is too big, I can't transform. Jamie and Minnie looked at Lucy helplessly. Is there no way? Yes, I'm still too weak. Lucy was a little discouraged, and her body sank into the water, constantly spinning in the whirlpool. When she tries to take back Gemini's mana, she suddenly discovers that Gemini is free to follow her in the swirl. She suddenly had an idea, and she thought of using Aquarius and Gemini to use the combined skills, and use the water simulation modeling magic in the tide whirlpool to create Gray. Lucy then asks Jamie and Minnie to grab her hands so that she can be held in the whirlpool and not swept away. Then he began to chant the combined magic of the star spirit Aquarius and Gemini, water-shape replica Gray full pasta. Then a black-haired man with a perfect figure, fair complexion, and a handsome face appeared on the surface of the swirling water. Lord Gray. When Jubia saw Gray, she stopped the magic in her hand and began to blush. Lucy also gradually felt that the cold water suddenly had a little temperature. After Lucy freed herself from the swirl of the tide and landed on the ground, she pushed Romeo, who was already unconscious, aside with a gentle stream of water. The rain was used to create more images of Gray. There are those who use modeling magic without clothes, those who wear casual clothes to make ice cream for Jubia, and those who wear suits and hold wedding rings. Lucy satisfied Jubia with almost all the romantic images she could think of. Jubia was suddenly surrounded by a large group of Gray, and her happiness rushed to the heavenly spirit cover, and the rain directly turned into steam and sprayed out of her nostrils. When it happened, Jubia couldn't bear this happiness, and this happiness fell to the muddy ground, and most of his soul seemed to be lost, and the rain around him began to become hot. Then the rain faded and the clouds dissipated. A ray of sunlight shone on Jubia's body, and a black demonic energy evaporated from her body and drifted into the distance. The Sunday. It's been a long time since Jubia has seen the Sunday. Jubia stretched out his hand, trying to catch the rays of sunshine. It's all right, Jubia. Lucy ran over and helped Jubia to her feet. But Lucy noticed that Jubia was now weak and fell into Lucy's arms like a puddle of water. If you don't know, you'll think you've melted yourself with elementalization. You're tired, take a good rest. Lucy felt a little sour when she saw such a weak Jubia. Yes, Lord Grey has been gone for half a year, and this rain has been falling for half a year. There is no strength left. But when I think of Mistress Grey's farewell, I can't control my grief. This rain has been falling, falling. The heavier the rain, the sadder I became. The more sad it is, the heavier the rain. Jubia's voice grew weaker and weaker, and finally he fainted from overwork. The rain has consumed half a year's magic and put me in a bitter battle. What kind of monster is she? Lucy complained to herself as she carried Jubia back into the house. A fire was lit and the damp bedding was dried. Later, she boiled another pot of hot water and put Jubia in a wooden barrel to wash the stains off her body. That night, Lucy also learned from Jubia's mouth. After the guild was disbanded, she had practiced with Grey in this forest hut for a while. Then one day, she noticed that Grey had black lines on half of his upper body. It was also from that day on, Grey quietly left her. She originally thought that Grey was only leaving temporarily, but she didn't expect him to come back for a long time. Later, she inquired from Snake Queen Scales Leon about Grey's fight against Hades Gate, and his father, Silver, had taught him the Ice Demon Slayer method, and asked him to defeat the strongest demon in the Book of Jelf, and Jubia, who had experienced the events at Hades Gate, knew their terrifying prowess, and even Keith, who was the weakest in combat, made her suffer. But she also heard that End was a fire demon and that she was a water magician. I am afraid that God arranged for her to assist Lord Grey. In order to be able to fight End, she sought out Joseph Pola, the leader of the Ghost Dominators, in the hope that he could guide her to become stronger. So under the guidance of President Joseph, she practiced the forbidden art of ghosts in the cabin in the woods, water magic with underworld attributes. It was also after practicing that magic that Jubia felt that countless imps appeared around him. Every day in her ear squirmed about why Grey had left her. How Grey dislikes her, thinking she's the rain girl who makes everyone hate. So Jubia's mood gradually became depressed, and his body was gradually eroded and controlled by that dark personality. Until Lucy's arrival made her see the sun again. At this point, Jubia couldn't help but hug Lucy to show her apologies for causing harm to Lucy. Lucy pats Jubia on the back and tells her that the guild will be rebuilt soon, and that she will definitely help Jubia get Grey back and prevent him from going down that dark path. Chapter 7. Lucy, Romeo, and Jubia arrive at Margaret Town, the town where Serpent's Scales are located. Romeo, who was still a child, was immediately attracted by the bustle of the town and walked around in front of the various stalls. In less than a minute, his hands were full of barbecue and seafood, and he still had a squid stuffed in his mouth, and his whiskers were still exposed. What a child! Lucy looked at Jubia next to her in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Jubia walked forward with a cold face 1 second, and was attracted by a shaved ice stall the next second, showing off all the flavors of shaved ice in an instant. Then he turned around and asked Lucy to help pay. "It's too much," said Lucy, tearing, as she counted the cash and handed it to the owner of the shaved ice stand. "No way, I haven't worked for half a year." Jubia happily walked forward. In order to prevent herself from continuing to spend money in vain, Lucy wants to rush forward to recover Jubia. But because there were so many people, it was difficult for Lucy to catch up with Jubia. With a bang, Lucy bumped into a man. When he looked up, he realized that it was his colleague Kageyama in the Magic Weekly. A former member of the Iron Forest, after being educated by Makarov and exempted from the Senate, joined Magic Weekly and became a journalist. Lucy also complains that he shouldn't have gone to interview movie stars, and how did he get to the town ruled by the Snake Scales, a magical guild? As a result, she was complained by Kageyama because she had been on leave for too long, and now he was in charge of the main columns of Magic Weekly. Today is the Thanksgiving festival of the famous Guild Snake Queen's scales, and of course he has to replace Lucy, a busy man, to collect materials. Lucy only realized that she had forgotten that she still had a job at Magic Weekly with her fairy tale companions these days. I didn't realize that today was already a Thanksgiving festival for the scales of the Snake Queen. Lucy stuck out her tongue at Kageyama and asked him to help them get Romeo and Julia back. After all, the purpose of their visit was to retrieve Wendy. Kageyama waved his hand, indicating that he was used to it, but in exchange, he wanted Lucy to help introduce him to meet his idol Myra Jane. Then he used shadow magic to disappear into the crowd. Lucy looked at Kageyama in the distance, and said that this shadow magic was really handy. It seems that I will officially hand over this job to him in the future. After all, the fairy tale is about to be reorganized. Suddenly, the crowd began to cheer. Then they all swarmed to the main road of the town. Lucy was also helplessly pushed forward by the crowd, and finally collided with a woman with long braids and a red interracial costume followed by a flying yellow bird puppet. She glanced at Lucy, and her eyes were a little complicated, and she pushed away the crowd and left in the opposite direction. Lucy was a little puzzled by her staring, but her thoughts were soon interrupted by the cheers of the crowd. The parade floats of the Snake Scales Thanksgiving Festival began to appear one after another. The head of the Snake Scales, Obababatsuma, opens with a comical oriental dance that is not very beautiful, but it makes the townspeople laugh. Just as she pulled down her clothes and exposed her shoulders to say "I'm going to take it off," she was immediately blocked by the big tree puppet controlled by Shirley, protecting everyone's eyes. This is followed by Shirley manipulating a marionette to perform a dance called "To My Loved One." The beautiful dancing and affectionate performance brought tears to the eyes of the people on the side of the road. The Cyan Pegasus wizard Hibiki was also standing on the balcony of a room, watching Shirley's dancing limbs in obsession. Immediately afterwards, Toby and Yuka moved, and the two of them talked about each other, which made everyone laugh again. Immediately after that, countless birds of different shapes of ice flew out of the car behind and hovered in the sky, and then the tarpaulin of the float was lifted, and Leon immediately created a slender phoenix and flew into the sky, colliding with the birds to form an ice firework, and the broken ice flowers fell on everyone's faces and hands as gently as stars. Even Julia couldn't help but stop and exclaim, "This ice is so beautiful." The greedy Romeo was also awakened by the snowflakes at this moment, remembering the important purpose of this trip. When he turned around, he heard even more enthusiastic cheers from Billion as he appeared. Kageyama also stopped, chose the best camera position with the shadow, and took out the camera. A few seconds later, white feathers fell from the sky along with ice particles. Sky Sisters! Sky Sisters! The enthusiastic roadside people began to get excited, waving their flags and shouting. After that, Wendy and Churia made a gorgeous appearance by using the Sky God Slayer magic and the Sky Dragon Slayer magic to fall from the sky. They looked at each other, then smiled at each other and picked up the microphone. Sang the most popular song "Because You're There." As soon as this song came out, it once again detonated the audience. I'm afraid that only the Thanksgiving festival of the fairy tale in the past can see such a vivid performance. But just when everyone was still reminiscing about the performance just now, the alarm bell in the town actually sounded. A large number of monsters began to break into the city for unknown reasons, and began to destroy houses and harm the townspeople. For a while, panic spread to the center of the city, causing fear among the residents and visitors who participated in the festival. Everyone began to surge, because the monster was almost caught between two sides, leaving everyone in a dilemma. At this time, a man's deep voice shocked the audience. He commanded the people to hide in the shops on both sides of the street in an orderly manner, and the monsters were all handed over to their magicians with snake scales. With that, he flew into the air in the shape of an ice-shaped phoenix, freezing a monster that was about to attack a mother and son. With Leon's weighty command and promise, everyone gradually came back to their senses and hid in the shops on both sides of the street in an orderly manner. And the rest of the Snake Queen scale wizards also began to fight back against the attacking monsters. Yuka's magic fluctuations, Toby's paralyzing claws, Shirley's puppet magic. One by one, they are fighting against monsters. After Wendy and Sharia fight off a pack of monsters with a double roar, a large bird strikes at them. Lucy and a white-haired girl using winged magic were rescued by kicking at the same time. "Thank you, Charlotte and Sister Lucy." Wendy's voice was still whispered. At this moment, seeing Xiaolulu who had turned into a human form, Lucy's jaw dropped in shock. "Over the past year, I've also worked hard to cultivate," Xiaolulu said confidently. Then he turned around and kicked a roundabout kick that came from an attacking monster and flew away. Lucy blinked. Xiaolulu, who was following Wendy, was already so powerful, wouldn't the harpy who was following Natsu become? At this moment, the image of countless blue hunk flashed in Lucy's mind. No, these monsters are fighting more and more, someone must be controlling them somewhere. Leon analyzed after defeating the monsters around him. "Why don't we take a look out of the city?" Shirley glanced at Wendy. Wendy nodded in agreement, and after saying sorry to Lucy, she used the additional magic Celestial Dragon's strong hand on Xiaolulu to enhance Xiaolulu's strength, and flew into the sky with her and Sharia. Lucy was about to warn Wendy to be careful, but Kageyama had already used shadow magic to bring Jubia and Romeo over. At the same time, the intelligence officer of the Snake Queen's scales also came from the city gate to report, and it seemed that the monster attacked the fin of the snake ghost. No wonder they will make trouble during this time of the Snake Scales Thanksgiving festival. It turns out that the snake ghost fin has been in conflict with them. And they knew that the strongest in the guild, Jorah, was busy with the affairs of the Senate and did not come back, so it can be seen that this attack was well-intentioned. Leon said. "Isn't the fin of the snake ghost the champion of this year's great demon fighting martial arts? How could he do such a despicable thing?" Lucy was a little puzzled. "That's because of the conflict of interests. Originally we were the same guild, and we were all composed of a people who believed in the goddess of the Acacia Lake, the Snake Queen. Because the goddess Snake is a demigod with the ghost system, she also has the ability to control and lead demon beasts. And this ability is also inherited by the descendants of the patriarch. Originally, they all worked together to protect the water and soil, and formed a guild called Snake Scales. Later, the side closer to the Oni clan thought that the people close to the Protoss side were too weak and too conservative in carrying out tasks, so they went out independently and established a guild called the Snake Ghost Fin. And the influence around him has always been to press the scales of the Snake Queen. But then a genius boy Jorah appeared in our Snake Queen scales, and he slowly improved the reputation of the guild with his excellent strength, and he also lived up to expectations and became one of the 10 holy magicians. But on the other hand, it has also caused a lot of loss of benefits to the Snake Ghost Fin, and now in this situation, I am afraid that they are going to swallow the snake scales in one fell swoop," explained Oba Barbazima. "And knowing that there are 10 holy magic guides here, he still dares to make a move, which means that the other party should also have the confidence to deal with Jorah's sudden rush back to rescue. Then Sharia and Wendy go out like this, I'm afraid there will be danger." Lucy spoke her mind. "Then let's go support Wendy," said Jubia. "Miss Jubia, I may need your help, because even if you defeat the magician who can control the monsters in the town will get out of control. So we must use a wide range of magic to contain these monsters." Leon blushed as he looked at Jubia. Jubia probably understood Leon's intentions, so he nodded and agreed. Others, on the other hand, need to rush out of the city as soon as possible to support Sharia and Wendy. But the biggest problem at the moment is how to quickly catch up with the 3 who are flying through the magic of the wings. At this point, Oba Barbazima smiled evilly, saying that her magic could take everyone out of the city quickly, but she might be a little dizzy. When the other members of Snake Scales heard this, they immediately felt a chill down their spines and wanted to slip away. But their speed can't keep up with the speed at which Obababazima works her magic. I saw her fingers spin at high speed, and a whirlwind blew under the feet of the members of the Snake Queen Scale Guild, sending them high into the air. You are all children of God, and I am sure you can all ride the wind. Obababazma waved his hand as he watched the crowd leave with their faces covered in horror and tears. Now it's your turn, friends of fairy tale. Obababazima looked back at Lucy. Lucy broke out in a cold sweat and said that she could use the earth technique. Kageyama next to him also waved his hand, indicating that he was also moving fast. At this moment, Sharia and Wendy, who had already flown out of the city, had already seen the army of snake and ghost fins. And there is a huge magic array in the center, which is obviously the magic that commands the monsters. After the two of them and Xiaolulu glanced at each other, they both decided to go straight to the enemy's base camp. The three of them nodded, and began to swoop down at high speed. Lord Bruno, you see something flying in the sky, the spy of the snake ghost's fin reported. Can you fly? Bruno, who had been closing his eyes and recuperating, opened his eyes and saw three light-fired lights swooping towards them. At this time, a black magic array suddenly appeared above Wendy and them, and a strong gravity pressed them vertically. This magic! It's so familiar. Wendy looked into the distance, until she saw the familiar figure in the enemy camp, the man who had plunged them into despair on the Isle of Wolves. With a bang, the three of them were crushed to the ground. Where gravity weighed down, the ground also sank several meters deep. Combined additional magic, Wings of the Dragon God. Wendy and Sharia used the additional magic to cast on the two of them, and then flew towards Bruno. Skyatsuya Skyotoya. Wendy and Sharia kicked Bruno at the same time. But Bruno, who was kicked by two powerful magic forces, remained as steady as Mount Tai. Can you still fly? Bruno controlled gravity to bounce the two of them into the air. After the two landed, they used their feet to use sky magic to rush towards Bruno again. Shella, have you forgotten who taught you god-destroying magic? Brunort controlled Wendy with gravity with one hand, and grabbed Shelia, who rushed over with the other. Sharia hasn't forgotten. But Sharia must protect her guild, said Sharia, spun around and slammed her head hammer into Bruno's stomach with the force of the wind. Sharia, you dare to make a move on me? Bruno's eyes widened, he couldn't believe that this girl he had brought up dared to do something to him. I'm sorry, Mr. Bruno, but I thank you for nurturing me and for introducing me to study magic with President Hades. But I have a different philosophy from you. The power of magic is used to protect the weak, not to harm others. This is what Jorah's predecessor taught me. Shirley stood firmly in front of Bruno. Good. Then I won't feel guilty if I killed you. Brunot clasped his hands together, and gravity pressed down on both sides of Sharia. Sharia could only grit her teeth and use the magic of the gods to fight against the gravity magic cast by Bruno. The strong pressure caused Sharia's teeth to bite out blood. Chapter 8. Lord Bruno, there seems to be something in the sky, the spy of the snake ghost's fin continued to report. A swarm of flies. Brunort let go of his grip on Sharia and launched an attack on the incoming enemies in the sky. But this time, the action of the Snake Queen's scales once again surprised the battle-hardened Bruno. His gravity magic didn't knock down the enemies flying in the sky. It turned out to be Obabarbazima's whirlwind, which had the effect of shielding other magic. It's no wonder that his magic makes the other members of the guild break out in a cold sweat. But no one can control the direction of Obabarba's whirlwind magic. They landed like meteors in all corners of the Snake Oni's fin camp. And when Toby, who was in a hurry, fell, he just happened to hit Bruno in the face. His paralyzing claws swung left and right, pierced into Bruno's arm, causing him to feel pain and knock him out with a punch. However, one of Bruno's arms, which was paralyzed, also became sluggish due to the paralysis. At this moment, Yuka also opened the wave barrier to avoid magic and came to Bruno, using the wave to give him a heavy blow. You flies. Bruno reluctantly applied gravity to Yuka. But despite the fact that the ground around Yuka had sunk several floors, Yuka was still safe within the wave barrier. On the contrary, because of the paralysis of his arm, Bruno was hit by Yuka in close quarters. After last year's great demon fighting martial arts and Kagura's battle, Yuka also realized his biggest flaw. Although his fluctuations can neutralize magic, it can be said that it is an absolute defense of magic. But when facing a powerful magician, he can only be a fish on the board. Both Natsu and Kagura have made him suffer in physical skills. So in the past year, he has not only researched a magical barrier that can cover his whole body, but also strengthened his physical skills. In just a few minutes, the former Demon Heart vice president, who had caused Fairy Tail to suffer on Sirius Island, fell at Yuka's feet. When Lucy and Kageyama arrived, Yuka confidently asked them and Wendy to deal with the monster control guy, and Shuriya used sky magic to recover from her injuries. Although she was also a little worried about whether Yuka would be able to deal with Bruno, after all, she had witnessed Bruno's strength with her own eyes. But at this moment, the primary goal is to solve the crisis in the city first. So they went together to the center of the enemy's base camp. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sister Lucy." Wendy looked at Lucy tenderly. "Me too, everyone is waiting for the guild's reunion." Lucy looked back at Wendy as well. "Wendy, be careful," said Shirlea, hugging Wendy in a flutter to avoid the magic beams fired by the enemy. Seeing this, Lucy immediately switched to Taurus's holy clothes, and used a long whip to use a move of earth fluctuations to shock out the enemies who were hiding in the shadows and attacking. Xiaolulu also stepped forward to cooperate with the supplementary strike, subduing the surrounding enemies. "Thank you, Shella." Wendy looked at Shella gratefully. "Don't be so polite to me." Shuriya looked at Wendy with mixed feelings, her eyes full of reluctance and attachment. "Shuriya, why are you crying? Are you hurt?" Wendy sat up and took Shuriya's hands. "I'm fine." Shuriya wiped away her tears, stood up, and used a celestial roar to repel the enemy who heard the movement come to support. Wendy didn't dare to think too much about it and joined the fight together. Although she sensed that Shuriya's mood was wrong, the two of them were able to use the combined magic of the celestial dragon and the celestial god to kill a path to the center of the camp. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled. They felt the ground around them sink a little, and they felt a gravitational pull on everyone. "Die, flies!" Brunort changed the gravity of the entire surrounding camp with just one hand. But his goal is not only that, but by changing the terrain to make more fractured and sharp rock blocks appear around him. Then use gravity to control these sharp crushed rocks to strike at Yuka. Although Yuka's wave barrier can withstand a portion of the broken rock, there is no way to completely shield it. There were still rocks with relatively large inertia after removing gravity and hitting him. And the more he is attacked, the weaker the wave barrier that protects him becomes until he runs out of stamina and disappears completely. Toby saw that his friend was being defended, and he frantically changed his poisonous claw to the longest, and then frantically grabbed at him. But what he didn't expect was that even though the opponent only had one hand to move flexibly, he still knocked him to the ground with an elbow. Without the protection of the wave barrier, the two watched as Bruno used the forbidden magic black hole. The black hole's powerful attraction engulfed everything around them, and the two of them were desperately trying to grasp the weeds around them, but the suction force was so great that they quickly uprooted the weeds they were holding in their hands. At this time, Bruno's shadow underwent a strange change, and a pair of eyes suddenly appeared from his shadow, and then the shadow began to control his hands and feet, disarming the black hole magic. The shadow then moved to Toby and Yuka, taking them out of the battlefield with their lurkers. Bruno couldn't stand a bunch of crumbs dancing around him. He strode in the direction Lucy and the others were heading, but whenever he came across a sorcerer with snake scales, he would crush the other sorcerer with gravity to the point that his brain burst out. The blood all over the ground touched his murderous nature, and it was not that the Senate was unwilling to arrest him after so many years of evil, but that none of the members of the Senate escort could go back alive in his hands. Every step he took shook the earth, and he drew closer to Lucy. Just as he was about to catch up with his target, 8 men in black robes stood in front of him. "A bunch of crumbs, too much to do," Bruno said as he continued to kill the killer. But before he could cast his spell, he was interrupted by one of the black-robed men walking behind him. At the same time, he felt the ground beneath his feet become like a swamp, and his body was slowly sinking. Just as he tried to use his magic to control the enemies on the opposite side as his body sank completely underground, his magic eventually diverted and ended up on himself. At this time, he had already guessed the identity of the other party, and he was an opponent that he could not underestimate. Because it was the independent guild formed by his former companion, Urusha, who is now missing, to atone for his sins, the witch's sin. He unleashed the magic from all over his body, scattering the magic around him. And then lifted the man's cloak in the center. He showed a head of blue hair and a handsome face. "Gerald, although you are a poor person who has been deceived by Urusha, but you have obtained the title of the 10 Holy Magiars by virtue of your mind-body, I want to see how much water you used to have in this title." Brunot pointed at Gerald and issued a one-on-one challenge. "If you still have repentance, then we will let you go, and if you are obsessed, then I will settle your sins." "Your Excellency Gerald, can you give the opportunity to fight with Mr. Bruno to the old man? Because this fight involves the fate and grievances of the Snake Queen's scales and the Snake Ghost's fins. Moreover, the old man is not talented, and he used to be one of the 10 Holy 10 Wizards who lived in your Excellency. Mr. Bruno wants to check whether there is any moisture in the 10 Saint Wizards, so the old man who was at the end of the day naturally has to take on the task of guarding the door." A deep and steady voice came from a distance. "Jorah, I originally thought that you would hide in the newly established Senate and dare not come out, but I didn't expect you to really have the guts." Regarding Jorah's appearance, Bruno was still full of arrogance. "There are so many things to deal with in the new council, and it's the old man's fault that his fellow guild members have been harmed," said Jorah, clasping her hands together. "Gerald, now that the Senate has intervened in this matter, let's get out of here, we have another target to solve." Melty leaned over to Gerald. Gerald nodded, glanced at Jorah, and left with the rest of the group. At this time, Bruno, who was bursting with fighting spirit, had already used his gravity-blessed fist to swing at Jorah. Rock and iron wall. Jorah unleashed a high wall in front of Bruno. With a bang, the high walls of hard rock were shattered by the fists of gravity. But then the stone pillars that bulged out of the ground hit Brunot one by one. By changing his gravity, Bruno lightly ran around the rock pillars in circles, dissolving Jorah's magic skills one by dodging. But how could Jorah, who often studied with the 10 Saint Demon Guides, let him dodge so easily? As soon as Jorah lifted his fingers, the broken rock of the high wall that had just been shattered immediately turned into a set of rock shackles to surround Bruno. But Bruno's gravity magic soon caused the crushed rocks to attack Jorah in reverse. Jola unleashed a golden light, turning the crushed rock into powder. He then fended off Bruno's melee attack with his elbow, and then slashed at him with his other hand. Brunort dodged, turned, and forced Jorah to block with both hands. But it also caused Jola to take several steps back due to the impact of gravity. Once again, Jorah used magic to fight back, and with a move, the Pillar of King Kong rose from the ground and rushed into the air with Bruno. This was followed by a rock blast, a chain of explosions blasting into the sky from the base of the rock pillars, leaving Bruno clothed. But Bruno also fired a gravity cannon from high altitude to return fire. Gravity magic fell from the sky, creating a massive high-speed shockwave that hit Jorah. This blow forced Jorah to use his strongest defensive magic, Divine Guardian Ueyama, to defend against it. A massive Fenrir shadow of a mountain god formed a brown protective shield that enveloped Jorah. Blocked the comet-like blow. At this time, Bruno, who had fallen to the ground using gravity, was already out of breath. His eyes were fixed on the smoke from the explosion, hoping that when the smoke cleared, there would be the remains of Jorah lying on the ground. However, he still overestimated his strength, and as the smoke cleared, Jorah, who was still standing, launched his ultimate mystery, prison singing. A powerful light enveloped Bruno, forming a spatial barrier that trapped him in the center. Then a wave of energy poured out of the ground, and the energy of the explosion formed a skyrocketing pillar of light. Brunort struggled in agony and finally fell to the ground with burns all over his body, his eyes full of fear, as if he had seen the punishment of purgatory. Later, Lucy took down the magician Nobuko who controlled the monster, and the word spread. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather in the city, and a huge magic array appeared above the sky. Countless icicles fell from the sky and landed on each monster with precision, freezing them into ice sculptures one by one. Later, Gajaru and Ruby came with the Senate's escort to clean up the mess. Unfortunately, the initiator of this incident, the president of the Snake and Ghost Finns, Augisieni, is missing. According to the information provided to Gajalu by Cobra Kerbra, the leader of the Serpent's Finns, Augisieni, has recently been close to a Jerf-related order, the Order of Black Magic. It was also mentioned in the intelligence that the order may be involved in Makarov's disappearance. Elsa is currently involved in the investigation of this matter. And it was also mentioned in the intelligence that one of the members of Fairy Tail had defected and joined the Dark Guild. Moreover, this renegade is very strong, and has now become an important member of the Black Magic Order. At this time, Gajaru said that as long as he investigated the identity of this traitor, he would not care about the friendship of the guild in the past, and he would arrest him with his own hands. When Jubia heard this, she was vaguely worried. Because she didn't know why, she suddenly felt that the person who rebelled against the guild would be the person she had been thinking about day and night. Grey. At this moment, she is also quite conflicted, whether she should choose to trust Grey and stand on his side, or choose her fellow guild and oppose her beloved. Lucy showed more disbelief because she knew the people in the guild. Although everyone often makes a mess and everyone doesn't like each other, everyone has a nostalgia for Fairy Tail and hopes that he can meet again one day. So she didn't want to believe that anyone would join the Dark Guild and ruin her reputation and that of Fairy Tail. But the immediate priority is to convince Wendy to return to Sirius Island to heal Macau and Wakaba. However, through the battle just now, Lucy also sensed Shirley's reluctance to Wendy, although she didn't express it, but the action of protecting Wendy still made Lucy see the clues. After all, Wendy is now the sorcerer of the snake scales, and if she wants to take her away, she must think of a good reason. Chapter 9. A thunderclap pierced the sky. Illuminates a lifeless dilapidated church in the dark forest. A crow landed on a bare branch, croaked twice, and the sound pierced through the walls into the council chamber of the dilapidated church. With two thuds, a cold wind blew, and the crow on the treetops was frozen into a piece of stiff ice and fell to the ground covered with white bones. "I've frozen all life around me except us, can we start our meeting, Bishop Alok?" said a handsome young man half-soaked in demonic black streaks, breaking the silence of the council chamber. "Thank you, Grifol Pasta, leader of the Ice Slayer," a man wearing a silver mask, a golden crown, and holding a great staff slowly walked to the seat of the meeting. "I didn't expect Fairy Tail's former magician to choose to join us, but I wanted to learn the strength of Fairy Queen Elsa a long time ago." An elegant and handsome knight-looking man on the side looked at Grey with interest and said, "Lord Jerome, Fairy Tail no longer exists, and Mistress Grey has the same goal as us, which is to pursue Jelf's eternal life." A short-haired red girl wearing a cat ear headband stared at Grey with adoring eyes. "Mary, I advise you not to expect too much from this handsome guy in front of you. He is a well-known scourge. His parents' town was attacked and destroyed by Daliura when he was a child, and his master Uru sealed Daliura with his own life because of his recklessness, and even his master's daughter Urusha could not escape the disappearance of last year's Eclipse Gate incident. And that poor Rain girl. I can't be sure that your fate will be as tragic as theirs," said Abel, a clown-like dwarf, in a strange way. "How many of the lucky ones are lucky enough to join our church?" said Brea, a muscly wheat-skinned woman, glaring at Abel. As soon as Brea's words came out, the others put away their critical and curious glances at Gray. "The 6 demon generals. The gates of Hades. And the heart of the devil. The days of the Balaam League are over. Now is the time of our black magic order. All for Jelf. All for the eternal flower of life to bloom forever." Bishop Alok stood up and prayed solemnly before a book of Jelf. "All for Jelf. All for eternity, the flower of life blooms forever," the rest of the members of the council chamber chimed in. On Lucy's side, she and Jubia had already traveled to the Sword-Bite Tiger in a carriage after arranging for Wendy and Romeo to go to Sirius Island. Because when Natsu left a year ago, she had been told in the letter that if she heard the news that Gray had become everyone's enemy one day, she must go to the Sword-Bite Tiger to find Rog and tell him not to leave the guild and not meet Gray. Although Natsu also believes that Gray will not be their opposite, if this timeline is not grasped, future tragedies may happen again. And this year's encounter between Gray and Rog will be the most important keynote. But how could Gray pull Rog in even if he was on the opposite side of them? Lucy has the same doubts, but in the future, Rog was with Natsu before he disappeared. Lucy guesses that he and Natsu must have revealed some information about the future. Although this message cannot be fully believed, they must be vigilant. Prevent tragedy, or at least not allow tragedy to happen in the present. "Lucy, do you doubt that Lord Gray will rebel?" Jubia looked at Lucy uneasily. For she had seen the change in Gray with her own eyes. "No, even though Gray is temporarily on the opposite side of us, I still believe that he should have his own ideas and purposes." Lucy looked at Jubia firmly. Jubia nodded, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. At this time, in the Sword-Biting Tiger Guild, Stinger was yawning and dealing with official documents. Since Fairy Tale was disbanded, many of the more difficult tasks had piled up on their side. As the president, Stinger can no longer partner with Rog on missions, which makes his muscles and bones that have not moved for a long time feel a little rusty. How comfortable it would be if Natsu could show up and fight him at this moment. "President, a wizard with a fairy tale is here." Miss Rose, the secretary of the Sword-Biting Tiger, knocked on the door of President Stinger's office. "Really? Really want to do something?" Stinger excitedly stood up and rubbed his hands. This time he could beat Nazgo well. "They're already waiting in the hall, Miss Yukino is receiving them." Rose nodded affirmatively. It was the first time in the year since Minba had been hired to take care of Stinger that she had seen him so excited. Stinger happily rolled up his sleeves and rushed out. "When I walked to the door of the living room, I heard the sound of Lucy and Xuanai laughing inside, and thought to myself that Nazgo must be here this time." So he pretended to be fierce and kicked open the door of the living room. With a thud, Stinger and the wooden door burst into the hall with a flash of light. In exchange, there were 3 girls with 6 wide eyes. "Your Sword-Biting Tiger's hospitality is truly special." "Ha ha ha," a cold sweat ran down Lucy's forehead. "Yes. Ha ha ha. It's a tiger, after all. Sometimes it's a little brutal." "Ha ha ha." Yukino also broke out in a cold sweat and desperately tried to save the scene. Only Stinger was embarrassed to turn into a fossil in place. "By the way, why didn't you see Miss Minba and Rog?" Lucy wanted to divert the topic to relieve her embarrassment, and asked about Rog by the way. "They're on a mission with Fluziu," said Rishat, standing in the doorway. "Mission?" Lucy and Jubia immediately became alert when they heard these 2 words. Could it be that Rog and Gray would really meet because of this? In order to confirm their suspicions, they inquired about the mission and whereabouts of Rog and Minba. As they expected, they were going to form an alliance with the 4 Hounds and the Senate to defeat the Dark Magic Order. And they also serve as a vanguard to infiltrate the enemy's army. Now, they had just left the house and were heading to the nearest town to the north, called Fendogen, which was closest to the Black Magic Order's gathering place. Lucy and Jubia listened and exchanged glances. After saying sorry, he quickly ran towards the northern gate. Recovering from petrification, Stinger also wanted to ask Lucy about Natsu's whereabouts, but the two of them had disappeared into the street in front of the Sword-Bite Tiger gate with lightning speed, leaving Stinger alone to continue messing in the wind. The wooden door made of fine wood in the parlor is fined 10,000 J. President, this is the 4th time this month. It seems that this month I am going to risk being punished again, and I will go to Rog's to eat and drink. Luckily, while Rog and Minba were discussing the price of the carriage with the coachman, Lucy rushed forward to interrupt them, hoping that they would not go on this mission. But they were out of breath, and Minba was confused by the description that didn't match the preface. Said that this time they were not just to complete the task, but to use it to improve their own strength. But in the end, Lucy finally made it clear that they could carry out the mission instead of the Sword-Bite Tiger. However, the powerful Minba firmly stated that since the elimination of the Black Magic Order this time required a union with the Senate and the Four Hounds, it was enough to show the danger of this mission. And because of the nature of magic, she and Rog are sure that they can escape when the situation is unfavorable. It would be very dangerous to give Lucy and Jubia the task of being the vanguard of enemy detection. And what if I am added to this task? A resolute and determined voice came. Elsa. Everyone looked back in surprise. Actually, I've been helping Gerald track down the cult that worships Jelf's mysteries, but I've discovered something unbelievable. Elsa walked over to Minba's side and reached out to ask Minba for the mission's order. Gerald, then the concubine has to be a favor. He's got the fairy tale back to life, but don't forget to entertain the concubine. Minba teased. No. Not. It's just Elsa's cheeks immediately flushed when she heard Minba tap on Gerald, and her voice became stumbling. Rog, let's go back and take good care of our unfashionable president. Minba saw Elsa like this, and instantly felt that she was cute, so she stuffed the order in her hand into her hand. It seems that this person who defeated himself twice is still a very simple child. Then we're leaving, said Rog goodbye to them, and then smiled wickedly at Stinger's finish. Rog is broken. He, complained Lucy and Jubia. Is it the kind of relationship between Laxus and Fried? Said Jubia, with a bold expression. Flores thinks so too. The two of them squatted in the corner and chatted about gossip. Fluziu, we're going back. Rog's voice faded away. Rog, wait for Fluziu. Flowey shook his little short-legged ass and ran towards Rog. Aren't you flying? Rog glanced back at him. Hey Florhu forgot. Then, Florhu shook his body, grew a pair of wings, and flew towards the two people in the direction of the setting sun. Do you all know about Grey? Asked Elsa. Both Lucy and Jubia nodded, indicating that they believed Grey. But Elsa still prepared the two of them psychologically. Because Grey learned the Ice Demon Slayer method. The darkness had consumed half of his body, plus his current obsession with destroying End. It's easy to go dark because of extremism. Elsa's words prepared both Lucy and Jubia for the worst. But I'm not going to let Grey fall into the dark. In this world, he is not alone, because he still has Fairy Tale, and his problems, we can take on them together. Where there is light, there is shadow, just like Stinger and Rog. Light and darkness are two opposite sides, but they are also inseparable from each other. Jubia also had a dark past, and it was Lord Grey who gave Jubia sunshine. His magic is cold, but his heart is warm. Jubia opened the curtain of the carriage, revealing the beautiful moment when the sun went down and the light of the sun coexisted with the stars in the blues. When the moon rose, the three of them came to the outside of the church in the Black Forest. What is surprising is that such a huge order does not even have a single guard in the base camp. However, in order not to startle the snake, it was finally decided to let Lucy and Jubia sneak in separately, and Elsa waited outside. Because only Elsa can do it as fast as she can when they are in danger. Lucy summoned the Virgo star spirit Balugo to infiltrate the enemy from underground. Jubia transformed himself into raindrops that slowly dripped from the eaves into the house. But as it happens, Jubia's dripping location happens to be the bathroom of Gray's room. Gray was bathing with his back to the window, his hand on the bathroom wall, letting the rain from the shower beat on him, as if thinking about something. Jubia, who saw this scene, screamed madly in his heart. I didn't think that Lord Gray's skin was still the same fair. The black lines eroded by the Demon Slayer method are completely invisible. At this time, Jubia was almost fainting with happiness. Who? The vigilant Gray immediately showed the black lines on his body and looked out the window. Mistress Gray is so bold, the irritated Jubia's nosebleed gushed out, and he returned to his true form and fell to the ground. Actually tempted by beauty, it seems that there is still a lack of practice. The wealthy family of the Black Magic Order, who was patrolling nearby, saw Jubia falling from the roof, and immediately locked her up with a magic stone. What's the matter? Gray asked, poking his head out. Catch a lurking spy and give it to the bishop after I torture him. At this time, the wealthy man had already covered Jubia's head with a cloth bag. Gray turned and closed the window, and walked to his bedside with a bath towel around him. I don't know why, he always felt a familiar feeling in the breath just now. He looked at the full moon outside the window, and his mood was a little complicated. He investigated the whereabouts of End for a whole year, only to discover that the source of this evil is not only the strongest demon in Jelf's book, or Jelf's biological brother. He made a flame-shaped block of ice against the moonlight, and then crushed it violently. Chapter 10. After Jubia was captured, Elsa felt two strong chi around her approaching her. Come out! Elsa pulled out a long sword and aimed it at a tree. It's worthy of the Fairy Queen, and her insight is really sharp. Jerome of the Black Magic Order also walked out with a black long sword. Seeing that the enemy had come out on her own initiative, Elsa turned her gaze to a tree to her right. Humph, I didn't expect to be found too. Blaya also stepped out from behind the tree. You've been aware of us for a long time, haven't you? Asked Elsa. We've noticed it since you stepped into the forest, to be exact. Jerome pointed the tip of his black sword at Elsa. This is the power of our Archbishop, he can see everything, added Breya triumphantly. In that case, I'm not going to beat around the bush, please leave Gray to me. Elsa stared at them with dark eyes. However, the two said that Gray had joined the Black Magic Order of his own free will, and that they had not been forced to do so. And a dark and cold man like Gray was very much appreciated by their Archbishop. Won't let him be like in the tale of the fairy, a transparent tool man. Then tie him back. Elsa's majesty could not be denied. Miss Elsa is still so grumpy. It will show a lot of flaws in you. Elsa looked around, trying to find the direction of the voice. What she didn't expect was that this opponent could hide her aura. It seems that this organization is indeed difficult to deal with. Elsa's ears twitched, as if she felt something fall from the sky. Looking up, Fang found that in this black forest full of dead branches and rotten trees, the sky was actually raining cherry blossoms. Moonless stream, Guradayan. The cherry blossoms in the sky burst into flames, turning into spiraling flames and rushing towards Elsa. When Elsa saw the familiar moves, she immediately understood who this opponent was hiding in the shadows. She immediately changed into the flying armor, and used her high-speed movement to skillfully avoid the sword aura that could reach the flesh. Seeing Elsa's swift speed of changing clothes, Jerome couldn't help but attack Elsa with his black long sword. At the same time, because of the consideration of their Black Magic Order's ritual sacrifices, Breya also launched her own magic quaternary clone to flank Elsa. At this moment, even though Elsa's flying armor has an advantage in speed, she was still forced out of the armor of heaven to attack the enemy in all directions after being outflanked. But it was also in between her costume changes that the turtle dove flashed in the night. Her body is more flexible than when she was in the Tower of Paradise, her speed is more weird, and her moves are more ruthless. Each move seizes the lead, and the knife strikes at Elsa's fatal place. Black, cherry-colored, and red sword shadows crisscrossed each other, and the fists and feet of the four sides released qigong waves and rumbled. Let Elsa's armor be corroded, slashed, and shattered in turn. This fairy queen, who was guarded by armor, was already scarred at the moment. Under the full moon, Elsa's red hair fell to the ground. She gave up all her armor and replaced herself with the red Sakura demon sword, and was about to use the Akatsuki 16 blades jointly developed by Gerald based on the 7-star sword and the red Sakura demon sword to wipe out the enemy. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be stung by something behind him, and finally felt the lack of magic in his body. And then fell to the ground. Sometimes against an enemy, especially a strong person like the fairy queen, you can't use strength to defeat her. Alok, the bishop of the Black Magic Order, walked out of the church. He stretched out his palm, and a mouse-sized demon jumped out from behind Elsa and returned to his palm, injecting the magic absorbed from Elsa into his body. "We follow the bishop's direction," said Brea, and Jerome both took their magic and knelt on one knee. Then out of the black forest came a man with slender cheeks and a slender body, but his aura was very powerful. He snapped his fingers, and the turtle dove disappeared into the night sky in a burst of cherry blossom petals. "My subordinates greet General Neinhardt. I don't know what instructions the general has for coming this time." I saw that Bishop Alok, who was still very energetic just now, saw the man, and immediately knelt down on one knee respectfully, leaning his right hand on his chest and saluting. "How's the preparation for the Black Magic Order's ceremony? There are still 7 days to go, and the Emperor is taking this matter very seriously." Neinhardt asked Alok in a reproachful tone. "And there's still one sacrifice left, but it'll be settled soon." Alok replied tremblingly. "That's good, Ogisini, the leader of the Snake and Ghosts Fins. I'll pull him out and bring him back to the Empire. The mess left by their guild will be left to you to deal with, don't leave a single one alive." Neinhardt gave Alok an order. "Men understand." Alok knelt as he watched Neinhardt leave. Brea and Jerome are then asked if the last person who broke in has been captured alive. The duo stated that based on D6's mana sensing feedback, the man appeared to be heading in the direction of Gray's room. They asked the bishop if they needed to intervene. Alok shook his head, saying that this was a good time to test Gray's loyalty. See if he'll do anything to his former guild mates. When Brea retreated, a layer of jealousy inexplicably ignited in her heart. Mary, a fellow member of the church, was worried about Gray, but she didn't expect that 2 of the 3 women who came from Fairy Tale today coveted his beauty. In order to dissipate her bad feelings, after returning to her room, Brea used magic to split her bad personality, and then killed her with her own hands. Gray was about to lie down in bed and sleep, when he suddenly felt a bang on the board under his bed. Gray looked down and saw Lucy half exposed under the floor under his bed. Lucy was about to scream loudly when Gray suddenly looked at the bottom of the bed. Unexpectedly, he was suddenly covered by Gray's mouth, and then pulled it out from under the bed. Lucy touched the back of her head, indicating that she was not very mature in using the magic of Balag's Star Spirit Vestment. She was accustomed to the natural behavior of Gray, completely forgetting that the person in front of her seemed to have changed. "Where's Natsu? Did you come with you, too?" asked Gray coldly about Lucy. Gray's tone made Lucy sound a little harsh. She had never expected Gray to speak to her in such a tone today. It also made her realize that Gray had indeed changed unexpectedly, as Natsu's letter had said. Lucy tries to convince Gray to stay out of the darkness and go back with them to rebuild Fairy Tale. But in the end, he was rejected by Gray because he thought that Fairy Tale no longer existed. There's no need for her to be here wishful thinking and do what she thinks will be good for everyone. He's not the Gray he used to be anymore, and he doesn't need Fairy Tale anymore. As soon as Gray said this, he was rewarded with a slap in the face from Lucy. Because the Fairy Tale has always lived in his heart with one faith. She didn't believe that Gray, a magician who had been in the guild for more than 10 years, would say such a thing to the guild. My heart was both aggrieved and full of anger. But Gray didn't feel guilty about hiding her face and crying after a slap. Instead, one move froze it in front of him. He then handed the frozen ice cube to D6, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, to complete the bishop's experiment with him, and to collect the ritual sacrifices of the Black Magic Order. The bishop praised Gray for his courage to say goodbye to the past, and gradually believed that he might be the man of the year who would make the Black Magic Order break through to the pinnacle. The bishop then arranged for his men to gather an army of the underground Dark Guild to annihilate them before the council sent the remnants of the snake demon Finn back for trial. By the way, through this killing, he led to the Akuno Lokia, who was hiding because of his injuries, and then reported his whereabouts to General Neinhard. And in order to ensure that he can deal with Jorah, who is personally dispatched, and kill the powerful Bruno, they must use all their elite forces. Only Hujia and Mei Li were left in charge of the 3 sacrifices that were left for the ceremony of the Black Magic Order. When the army left, the 2 wealthy families left behind in the Black Magic Order and Mei Li began to go down to the underground cell to guard the sacrifices of the 3 ceremonies. Out of a morbid love and adoration for Gray, Mary couldn't help but have a way to torture the 3 fairy tales when she saw the beautiful and touching female sorcerers with their tales. And her magic virus is the perfect torture tool for them. The other member of the wealthy family is a true lover of torture instruments. He was a genius who could learn every attribute of magic, but he was obsessed with the feeling of torture instruments inflicted on people. So he's basically proficient in modeling magic for each attribute. And the moment he captured Jubia, he had already developed a strong interest in this fair-skinned woman. And because Lucy was frozen by Gray, she also protected her from the torture of these 2 psychologically twisted people in disguise. First of all, after Melly splashed Elsa with water, she used the ultimate virus magic used to extract confessions on her, 10,000 ants eat hearts. And while torturing Elsa, she expresses her love for Gray, and used the identity of the real girlfriend to humiliate the 3, saying that they were women abandoned by Gray. At first, Elsa could still endure the pain all over her body with her willpower. After all, she had endured the ultimate pain of the 9 Ghost Gates madness, and the feeling of being hurt by the wind seemed to be vivid. But soon Elsa felt itching all over her body, like tens of thousands of ants crawling on her, and then the closer this symptom got to her heart, the worse it became, until the heart was hollowed out like an ant, hollowing out every piece of her heart. This pain seems to have begun to torment and disintegrate the fairy queen, who is heroic and strong-willed. But even though Elsa was in pain to the point of fainting, her eyes were still sharp. Mary was so frightened that she didn't even have the courage to splash water. Is this the majesty of the fairy queen? Mary was frightened by Elsa's momentum, and planned to transplant her target to the frozen Lucy. After waking up Jubia, the wealthy family began to plan to supervise all the torture instruments in their collection to supervise the magical experiments of the legendary Rain Girl. Just as he was about to untie Jubia's clothes with a squinting look, a flying kick fell from the sky and kicked it out. It turned out to be Lucy, who had been hiding herself with a clock mount. And the body that was frozen into ice by Gray also turned back into Gemini and returned to Lucy. Tricked into trying to deal with Lucy with the deadliest virus, Mary doesn't realize that there's a powerful resentment staring at her behind her. Who did you just say was abandoned by Master Gray? Jubia tilted her head as she stared. As soon as Mei Li turned around, she was already trapped in the water prison by the water current. Grunt, she struggled desperately in the water. The virus magic that had been intended to be used against Lucy poured into her mouth with the flow of water. Eventually, she collapsed in pain due to the erosion of the virus. At this time, the wealthy family who had already stood up used the iron magic Iron Maiden to lock Jubia in it. Draining, flowing water and burying. What the wealthy did not expect was that Jubia, who could elementalize his body, was immune to all physical attacks. And Jubia's water magic rushes down like a rushing waterfall. The powerful water pressure shatters or bounces the blue stone floor. Water magic, Crusoe. The wealthy family also formed a huge octopus in an instant to absorb Jubia's water magic, and attacked Jubia with the octopus tentacles that had absorbed and expanded the water. Even if Jubia's body was elementalized, it was not able to resist the repeated whipping of the 4 or 5 tentacles. In the end, it was strangled by a tentacle, and it was wound and tightened. After helping Elsa untie her, Lucy summoned Caesar, the star spirit of Cancer, and at the same time switched to the Cancer holy clothes and used the star crosscut to cut off all the tentacles of the octopus. After the liberation of Jubia, he used the water magic, extreme cold chain, to imprison the wealthy family. Then he calls on Lucy to try to solve the wealthy family and prevent him from using strange magic again. After receiving the instructions, Lucy combined the astral magic of Virgo and Leo. Dressed in the astral sacred vestment, Lion and Virgin Megaridon. Star Spirit Fusion Magic Sanctuary of Light, Stars Fall. The lion's light covered the chains of extreme cold, sealing the magic of the wealthy with the mark of holy light. After the light, the rocks that shone like gold fell, burying the wealthy under the falling rocks. Lucy lifted the star spirit's sacred clothes and lay on the ground panting. At this moment, she had almost exhausted all the magic power in her body, and if there was another enemy, she would be powerless to parry. And the escape of the 3 of them also brought an end to the ceremony of the Black Magic Order. Chapter 11. A blue magic array lit up, and Lucy gradually felt that the fatigue in her body was gradually reducing. When she regained her strength and stood up, she realized that it was Jubia's water magic. It's called the Fountain of the Dead. But the most tricky thing at the moment is that her magic can't restore Elsa's magic at the moment. And I don't know if it's because of the virus, her face has gradually become a little worse. So the two began to torture the wealthy family and Meili. Hopefully they can give a way to get rid of the virus in Elsa. At this time, the Virgo star spirit Bullock popped out of herself, tied her hands and feet and asked Lucy to torture herself too. Lucy forced her door shut with a helpless face, hoping that she would not make trouble at such a critical moment. But Mary has always insisted that her virus magic is time-sensitive. Otherwise, she herself would have been poisoned by her own magic. Seeing that the wealthy family had not spoken, Lucy knew that he must know the reason for Elsa's situation. But for this torture instrument lover, Lucy is really helpless against him. But Jubia noticed that his feet had shrunk back slightly, and he understood his weakness. So he took off his shoes and gently stroked the solace of his feet with a feather. I don't want this bald-headed big man to cry bitterly because of this move. Tell him everything he knows. It turns out that Elsa was drained of her magic by a sneak attack by a small demon in Jelf's book. Thinking of this, Lucy suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Could it be the strange-looking blue-faced big nose that attacked the tail of the crow that attacked her and Wendy during the great demon fight? If it is not treated in time, I am afraid that the situation will be the same as when President Makarov was attacked by Alia, and her life will be in danger. If it's the cause of the demons in Jelf's book, I can try again, said Jubia, looking at Lucy. Because in order to defeat Kiss of the 9 Ghost Gates, she herself had also elementalized into the demon's body. Infected by the demon barrier particle, Grey later used the Demon Slayer method to eliminate the residual poison in her body. But because she doesn't know how to destroy demons, her treatment is to use hematopoietic magic to inject the remaining evil-killing factor in her body into Elsa's body. Although there is no guarantee that it will be cured, it can at least solve the life-threatening problem of lack of mana. But Jubia hesitated, because the purpose of her practice of water-based magic was to prepare Grey for Grey in danger, in case one day. Lucy, on the other hand, decisively interrupted Jubia's thoughts. She hoped that Grey could be with Fairy Tale's family forever, and everyone could share all the risks for him. Even if he has to face the strongest demon in Jelf's book in the end, everyone can accompany him and face the inevitable disaster with him. Rival in love, said Jubia's eyes darkened. This scared Lucy on the side into a cold sweat. Could it be that Jubia has blackened again? Funny for you. Jubia also suddenly became open-minded. Feelings really shouldn't be single. Grey like that shouldn't be what he likes. Jubia chained herself to Elsa with a chain of water. A sharing and connection is formed with her body. As the power of the hematopoietic magic channeled to Elsa, her face gradually returned to health. But when Jubia wanted to heal at a deeper level, she sensed a force in Elsa resisting her magic. And this power also began to fight back, and began to absorb Jubia's magic. Lucy sensed that this power was not good for Jubia and tried to pull her up, but her own magic was sucked away by the force. Just as the three of them were at a stalemate, a thunderbolt struck. The force scattered them all. Lucy and Jubia also fell to the ground, spitting white smoke from their mouths, and their bodies were paralyzed by thunderbolts. "It's Laxus." Fried looked starry-eyed at the man who had just sent out lightning. "You're not dead, are you?" said Laxus, glancing at Lucy and Jubia. "Oh," Elsa is so embarrassed, "it looks like the Fairy Queen's name is still going to be given to me." Abba Green walked out shaking her fan. "It's been searched, and there's no one left in the church," said Biguslu and his wooden puppet. It turns out that Laxus also heard from Gerald that the last thing he came into contact with before Makarov's disappearance was the Order of the Black Magic. So he led the Thor to search for Makarov's traces. Laxus. Elsa reluctantly opened her eyes. "Looks like you and Gerald still have a long way to go." Over the years, he often went to Gerald to talk to him, but it seemed that every time Elsa was mentioned, the guy was always at a loss. It can be seen that Laxus is anxious for them. "Fried, send Elsa to Granny Polyasica," said Laxus to the Thors. "What about you, Laxus?" Fried looked at Laxus worriedly. "I'm going to get Elsa's lost magic back, it's something that belongs to our union." Laxus clenched his fists. "But Laxus yours," Fried tried to continue, but was quickly interrupted by Laxus. He reassured the Thor that those opponents were not enough to worry them. So Laxus carried Lucy and Jubia in the direction of the Black Magic Order's attack. "Wait, Jubia can only be carried like that by Master Grey," Jubia wailed. And Lucy said that it didn't matter, anyway, she didn't have the strength to struggle after a lot of tossing. And Natsu doesn't seem to be able to beat Laxus. Fried, who stayed where he was at this time, cried and bit the corner of his clothes and said that he was 10,000 envious of Jubia at the moment. Bigusru wanted to go back to Abba Green to complain, but she didn't expect that she was also immersed in the fact that Elfman could carry her away like this. "It seems that this goblin can't fly, because someone has already carried it away," Bigusru sighed helplessly, and picked up the weak Elsa, indicating that a Gerald would appear at this moment. "Isn't that the loneliest person ever been? It's been a damn night, it's been so long. Bebe, Bebe." Biguslu's puppet gathered around to comfort him and help him pick up Elsa. "Rush to Granny Polyusica's house." At this time, the Dark Army of the Black Magic Order has been assembled. Grey and Brea, along with the vanguard led by Jerome, also rode swiftly on the panthers to stop them. The night was dark, and dew had begun to gather on the surrounding grass. The sound of sleep was already coming from the tent. Gadgeru had Lily watch the night in the air, and he himself stood guard by Reba's tent. "When I think about it, I did gain a lot of unexpected things by leaving the ghost and joining the fairy tale." The once violent and perverse old adult teenager has now reaped his share of the happiness that he once longed for. At the same time, he also has a concern and responsibility. What made Gadgeru even more unexpected was that the people he had hurt before had become the people he wanted to protect the most. When Jorah saw Gadgeru meditating alone outside the tent, she took a jug of sake and sat down next to him. "We're still on business, Mr. Jorah. When did you goblin tails start following the rules?" Jorah sneered and handed the wine to Gadgeru. "If you drink wine, the iron will rust." Gadgeru politely declined Jorah's invitation. Jola sighed, and he probably understood what Gadgeru meant. Although this year, his work in the new Senate has been very good. But his heart always belonged to the Free Guild, fairy tale. Others say that he is the Fura of rock iron, but this old young man in front of him. Not only magic is iron, but also iron-hearted, 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 I'm afraid that only the one sleeping in the tent can touch the softest place in his heart. Later, they talked about the ultimate defensive magic array, 3 divine pillars researched and designed by the magician Eurofhwim, who ranked 3rd among the 10 saint magicians. This is also a magic circle designed based on Makarov's defensive magic. However, in order to increase the range of magic, it is necessary to use the 3 elements of ice, rock, and steel as the eyes of the array. Maybe one day in the future, they will really use this magic that can protect the continent of Ishgar. Gajaru said that if he was really needed, he would do it. It's just that this ice element is still considering suitable candidates. And one of the candidates is slowly approaching them. And after Grey and their vanguard passed by, the former 6 demon generals of the Witches' Sin also began to ambush the Black Magic Order. It's boring. Are they really coming? Sono pulled out a piece of grass, tied the knot repeatedly, and untied it one by one. I'm not worried about whether they can come, it's that we'll be in front of the Senate, and it's not certain who will be whose enemy when the time comes. Lisa said boredly as she lay on the magic 2-wheeler. I'm curious to see how capable a guy who dares to claim to be able to replace our Balam League into a new era, said Hatterai, flipping through Lucy's novel. And the Dark Knight is quietly falling asleep on the side. He still loves to sleep so much, said Sorano in a series of animal-like expressions around the sleeping knight. Angel, you're really noisy, I really should send you to Gerald's side, if the knight is woken up, you will suffer. The cobra with a keen sense of hearing was a little impatient with the constant movement of the empty air. Sora pouted, indicating that Gerald wasn't fun at all. Is serious, and I don't know why the eldest sister Elsa likes his wood. Nolus Tyros is definitely for you, not only is he a handsome guy, but he's not as wooden as Gerald. Lisa began to play with the headlights again. Oily and slippery, overconfident. I don't like boys who think they're handsome. How's Fred next to Laxus? He's one of the top 10 most popular handsome guys in the weekly Women's Magic magazine, said Hot, still flipping through the novel in his hand. None of you are reliable. Just as Sora Nye's ass was about to sit down, Dark Knight suddenly opened his eyes. After the two looked at each other, Sono screamed. All right, stop playing, the goal is here. Dark Knight's tone made it impossible to hear any emotion. It's not cute at all. Sorano crossed his waist and summoned a mobile robot called the Angel Temple. All of the Magi cannons are aimed at the path that the enemy must take. Hatter AI also used soil softening magic to set swamp traps in anticipation of their possible escape. The 3rd layer of insurance is the distorted space set by the Dark Knight. Let all those who approach their magical range lose their way in the distorted space. Gajaru and Jola had been talking for a long time, when they suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill rushing from the north. Mr. Jorah, the ice god pillar you are looking for is here. Gajaru glanced at Jorah as he dodged the instantly frozen cold. Then we'll see how hard this ice compares to your iron, said Jorah, and with a single move, Overlord Crush shattered the ice that had condensed around him. However, the ice was fragile and the cold was hard to remove, and a large amount of cold began to pour into the cracked ice, trapping Jola in a giant block of ice in an instant. Unexpectedly, Jola, who is usually good at using chain attacks, was actually put on a position in the field she is good at. Mr. Jorah, you can rest for a while I get rid of that ice cube. Oh. No. It's icicles, I'll break the ice for you, said Gajaru, trying to go ahead and deal with Grey. But a black sword suddenly flashed in front of him. Standing in front of him was none other than the Black Knight Jerome. You dare to use your sword to block in front of Uncle Ben, haven't you heard of Uncle Ben's name? Gajaru looked down on the little white face with fine skin and tender flesh in front of him. It is precisely because I have heard of your name of Iron Dragon Gajaru that the bishop has sent me as a vanguard. The time of your fairy tale is over, and now it's the world of our black magic order. Jerome said, swinging his sword lightly at Gajaru. Gajaru was also confident in his physical strength, and did not pay attention to the other party's understatement of the sword. He stood directly in place and took his black sword. Gajaru, who originally thought that he would not be injured, saw a scratch suddenly appear on his chest. Red blood actually flowed out of his iron dragon's body. My side can corrupt everything with the sword of dragon's breath. Even if a real dragon is standing in front of me, my sword can cut through their scales and pierce their skin. Jerome pointed his sword at the sky, and the black clouds began to obscure the moon. A dragon roared, and after the lightning, all that could be seen in the dark night was the light of the blade. Chapter 12. After a fight, Gajaru was covered in sword wounds. He has always been accustomed to fighting with his body, and he should have broken 10,000 laws. Any trick is an itch in his boots. But what he didn't expect was that the other party's sword actually had a miraculous effect on the Dragon Slayer wizard. At this moment, the protective layer of dragon scales on his body that protected him gradually rusted and fell off, crumbling to the ground like tiles. At the same time, Gajaru's heart was as steely as it was corroded. He no longer dared to face the thin man in front of him who was mocked by him. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Have you ever heard of Albaraz in the Western continent? I'm a member of that country. Because Albaraz is a country founded by magic, under the leadership of the Magic King Okist, the types of magic are constantly evolving. Our magic is so far ahead of you that it's easy to find a way to restrain you. Jerome aimed the sword of dragon's breath at the back of Gajaru's neck. Albaraz, that's an interesting name, the one called the Magic King. I'm going to beat him up one day, said Gajaru, turning into a shadow and sinking into the ground. Gajaru's shadow was so fast that Jerome's eyes could barely catch it. But he soon found a way to deal with it as well, and he plunged the dragon's breath sword into the earth, forming an enchantment with black lines that made Gajaru's shadow impenetrable. But his move was also the biggest mistake he made in front of Gajaru. When the sword of dragon's breath was used as the eye of the formation to activate the formation, he had no weapon to fight the iron dragon. Gajaru disables Iron Shadow Dragon mode the moment he touches the barrier. Using the impact of inertia, he unleashed the Dragon Slayer Arcane Iron God Sword to defeat Jerome. I said, don't play with swords in front of me. Gajaru snorted, handcuffing him with a demon lock. At this time, Ribi also ran over, and when she saw that she was covered in wounds, her eyes couldn't help but burst into tears. She activated the word Magic Iron to restore Gajaru's strength, and told him not to come hard in the future, because his body no longer belonged to him alone. Just when the two wanted to hug each other, Li flew over to report that a scuffle had begun on the mountain path in the distance. And one of them is none other than the Black Magic Order that has caused a lot of trouble in the Senate lately. They were so numerous and imposing that every member of the congregation seemed to have come with the determination to die. But at the moment it is still in a state of parity, because the other side of the 5 people is quite strong. However, as soon as the secret was overlooked, there was still a team from the Black Magic Order that rushed over from the sky. They need to be on guard, in case Bruno unlocks the lock. Even if Jola is there, it will be difficult to take care of it. In the meantime, Jola has already aligned with Gray. Jola praised Gray's progress if he hadn't joined the Order of the Dark Magic. The future is immeasurable. Gray, on the other hand, said he never thought about his future. Maybe he really should be like the ice cube, he shouldn't have any feelings. The pink ice cube collided violently with the rock again, and the dust and ice crystals fell to the ground. Gray controlled the ice crystals that fell to the ground to form ice flowers, which then covered the entire ground. The area that Yarlaw can come into contact with the land has been reduced. However, this move was shattered by Jura's Rock King Kong Divine Hand, and at the same time, the shaking of the earth also made Gray a little unsteady on his feet. But Gray quickly cast the ice moment. Keep his body moving between the ice blocks that had just been shattered to disrupt Jorah's vision. But Gray clearly underestimated Jorah's eyes, which could catch the speed of Gerald's meteor. He just kicked a stone and hit Gray, who had just emerged from the broken ice. However, Gray also had a backhand, and when he fell to the ground, he quickly used his modeling magic to create a skateboard. Then he modeled the Ice Holy Sword with one hand, and shaped the Ice Demon's Zero-Tai Sword with the other. Using two different types of ice combined with the Iceman's 7 dances, he used a double ice and 2 knife streams to hit Jorah. At the same time, Jorah's one-handed slash hit Gray the back. Jorah praised Gray's prowess and marveled at Fairy Tail's talent. Whether it's Laxus, Elsa, or Myra Jane, they have all shown strength that amazes him. It's no wonder that the old Senate made them a key focus. He himself had fought Ulu once in the selection of the 10 Holy Wizards, and at that time, he narrowly won half a move through a weak way. And her apprentices, whether they are Gray or Leon, are skilled in modeling magic. He admired him, at least in the matter of teaching his juniors. He was still far inferior to Ulu. Therefore, Jola also believes that even if Gray has practiced the demon-slaying method, which can devour the human mind, he is also able to grasp his own enthusiasm and sincerity. Because he first had a master like Ulu who could stimulate countless human potentials, and then there were parents like Makarov who constantly guided young people out of the haze. Come back, Gray, you're not a demon, you're a human of flesh and blood. Jorah held out her palm to Gray. But at this moment, Gray's eyes darkened, and he used the magic power of Silver Freeze Sun Village, which can freeze even flames, to freeze Jorah into an ice ball in one fell swoop. Boom, boom, the magic beam cannon in the sky continued to bombard the surface, and the camp was full of smoke and dust, and I didn't expect the Black Magic Order to rush over. Well done, Gray. I didn't expect you to be able to deal with one of our biggest enemies of this Operation Rock Iron Sulla. Bishop Olok complimented Gray as he disembarked. Bishop, I told you that a person with a seed of hatred in his heart is the best fit for our Black Magic Order. Blaya, who had been secretly observing Gray's actions, also stepped out. Did you find Bruno? Asked Alok. My doppelganger is guarding over there, and I've taken care of the shitty of the Senate. Just wait for the bishop to come and punish him, replied Brea. Humph, before that, I have to enjoy the magic power of this Saint 10 demon guide ranked 5th. Alok glanced at the little demon Abra. Abra also felt the magic in Jorah's body. This time, it was Makarov, who they attacked a year ago. To this end, it showed a greedy and satisfied expression. But the moment Abra touched the ice on Jorah's body, he was sucked in by the ice's evil destroying power and stuck to the ice. Gray, hurry up and dismantle your demon-slaying method. Okay, Lord Bishop. Gray lightly touched the ice cube of frozen Fura with one hand, and condensed an ice demon Zero-Tai knife with the other hand, slashing off Abra's head with one sword. Gray, everyone in the Black Magic Order was shocked by Gray's move. The demons in Jelf's book were so easily eliminated by Gray. Thank you for believing in me, but I'll pay you back at the cost of hurting my companions, said Gray, immediately using his magic to wipe out the members of the Dark Magic Order who had been raided by the air raids around Araki. But Gray's magic was quickly blocked by a magical barrier. Cyborg D6 and Abel then attack Gray at the same time. Gray has been with them for a long time, and naturally knows their details well. It was easy to defuse their combined attack. At the same time, Jola also launched a counterattack against Brea and Alrok. However, Alok doesn't seem to be flustered at all, and he asks Brea to use the magic item Nienhart gave them, the 100 Ghost Diagram. In an instant, all kinds of monsters came out of the map and began to wreak havoc and kill. One of the chariots, covered in hellfire, rushed towards Gray, who could barely gather the chill in the raging hellfire. Then he was punched out by a green-skinned, oil-stained zombie giant with yellow skin. And Jola is also targeted by the succubus. Although he was never afraid of battle, he was helpless against this group of soft goblins, trapped in the goblin formation of lust and terror. There are only 2 of you, how can you compare to our thousands of troops? Hurry up and return to our camp, Gray. Yarok watched his opponent at the bottom of the confrontation, wanting to continue to win over Gray and achieve a bigger chance of winning. "So what? I'm used to fighting alone, I've never been afraid of loneliness," Gray exclaimed. "Yes, you're not alone, you still have us," said Jubia, who appeared behind Gray, and severed the chariot of hell that was attacking Gray with a water rift. And Lucy and Taurus also used a combination of magic to fight the 8 directions and swept away a hell of imps. Then came the roar of Laxus, which scared most of the goblins out of their minds. "You're the one who hurt Makarov, that's the 6th president of Fairy Tale, my own grandfather." Laxus gathered the lightning into his fist and slammed it into Alok. Aware of the strength of his opponent, Alok immediately unleashed multiple barriers in an attempt to block Laxus's attack. But his magical barrier shattered in front of Laxus like a papier-mâché screen. In the end, he was punched in the face by Laxus's fist. The silver mask also shattered, revealing half of a face that was almost distorted and destroyed. "Blame! Blame!" Before he could finish his sentence, he was stepped on in the face by Gajaru, who had rushed over. The silver mask was completely off, and Araki let out a cry of fear. But the more he feared, the more he was affected by the black chi in his body. This power made Gajaru feel unusually familiar. Could this be the black shadow that the great demon director Wu Shi took possession of Rog's body last year? Then, something even more terrifying happened, and Arak used his 3 companions as sacrifices. Began their orders ritual, summoning the 18 fighting gods of doom, battle bond. Unlike the magic of the 18 fighting gods of the 18 demons of Minba, this consciousness summons the 18 fighting gods of the demons themselves. And the bond of war is the most belligerent of the 18 fighting gods of the demons. Once he is allowed to descend on the earth, I am afraid that a terrible killing will be set off. As Alok's spell deepened, Brea, Abel, and D6 were all sucked dry, turning into a shell that was reduced to skin. Then the surrounding clouds gradually gathered, and a pillar of purple light hit the ground. A body as large as a mountain landed on the ground. A single kick stomped to death a loyalist of the Black Magic Order. Then one of the Bataleskerf's great swords swung and slashed at the Senate's squad. Kamori Ueyama Jora opened a huge defensive barrier and took the heavy blow. In the end, it was pierced by the residual power, and a mouthful of blood was spat out. Thunderlock Heavenly Prison Laxus also launched a strong lightning strike through the gathered clouds to hit the ground, briefly trapping the battle tree in the giant Thunderbolt prison. But soon Laxus was attacked by the old disease of the demon factor, and the effect of the Thunderlock prison was washed away by the stumbling of battle. Neither Gray's frozen world nor Gajaru's iron dragon staff could withstand the powerful onslaught of the battle bond. "Gajaru, use the circle of the 3 pillars," shouted Jora. "But Mr. Jora, your injuries are already very serious, can you hold on, and none of the 3 of us have cooperated in this formation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve heart-to-heart communication," said Gajaru worriedly. "I'll take care of this problem." At the same time, Gerald also jumped down from the height, indicating that he was up to him to temporarily contain the enemy. Gray, Jora, Gajaru, and Murti unleash the magical trio to bolster their defenses and weaken Nexus offense. "That guy is very strong, don't die in battle, I'll fight you later," Laxus said to Gerald. "Of course, I won't die until I win against you," said Gerald, turning into a meteor and rushing towards the battle bond. "Elsa, you've really chosen a good man." Laxus closed his eyes in reassurance. At this time, Lucy also held the golden key of Cancer in her hand. If necessary, she would use that magic again. "Put it away, Lucy. Don't let your best companions leave you again." "OSA, I won't leave everyone again, eat fish, Lucy." 2 familiar voices came from behind Lucy, and this time, Lucy didn't admit her mistake again. The person she was looking forward to was behind her. Lucy wanted to turn around and give the man a hug, but waited until she woke up from her trance. The man and the cat also began to fly towards the stumbling block. Holding back tears, Lucy took out the key to the Sagittarius star spirit. Defeat the enemy and protect everyone. An arrow with astral flame flew towards Natsu. And this arrow is full of Lucy's thoughts and hopes. Natsu took the arrow and swallowed all the flames. Thank you for your hospitality, Lucy. Natsu, who swallowed the flames, like a light that illuminates the night, is flying to the deepest part of the night to cut through the haze. Chapter 13. Long time no see, Gerald. Natsu said hello, grinning and baring a row of white teeth, as he flew towards the face of the battle bond. Natsu, the enemy is so big. Are you scared, Harpy? You're going back and you're going to treat me to fish. Let Lucy treat you to it. ISA, full speed ahead. Harpy flapped his wings and spun Natsu and rushed forward. The sword of the fire dragon, Natsu was interrupted by a breath from the battle trip. It stinks. It stinks. Natsu and Harpy covered their noses at the same time, then glanced at each other. Natsu looked at Harpy steadily. Harpy looked at Natsu innocently. Natsu fell down in ecstasy. Harpy tried to rush down to catch Natsu, but he slammed into the great sword that Tripper was trying to swing. Then they also slid down together. With a thud, Lily caught Natsu. It was said that Gajaru had asked him to come to his aid. The limelight can't be robbed of by that guy from the fire dragon, at least he can't lose to Harpy. Earth, water, fire, wind purgatory shattered, a powerful beam of light shot out from the quadruple magic array drawn by Gerald. The powerful impact force actually knocked back the battle stumbling block that was like a mountain of nearly 100 meters. Natsu Harpy's voice came from underground, and there was a hint of excitement in it. I saw a huge icicle break through the clouds and rush up with the Harpy. I didn't want Natsu to see this scene, and I also broke free and jumped on the icicle. Woohoo! Natsu shouted. In vain, he stayed in the air and broke out in a cold sweat. Because the other two pillars also rose in the two corners in the distance, encircling the battle bond in the center. At this moment, Gerald also used up almost all his magic power due to procrastination and fell from the sky. And facing Prince Gerald in another parallel world, Li was also dominated by that familiar feeling, and swooped down to catch it. As the light of the three divine pillars lit up, the dark clouds around them were all washed away, and a few stars appeared in the sky. And among the stars, 7 magic arrays reflected the shape of the Baidu and joined into a line. It was the magic sword of the 7 stars that Gerald's last strength drew in the sky. The light of the meteor reflected the surroundings as if it were day. The 7-star sword beat the battle stumbling to one knee. But the dignity of being a god cannot be trampled on casually by mortals. The battle bond roared loudly, the sound waves shook the heavens and the earth, and the magic power was so powerful that it poured out from the ground. But just when the battle tree wanted to stand up, Grey, Jorah, and Gajaru all exerted their strength at the same time. The 3 pillars formed a huge magic array, suppressing the power that the battle nexus wanted to burst out of. Natsu! Lucy shouted to the sky. Lucy! Natsu lit a flame in his hand. The crimson firelight shimmered with starlight. Then the magic power of the 3 pillars also poured into Natsu's body. Earth, sky, stars. Ishgar. I am back. Fairy tale. I'm back. Natsu's whole body burned, and a red fire dragon appeared in the shadow of the flames. The dragon's groan broke through the air, covering the roar of the battle shackles. It's Lucy's power. This is the power of Iganiru. It's the power of longing. It's the power to protect your family. Grandfather. Ilessa. I am back. Flame. Dragon. King. Target. Collapse. Punch. Natsu slammed down like a comet, though his fire looked like dust in front of the battle bond. But the roar of fire was louder than thunder. With a bang, the battle bond turned into a cloud of black dust under Natsu's full blow. No. It can't be. The hope that Olok watched crumbled before his eyes. He couldn't believe that this was the strongest Demon 18 fighting god battle bond that was comparable to the strongest magician in this continent, Tenjin's arena. I was actually defeated by a group of people who were abandoned by the times. But soon he laughed again. Because the explosion of this power seems to be enough to draw out the person who can make the world desperate. No. To be precise, he is already the Dragon King of this world. At this time, in the cave of Olympus, the highest peak in the north covered with snow, Akunalakya felt the smell of gunsmoke. He hated war and death, and he stood up again, since the world was already full of struggle and death. Rather than let him see the purgatory-like scene again, it would be better for him to put an end to the two sides of the dispute with his own hands. Are you going to quell the war again? Jeff suddenly appeared in the hole at the top of Mount Olympus, blocking Akunalakya, who wanted to get out. Is this dispute still because of you? Asked Akunalakya. A lot of times, I'm not involved, it's just greed that makes the world strife, replied Jelf. But you are always the curse of death, said Akunalakya, staring at Jeff. That's because the world doesn't allow me to feel the preciousness of life. Whether it's a loved one or a lover. Don't you think that death is sometimes a beautiful thing, including my death? Jelf walked into the cavern and found an open space to sit down, as if he was already familiar with the place. Is it the curse of Anxelam that makes you so conflicted? There was once a young girl whose ultimate weapon, the fairy heart, could have taken your life, but you chose to survive and torture yourself for the endless years. Akunalakya wondered about the friend she had been with for 400 years. Won't you be bored if I die, and aren't you a contradiction? The wails of the dragons cry, but they always echo in the palace of King Furet every day. Jerf replied to his question in a joking way. Then you're going to play with me. Akunalakya made the entire Mount Olympus tremble with the magic power of just one hand. Huge avalanches rolled down like huge waves. We're still in such a long time, don't you rush this time, do you? There are so many interesting things in this world for you and me to explore. The 5 divine dragons and their old rivals, the Fa dragons. Dragoneater Guild. These are all of your interest. Also, have you heard of the Phoenix Witch? If the curse on my body represents endless death, then her curse is immortal life. At the mention of the Dragoneaters Guild, Akunalakya felt a faint pain from the wound on his arm bitten off by a Gunniru. Jelf states that he is good at a lot of magic, but he will always be a shortcoming when it comes to healing magic. But he also believes that Akunalakya, who used to be a doctor, should be able to heal his small wounds. Finally Jelf turned around and said that he had formed a group called Albaraz. Prepare for another battle with the warlord who once killed his own girl fairy. If Akunalakya is going to stir things up this time, then he will send Akunalakya to the end of his fate, because he has prepared a secret weapon for him. Very well, if you bring a lot of killing to this world, I will also surprise you. Akunalakya walked out of the cave, spread his wings and flew off into the distance as Jackie Chan Natsu. Will you be able to come back to me this time? Jelf also stood on the top of the mountain and sighed inwardly. And on Sirius Island, Wendy has already cured Wakaba and Macau. As long as you settle down and rest, your magic will slowly recover. It's just that Macau's lost life, I'm afraid there is no way to get it back. But the fire of life seems to remain in Romeo's body, allowing him to continue his father's will. During his time on Sirius Island, Asuka was also in the library at the former site of the Red Lizard Guild. Found Mebiza's past notes, which record in a childish and neat font the process of teaching herself magic as a child. At the same time, Asuka also used phantom magic in a similar way, creating a group of apparitions of small animals to play with him. At this time, Kana, who was sitting on the reef by the sea, was also in a heart-to-heart relationship with Mebiz. Kana felt that she was a little unworthy of learning the 3 magic of the elves. Whether it's Laxus, Elsa, or Mila Jean, or even Libby and Lucy. They all have stronger strength and talent than her, and they don't seem to have anything to do with it except for a larger amount of wine. The sea breeze gently ruffled Mebius's hair, and she said that in addition to talent and strength, what is more important is the suitability of magic itself to the learner. More than 100 years ago, a large number of demons appeared in this world to endanger humans. And Fairy Radiance was originally founded by Mebius and his best friend Zella in order to dispel the darkness of this world. They were still in the midst of a war-torn time, despite Mebius's talent for learning. But she was always just a prisoner of war, a servant. In the guild, only Zella is willing to approach her and share with her newfound magic and interesting things. And Kana, both in appearance and temperament. They all have a very high degree of similarity. At the same time, Kana itself has a very strong potential, but because of the lack of guidance and the lack of focus on magic, it will seem a little insufficient in front of her peers. In addition, Kana had a question in her mind. In fact, after most human beings die, their souls dissipate very quickly. Why can Mebius's spirit body stay on Sirius Island without being destroyed? Could it have something to do with what Yvonne was looking for? Speaking of this issue, Mebius said that the truth will be revealed one day. But now this is still the top secret of fairy tale, and it is also a dark past of fairy tale. Back in Magnolia's group, Naz Grey Jubia crowded into Lucy's rented house. And as Lucy expected, in her room, Grey and Natsu fought again. The reason is simply to fight for the ownership of the sofa. Halfway through the fight, Grey even dropped his panties off and landed on Lucy's face. This move made Jubia's eyes darken, and a gloomy float behind Lucy, choking Lucy's neck and scuffling. In the end, he threw Grey's panties in Natsu's face again, and Natsu erupted into a breath of flames, burning Grey's panties to ashes. It hasn't changed at all, Lucy. Harpy was eating Lucy's snack as she flipped through Lucy's photo. Don't mess with my things, stinky cat. Lucy gritted her teeth and tried to rush up to retrieve her photo, but was pressed back by Jubia. Wow, so bold! Harpy exclaimed. Natsu and Grey also stopped fighting, and looked at the photo around Harpy, and then his cheeks flushed. Lord Grey, don't look! Jubia shook in front of Grey with lightning speed, and frantically blocked his eyes with his hands. With a clang, Lucy's iron fist punched Natsu and Grey in the head, causing them to faint to the ground. Among them, Grey pressed against Natsu, revealing the graceful curves of his body. Could this be the legendary BL, so excited? Jubia instantly became a nymphomaniac. After saying that, he went to threaten Lucy and asked Magic Weekly to help her publish an issue of Grey's exclusive photo. Lucy said to herself, "It doesn't matter, let's destroy," but she still feels happy that the familiar smell of the guild is back. Only this time, they need a fresh start. Elsa also wakes up from Granny Polypsycha's hospital bed. It was Gerald who had collected the magic from Oak for her, but he left before Elsa could wake up. Elsa scolded the bastard in her heart, no matter what, she should meet again. Although they are each on different paths, no matter how straight the road is, there will be an intersection in their lives. Maybe the next time we meet, it will be a catastrophe again. Later, Polypsycha's mother-in-law told Elsa that Gerald had given her a set of star armor and a white wedding dress when she left. Among them, Gerald promised in his heart that when he no longer felt guilty in his heart, he hoped that Elsa would come into his life in a wedding dress. Elsa tugged at the hem of the wedding dress. The soft texture was in stark contrast to her stiff armor. In the next moment, she used her costume magic to put on the white veil, and she felt the air begin to sweeten. It seems that Gerald's emotions are not exactly a piece of wood, and his mind finally made Elsa laugh once. At this moment an old woman entered, who was the new friend of Granny Polypsycha's most recent friend. She looked at Elsa in her wedding dress and gave her a flower of time. Elsa took the flower, and the petals began to open, and then a fruit was born, and Elsa was dressed in her wedding dress, and finally turned into a seed. The mother-in-law smiled and said that she could ask someone to send this seed to the person she missed, so as to encourage him to go forward bravely on a different path. Chapter 14. In a corner of the town of Magnolia, which had been quiet for a year, there was another boiling sound. Fairy tales bunch is back, and I'm afraid our quiet days are coming to an end. This is the most discussed phrase in the town lately. Although the people of Fairy Tale have begun to renovate the guild, everyone seems to be very idle. Kana got drunk early in the morning and dragged Lucy to listen to all the gossip about the wizarding world over the past year. Gajaru nailed the template while secretly stuffing the iron nails of the raw material into his mouth. And Grey was glued to Jabia the whole time, and the two were entangled between you chasing me. Harpy is taking the fish to chase Xiaolulu. When Natsu came back from his practice, he was also eager to challenge Laxus and Elsa, but was stopped by Elfman, who was full of tendons, and the two began a muscle collision between men. "Your guild is so lively," said Shelia, who had come to visit Wendy from Serpent Scales. Wendy laughs and says that she hasn't seen this kind of image for a long time, saying that she misses it, and is knocked unconscious by a piece of wood kicked by Natsu. As Natsu and Elfman's fight spreads wider, the half-completed project is thrown into disarray. Everyone's eyes collided again, and everyone began to scuffle together. Sharia, who helped Wendy aside, wanted Myra Jane to come forward and persuade everyone. But Myra said that in the absence of the president, almost no one could persuade such a scene. "Where's Myra Jane? It's okay without Laxus and Elsa, take on the challenge," Myra and Natsu began to scream in the smoke. "Practice, close to sister." Elfman swung his fist at Natsu. Grey and Gajaru's fists followed, indicating that they had been putting up with Natsu for a long time. A cold sweat also broke out on Churia's forehead, indicating that this kind of battle would take the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar to settle it. In the newly formed Senate, Roby is taking Elsa and Laxus to apply for the reconstruction of Fairy Tale. Jola sees Reby arriving and wants to introduce them to the house to fill out the guild registration paperwork. But Lebby said that in fact, she had already written the material. It's just that the whereabouts of President Makarov are unknown, and they haven't decided who will be the interim president. So Ruby brought both Laxus and Elsa over, hoping that the Senate could give some advice. At this time, Laxus said that if his grandfather had handed over the guild to him earlier, he would probably have accepted it. But now he feels that Elsa seems to be more of a leader in their generation. "You're worthy of Yuri's descendants, and I used to think you were a disobedient child." But now that his personality has matured, he has become more and more like Yuri when he was young. Sinkin, who was ranked 4th among the 10 Saint Wizards, suddenly emerged from the flower garden. Both Reby and Jola were frightened at the same time, as they could barely feel any of Sinkin's breath. What made them even more amazed was that Yurif came, who was ranked 3rd in the Holy 10 rankings, also quietly followed behind them. And after meeting with Sinkin, the two began to quarrel, complaining to each other and sarcastically mocking each other's useless old men. One can only grow flowers and grass, and the other has the title of principal but has never done practical things. Elsa had to admire. The aura of these two seniors almost blended in with the surrounding environment. It can be completely hidden in almost any condition, and this feeling is very similar to the turtle dove she encountered in the Black Forest. "I haven't seen it for many years. Has the turtle dove grown to the point where it can be compared to the 4 heavenly kings of Eyagar?" Finally, the new president of the Senate, Habarian, also came out with a goblet containing red wine like blood. He stopped the quarrel between Urahuim and Sinkin, and praised the young and promising Laxus and Elsa. But what puzzled Laxus and Elsa was that Habarian's appearance was nothing more than that of a teenager, and his eyes were full of childishness. But the voice and tone of speech are quite old-fashioned. It still seems to be older than Sinkin and Olakuim. But what makes people feel even more strange is the new council formed by the joint efforts of the 10 holy demon guides. But I can't see the number 1 Tenjin Serena. Originally, Laxus also wanted to see the demeanor of this man who was known as the strongest man in the continent of Ishgar. Because he had heard Makarov describe his strength, he also wanted to test how far he was from being the strongest in the continent. But their curiosity was thwarted by the modesty of the 3 old men. It means that the 10 Saint Wizards are nothing more than a title given by the Old Senate. It's not ranked by the strength of magic. Especially in the current era of talents, for last year's Great Demon Fighting exercise and the performance of the confrontation with the Balam Alliance. Many of them have surpassed their old bunks. However, when it comes to the god Celestia, he has already traveled alone to an empire called Albaraz in the western continent to participate in a magical exchange. In that far western continent, there are many powerful magicians. Especially the 12 Shields of the Guardians, which they had just recently established. They were truly a group of people standing at the top of magic. In addition to the past exchange of magic, the celestial god Serena also has the power behind the black magic order related to Makarov's disappearance, and it is also involved in the western continent. In other words, the western continent may also have a relationship with the legendary dark wizard Jelf. At the mention of Makarov, Laxus began to feel a little uneasy. If the western continent is really such a terrifying place, then he has to hurry over there to get his grandfather back. But in the end, Laxus was stopped by Hayberine. Because he sensed that Laxus still had an old illness in his body, he wanted to leave Laxus behind to study. Then let Elsa go back to manage the guild as the 7th president. Makarov's affairs will be settled by their senate. At this time, Laxus also returned to the guild, but had been bound by Hayberine with magic and forcibly stayed. Urahuim says that Hayberine is the best doctor in Ishgar, and that he will definitely give a healthy Laxus back to Fairy Tale. Elsa had no choice but to return to Magnolia with Libby. But when she returned to the guild, she found that not only had the guild's ruins not been repaired, but were even more chaotic than before she set off. This made her stomp on the ground in anger, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire union. The noisy guild immediately fell silent. She left for 2 days, and the guild seemed to have been fighting for 2 days. Elsa accused everyone in a majestic voice, and Natsu, who was the most jumpy, was knocked down by her punch and dragged to a corner where no one was there for a fat beating. Seeing this, the others immediately and honestly assigned their own positions, and carried out the guild's rest in an orderly manner. Shortly after everything was calm, a scarred man collapsed at the guild door. Mester. Wendy first recognized her former partner on Sirius Island. The others also came to watch, and Wendy used sky magic to heal him. As the wound slowly healed, he slowly opened his eyes. He then reveals the coat of arms of the fairy tale on his shoulder, and then says that he has a secret to tell the 7th president of the fairy tale. Elsa sensed the gravity of the situation, so she broke away from the others and led Mester to a quiet corner of the Cathedral of Cartier. Mester suddenly falls to her knees in front of Elsa, revealing that she has become a sinner for fairy tale. He divulged the top secret of fairy tale to the Albaraz Empire in the western continent. Elsa was a little confused by his sudden questioning. After careful interrogation, it was learned that before the guild was disbanded, Makarov had assigned him a very important and difficult task, which was to infiltrate the Albaraz Empire to collect information on the 12 shields of the Protectors. Because after the destruction of the magic power of Fez and the elves, Igal no longer has the weapons that can balance Albaraz in the western continent and Kurtana in the northern continent. Both Albaraz and Kiltana have always coveted 2 of Ishgar's ancient weapons, Dragon's Cry and Meteor's Radiance. Among them, the meteor has a close connection with the fairy tale, and is also the top secret of the fairy tale, and its alias is also called the Heart of the Fairy. In order to protect this secret, Makarov planned to go to Albaraz alone to negotiate with the king of the other side. So he planned to go to Albaraz through the Black Magic Order, which had connections to the western continent. Unexpectedly, it was still plotted by Arrak's little demon Abra, who used the Book of Jelf. After losing his magical powers, he was escorted to Albaraz's cell. Having already infiltrated the army of one of the 12 shields, Brandish Mew, he heard about what had happened to Makarov. So he went into prison with the intention of rescuing Makarov. But because there is a very special magic in the palace of the Albaraz Empire, the law of space. All spatial magic will be invalidated here, and those who use spatial magic will be transported to a mysterious magical space, where they will be judged and punished by judges. So Makarov, who knew his situation at the time, entrusted Fairy Tale's secret about the fairy heart to Mester. Let him convey it to the new Fairy Tale president. But it backfired, as Alvarez was very disciplined in managing the army. His magic to erase his memories was soon discovered, and he was eventually captured as a spy. Under the harsh interrogation of Brantish's men, he still revealed the secret of Fairy Tale. Later, during a slavery process, he forcibly broke his hand and broke the seal, and escaped with teleportation magic. But in the process of escaping, in order to avoid pursuit, he went to the northern continent. Unfortunately, he happened to overhear the secret of one of their guilds called the Dragon Eaters Guild trying to infiltrate the palace of Furiel to steal Dragoncree. Then he was chased and killed by a woman who could emit sword chi magic with her bare hands. Fortunately, he has the magic of teleportation, otherwise he might not have been able to come back. Suddenly, Elsa's ears moved, and she sensed that someone was hiding in the shadows and eavesdropping. Just as she was about to unleash the flying sword, Natsu, Harpy, Gray, Lucy, and Wendy all rolled out of the grass. At this point, the situation was urgent, and Elsa had no time to blame them. The most important thing now is to go to Alvarez on the western continent to rescue Makarov. Hearing their bold idea, Mester immediately stepped forward to stop it. Because Alvarez's guardian 12 shields are extremely terrifying existences. Because even Serena, the strongest god in Agar, is among the 12 shields of the guardians. Moreover, the leader of their 12 shields, August, is the teacher of most of the 12 shields, and it is rumored that he is familiar with almost all types of magic, and his strength is far above the other 12 shields. Moreover, there was another part of the 12 shields, so mysterious that he had barely collected any relevant information. I only know that they have such a title. Hearing that the other party had a strong magician, Natsu was so excited that he was gearing up. It doesn't matter what kind of shield they have, just beat them all. Seeing Natsu, who didn't know the height of the sky, Lucy said that it was still mainly about outwitting. "Lucy, are you going to betray your hue?" said Harpy, covering his mouth. "I don't want it." Lucy snatched the fish from Harpy's hand to prevent him from continuing to talk. Harpy tries to jump up and grab the fish, but finds that he can't jump to the height that Lucy lifts. "Aren't you flying?" Greg complained. The reacted Harpy instantly petrified in place, and then drew circles in the corner with his back to everyone. What Elsa means is to infiltrate Alvarez first and then consider the rescue method. Whether it's attacking or outwitting, they have to bring their parents back. Hihigajiro showed his head on the roof of the church, and then asked Lily to pull him to gather the members of Fairy Tale's Team B, who had a big task to do. After returning to the guild, Elsa temporarily entrusted the task of rebuilding the guild and protecting her family to Mirajan. Although Mirajan is also curious about why Elsa, who has just returned, is leaving suddenly, as her old rival, Myra Jane can understand Elsa's approach. She also believed that she must have done so because there was something more important than rebuilding the guild. And the reason for this incident must be related to Makarov, the patriarch who has not yet disappeared. Mirajan took Elsa's hand and prayed that her wish would come true on her long journey. Elsa also thanked Myra Jean, who had been the backing of the fairy tale who had put her most at ease for so many years. With that, Myra Jean watched as the strongest team of fairy tale quietly disappeared in the night. Maybe when they come back, the stars in the sky will still be bright. Chapter 15. The boat bound for Alvarez was still slowly sailing on the surface, and Natsu had vomited on deck. Wendy wanted to use magic to help you find relief from her pain, but she found that something in her stomach suddenly returned, causing her to vomit all over the floor. In the end, it can only be relieved by Harpy and Xiaolulu's hard work to occasionally pull them into the sky for a spin. Before arriving in Alvarez, their boat would dock for half a day on the border of the two continents to replenish their supplies, which allowed Natsu and Wendy to gradually regain their spirits. But the next difficulty began here, when they docked and found that 2 huge Albaraz warships had already docked at the shore entrance. Because of Meester's escape, anyone who enters the Albaraz Empire must be strictly screened to prevent spies from infiltrating. Fortunately, before they got on the ship, they replaced the coat of arms of the fairy tale with the pattern of the cat no yaku. And through Elsa and Lucy's seduction of the soldiers, they successfully passed the investigation. After entering the island, Elsa saw the starlight ice that was strongly recommended in the Magic Weekly, so she came to the booth with golden eyes and lined up. Natsu and Harpy drooled as they squeezed through the barbecue and fish stalls. Wendy is full of interest in the small games of the stall and participates in the game with Xiaolulu. Only Gray and Lucy were left to wander the streets. Suddenly, a yellow chick puppet flies and crashes into Lucy. At this time, a girl with long pigtails and a red interracial costume also came up and apologized to Lucy. Gray sensed an unusual magic in him, and stopped Lucy with one hand. Seeing that the other party was kind, Lucy removed Gray's hand in front of her, and told the other party that she was not injured, so that she didn't have to care. But at this moment, an Albaraz soldier kicked a child who was holding their thigh. The reason is that the child's parents are both from Magnolia and have a close connection to fairy tale. Therefore, it is necessary to take the ship back to the ship and face the trial of Merc Cobia, the commander of the Navy in the Guardian 12. Gray couldn't tolerate their one-size-fits-all behavior towards ordinary people. So he intervened to stop it, and froze the soldier the moment he hit the child's face with his fist. The rest of the soldiers saw that someone dared to attack the Imperial Army, so they switched the magic spear in their hands to the fire attribute and launched an attack on Gray. But all of these attacks were blocked by Natsu, who still had a chicken leg in his mouth. Then there was the roar of a dragon with chicken bones that knocked them all away. Hearing the movement of the fight, Elsa, and the woman next to her, who was eating starlight ice like her, became vigilant at the same time. And after the two made eye contact, they both confirmed that the other party was their enemy. So Elsa and the woman shot at the same time as each other. After a round of physical exchanges, Elsa found that the opponent's strength was obviously not weak. So he switched to the armor of Tianlun and used the Tianlun pentagram to deal with the opponent. Unexpectedly, the opponent turned his fist into a claw and swept out an air blade to fight back. In an instant, the sword light flashed, the blue light danced wildly, and the surrounding airflow was also thumped by the collision of the sword chi. After the two were evenly matched, the shop of Sing Mang ice had become shattered. Wendy also heard the movement and ran over with Xiaolulu, but the woman who was originally fighting with Elsa said that she smelled the dragon. So he aimed his blade at the unprepared Wendy. However, at this time, another powerful magic force oppressed them, and a huge curtain of water separated them all. And dragons, the woman slashed open the water curtain. But what I saw was 5 or 6 streams of water coming at me. Unable to dodge, she was overwhelmed by the powerful force. Elsa also took the opportunity to rush through the water curtain to Wendy and Xiaolulu, protecting them behind her. But this man with great magical powers does not seem to have any intention of continuing the attack. Instead, he complained that Starman's stall had been destroyed, and he couldn't explain it to Brantish. The woman lost her temper, and was afraid that she was going to come to him again. Elsa and Wendy Charlulu's plate drifted north, Gray's own plate drifted east back to Ishgar, and Lucy and Natsu, who jumped improvisely, stayed in place. Then a handsome man with crisp short blue hair and very ordinary clothes, but still couldn't hide his noble temperament, walked out of the water curtain. He saw the girl in the alien costume behind Lucy, and was startled, then respectfully saluted her. Because the alien girl in front of her is the guest of King Albaraz, the Phoenix Witch Ekria. And the magic power in this man is so powerful that it seems to be overflowing from his body. It was then that Lucy noticed that Natsu was desperately holding down her bandaged right hand. At this time, the man also noticed Natsu's strange behavior, but fortunately, Ekria said that Lucy and Natsu were his friends. He didn't come forward to interrogate Natsu, but it seemed that the seeds of doubt planted in his heart hadn't gone away. Later, after following an Ekria back to the ship, they learned that the man just now was Melkobia, the guardian of the 12 shields, known to the outside world as the water dragon god or Zay of the sea. Because he is a real dragon, he was once hunted down by Akunalakia and drained some of his power. However, he was saved by the king of Albaraz and joined the ranks of the 12 shields of protection. He was responsible for leading the navy to guard the gates of the Albaraz Empire. Because the country hides a lot of secrets, ordinary people are generally not allowed to land. Even sightseeing should be carried out in a designated area in strict accordance with the requirements of their country. Violators will swallow up this merciless sea. Mentioning that the other party was a real dragon, Natsu remembered that when he was practicing in Gildaz, he had secretly read the content of the Centennial Mission. It is to seal the 5 divine dragons that bring doom to the world. However, because of the presence of Akunalakia, their whereabouts are very hidden. The fact that the king of the Albaraz Empire was able to protect him in the hands of Akunalakia and make him the guard of the country shows that the strength of this king is definitely not ordinary. Natsu had felt the kind of desperation that Akunalakia had brought to people. It also reminded him of the scene when his adoptive father Iguni Ryu was defeated by him. Resentment and reluctance made a black gas appear on him. This power. Lucy was a little surprised. It seemed to be a slight resemblance to the black chi on Jubia's body. But soon after Akli touched Natsu, the black aura gradually faded, and Natsu's mood stabilized. Looking at this special girl in front of her who was willing to help her, Lucy also became curious about her identity. The water dragon god is nothing more than the 12 shields of the guardians, and she can actually be the guest of honor of the king of the Albaraz Empire. What kind of strength is hidden in this ordinary woman in front of her? But Natsu was even more puzzled by the fact that he also felt the breath of a dragon from the woman who was fighting Elsa. According to Iganiru, there were only 5 Dragon Slayer wizards who crossed through the Eclipse Gate. After the Dragon King's sacrifice, the dragons seemed to have been slaughtered by Akunalakia. As if she could see through Natsu's thoughts, Ekria told him that the woman was a member of the Kiltana Dragon Eater Guild in the northern continent, known as the White Tiger's Bladed Dragon Gilia. Dragon Eater Guild, are you going to eat dragon meat? Lucy covered her face, not daring to imagine. Akira smiled, saying that this was a very unusual thing in the 400 years she had experienced. Because the members of their guild did obtain the power to slay dragons by eating dragon meat. In addition, the dragon slayer Magus with the power of the dragon is also a target for their attacks. 400 years, another piece of news surprised Lucy. She didn't dare to continue chatting, who knew what shocking secrets would be in the future. And Akli said that she was just telling some of the stories that Albaraz knows. As for why she lived to be 400 years old, this is what she wants to discuss with King Jelf of Albaraz. Hearing Jelf's 3 words, Lucy and Harpy's jaws almost drooped to the ground, petrified on the spot. Unexpectedly, a series of big events experienced by Fairy Tale seemed to be related to him. I don't know, I thought that Jelf and his guild might have something to do with him. Akli stepped out of the deck and let out a deep sigh. If you hadn't owned this 400 years, maybe your own people might still be alive today. It was also because of this incident that she lived in exile in this world for 400 years. The endless life that people pursue is sometimes not a kind of pain and suffering. The so-called eternity is sometimes a kind of endless loneliness. Akira held out her hand, and the yellow chick puppet landed in her palm, snuggling up to her. Just as she was about to arrive in Albaraz, Akli invited Lucy and Natsu to follow her for the time being. Because of the complexity and chaos of this country, even within the 12 shields of the protectors, without the reconciliation of Jelf, there will be a lot of friction. It's a dangerous world. If they follow them, not only may they easily get the information they want, but they will not be threatened by the outside world. Lucy wondered why Akli was willing to trust the 2 of them. Akira smiled as she looked at the star spirit key on Lucy's waist. Says that his only friend in Albaraz looks a lot like Lucy. Plus they are willing to expose their disguises for strangers. So she believes Lucy, they won't be bad people. By the time they arrived at the port of Albaraz, Lucy was stunned by what she saw. The layered and scattered houses were all controlled by the Philosopher's Stone and suspended in mid-air. Here, both the elderly and children can use their magic to fly around the city. And on the ground of the city, there are almost all training arenas of all sizes. Many magicians practiced magic in it. Lucy, who had thought that Natsu would be very excited to see such a scene, sensed Natsu's emotional loss. She had rarely seen Natsu feel so depressed, presumably because he had seen something that triggered something in her heart. The name Atelis Nazdaragniru End kept echoing in Natsu's mind. End represents the end of his own life and the end of Jelf's life. The enemy that Gray has been chasing is none other than himself. And his fate as Atelis is to kill the brother who created a second life for himself with his own hands. And the remnants of Iganiru's deceased power on his right arm are the ultimate weapon that burns out Jelf's life. If the tragedy of Jelf's life stems from himself, then it is up to him to put an end to this tragic era. However, before understanding this grievance, the old man must be brought back to the guild and Lucy safe. As they approached the royal palace of the empire, the sound of tomorrow's arena in the center of the city was heard. There will be two very exciting magic showdowns. One is a survival fight between prisoners of war, and the most interesting thing is the battle between the 10 sacred wizards of Ishgar in the eastern continent and the 3 assassins of the Kurtana Dark Guild in the northern continent. The other is an exhibition match between Agir, the desert king of the 12 shields, and Serena Celestial, the 12 shields. How strong are the 10 saint wizards of Agigar? Who knows? It is estimated that there is the strength of the Cotters under the 12 shields of the Guardians, right? The discussion about the next day's competition in the city arena seemed to be commonplace. The streets are also full of vendors of all sizes who bet. Seeing that the two of them were so interested in the news of the arena, Akira felt that Lucy and Natsu's visit this time must have something to do with the prisoners of war who would appear tomorrow. So they promised that they could help them get tickets to tomorrow's arena. Although she cooperated with Jelf, she did not agree with some of Jelf's practices. She understands Natsu and Lucy's care for their family. It's something she's been missing for 400 years. As a witch of the Phoenix Guardian clan, she has been separated from her family since she was a child. Protecting the seal of the Phoenix is her life's mission. In order to obtain the eternal life bestowed by the power of the Phoenix, she is not allowed to have emotions with anyone. Because she can only belong to their god Phoenix, loyal to the Phoenix. Until the magicians who tried to break the seal of the Phoenix in order to gain eternal life attacked their people. In order to force out the whereabouts of the Phoenix Witch, they drove everyone out. Since then, she has been on a mission to protect the Phoenix seal and flee everywhere. He was also hunted down by the Dark Guild and helped by the Hatphilia family. Chapter 16. Knock knock. As the arena bell rang, there were bursts of cheers from the audience. Then the magicians of the venue used their minds to create countless water balloons with the water magicians to wrap all the magicians in the dance, making their exquisite dancing postures more graceful and mysterious in the water. Then a colored light shone on the balloon, and the dancing magicians received the mermaid's soul with their magic. Graceful posture, flowing curves swim in the water. The moment they collectively jumped out of the water, it caused a round of applause from the audience. Then the water flowed into a ring of water under the control of the mind of the magician of the field, revealing colorful colors under the reflection of the sunlight. After the mermaid passed through the water ring, it turned into a swan and landed gently, and after the water halo rose to the sky, it spread out like fireworks and crystal-like raindrops fell on the audience, so that the audience everywhere was bathed in the rain of happiness. The host of the scene, Malin, jumped down from the sky with super high cheers and landed accurately in the center of the arena, announcing the beginning of this prisoner of war brawl. In the end, there can only be one person who can stand in the arena. As the fence of the arena opened, countless prisoners of war poured into the arena for a melee. The people in the audience were also trying to find the shadow of the 10 wizards of the Saints of Ishgar. But what they didn't expect was that the 10 saint demon guides they were talking about were actually just a little old man. Makarov was deeply immersed in the arena of the Great Smash Brothers, but he was able to calmly close his eyes and recuperate, completely distracting from everything around him. "It's nice to be able to concentrate in such a chaotic scene," said the Magic King August, commenting on Makarov. "Cut, no matter how much Ishugal is held up to the altar, it's just the level of being captured by a character like Yaraki," said Agir, the king of the desert, reclining on his legs. His celestial Serena mocked Agil's ignorance in the shortest word. Because he didn't know how many miracles this guild called Fairy Tale in Agigar had done. And this taunt of the god Serena undoubtedly added another burst of gunpowder to the next 12 Shields exhibition match. Woohoo! There was an enthusiastic response from the audience. It turned out that Makarov had already made his body huge and began to fight. His fist swept across the field, and all the mages had a hard time parrying a second move. Then there was a splash of light in the arena, and a mediocre prisoner of war fell everywhere he passed. And August can also see that Makarov has reservations in every move, making the opponent fall to the ground without hurting their lives. His mastery of the use of magic was as awe-inspiring as he had been to his former teacher. And the 12 Shields of Brantish, who hosted this competition, also watched with great interest as the gigantic Makarov fought bravely in the arena. However, at this time, there were still 3 black-robed magicians hiding in the corner, and they never made a move. But the chill in all 3 of them has made Natsu feel it on the field. "Oh no, the old man is in danger." Natsu tried to get up and rush into the arena. "Natsu, calm down, we can't reveal our whereabouts, we're going to get to Ekria." Lucy held down Natsu, hoping that he could calm down for a while, hoping that these 3 people would be able to deal with it. After Makarov's sweep, the rest of the magicians had basically fallen. And the 3 magicians who have not moved have also made Makarov vigilant. The fact that no one dared to approach them for so long shows that they have left a deep shadow on the prisoners of war here. As soon as Makarov released the magic of giganticism, the black-robed mage directly opposite him made a move. I saw that he manipulated the delicate silk thread and flew towards Makarov, and with a flicker of Makarov, the silk thread pierced into the hard arena wall. He twitched, and the wall was cut through the thread. Makarov's expression was solemn, and a puff of poisonous smoke blew around him. Makarov used the magic array of light to separate the poisonous smoke from himself, and after seeing that the magician who had just fallen to the ground inhaled the poisonous smoke, his face began to show a painful expression, and he struggled on the ground with bruised muscles. But the 3's combo had just begun, and the last man in the corner drew his long knife. A full moon with a concentrated magic power slashed at Makarov's face. Although Makarov had resisted with a magic circle, a cut was made in his prison uniform. Then something strange happened, and the magician who had just fallen to the ground stood up crookedly again. The expression on his face was distorted, and his hands and feet seemed to be restrained by something. Makarov opened the magic miracle eye. It turned out that they were all embedded with silk threads. Light wheel slash. Makarov matched the effect of the miracle eye, and struck a light wheel that cut all the silk threads that manipulated the magician. However, there are still some magicians who can continue to come forward and bite when they are free from the control of the silk thread. Makarov's body was also scratched by them with deep wounds. In desperation, Makarov could only use the magic of light to shock them back. But dark red blood slowly flowed from his scratched wound. It turns out that the controlled magicians also have poison attached to them. Resentful ghosts in 3 stacks, the sorcerer with a long knife in the middle of the 3 did not give Makarov a respite. His long knife was blessed with magic and formed 3 phantoms, and the sword chi slashed through the air mixed with the wails of resentful ghosts. Is it magic that increases power by killing people and taking souls? It's interesting. Orgast is also very interested in the magic of the 3 assassins from the northern continent. Makarov was deeply poisoned, and his movements became sluggish, and he ate 3 phantom swords raw. At this time, not only was his body suffering from severe poison, but his soul's consciousness was slowly being devoured by the soul-devouring magic. Grandpa! Natsu couldn't control herself from rushing into the arena. As a result, Doan bumped into the barrier set by Brantish. Once it didn't work, Natsu crashed into it a second time. In this way, the attention of the audience shifted from the arena to Natsu. That's the barrier set by Brandish. Here, Brandish is the rule itself. How can it be broken by this hairy boy? And in the monitoring room, Brandish was also attracted by this reckless boy. In the Alvarez Empire, no one has ever dared to break the rules. But to the surprise of everyone present, Natsu seemed to concentrate only one point for constant impact. In the end, it really caused a rift in the impregnable barrier set up by Brandish. With a thud, a ball of flame rushed into the arena, blocking the sharp blade for Makarov with his arm. The blade was embedded in his flesh, and hot blood fell from the tip of the knife, turning into bright and blooming phoenix flowers. Dragon Slayer Mystery Change, Shiranui Type, Red Lotus Phoenix Blade. The bursting flames spread out like sharp blades, knocking the 2 people who attacked the group and the magician with the long knife out of the air. Natsu! Makarov's eyes widened in surprise. Open, Aries door res. Lucy changed into a Virgo star spirit robe and dug a hole to the field, and summoned Arias to release a large amount of wool to confuse the vision, and rescued Makarov from the field. Natsu tried to continue the fight against the 3 assassins, but Lucy pulled her into a hole and ran away. However, Lucy's series of actions were all watched by Brantish. While Alvarez set the laws of space, King Jelf left astral magic alone outside the rules. And the astral magic happened to be used in the arena under the rules of Brantish, which made her feel more challenged than ever. She was originally a person who was afraid of trouble, and now these 2 guys actually caused her such a big trouble. If they fell into her own hands, she would definitely give them the most severe punishment. So Brantish asked his subordinate Marlene to arrange for men to pursue the fugitives. And he reluctantly presided over the next 12 Shields exhibition match in person. Lucy crawled out of a dark corner of the arena's kitchen. Unexpectedly, the captain of the other party's pursuit actually had scanning magic, and he also accurately located their escape route. And he set a net of the earth in the place where they came out, and he put them in it when they came up. But at this time, the stone statue of the arena sculpture and the Rui beast actually came to life and attacked the team that was chasing Lucy. The beast tore open the net, throwing Lucinas and Makarov on their backs and running around with them, playing the rest of the pursuers around. At the same time, under the perfunctory austerity of Brantish, the show of Agir, the king of the desert, and the god of Celestial, also fired the first shot. At this opening, Agir raised a sandstorm in the arena. He hides in the sand and elusively interferes with Serena's spirit. But no matter how much Agir verbally mocked Serena, he remained as if he had taken root. Looks like a good seedling, Algast said inwardly to Serena. Later, Agir couldn't hold it anymore and struck Serena in the head with a sand axe. And Serena also reacted quickly at this moment, seeing the water and turning into a sharp blade to block the sand axe. Do you think you'll be able to deal with me? Look at your own feet, Agir said disdainfully to Serena. With such a basic magic against himself, it seems that Ishgar is really withering. The era that was rumored to be able to compete with his own king seems to have passed a long time, right? A sand hole appeared under Serena's feet, and the quicksand was slowly sinking deeper. At the same time, the surrounding sandstorm also began to absorb the water from Serena's magic, and the sand became denser and denser, and the speed of rotation and flow became faster and faster. And the fast quicksand became as sharp as a knife because of the water absorption. However, in the face of these crises that are difficult for ordinary people to handle, Serena still lightly used the basic magic whirlwind to wrap himself, so that the sandstorm could not get close and at the same time let him get out of the sand hole on the ground. At this time, Agir also realized that although the magic used by the other party was mediocre, it was the most economical way to avoid his attack. Although he is also attacking tentatively at the moment, if it is really more than the consumption of mana, he still wastes more. When Agir saw this, he did the opposite, ripping off the gorgeous large-scale magic. Instead, pour all your magic into the attack. August was even more relieved to see that the usually arrogant Churchill could actually have this realization. Sand shape. The arrival of the ancient god Zagir took shape of a three-sided and eight-armed statue of the god of sand and pressed Serena under his palm with his giant palm. With a thud, a beam of light passed through the idol's palm. Serena noticed Churchill's change of mindset and began to get serious. He used the dragon-slaying spell Seal of the Holy Light Dragon to seal the idol's actions, and then followed up with the Storm Dragon's broken fangs to pierce the idol and blow the wind and sand towards Churchill. But Agir was not to be outdone, and used a trick to reshape the ancient gods. In an instant, the sand formed an image of Hercules, shattering Serena's magic with one punch. Dark Dragon in the left hand, Hell Dragon in the right hand, Double Dragon combo, Hell Destruction of the Dark Dragon. Serena combined two dragon-slaying spells to transform the arena into a sea of infernal fire. 8 black-red dragons writhe in purgatory, burning all magic. At this time, Agir was protected by a tetrahedron surrounded by 6 pillars of light, and rose into the sky. My God, use the sun to destroy the darkness in front of you, and bury the sun in quicksand. Churchill's whole body was full of golden light, and the golden quicksand fell like a waterfall, burying the flames of hell. After evading all pursuers, the gargoyle took Lucy, Natsu, and Makarov back to the palace where Akarura lived. Before Lucy could speak, Akarura removed half of the stone from her hand and used her magic to heal all of Makarov's wounds. But Makarov, who was too tired, also quickly fell asleep. After using the stone's magic, Akarura sat down weakly on the ground. She said she hadn't used magic in a long time, but out of fear of the descendants of the deceased. She used her magic to escape them from the arena anyway. Akarura told Lucy not to worry, and that Makarov would be fine once he regained his magic. At the same time, they can also stay in their palace for the time being, because this is the forbidden area of the 12 shields, and no one can search her without Jelf's orders. Lucy is very grateful for Akria's help, and although she only has a one-sided relationship, she has received her help many times, and she really can't repay it. But when she heard Echo mention her ancestor Anna's past, Lucy gradually accepted the kindness of her ancestral friend. And at the mention of Anna, Natsu picked up the dragon scale scarf around his neck. Could it be that the encounter between himself and Lucy was already predestined 400 years ago? Thinking of this, Natsu secretly looked at Lucy, who was communicating with Akria, and a warm current came from her heart. Chapter 17. Gray drifted along the island for a day and into a strange sea. In the thick fog, he heard beautiful singing voices coming from all around him. For the sudden weirdness, Gray made a gesture of modeling magic. Suddenly, a phantom flashed, and Gray unleashed the magic lancers. But his magic struck into the fog, barely reacting. On the contrary, the surrounding songs became more and more mournful, and the phantom became more and more entangled around him. Just as Gray was about to switch to his evil destroying form, a hand grabbed Gray's wrist. "Lord Gray, don't be impulsive, they are all Jubia's partners, and they won't hurt you." At this moment, Jubia was wearing long blue wavy hair, and his clothes were blue light gauze, gentle and with a hint of fairy spirit. "Jubia, why are you here?" asked Gray, confused. "Because I sensed that Lord Gray was in danger. Jubia can't let Master Gray go on an adventure alone." Gray froze, using modeling magic to create a headset to block out the distant singing. Sure enough, after those voices disappeared, the fog in front of his eyes also dissipated. And Jubia, who held his hand, also turned into a skeleton shelf. Gray let out a chill that froze him into lumps. Then he descended from his drifting island and landed on the eerie-looking island. The banks of the islands were littered with mushy remains, some still clean white, some covered with moss and seaweed, and some had begun to decay, with some insects crawling out of the hollowed-out bones. Gray curiously walked up to the island, through a narrow mountain pass, and slowly saw a faint light in front of him. When he reached the end of the light, he realized that this place and the outside were two different worlds. The farmland on the island is neatly arranged, and the scattered simple houses are also elegantly decorated. Compared to the divided island of Galakir, it is more of a holiday paradise. In a trance, a small demon flew up to Gray and looked at his appearance curiously. They sniffed around him again, and then flew away in fear. Gray frowned, feeling that it was the aura of the demon-slaying method on his body, which frightened him by this little demon, so he wanted to follow and apologize. By the way, ask about the island and how to get to the nearest mainland. When Gray walked to the entrance of the village, 4 demons were rubbing a pair of golden mahjong under the tree. The demon sitting on the east side has a one-eyed blue face, the demon sitting on the south side has 2 eyes and a red face, the demon sitting on the west side has 3 eyes and a white face, and the demon facing Gray in the north has a 4-eyed black face. Sensing Gray's arrival, they looked at him with all 10 eyes, warning Gray not to approach the village with a threatening look. Gray, on the other hand, slightly demonstrated his demon-slaying technique, freezing all the mahjong in their hands into ice cubes. The moment they touched the ice, their hands were as if they had been pricked by thousands of needles, and they hurriedly retracted. The fierce expression on his face just now suddenly became low-browed, and he bowed to Gray again and again. Gray could sense that the magic power on the 4 of them was not low, and if he really blocked it, Gray really didn't have a chance of winning with 1 dozen or 4. If they have a tacit understanding to join forces, I'm afraid it will be quite easy to capture Gray alive. Later, Gray realized that the 4 demons thought he was an emissary sent by Jelf, so they didn't dare to act rashly. About 8 years ago, Jelf had passed by the island. Discovering that it possessed the root of a magic that Jelf had been looking for, he named the island Tyre Island and sent 4 of them to guard the island's secrets. Because the island was originally inhabited by demons, the 4 of them also took on the task of protecting them. And Gray also learned from the mouths of these 4 demons that the demon-destroying method was actually created by Jelf himself. For 400 years, he created demons to destroy himself. But he also continued to spread the demon extermination method to some warriors to destroy those demons who deviated from their original mission and used their demonic abilities to try to rule the world. And on the stone monument on the island, there are also the past recorded by Jelf himself. It is recorded that in the course of studying life, Jelf also violated God's taboos. As a result, he has never been able to make a breakthrough in some areas of magic. Among them, the biggest challenge for Jelf is to break through the shackles of time. Even when he himself tried to use his infinite life to use the end, he couldn't break through the 1-minute limit of human time magic. That's why there is a eclipse gate that requires star spirit magic and a lot of magic as a combination to use. However, the eclipse gate also has a limitation, that is, Jelf, who has a permanent life curse, cannot pass through the gate that can travel through time and space. So Jelf tries to find the time gap that can break the rules of the gods. After killing Hades, Presido, on Sirius Island, Jelf sensed the magic of time on the island while rushing back to Albaraz. Because the island was incarnated by the corpse of a dragon, and was once inhabited by a descendant of the god of time, a maiden named De Maria. Later, Gray walked to a place called the Cave of Origins. It was discovered that Jelf had translated the ancient dragon script in the cave into a collection of books and piled them up here. Gray thought to himself, this Jelf deserves to be the Grand Magus, and 400 years of time have not stopped him from exploring magic. He picked up a book from the doorway of the Cave of Origins and discovered that the cave seemed to be the origin of human magic. In ancient times, the gods and dragons lived together with humans. As the earliest race to be born, the Protoss has absolute dominion over the resources of this world. Similarly, as part of the Protoss resources, they granted a small portion of the magic to dragons and humans in the Cave of Origin, so that they can better serve the Protoss. But later, because of the excellent physique of the dragon clan itself, with the blessing of magic, it gradually had the power to rule the world. Because of their outstanding perseverance and hard work, human beings have created the god extermination magic that can cause great damage to the Protoss. The original minions and pets have the power to destroy themselves. So in order to balance the two, the Protoss provoked their contradictions. Started a war between the dragons and the gods. Moreover, in order to maintain their dominance, the Protoss let the two gods Anxilam and Belram manage the magic of life and time respectively. Keep out of reach of humans and dragons, or a curse will be laid. Because of this, no matter how powerful the dragons and humans are, it is difficult to escape the sanctions of time and life. Died out in the War of the Years. But over the course of time, Belram, who is in charge of time, develops a relationship with a man of humanity. Gave birth to a descendant of the blood of the god of time. It also brought the human world into contact with a part of the magic of time. Later, in order to punish Belram for his negligence, the gods made it a rule of time, the time gap. And the descendants of the Protoss bloodline are responsible for guarding this imperfect rule of time. Reading this, Gray felt a man standing behind him that was the Archmage Jerf, who had caused chaos in the world. It is also the source of the destruction of his hometown, the initiator of Uru's sacrifice and the creator of End. That Melkobia guy is self-defeating and lured the goblins here. Jelf approached, his body exuding the smell of death. It's a coincidence, since you're here, the decisive battle is advanced again. Gray was not at all timid in the face of this legendary magician. He crossed his hands and struck an absolutely frozen stance. Absolutely frozen, you can crack it with a drop of the moon, I have eternal life, you can't kill me with this magic. Jelf also looked at Gray calmly, feeling very ridiculous at his childish approach of exchanging lives for lives. I didn't intend to kill you, so Natsu would. Gray's eyes lit up, and the ice around him slowly began to become transparent, losing its original coldness. Is the attribute empty? Are you going to disappear with me? You just mentioned Natsu, it seems that you already know his identity. Jelf walked over to Gray unhurriedly, and also used the magic of the empty attribute to cancel out Gray's magic. Gray knelt on the ground in amazement for a moment. It turned out that the difference in strength was so big. When facing the second president, Presido, Gray already felt the gap in magic. Unexpectedly, after developing the second magic source in a year of cultivation, he was still easily subdued by this legendary magician. Because of his knowledge of Jelf's strength, he still has the impression of being stunned by Urusha when he was on Sirius Island. This once again made Gray feel the chasm of the power gap. It's no wonder that so many people in Ishgar have such a deep obsession with the great magical world of Jelf. And Jelf sighed, the absolute freezing of attribute emptiness is powerful, but the time to cast magic is too long, and the magician who understands this magic can easily interrupt it. But Jelf didn't intend to kill Gray. Instead, he planned to let him be completely blackened by himself and become a member of his 12 guardian shields. After all, he has the demon-slaying method he created, and he is the best tool for Natsu to improve. Sandstorms, earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, droughts, heat shoots, and there is currently a lack of extreme cold, blizzard, disasters for the guardian shields. And the Ice Slayer Demon Guide couldn't be more suitable for this position. But being a fairy tale mage is the biggest obstacle for him to become a top ice mage. Because his heart is not cold enough, he cannot make his magic reach the power of extreme cold. Jelf urged the magic, causing the black lines of Gray's power to slay toward his heart. Gray let out a bitter wail, the last of his best memories extinguished in the place called the Cave of Origin. His last tear also turned into a grain of ice, rolling down the floor of the cave, mixed with the crystals of the Cave of Origin, unable to distinguish between you and me. At this time, Jubia, who was on the way with Team B, suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, and a tear rolled down the corner of his eye. She froze in place, and Lebby stepped forward to take her hand, finding it cold. So he motioned for everyone to stop and pulled Jubia to rest under a tree. Gajaru was keenly aware of Jubia's unusual behavior. Must have sensed that something bad was going on with Gray. So he told them that this operation to infiltrate Albaraz would be very dangerous. He may even risk his own life. In this regard, he hopes that Elfman will take Libby and Jubia back to the guild together, and the rest of the road will be handed over to him and Lily. Because when he was a ghost before, he lived a life of licking blood from the knife's edge. In this world, he was used to being alone, and he suddenly took a group of people on a secret mission, and he was not sure that he would be able to take care of everyone. But his proposal was quickly refuted by the trio. Now they are the tale of the fairies, and everyone is growing up encouraging each other. Elfman joined the team in place of Myra Jane, and as a man, he must not live up to his sister's expectations and bring back President Makarov with him. And Lebby also said that knowledge and strategy are essential parts of it rather than strength. A team that needs both strong strength and gentle backup will not let their companions venture alone as a member of Fairy Tale. Jubia, on the other hand, said she did not want Gray to be in crisis. At this point, Gajaru glanced at Jubia with complicated eyes. He could only pray that nothing would happen to Gray, as he could not predict what stupid Jubia would do for him. "You Team B, how can you be without me?" a powerful voice came from behind them. Laxus. Everyone turned their heads in unison. What a secure name. Gajaru also felt that the burden in his heart was much lighter. I hope his worries are just anxiety in his heart. At the same time, the new president of the Senate, Haybarian, also said that he had also arranged for a group of reliable people to act as a C team to rescue Makarov. Although Ishgar is very different from Albaraz. But they will not give up their resistance because of this, and let their opponents bully. They were ready for full-scale war, even with 12 forces as powerful as the celestial god Serena on the other side. They are also not afraid, because of their determination to protect their homeland. They have grown and become strong. Laxus also thanked Haybarian for his help in recuperating from his injuries, and this time he wanted to save not only his grandfather, but also the dignity of their entire continent. Chapter 18. On the floating island of Elsa and Wendy, they desperately comfort the ordinary people left on the island. Prevent them from hurting each other because of food and mentality breakdowns. Blade Dragon Gilia also gave up her crooked thoughts about Wendy because everyone is currently on the same boat. And tell everyone that the direction in which this island flows is their northern continent. As the island moved, they gradually felt the temperature of the surrounding area decrease, and the surrounding fine ice floe also increased, constantly colliding with the direction of the island, forming a gathering of ice. Alerted to the danger of the situation, Kylia quickly jumped onto the tree. Observation confirmed that there was indeed a large iceberg in front of them, blocking their direction. If the island and the iceberg collide head-on, I am afraid that this already torn island will soon fall apart. I saw that Kylia ran to the highest point of the island again, gathered a wave of energy from her mouth, and let out the roar of the bladed dragon. The giant air blade cut the iceberg in half in an instant. But now the fissure in the iceberg is too small, and the north wind howls through the crevice, causing the island to freeze out of a dividing line. At present, the most effective way is to separate the iceberg from the cut. Wendy and Elsa glanced at each other and set off on action. Elsa was dressed as the giant's armor, while Wendy was attached to Elsa using the dragon-slaying magic powerful wrist. Kylia saw Wendy's sky magic, and her eyes revealed a greedy expression. If he gains this power, then she will be able to rise to the top in the Union. As Elsa pushes the iceberg hard, she feels a resistance under the water against her. So both Kylia and Wendy jump into the cold water to find out why. When they entered the water, there seemed to be a small dragon spinning around at high speed under the base of the iceberg. Glue the icebergs together with their own strength. It's no wonder that Elsa couldn't push the iceberg even if she used the giant's armor, and the effect of this power under the water was much stronger than the one-way force. But Kylia, who saw the dragon, was extremely excited at the moment. Wendy hasn't reacted yet. With one move, bladed dragon sword dance, she cut the defenseless little dragon under the water into 5 or 6 knots, and then began to gnaw on its dragon flesh, with a greedy expression on her face. This scene directly scared Wendy stupid. There are still people who can devour dragon meat like this. Because in her cognition, dragons are her relatives. And the woman in front of her actually regarded hunting dragons and eating dragons as a kind of enjoyment. After eating a piece of dragon meat, Kylia let the rest of the dragon meat be discarded under the water, and then dragged Wendy, who was already frightened, out of the water. Gilia sighed, thinking she had eaten real dragon meat, even if it was just a small dragon. But what I didn't expect was that this dragon was still a derivative of magic, and eating it by myself was just a little replenishment of magic. However, the unexpected surprise she didn't expect was that her behavior just now had subverted the little girl's perception of the world in front of her. She raised a hand and turned into a blade, thinking to herself that there was a ready-made dragon in front of her, and that she had almost lost her combat ability now. So it was better to let her eat it to improve her dragon-slaying magic. But her thoughts were soon interrupted by the exclamations of others. It turned out that after Elsa pushed the iceberg away, there was a sleeping red dragon in the ice. Natsu. Elsa sensed that the aura on the other party's body was very similar to Natsu, and the appearance was very similar to Natsu's adoptive father Iganiru, but there were some more black markings on his body. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes, and the heat from its body began to melt some of the ice. As he spread his wings, the ice exploded. When he saw that it was a group of humans disturbing his dormancy, his anger swelled up, and a roar of fire gathered in his mouth and spat out of his mouth. The huge amount of energy directly covered the entire moving island. With a flash of red light, the roar was neutralized by a mysterious force. The crowd exclaimed, could it be that some god had come down to save them? However, Elsa and Gilia both noticed that there was a plesiosaur perched above them, and there seemed to be 3 figures standing on it. "You're nosy again," the red dragon was the first to speak. "This place is still the realm of our Albaraz, either you submit to our emperor like Melkobia, or you don't make trouble on our territory." Listening to her tone, it seems that they have crossed paths before. "Then it's up to you to keep your borders." The red dragon unleashed his magic power in an attempt to intimidate the red-haired woman who stood in his way. "Oh, Lord Igaunia, it's not good to attract that adult to the big noise. You don't want a few more corpses in this dragon's grave in the northern continent, do you?" The red-haired woman unleashed her magic and gave Igaunia the same response. Although the 2 red fluctuations were not lethal, they also made the people around them feel a strong sense of oppression. The bladed dragon was also intimidated by these 2 forces. She never thought that the dragon could have such a powerful oppression in front of her. After the 2 forces collided, the red dragon shrank into a blonde man with a naked upper body. As one of the surviving 5 dragons and the son of Iganiru, he is still afraid of Akunalakia's power. Originally, he wanted the water dragon god Melkobia to hide himself in ice and hibernate to restore the magic power consumed when fighting with the moon dragon, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed by the humans sent by Melkobia's magic. And the woman in front of him is the other leader of the 12 shields of the Albaraz Empire, nicknamed the Crimson Desperate Aaron Belkelian. And Igaunia, as the god of the fire dragon, naturally knows the strength of the general under his command. Rather than expend a lot of magic to fight Akunalakia, the Terminator who led to their fate, it is better to recharge your batteries and reinvigorate the dragons. Because he didn't want them to be a chapter in the history of the dragons. At the same time, Aaron also landed from the Please Bill, with long red hair, which stood out under the white iceberg. She glanced at Elsa, then at Wendy. Then he exchanged glances with Igaunia and asked about the whereabouts of the other 5 dragons. However, Igaunia does not intend to deal with her, because although they do not get along very well, they serve as a community of interests. It cannot disintegrate until Akunalakia is resolved. Although one of the purposes of the Albaraz Empire is also to deal with Akunalakia, it is good to let Melkobia take the lead in this kind of thing. the rest of the dragon clan can safely preserve their strength and become the overlord of this world again. Among the 7 divine dragons of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, and moon that originally escaped from the Dragon King's sacrifice, the Sun Dragon had disappeared in the cover of their escape from the battle with Akunalakia, and the Wood Dragon and Earth Dragon had both hidden in a corner of the northern continent with their ability to become one with nature. Jin Shenlong even got rid of his own flesh and fed a group of magicians with his own flesh and blood, making them become dragon-slaying magicians in the new era, and created a guild called the Dragon Eater with his own will. And the Moon God Dragon is completely on the opposite side of the dragon race, and she who prefers humans and quits the ranks of the 5 divine dragons. Because she enjoys the feeling of playing with humans, and has given birth to many children with humans as a human being. This is also one of the reasons why the Golden Divine Dragons created the Dragon Eater Guild in the flesh of the other 5 divine dragons in their struggles with them. Sensing the approach of her 4 companions, Kylia planned to attack Eren and Egaunia, aiming at their heads behind them and using the Blade Dragon Slash. However, her murderous aura had already been sensed by Eren, and the 2 servants beside her, one black and one white, used a white streamer to defuse the attack of the Blade Dragon, and the other used a black streamer to wrap the Blade Dragon around. The Bladed Dragon wanted to tear the black streamer apart with a slash, but she didn't want the black ribbon to be so flexible that no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't get rid of it. In addition, the black servant sent blue lightning to the streamer, electrifying the Bladed Dragon to the point of almost losing consciousness. Elsa only realized the gap between themselves and Albaraz at this moment, and the Bladed Dragon, who had fought for dozens of rounds without a victory, was easily solved by 2 minions of one of the 12 shields. And the 2 servants, one black and one white, not only cooperate tacitly, but also act more elegantly and freely, like fairies in Oriental mythology. Then, 4 more figures appeared in the distance, a burly soldier in golden armor, a tall knight wearing a skull mask, a samurai with a single ponytail and a long knife in his hand, and a black-clad detective with a black coffin. These are the other 4 trump cards of the Dragon Eaters Guild. They are the Armored Dragon Madmar of the power of the Suanmu, the Skeleton Dragon of the power of the Green Dragon Scario, the Blood Dragon of the power of the Suzaku Sanzi, and the Soul Dragon of the power of the Unicorn Peliu. As the acting leader of the guild, Piluk, after seeing Igania and Irene, apologized to them. Because the Blade Dragon Julia, who did not manage the power of the White Tiger well, caused trouble for the 2 seniors. Igania knew that they were the subordinates of his alliance, the Golden Dragon, and he was unwilling to entangle them too much. After leaving the order for them to dispose of the witnesses involved, he spread his wings and left. And Eren, seeing Igaunia's departure, also let her minions liberate Kyria. Palu motioned to Scario to take out the people of the island, but was stopped by Elsa. She does not allow innocent people to fall prey to their interests. But Scalio's magic caught Elsa off track, and in an instant, all the people behind her were turned into dust by the dragon's magic and blown away by a gust of wind. Xiaolulu sensed Wendy's danger because of her ability to foresee the future, so she hugged her to avoid the seemingly invisible magic of the dragon. This is the horror of the dragon's dragon-slaying magic vanishing. This attitude of arbitrarily depriving others of their lives annoyed Elsa at once. She conjured a knight's sword and slashed at Scalio. However, Maidmore quickly stood in front of Scario, and his hard armor not only shattered Elsa's knight's sword, but the sword fragments also wounded Elsa's sword-wielding arm. Dragon-slaying magic, armor of dragons. Maidmore opened his eyes. His magic, even if he doesn't have to take the initiative to attack, can cause the opponent to receive great damage. Do you like to use a sword? Santon also came to Elsa's side with incredible speed. Unleashed a blood dragon's underworld slash that is almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. 16 slashes in a row, almost all of the knives penetrated Elsa's armor, cutting through her flesh and skin. Bright red blood danced in the air like silk threads. Soul Dragon's dark attack. Peru also made up for the final blow, and the powerful fist hit Elsa's lower abdomen. For those who resist them, whether it is dragons or humans, they will not be soft at all. Seeing a dying Elsa, Wendy finally stepped out of the visual shadow created by the bladed dragon. Grieving, she began to devour the air with a high concentration of magical power, turned on the dragon's power, and used the speed add-on magic to snatch Elsa back from them at a very high speed. At the same time, he used healing magic to heal Elsa's wounds. This power also cheered up Aaron, who was watching the excitement on the sidelines. I didn't expect this inconspicuous child to be able to use additional magic to this extent. And the magic unleashed by herself and Ignia has actually become the nourishment for her growth, which is really remarkable. And then what surprised her even more was that she felt a familiar power from Elsa. I saw Elsa break free from Wendy, and changed her left hand with the sword of the Sea King, and her right hand with the sword of the Emperor of Fire. The body was put on the armor of flying, and a high-speed stream of water and fire and two swords injured the skeleton dragon and the armored dragon in an instant. And when the blood dragon stepped forward to fight back, she quickly switched to the armor of the distant distance. Using the tenacity of the distant armor, he skillfully defended against the slash of his katana, and then used the slash of the glaive to force it back. This judgment is the combat experience that Aaron's black servant has just learned from fighting the bladed dragon. This was incredible to both Aaron and Peliu. This kind of fighting talent is also extremely rare in their cognition. Just when Peliu wanted to use her true skills to get rid of the trouble, Aaron intervened to quell the fight between the two sides. And Pelu is also well aware of Irene's strength. This woman who can make Alvarez fall into despair, is something they can't afford to provoke for the time being. So he led the rest of the dragon eaters out of the place. Elsa asked Aaron why she wanted to save herself, but in exchange for only a sneer from Aaron and a faded back. Chapter 19. In the solemn cabinet of the royal city of Alvarez, August summoned the members of the 12 Shields to a meeting. An analysis of two recent incidents. Although these two things are only trivial matters for the rule of other countries, they are not enough to be put on the table for discussion. But for Alvarez, where all events were under the control of the rules set by the emperor, these two small incidents, although accidental, are enough to show that there are still loopholes in their rules that need to be fixed. At the same time, it was also to welcome the return of the king who had traveled abroad, and to prepare for a large celebration. Until then, it is important to recapture Makarov, who has escaped. At this moment, Makarov has recovered from his recuperation and has begun to play chess with Akaria. He also consulted with Akira about some rumored historical events. But when it came to Alvarez's desire to go to war on Ishgar, Makarov fell into deep thought. Because in the exhibition match that day, the god Serena, who seemed to account for the diversity of magic, actually lost to Churchill, the king of the desert. This made Makarov feel a little more afraid in the face of Alvarez's crusade. There is no absolute answer in this world, and the dragon clan that was powerful in the past has now become depressed. And the high-ranking Protoss has also hidden in the dispute between humans and dragons. 100 young elf soldiers, who also commanded the weak Agar to win in the encirclement and suppression of the 4 countries, have become a new generation of myths. Ekria picked up a fallen dead leaf and twisted it with her fingers, and the leaf came back to life as it flew into the sky. It is said that life is a taboo of magic, and it is also a field where the Protoss clearly distances itself from humans. However, Lord Akli can transcend the constraints of the passage of life. Could it be Makarov began to wonder about Aklaria's identity? When the dew is cold and the autumn is deep, the dead leaves are scattered. Sometimes the world is because of the change of the seasons, and the relay of life will seem so beautiful. Because of this, human beings continue to produce new things and miracles in the world. If I had a choice, I would also like to exchange my eternal life for the continuation of our race. So what will happen to them in the past 400 years, said Ekria, not answering Makarov's question directly, while also giving Makarov an army on the chessboard. Makarov shook his head, saying that he had lived for decades in vain. Compared to Ekria's knowledge and experience, she is indeed like a baby in swaddling clothes. Outside the window, the maple leaves were as red as fire, and a gust of breeze blew gently Natsu's long, uncut cherry hair, like spring and autumn. Lucy saw Natsu quietly in the window, and noticed how Natsu had changed after a year of absence. I felt that he had no head and no brains before, but suddenly he had a lot more things on his mind. Natsu. Lucy's call brought Natsu back into shape and smiled innocently. "I'll cut your hair," said Lucy softly. "Doesn't you look used to it?" Natsu stroked her hair. "No. I just want to see you from the past." Lucy stepped forward and hugged Natsu, scared that the boy in front of her would suddenly disappear in front of her. "Stupid, I've never changed, and I will be the same." Natsu hugged Lucy as well, his hand gently stroking the back of her head. Poof! Harpy, who saw this scene, forced himself to laugh and walked out of the room silently. Then he bumped into the flying yellow puppet chick next to Ekria. "Do you want to eat fish?" said Harpy, pulling out a small dried fish from his baggage. "Meng Meng doesn't need to eat." Meng Meng shook her head. "Oh! How could it be?" Harpy rubbed his face in surprise. Unexpectedly, Meng Meng didn't pay attention to him anymore, but rushed in to find Natsu and Lucy. Harpy was about to stop it, but Lucy happened to be wearing Cancer's astral spirit clothes and walked out. And Natsu also regained the hairstyle of a year ago, and dragged Harpy in, seriously comparing it in the mirror with a serious face. "So fast." Natsu. Harpy snickered. "It's Lucy who is amazing." Natsu continued to admire her hair, not understanding what Harpy meant. Instead, Lucy, who killed the horse pistol, smacked a big bag on the head of the Harpy. Then he began to read the note that Meng Meng had sent. It turned out that the rescue Makarov Sea team formed by the Hungry Wolf Knights under the Emerald Princess had infiltrated Alvarez and was about to get in touch with Naz, Lucy and them, hoping that they would respond after receiving the message. Natsu heard Lucy read the letter, glanced at Harpy, and pulled him high into the air. Then the logo of the Fairy Tale Guild was drawn with flames. Lucy wanted to shout at Natsu if she was crazy, but when she looked back, wasn't this the same Natsu she used to be, the boy who wasn't afraid of anything? What about Alvarez? What about the disparity in strength? If you don't make a big fuss here, how can you be worthy of the late autumn scenery and the gorgeous fiery red maple leaves here? At this moment, Lucy also switched to the Sagittarius star spirit sacred clothes, and a meteor arrow shot high into the sky, responding to Natsu, and also transmitting the message to the Hungry Wolf Knights in the royal city. "Senior Akaria, I'm so sorry that stupid Natsu is going to cause you trouble again." Makarov saw the signal from Natsu and Lucy, fearing that their actions would affect Akaria. "I'm not even afraid of death, so how could I've ever been afraid of Jelf?" said Ekria calmly. And Kamika in the Hungry Wolf Knights, who received the signal at this moment, complained that it was not easy to fly into the palace with encrypted origami paper cranes, but the group of fools in Fairy Tale actually made such a big move. "Isn't that what Fairy Tale is all about?" Cosmoko asked rhetorically. "It just so happens that I want to make a big fuss here and experience the joy of the fairy tale." Yuzuki couldn't help but wave the flag in his hand. "Of course it's going to be a big fuss," said the 5 members of Witches' Sins appeared behind them. "Someone is still coming." The leader of the Hungry Wolf Knights looked at the former criminals of his country. "Rescue Team D, we don't want our president to worry about his fiancée," said Sora, sticking out his tongue at them. "Angel, you're talking too much." The knight dragged Kuno away, and then motioned for the Hungry Wolf Knights to start making a stir around the city. The regimental commander understood the intention of the Dark Knight, so he asked everyone to split up and wreak havoc in the city, provided that they did not hurt innocent people, and the bigger the noise, the better. Within a quarter of an hour, there was a commotion in all corners of the royal city of Alvarez. Even alarming Algast in the meeting. "I didn't expect you to be very strong, but you are quite capable of making trouble," said Agir, the king of the desert, to Serena. "Brantish, go deal with them." Okast gave orders to Brantish. "What a trouble! Brantish yawned and stretched again. Little Bran has been tired lately, let's let Agir go, he is still immersed in the feeling of the exhibition match and has not yet come out. At this time, the war concubine de Maria suddenly spoke up to defend Brantish. August glanced at Agil, and when he received his response, he gave him the talisman to command the kingdom's army. I don't want Agir to say that these little minions can be done by going out with the personal guards. It's just that he needs to get permission from August to search Ekria's residence. August nodded in approval, which made Argil feel extremely excited. He had long wanted to test the strength of this person who was regarded as a guest by the king, and this time he took this opportunity to go and meet her. Unexpectedly, he accidentally bumped into Lucy and Taurus Taros and knocked a group of guards out. When Agir saw Lucy, he was startled at first, and then he sent one of his men, Pogo, to arrest Lucy. Unexpectedly, Pogo's heavy punch was steadily taken by Lucy, a girl who looked thin. Then he tasted a surprise slam from Talos. This also forced Pogo to use his own magic charm. After making eye contact with him, Talos' eyes burst into love, as if he had seen some kind of heartwarming image, and then began to turn his gun on Lucy. Lucy struggled to punch Talos, but she still had the upper hand in strength, and took a few steps back. Unexpectedly, the strength of this perverted cow has increased, but it is still as fragile as ever in resisting the interference of magic. In desperation, Lucy had no choice but to close his door. Bago thought that he had bewitched a general, and he didn't want this general to be that inconspicuous girl. He also wanted to use charm magic to control Lucy, but he didn't want Lucy to instantly change into Capricorn's holy clothes and block the other party's magic with sunglasses. At the same time, it also summons Caprico, the star spirit of Capricorn, to use the forbidden magic human enslavement. The strength of everyone around except for Capricorn Saint Lucy has been weakened in all directions. Even Agir, the Desert King, felt his abilities partially weakened as Caprico approached. But he still didn't make a move, but wanted to continue to see what tricks there were in this star spirit magic that he hadn't seen in the Western continent. As a result, another of Argil's men, joined in the hand-to-hand combat with Capricorn. Lucy was amazed that even with her weakened abilities, Bai could still fight back and forth with her strongest physical star spirit. And after he became familiar with Capli Kong's moves, he gradually gained the upper hand in his punches and feet. And Lucy, who has lost the power of Taurus, also faces Pogo's absolute suppression of herself in terms of strength. Coupled with the rush of guards, even Lucy, who has the dark power of Capricorn, is gradually at a disadvantage. At this moment, a huge fist fell, smashing Pogo into the dirt. Makarov didn't want to hide in it anymore, although he was already a handful of years, but his strength still couldn't be underestimated by the enemy. Seeing Makarov's move, Churchill's belligerent blood immediately spread throughout his body. He tried to control a few people with the sand tornado, but was also seized by Makarov's giant's fist and sent out of the palace. At this time, Lucy also summoned Scorpio, who also used the sand laser cannon to knock Bai into the air. Makarov was also very relieved to see Lucy's rapid progress in the past year. He was worried that she would become depressed by the loss of the key to Aquarius, but it seems that he was too worried. As Akira and him said, new life brings infinite possibilities, and as an elder in his prime, he can guide them to become strong in order to meet a better future. Makarov's magic that regained his self-confidence has risen to a notable level. Falling leaves, too, have the protective effect of turning into dust and mud, liberate, autumn wind of falling leaves. Makarov took inspiration from Ekria and Lucy, and created a new magic. The red maple leaves that had originally fallen all over the ground rolled up a red-hot wind under the magic of the wind and fire attributes. Let the cold dew that had condensed on the ground evaporate together, dispersing the sandstorm blowing by Agir. Let's go home, Lucy. Makarov looked back at Lucy. Lucy nodded, and followed Makarov's fist all the way out of Ekria's palace. By the way, he also cleared the eyeliner that was spying on Ekria. Natsu also met Laxus and his party in the royal city, and was complained by Gajaru that his movements were too small and he didn't have the style of a fairy tale at all. Natsu threw the pot at Albaraz, whose building materials were too strong to interfere with his performance. As soon as he finished speaking, a demonic stone statue above his head was cut off and smashed on his head. He looked up and realized that it was Elsa who had changed into the star armor and smiled back at him. Immediately after that, 7 magic arrays appeared in the sky, shining with the brilliance of the stars. "Is Gerald here?" said Laxus, looking at the magic array in the sky. "No, that's Elsa." Charlulu took Wendy down from the sky and joined in the trouble. At this moment, only Jubia was looking around, looking for Gray's whereabouts. Seeing that Lucy was also there, jealousy welled up in his heart, and the water burst into several times more powerful than before. Gajaru was also alert, and it stands to reason that they should be together. And with the keen perception of the Dragon Slayer Magister, he couldn't detect Gray's scent. Could it be that the foreboding he had sensed from Jubia was really about to happen? But Wendy soon broke his uneasiness and explained how they had been separated on the island of Galakir, and that Gray might have now returned to Ishgar with the island. When Jubia heard Wendy's explanation, she was instantly relieved, and she was haunted by a sense of foreboding before, which almost made her lose her mind. "If it weren't for Leby's guidance all the way, I'm afraid I would have become a stagnant water." Chapter 20. In the hustle and bustle of the royal city, Okast also sensed that this group of intruders was definitely not a rabble. And Brandish, who is usually troublesome, also opened his eyes and activated the space law. The magical barrier spreads around Brandish, covering the entire royal city. The moment Elsa and Knight used their magic, they suddenly felt a resistance restrain them. Later, when they tried to forcibly use their magic, a mysterious force teleported them into the spatial prison set up by Brandish. At this time, Kuno, who controlled the mechanical soldier Angel, suddenly felt that the mechanical soldier he controlled was suddenly disturbed by a force, lost control, and all aimed the magic guide guns at her. Then, in the middle of the mech, a man with metal armor came out. A billy electric glow emanated from his body, and the 12 shields of Val Izet took part in it. Magic machine gun, fire. Under Val's command, all the mechs fired at the sky. Liquid earth flow wave Heitai arrived in time to support Kuno and cover her unarmed escape. At the same time, the poisonous dragon Kabula used the bloody blade of the poisonous dragon to sneak attack from behind, but he never thought that the mecha in the opponent's body was completely immune to his attack. And Kebra couldn't hear the opponent's mental state and muscle movements at all, and fell directly to the ground with a heavy blow from the back. August is angry. "This is the most ill-advised decision you have ever made." Val sneered and stomped on the head of the fallen Kebra. But in the end, Kabula was swept up by the liquid earth of Hordia and rescued him. Val, who was robbed of the prey in his mouth, did not get angry, but showed extraordinary calmness, analyzed the speed and pace of the other party, and then threw an energy bomb, which perfectly hit Hutai and allowed him to easily capture 2 prey. At this time, Agir was unable to use a wide range of sand magic during the chase. Each pursuit attack was skillfully avoided by Lucy and Makarov, and Lucy turned around and made a grimace and taunted. Enraged, he unleashed a massive sandstorm, and in an instant the royal city became dark. The whistling wind is like the wail of a terrible ghost, and it rings in people's ears. And Agir also managed to seize the opportunity by moving at high speed in the sand, blocking Lucy and Makarov. At the same time, a large number of sandstorms also broke through Brantish's barrier and scraped the space laws set by Brantish. "Agir, you idiot!" Brantish grumbled, covering his nose, about Agir's reverse efforts to help the enemy. Elsa and Dark Knight also broke free from the prison of the space law, and after exchanging glances, they stunned Brantish, who was allergic to the phoenix pollen from the dust at this time. Val also blocked his view because of the sandstorm, and the ground attribute magic bonus provided by the sandstorm to Hatterai, allowing him to use the sandstorm to create a liquid sand turbulence sneak attack successfully. And took advantage of the field advantage to drag Kabula to escape from Val's control. Agir, stupid, said Val and Brantish in the same way. August shook his head, indicating that although the 12 shields under his command possessed a huge magic power beyond that of ordinary people, however, he rarely has the opportunity to participate in the enemy's actual combat, and he lacks cooperation with his own comrades. This sandstorm not only did not give its own side an advantage in the melee, but instead put its own companions into passivity. So August gently raised the magic array in his hand, and Aguirre's sandstorm magic dissipated in an instant. Enagil, who was originally attacking Makarov with the help of the wind and sand, also stayed in midair after the sandstorm disappeared, and was knocked away by Makarov's giant fist. Almost at the same time that the laws of space disappeared, Minba and Mester instantly transferred everyone in the royal city to the Cyan Pegasus ship, Christina. After Natsu, Wendy, Gajaru, and Laxus got on the ship, they instantly felt that their heads were deprived of oxygen, and they felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Clang, and said that he finally defeated Laxus, who failed to defeat during the Great Demon fight. Lufaz, who was on the side, also said that Sting and Rog were also in the back cabin. When they came out to help, they were full of joy and high morale, and they ended up lying in the cabin the whole time. Makarov saw that some of the guilds that had become tied to him were doing their part to help. He bowed deeply and thanked them as Fairy Tale. So everyone began to push each other politely. But they agree that Ishgar would lose a lot of fun without Fairy Tale. Moreover, Albarez's invasion plan was a foregone conclusion, and it was not a bad thing for them to resist in advance, so that the enemy would know that they would not give up resisting at the feet of the giants even if they were weak. And the palace cabinet, which had lost in Ishgar, had become silent at this time. The 312 shields, which claimed to have the power to destroy the country, together with their shots, actually made a group of inconspicuous magicians make a fuss in the royal city and were able to retreat with their whole bodies. This is the greatest humiliation for Albarez since the founding of the country. There was a crisp sound of footsteps in the corridor outside the cabinet. Returning from the chaos was their king, Julf. He was followed by the last member of the Guardian 12, the Winter General Greyfol Pasta. But what August didn't expect was that Emperor Julf was not angry at the farce brought by Ishgar. Rather, it means that this interesting game has just begun, because he has been defeated once at the hands of the fairy commander, although the other party has paid the price of his life. But he always got a defeat at the hands of that girl. For this reason, this revenge battle against the Ishgar continent will make him excited. It is true that the lack of cohesion in the 12 shields of the Guardian is true, but as long as one of the 12 shields is dispatched, it can give the other party a catastrophe. Moreover, the group of dragon gods in the north seems to be unable to hold back, and Ishgar has become the prey of the two forces. Coupled with the desire for profit of some small countries in the surrounding areas, as long as they are slightly incited, they are the best weapons to slaughter goblins. Mibbies, are you ready for my declaration of war? Jerf opened his blood-red eyes. Officially announced to his 12 shields that the game of attacking Ishgar has officially begun. Cyan Pegasus ship, Christina, flies back into the airspace of Ishgar. Mibbies, who was standing on the Sirius tree and looking out, had a relieved smile on her face. Volod Sinkin stood beside Mibbies and looked at the sky of Ishgar. Sighed at the passage of time, and did not expect that it was 100 years ago that he and Mibbies met. And when the adventure team was formed at the beginning of Sirius Island, he was left alone at this moment. What is the meaning of life? Why did they become each other's best friends in the long river of life, and how did they go from a completely different path because of a misunderstanding of magic? I'm afraid that even if he lives for another 100 years, it will be difficult for him to figure it out. Yes, our magic comes from Jelf, the darkness that the fairy tale can never erase. What would everyone say of us if they knew that the origin of fairy tale was the one who brought untold calamity to Ishgar? Muttered Mibbies. The strength we aspire to is the power to protect our companions, which is why I chose plant magic when I chose the first magic, and why I have studied only this one magic in my life. But the years always like to play tricks on people, and in the end, I myself became the only one alive. Yuri, who also sacrificed to protect his companions. If the war comes again, then it's time for me to rush to the front. Don't be kidding, you're still suitable for rear support. At this age, I want to do something different. The sky is so blue in Ishgar. Lucy sighed as she looked at her beautiful homeland. After Christina landed, everyone dragged their tired bodies back to their homes. Only Jubia stood alone in the alley where she had met Lucy. Mistress Grey is gone. Jubia stood in place with a blank look in his eyes. After stepping on Magnolia, even if she didn't enter the guild, she could sense that the person she had in mind did not return to the guild. Ruby glanced at Gajaru. He nodded, and asked Libby to lend Jubia a shoulder, without any words. Jubia's head rested on Reba's body, and she felt that there were two new beings in Reba's body, sensitive to liquids. She suddenly realized that she shouldn't be sad about it. I shouldn't be the one Lord Grey fears. His fate was already too bitter for him to be a burden himself, like the clothes he wore on him. Reba, I'm all right. Thank you. Jubia smiled and waved goodbye to Gajaru. That smile was like a rainy day after a battle with Grey. Libby asks Gajaru if she doesn't need to accompany her. Gajaru says that he knows Jubia and needs to give her a comfortable space and time at this time. Besides, Grey has no news, which is the best news so far. Libby nodded, then looked at her slightly bulging belly, and made a wish on these two future lives, hoping that this new life would bring new miracles to Fairy Tale. The sky in Ishgar is so blue. After bidding farewell to the witches since 5, Elsa sees Gerald holding a bouquet of bright red roses in Magnolia's river bridge. You know, I never cared about these rituals. Elsa said shyly with her back to Gerald. Because seeing the color of the flower reminds me of the girl named Scarlet, that's the color of her hair. Gerald turned the shy Elsa around, and then kissed the girl as a pair of petrels skimmed the water. Elsa's eyes widened in disbelief and she saw that the sky of Ishgar that day was the same indigo blue as Gerald's hair. Grandpa, you look old again. Laxus crouched down halfway and motioned for Makarov to come to his back. Bastard, I don't want me to pass on the chairmanship to you. Makarov furious. That's not up to you, it's our youth. Laxus grabbed him and pressed him over his shoulder. Bastard, I'm going to take you. I'm not going to leave the guild again, Grandpa. I'm going to be like you, guarding the guild until the last moment. Makarov gradually gave up the struggle and shed tears of happiness. Because the little hairy boy in his eyes has finally grown up and become a strong and gentle man. He may not be the best candidate for the next president, but he is definitely the strongest backing of Fairy Tale. The sky in Ishgar was blue, and Wendy and Charlulu were also quietly sitting on the beach in the dormitory. Wendy thanked Xiaolulu for her constant companionship, from the cat's state to the fairy tale. All made Wendy feel the warmth brought to her by her family when she came to this world alone. And Xiaolulu has always taken care of herself, enlightened herself, and protected herself like her own sister. Xiaolulu also held Wendy's hands, because she was also the first person she saw in this world, although she couldn't go back to her homeland, but she was also happy because she could share a piece of the sky with Wendy. Natsu and Harpy also returned to their messy cabin. Harpy asks him why he doesn't go to Lucy's clean room to roll around and steal a snack. Natsu looked at Harpy very seriously. He wanted Lucy to have a good rest. Then he pinched his face and told him not to go trick-or-treating. On this trip to Albaraz, Lucy was already very tired. Moreover, he is also worried about Grey now. The kid who didn't get along with himself since he was a child. But it was also in the fight with him that they had different emotions and bonds. Only he knew best, and although Grey's fist was cold, his heart was as hot as his flames. But he, like Jubia, now feels as if Grey has disappeared from this world. The sky in Ishgar was blue and clean, without a single cloud. But at this moment, how he wished that there was a snow falling in front of his eyes, because every year when it snowed, Gray would always be able to weigh himself down. Strange to say, he was never willing to admit that he would lose to Gray in a fight, but at this moment, how he hoped that Gray would come back and rush in front of him and punch himself. For that would at least prove that his own hunch was inaccurate. On that day, the sky in Ishgar was blue. Chapter 21. In the darkness of the night, the stars in the sky are brilliant. Lucy stretched and stepped out of the balcony in her pajamas to admire the calm night of Magnolia. She looked at one of the last birthday presents her father had given her, a crystal keyring. She looked at the sky through the keyring, and under the starlight, she seemed to see her mother, Layla, summoning Aquarius in front of her for the first time when she was a child. Although she longed for fairy tale when she was a child, she didn't expect that she would actually become one of them. Grunt, a hungry voice came from under the balcony. She stretched out her head to look, and saw a rub of cherry hair, and a smile with big white teeth. "Hi Lucy." Natsu said hello. "It's not that we're gluttonous this time, it's that the food Natsu hid a year ago has gone bad," said Harpy, pretending to be serious. "Of course it's going to go bad, it's been a year," exclaimed Lucy. But by the time Lucy suddenly realized that her voice was affecting the neighbors, the landlady was already staring fiercely on the balcony next door. Lucy had no choice but to let the two destroyers into her house and cook them 2 bowls of noodle soup. Gugugu Natsu ate the soup and noodles in one go, then wiped her mouth and asked Lucy if she had anything else. Lucy embarrassedly said that this was also her last inventory, because she hadn't been back to Magnolia for a year. Harpy, who was eating soundly at the moment, stopped instantly. Chased Lucy frantically with angry cat's claws. Lucy smiled and dodged by saying that she was joking. Natsu threw a pillow at him and knocked Lucy against the wall. "Okay, you did it first, my cultivation this year, I should be fine with you after a few moves." Lucy picked up the key and prepared to activate the Star Spirit Sacred Cloak to fight Natsu. "Wait Lucy," said Harpy, trying to reach out to stop the two. A roar was heard, and a red light flashed, and Lucy was blown out by a roar from Natsu and fell into the river outside the rental window. "Lucy, there is water at home, you don't have to go to the river to bathe," said Harpy taunting at the window. Lucy was angry and wanted to swim back to shore, but a fireball in the sky fell and smashed on the surface of the river, setting off a huge wave. A few more fireballs followed, causing the rooftops of the town's houses to burst into flames. Natsu jumped out of the window in fear and saw a dense array of warships flying in the sky, dropping flame demon missiles on the town. Natsu wants to rush out to deal with the enemy, but is worried that Lucy will be hurt by the fireball bullet she just hit. At this point, Jobia picks Lucy up from the water and tells Natsu to hurry up and deal with the sudden air raid. Natsu nodded, took a breath of the surrounding flames, and let the Harpy carry him into the sky. At this moment, within the Union, the spirits of Mebis and Makarov have begun to prepare for the deployment of emergency defense systems. The cult of Laxus and the Thunder God are working together to carry out a magical defense in the Cathedral of Chaldea, the center of the town, to ensure the safety of urban residents. The sorceresses, led by Marajan Khanna and Ribi, are responsible for evacuating and relocating the townspeople's inhabitants from enemy air raids. At this time, 3 beams of light scurried in the sky in the battleship, knocking down some of the vanguard's ships one by one. But what is strange is that no enemy was found in the downed spaceship. Only the wreckage of the fallen battleship. Mebis looked at the sky with satisfaction, praising the tacit understanding that a fairy tale should have, and she was about to let the 3 of them take the lead to scout the strength of the enemy army. With Natsu as the core of the attack, Gajaru as a powerful defensive shield, and Wendy as the support for strengthening support and healing, it can be said that it is a perfect combination. But Makarov touched his chin and worried that it would not matter if they had been fighting in the air, in case they accidentally landed on the enemy's ship. Velch. Mebis said that she hadn't thought about it, and that the 3 of them wouldn't be stupid enough to jump onto an enemy ship, would they? But as soon as Mebis finished speaking, the three of them discovered the main battleship that controlled all the ships, and then parachuted heroically onto the enemy's ships. Agir on the spaceship just wanted to learn how many pounds and tails his king's legendary brother had, but the moment they landed on the spaceship from the solace of their feet, he felt his stomach tumble, spit out what he had eaten at night, and then fainted in a circle. This made Agir, who was a bit of a cleanliness fetish, look embarrassed. Then he ordered his men to control the warships and continue to bombard the town. However, by this time, Fred had already turned on the Warlock's defense system as the others had gone to rescue Makarov, and had written down the Warlock's defense system according to Mebis's foresight. At the same time, Laxus also added the magic of the Temple of Songs to the Warlock's defense system. The wide area electromagnetic barrier not only blocked the fireball attack, but also produced the effect of the living link of the Divine Shrine. The powerful electric current accurately returns the attack to the ship that emitted the fireball. Suddenly, thunder roared, lightning erupted, and almost all the battleships were destroyed by the Divine Singing Temple. At this time, Agir, who was in the main battleship, saw that the other party was using the magic defense system, so he asked one of his men to inform the Val, who could crack the spell, to lead his mech fighting team to attack on the ground. And he himself is to deal with the 3 Dragon Slayer wizards who have soiled their battleships. Boom! A huge magic beam cannon shot at Agir. However, Agir only used his magic power to defend against the magic beam cannon Jubit, who had shattered Elsa's strongest defensive armor, the Vatra armor. It turned out that Biska was also arranged by Mebis to use a long-range magic beam cannon to snipe the enemy leader. But what Mebis didn't calculate was that such a powerful blow was actually defused by the other party lightly. But despite this, Mebis still offered the third plan that was quickly drawn up to deal with the sudden attack of the air team, Elsa, the Queen of the Fairies. Elsa slashed the bow of the ship with a single sword, kicking Natsu and the others in the direction of the march of the land combat forces arranged by Val and Argil. Agir saw Elsa's intentions and praised him for his excellent battle plan. But he will also let Elsa see clearly today that in the face of absolute strength, all tactics are just scratching the itch in the boots. Elsa was not deterred by his intimidation, and quickly changed into the armor of the family and used the sword of the family Chaos to test the reality of the other party. However, Agir stood still and didn't move, but turned his body into an elemental, blocking Elsa's attack. Elsa learned about his magical qualities, and in an instant she changed into the armor of the Sea King, intending to use the water's ability to condense sand and cause damage to Agir. But Aguirre's movements were just as swift, and he turned around and interrupted Elsa's attack with a sand dance. She knocks Elsa back through the turbulent flow of sand, and then uses the surrounding sand to condense into a ball to control Elsa's actions while attacking. And Elsa also saw the other party's intentions, and it was another set of flowing clothes, using the armor of the wind god to blow a whirlwind to blow away the sand and soil of Agil. Wind. Agir saw that the other party had touched one of the areas he was best at, and used his powerful magic to forcibly reverse the direction of Elsa's whirlwind, and used the reverse whirlwind to roll up sand and dust to form a closed chain to trap Elsa in it. Elsa struggled desperately in the whirlwind, but the turbulence of the sand continued to wrap around the direction of her struggle as if it could sense her movements, making it almost impossible to break free. Agir admonishes Elsa not to put up a useless resistance, a magic that even the god Serena has not been able to break free from. But what made him feel pity was that if it weren't for the war, he would still want to compete with Elsa in physical skills. But now I'm sorry that as a pioneer officer, he had to take off Elsa's head in order to boost the morale of their army. He took shape of a sand axe and pinched Elsa's face to cut off her head. But at this time, Elsa switched to the star armor, shining like a star in the dark night, shining a little starlight. Sent a second sniper signal to Bethka in the distance. At the same time, Agir's eyes were flickered by the light, and he instinctively closed them for a second or two. And it was this golden time of 2 seconds that Agir was defenseless, and he took a solid shot from the magic guide beam cannon Jubit. With the removal of Aguirre's magic, Elsa also seized the opportunity to change into the armor of the gods. With a single move, Celestial One God, Starlight, the broadsword wrapped in colorful light slashed at Agil, who was stunned by the magic guide beam cannon. The powerful impact caused Agir to fall from the battleship, and this first wave of sky defense battles, with the command of Mibis and the skillful cooperation of Fairy Tail, was considered to have successfully regained control of the sky. And although Agir, who fell from the battleship, was angry at the moment, he considered that he accidentally injured his own people by unleashing a large-scale magic in the royal city last time. He restrained his temper, made a note of this secret loss in his heart, and spit out this sullen breath in the next day. Natsu, Wendy, and Gajaru are sweeping the frontal land forces with all their might. Natsu and Gajaru even compared the number of enemies they had knocked down. But after fighting for a while, Wendy noticed that the group of soldiers on land seemed to be a little weak in fighting. There were almost no opponents at the cadre level. Could it be that the enemy adopted the tactics of attacking the east and the west? And the truth is indeed as they thought, Natsu and they are dealing with nothing more than a group of mechanical soldiers that can be reorganized indefinitely. The three people who discovered the problem were already trapped in the formation set up by the enemy, and although the strength of this group of enemies was not good, they were huge in number and very difficult. Even the three transcendents who wanted to fly out to break out of the encirclement were caught by these nets laid by the mechanical soldiers of block metal. These guys are so annoying. Xiaolulu, a humanoid who was pulled by her skirt, complained. "I'll give you my favorite fish, and you let go of Xiaolulu," said Harpy, smashing the fish against the mechanic. "Ha ha ha, I've got away, Gajaru, eat them." Natsu laughed loudly. "I don't eat. That's not iron." Gajaru looked at Natsu with disdain. The real main forces led by Val had already unraveled Fried's spell from another direction and broke into the city one after another. At this moment, Fried also sensed that his technique had become a loophole, and the enemy who was approaching them was very powerful. Just as Fried was about to withdraw to meet the enemy, he was grabbed by the shoulder by Laxus. He felt that the enemy did not have the ability to unlock a wide range of techniques, and that they were only attacking the weakest points of the techniques. So the number of enemies coming in won't be too many at the moment, and this will be solved by him. Otherwise, once the spell is unraveled, a large number of enemies will pour in, and I am afraid it will be difficult for them to hold on. Fried gave a worried look at Laxus, hoping that Abagreen and Bigusru would go with him. But he was rejected by Laxus, because he felt that at this moment, the Thor should be guarding the core of Magnoria's current defense, Frid himself. And Myra Jane and Ribikana, who had settled the townspeople, also received the news that the operation had been cracked. Leaving the other magicians to look after and protect the inhabitants, the three of them went to fix the hole that had been breached by the enemy. Coincidentally, after arranging the four cadres of the weakness analysis soldier to act separately, the three of Val and Myra Jane, who were heading straight for the Chaldea Cathedral, passed across the street. However, Mirajan and her party were still confronted by a group of scattered squads. In order not to alarm the other enemies, Mirajan took over the spirit of Satan, Mirajan Sarah. Use a combination of command spells and hypnotic magic to bring down a group of soldiers. Both Kana and Reba praise Myra Jane for being reliable, but also discover that some of the soldiers are immune to Mirajan's hypnosis because of the robots. Ruby looked at Mirajan and asked for a solution. I saw Myra Jane clench her fists and say the most hateful words with the cutest expression. If you don't obey, just beat it with your fists. Kana said that it is worthy of the excellent style of Fairy Tail. And at the moment when Kana complained, all those people were eliminated by Myra Jane. And the Val, which walked straight towards the Chaldea Cathedral, met Laxus head-on. Are you the one who unlocks the technique? Asked Laxus. I don't bully the sick. Val analyzed, discovering that Laxus had old wounds. Although he has improved a lot after conditioning, it is still not the strength that he can exert when he recovers. One sick number is enough for you. Laxus defiantly said. Val ignored him and instead walked towards his first target, Fred. Because only by breaking through him can the army outside the city attack with all its troops. Boom! A thunderclap struck Val's body. Val glanced back at Laxus, and seemed to have thoughts of going to war with him. Chapter 22. Laxus and the Val of the 12 Shields went head-to-head, and the thunder of the sky collided with the mecha electromagnetism, making the night magnolia illuminate as much as day. In the interval between the confrontation with Laxus, Val issued an order to attack the Chaldea Cathedral with the 4 weak soldiers he had brought. Laxus felt something strange and was knocked to the ground by an elbow in a moment of distraction. Laxus prostrate on the ground, receiving continuous attacks from the other party until he spat out a mouthful of black blood. But at the same time, a circle of words appeared on the ground. Val realized that the man in front of him actually knew how to do magic. In order to prevent himself from falling into the trap of the spell, he immediately cleared the spell with the elimination spell. But at the moment of the clearance, Laxus softly thanked Fred. Val also reacted instantly, and found that the spell was a text bound to the magic barrier particles in his body. Now that the technique is gone, it means that all the residual poison in his body has been removed. I really can't underestimate you. An old wound that is difficult for the best doctors in Ishgar to heal was actually healed by one of your warriors. Laxus stood up, the particles of thunder and lightning gathering in his hand, crackling. Warrior, is this what you're looking forward to? Val saw that the fully embodied Laxus became serious, and also turned on his warrior form. I'm on fire. Laxus and Val acted at the same time, and the two beams collided violently. The scattered electric light also pierced through all the stone pillars of the surrounding houses. Inside the Chaldea Cathedral, 4 weakness robots also break through the window. Both Abagreen and Bigusru were a little unresponsive. However, in order not to interfere with Fried, the two of them separately attacked the 2 weak robots. Elf machine gun. Light particle cannon. Abagreen and Bigusru attacked at the same time. After seeing that the weak robot avoided their attacks, it scanned them with a mechanical eye and analyzed their abilities. When Bigusru wanted to use magic again, his soul possession magic was purified by the Sanskrit sound magic matched by the weak robot. And Abagreen, who wants to use the petrified eye to support, is also ineffective because the other party is a robot. Even her scale bomb is consumed by a black hole summoned by the weak android man. At this moment, the two who are slightly weaker in physical skills are very easy to be ravaged by the weak robot. Blowing snow, White Earth EV of the Cyan Pegasus rushes over and unleashes snow magic to contain the weak robot. Immediately after that, the Cyan Pegasus appeared outside the door of the Chaldea Cathedral with Lotus and Hibiki on the night. Hibiki retrieved the 4 weaknesses from the database magic, and the robot was forged by the alchemy of the northern continent. Let them pay attention to their gaze overnight, and they can't be scanned to analyze their weaknesses, and try to solve them with one trick. Ren followed Hibiki's advice and dodged the weak robot's gaze. And attacked them using the sky magic empty magic ball. But to his surprise, these weak robots can not only use scanning to analyze enemies. Their weaknesses can also be analyzed by the strength of their magic. Even if there is a knight of fragrant magic blessed with the ability double. Eevee and Hibiki are still defeated by fire and lightning magic. Hibiki also blocked his database magic due to the electromagnetic interference of one of the weak robots. Hibiki, who lacks analytical ability, is also knocked down by a weak robot that moves at high speed with physical skills. At this point, the weakness robot suddenly stopped attacking, as if it had received some information. 3 of them evacuated, leaving only one of them to confront the knight head-on. One night teacher, the 3 men who fell from the Cyan Pegasi pinned all their hopes on one night. Mr. Robot, I think you need to elevate your tastes. One night, a teleporter came to the weakness robot and began to introduce him to the perfume suitable for robots. The weakness robot blinked and sent a scanning light at it, revealing that the person was actually full of weaknesses, and he didn't know where to start. There's a flaw. A bright light flashed in front of his eyes one night, sensing the hesitation of his opponent. The weak robot also sensed that it had an attack intent overnight, but its reaction was a little slower. Mama fruit perfume. One night lightning sprinkled a bottle of yellow perfume overnight, forming a huge electric barrier around it, gathering magic power overnight, flicking out lightning and hitting the weak robot. Yes, one night teacher, the three handsome men of the Cyan Pegasi began to cheer. This is a perfume that can be compared to the masculine smell of Laxus. Man stirred his bangs overnight. This beautiful scene made Fried, who was maintaining his defensive technique, almost collapse. Fortunately, with his imagination of Laxus's perfect body, he barely stabilized the magic array in his hand. But after a night of electrolyte attacks, the weak robot didn't seem to be harmed, but became more excited. It seems that this enemy is not only immune to lightning, but also, like Natsu, use lightning as food to replenish energy. Thinking of the three weak robots who had just left, if they were to besiege Laxus, would he be able to handle it? At this time, the weak robot in the church turned the absorbed magic into accelerated energy, punched the lower abdomen of the knight, and knocked it into the bronze bell of the church, making a dang-dang sound. The weakness robot turned this combat experience into program code and wrote it into the system. People like this who are weak all over the body, there's no need to analyze how to restrain it, just crush it with absolute strength. But this time he recorded learning, and it is estimated that it will be the last. Because at this time, during the night inside the bronze bell, he had strengthened his body with power perfume, and the strong muscles directly burst the bronze bell. With every step he took, he could feel the floor vibrate. Analyze, the weakness bot scanned the night again. But this time, no matter how much he aimed his gaze at the night, the skin turned out to be a red cross. With a bang, a close one-night punch fell, directly smashing the weak robot into a pile of scrap metal. Only one core energy source rolled out. Mr. Knight, be careful. Fried noticed something was wrong with the core energy source, and shouted a warning to Knight. At this time, Yi also realized the danger, and hurriedly rushed over to pick up the green core energy source. Then he used his legs to burst out all the strength of his body, and directly hit the ceiling of the church and rose into the air. With a bang, a huge explosion was created over the Chaldea Cathedral. When Val saw the situation in the Chaldea Cathedral, he smiled triumphantly. The energy of this weak robot's explosion was enough to blow the guy who used the technique to pieces. This also distracted Laxus a lot, because he didn't know what was going on in the church, in case Fried. Before Laxus could think about it, Val's flying kick hit him directly in the knee. With a click, the joint of Laxus's knee appeared to break, and he knelt on one knee in front of Val in pain. Boom, boom, Val unleashed another series of magic bombs, scarring Laxus. I have to admit that you are an opponent worth knocking down. Because no one in Alvarez can survive a fight against the 12 shields for so long. I admire your strength, but you just met me. Val gathered energy in his hand and formed a blade of light aimed at Laxus's head. When I say this, I want to return it to you as it is. Laxus, who had a broken foot, pressed against his red and swollen knee and exerted force with one foot, saying that the thunder and lightning gathered in his head and gave Val a hammer on the head. Such a close and powerful collision caused the program in Val's mind to suddenly appear chaotic. But it was quickly repaired by his system. However, Laxus's attack did not stop there, and another blow of the Thunder Dragon's heavy wrist hit Val in the back. Hit him until he coughed up a spark. The hard metal shell on the back also showed large and small cracks. But Val was quick to fix it. In this way, Laxus wounded Val for several minutes. Val also repaired himself for a few minutes. Finally, the exhausted Laxus fell to the ground, and his willpower was no longer to the extent that Val admired. It even made Val, a robot without a heart, feel a little heartbeat. Val then received a message from the Desert King Argur using a contact robot that the army of the Kingdom of Furit had launched a surprise attack on them. The third of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar also joined the war to protect Magnolia. In order not to encircle and suppress the vanguard troops they brought, they could only choose to retreat temporarily. Wait until Albaraz's army officially arrives before going head-to-head. Val looked at the dying Laxus and thought that keeping him would be a hidden danger for Albaraz in the future. So I wanted to get to know the enemy in front of me. But his lightsaber was eventually blocked by a flaming fist. Just as he had rescued Makarov at the hands of 3 assassins, Natsu once again used his arm to stand in front of his companions. Protect these guild powerhouses who once protected themselves behind him. Laxus. Natsu looked back and exchanged glances with Laxus. Natsu remembered the handsome figure when Laxus rained thunder from the sky on Sirius Island, remembered the scene when he turned all his magic power into thunder and lightning and gave it to him, and then endured Hades, Prizito's Amaterasu 28 rules, with a flesh and blood body without magical power, and remembered the scene when he woke up with the roar of the thunder flame dragon that ran through the entire Sirius Island. Now, Natsu wants to show Albaraz's vanguard the power of the fairy tale bond with the same power. Flames and lightning intertwined, and Natsu's eyes became fierce, and the roar condensed in his mouth. Even Val, who had experienced a lot of battles, felt the shock of this power, and he tried to flee. But Natsu grabbed his wrist. A roar of the thunder dragon resounded through the sky, piercing the night. Val's body gradually faded away in the air, only this time, someone gave him a ride. Natsu. Laxus smiled at the young man in front of him. He didn't expect him to be able to roar with such power on his own, and he felt very relieved in his heart. Before Natsu could finish his sentence, he fell to the ground from exhaustion and fell asleep. And with Natsu's roar, the support of many fraternal guilds rose up, and the remnants of Albaraz's vanguard were wiped out. Kagura of the Mermaid's Heel and Minba of the Sword-Biting Tiger meet with Elsa again, only this time they are not rivals in the martial arts arena of the Great Demon Director, but close friends who fight side by side. Kagura's gravitational magic shook the earth, limiting enemy movement to what the soles of their feet could touch. Minba's absolute realm makes it impossible for every enemy to escape the explosion of the surrounding space. In the end, the Akatsuki 16 blades under Elsa's red Sakura demon knife slashed all the enemies in front of him. Lucy, who wakes up, meets Yukino and recites a spell at the stars. Let the magic of the stars shine once again on this continent. Their final story of the Star Atlas also dealt with Shiga, a famous general who led the army under the command of Agil. With his thoughts of grey, Jubiya and Melty use the magic of merger, the Water Covenant. Countless water swords shuttled through the enemy's camp, slashing down the horses and cavalry one by one. Everyone seems to have found the best partner outside of their guild in this continent. Elfman and the Four-Headed Hound's Macho Army, Wendy and Shelia's Sky Combo, Myra Jane and Cyan Pegasus Jenny, the former Zero Darian and the Witch's Sins of the Six Demons also form a wonderful match, and Bunny Maru leads Romeo to a new generation of sorcerers. They are not just protecting the city of Magnolia, but their entire continent and their homeland. Makarov stood in front of the Senate, the former 10 saints and 10 magisters, and now there were only 5 of them left. The burden of the entire continent may not be able to rely entirely on their group of old people in the future. Perhaps among the new generation of magicians, there will be magicians who are better and more outstanding than them. And before they retire, they are bound to protect this continent, even if their opponent is Jelf, Albaraz's guardian 12 shields. They will uphold the spirit of the 10 holy wizards, and create a stable and peaceful magical world for their descendants. Perhaps comfort makes them forget how to realize their ambition to expand abroad, but protecting this comfort will make them extremely powerful. Chapter 23. In the forest on the outskirts of Magnolia, patches of shiny particles flew to the same place. The wounds on Val's body were also slowly recovering from the rare light source of the early morning. He could have relied on Laxus Thunderbolt to repair himself, but he didn't expect to cause irreparable damage under the fusion of thunder and fire. The scorching flames melted his metallic skin, and the lightning disrupted his signaling system, making his repair core unusually slow. In order to repair himself better and faster and reduce the leakage of energy, he slowly shrunk his body to the size of a cat. Blinking, a large, round eye stared curiously at Val. Val saw a child watching him as he accompanied his father up the mountain to pick herbs. Immediately began to disguise itself as a well-behaved mechanical toy. Seeing that the child had been staring at the ground, the child's father also came over. After seeing what seemed to be a lost mechanical toy, he also let down his guard, and just told the child to leave the things where they were and let his owner come back to look for them. The kid was reluctant to do so because of his curiosity, but he finally agreed to leave Val in his place. He hung a bracelet made of red beans around Val's neck. Val was curious to scan and analyze him, only to discover that the child had a congenital disease. The core that had been shocked by Laxus seemed to be beating wildly again at this moment. When he was created by alchemy, he was considered a heartless combat weapon. He has also always carried out the style of executing orders according to procedures. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that he suddenly had his own consciousness, understood how to think unexpectedly about his own program, and he wanted to heal this lovely child in front of him. "Haven't heard from your general yet?" Argir questioned Alpha 07, the leader of Val's Mech Legion. "No signal from the general at this time," Alpha 07 replied. Shiga was defeated, and Val was nowhere to be found. In order to prevent the fairy tale from diverting their ultimate weapon before the Combine arrives, Agir decides to bring despair to the city that has brought them down. Agir stepped out of his tent and looked at the nearby highest Kek peak, deciding to unleash the field magic hot sand land on it. Let this water city that grows on the canal become a dry desert. At the top of the mountain, Aguirre's hands covered the entire mountain one by one, and a magic circle appeared in the sky. As the billowing sand and dust hit strongly, the earth began to heat up, and all the water in the original river channel was evaporated, revealing a cracked river channel. The fish swimming in the water were dehydrated in an instant. The fruit trees and their crops withered. Agir also shouted to Magnolia in his mindfulness that he would undo the magic as long as the elf's tail handed over the meteor, Elvin's heart. This move by Agir not only reduced the possibility of a confrontation between the two armies, but also diverted the contradiction and put pressure on the tail of the fairy. Because the meteor, fairy's heart, is originally the top secret of the fairy's tail. And the reason why Albaraz went to war with Ishgar turned out to be because of the fairy tale. At this time, Makarov, who was discussing with the other 4 Holy 10 demon guides, suddenly felt embarrassed. Even Fairy Tale's founder, Vlad Sinkin, was shocked by this. Because he had no way of knowing the secret. Although he has heard a lot of rumors over the years, and most of these rumors are related to Mibis. He understood the goblin's tale top secret as Jelfs teaching them magic. And the people in the town heard that this disaster was related to the tale of the fairy. Some of the radicals began to blame the fairy tale. They can all forgive the small fights in the past, the destruction of houses, and the destruction of stalls. Because the fairy tale has indeed helped them solve a lot of troubles. Let their lives be rich. Now, not only is the year's harvest gone, but even the water they rely on has dried up. Coupled with the wind and sand that does not see the light of day, it not only makes children feel frightened. Even adults can be frightened by the occasional monster in a sandstorm. But there are also people who are bold enough to find water. There seems to be a well of water in the fairy tale girls' dormitory, and it seems that there is always water coming out of it because of a mysterious magical barrier. So some greedy people began to fight and scold, and seized the only water source in the whole city. But as soon as the water passes through the sandstorm, it is dried by the scorching earth and sucked dry by the dry sand. Although Fairy Tale wants to maintain order, the secrets of Meteor, Fairy Heart, have caused them to lose credibility. When the people saw the usually gentle and kind Marajan, they also began to pick up stones from the ground and throw them at him, saying that she was a demon in human skin. And Elfman and Lishna, who defended their sister, were also scolded as monsters and brutes. Makarov was very uncomfortable when he saw his family suffering such foul language. The balance of honor and disgrace in the heart of weighing secrets and family has begun to waver. He sighed deeply. What is the identity of this holy ten? What is his reputation? As long as he can protect his family, then he will not hesitate to make him the sinner of fairy tale. Makarov made Walian turn on the magic of reading, ready to reveal the secret of Meteor, the heart of the fairy. Let me say it, because it's a sin I've caused. Mebis appeared behind Makarov. The first generation. Makarov glanced back at the elder who still looked like a girl. Mebis took a deep breath and told her story with Jelf. She was once a servant of the Red Lizard, an ancient guild on Sirius Island. Since childhood, he has lived with the president's daughter, Zella. He was in charge of Zella's diet and became a companion at Zella's school of witchcraft and wizardry. But one of the Red Lizards in the guild was a treasure called Sky Wolf Jade, which was a treasure that everyone wanted at that time. Because it is the essence of the soul of the wolf god after death, it is said to contain extremely powerful magic. Later, a guild called the Cyan Skull attacked the Red Lizard's guild and slaughtered its members. In order to force the leader of the Red Lizard to hand over the Sirius Jade, they took Zella hostage. But the Red Lizard's leader is reluctant to divulge the guild's top secrets to his rival guild. So he killed himself in front of his daughter. Zella was devastated at the time, and she didn't know anything about the world, only knowing that the Cyan Skeleton magicians were bad people who hurt their fellow people. In the end, because of stubborn resistance, the enemy's deadly magic beam passed through the heart. And the blood dripped onto the Sirius Jade hidden in the underground of the guild. Then a burst of red light erupted from the floor, taking the lives of all Cyan Skeleton mages. This includes Robin, the eldest son of the main leader of the Cyan Skeleton leader. Miraculously, this red light protected Mebis, who had already fainted. She took the form of her best friend Zella and lived with Mebis on Sirius Island. At that time, Mebius, who was still young, was looking through a lot of ancient books of magic in the library of the Red Lizard Guild. He wants to find a way to resurrect his friend Zella. Unfortunately, there is no magical record of life in any of the magic books. Later, in an inconspicuous corner, she found a long-forgotten book of stories. Although it was not a magic book, Mebis read it with relish, and shared the interesting stories of the ancients in it with the Sirius Jade transformed into Zella. But when Mebis reads the story from 300 years ago, she discovers that an archmage named Jelf has been studying the magic of resurrection, including the R system, the Tower of Paradise, and the Eclipse Gate. But the books record the story, but there is no detailed record of these two magics. And there is no way for Mebis to verify the authenticity. But he still secretly wrote down the name of Jelf in his heart, hoping to find a magic book about him in the future. Coincidentally, on the same day that Mebis discovered Jerf's storybook, 3 treasure-hunting teenagers came to the island. One is handsome with blonde hair and a warm personality, but a little frizzy. One is calm and gives people an unfathomable aura, and the other has a gentle temperament and is responsible for reconciling the 2 partners who are hot and cold. And these 3 people are the founders of the fairy tale guild that he later founded with Mebis. Yuri, the father of Makarov, Prezito, the second president of Fairy Tale, who later turned Black Hades for his pursuit of Jelf's great wizarding world, and Volod Sinkin, the 4th of the 10 wizards. Mebis had intended to use phantom magic to conjure monsters to scare them away. Because several groups of people who explored Sirius Island before had operated like this. But the 3 people she met this time were not simple. Mebis's magic was actually seen through by a Prezito who couldn't do magic, and Yuri found out the mischievous girl Mebis. However, when they learn that Mebis and Zella are survivors of the Red Lizard, they immediately changed their unreasonable attitude towards them. Instead, they flattered in every way, hoping that they would be able to tell the whereabouts of the heirloom Heavenly Wolf Jade. But they had been grinding Mebis for several days, and had been treated as a subordinate by Mebis for many days, and they had not been able to get the information they wanted. In the process, Mebis discovers that Prezito, who has a keen sense of observation, actually begins to look at the magic books in the library. And he used some basic magic without a teacher. This also shocked Mabis, who was already talented in magic. And after a few days of getting along, Mabis also found out that they are not actually bad people. I gradually let down my guard against them in my heart. Aside from the current identity of Zella, she can answer any questions they are curious about. And became a half-baked teacher, and began to teach them some of the magic recorded in the magic books. Yuri felt that he needed to protect his companions and that he needed to have the strength to defeat his enemies. So I chose the thunder and lightning magic with strong attack power. This magic is a lot of mana, but it's very useful to fight. And Volodsinkin likes to assist his teammates behind the scenes, coupled with his calm personality. At the recommendation of Mabis, he chose plant magic from the light attribute and plant magic. Presido, the most magically gifted, reads all the magic he sees, and can use it in a clever way. During the time they were learning magic, each of them experienced the joy that their companions brought to them. The trio also gradually forgot the purpose of their search for the Sky Wolf Jade. Instead, as their magical strength grew, they began to compete with each other on the island. Each time, it was Preshedo who beat the other two people to the point that they were covered in bags. They spent months giggling like this. However, their happy time on the island was soon shattered by a secondary attack by the Cyan Skeletons. This time, it was Chopley, the leader of the Cyan Skeleton, who had landed on the island in person, and his purpose was also to search the entire island to find the Sirius Jade he had always dreamed of. But the moment he sees Zella, the pain of losing his son makes him hate Zella. He uses his magic to summon the ghost to tell Zella to bind, and then begins to abuse her, forcing her to tell the whereabouts of the Sirius Jade. Seeing this scene, Mabis, who had returned from collecting fruits, immediately used the elf's glorious rudimentary magic, and the divine aura repelled the ghosts around Zella. And bluffed to create a group of phantoms of the Red Lizard Guild members in an attempt to bluff Chopley. But this experienced magician saw through Mabis's trick at a glance. With a slight lift of his arm, he cracked Mabis' phantom magic, and used the magic of the dark attribute to summon the phantom soldiers, and once again took Zella and Mabis down. The trio, who heard the commotion, also thought that they had learned something, and Yuri and Preshedo copied it, and Sinkin coordinated as a rear support to attack Chopley. I didn't want to be easily crushed by the other party, although Preshedo relied on his understanding of magic to face Chopley for a few rounds. But due to the gap in magic power, he was still knocked to the ground by Chopley. Just as Chopley was about to take Zella and Mabis aboard the ship, Preshedo rushed up and pulled Mabis back with the chain of light. Instead, he was shot through the eye by Chopley's magical beam. Chopley also spoke at the end of the day, and as long as they handed over the Sky Wolf Jade, they would return Zella. Otherwise, a week later, they would see Zella's corpse. And after calming down, the trio also realized the gap between their magic and each other. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you have to rely on that legendary Sirius Jade. So the three of them began to ask Mabis about the whereabouts of the Wolf Jade again. At this time, Mabis, who felt helpless, had no choice but to confess the secret that Zella was the heavenly Wolf Jade. When the three of them learned about it, they were shocked at first, and after calming down, they decided to go to the Cyan Skeleton together to recapture the Sky Wolf Jade. Just as the trio were about to leave by boat, Mabis suddenly asked the trio to take her with them, as she didn't want to lose her best friend, Zella. The three of them looked at each other, nodded in unison, and accepted her as a member of their group. Chapter 24. After the four of them left Sirius Island, Mabis saw a wider world beyond the island. My heart is also full of curiosity and curiosity. However, because Magnoria, the location of the Cyan Skeleton Guild, was still ruled by the Dark Guild. Chopley had put the four on the list of bounties for capture, so that they didn't dare to stay in town for long. Usually Mabis disguises herself as a bad girl, procures daily necessities in the town, and transports them back to the forest to discuss countermeasures. As my ace passed by a lake in the forest, my ace saw a dark-haired man bathing in the lake. I saw that he had bright eyes and bright teeth, a gentle temperament, streamlined white skin, and a light muscle texture. Make the cheeks of the adolescent Mibis rosy. Mibis sat by the lake for a long time, waiting for the man to come ashore. Mibis took the initiative to run over and give him a small muffin made of rainbow cherry blossoms. The man blinked, instinctively taking a step back. When Mibis saw that he was undressed, she suddenly felt that she was a little reckless, so she turned around shyly. But she noticed that the man's wet appearance seemed more attractive, so she wanted to secretly turn her head to take another look. Only to find that the other party directly used the costume change magic to immediately dress up and walk towards him. "You're a magician." Mibis suddenly deepened his admiration for him. The man nodded. After careful questioning, Mibis learned that the other party turned out to be the magician he had in mind, Jelf. The two of them chatted for a long time by the lake, and Mibis was gradually attracted by his knowledge and insights. And Jelf, who has not dared to contact people for many years, has gradually become interested in this innocent girl who dares to approach her after knowing that she is Jelf. When Mibis asks him about the magic of life, Jelf's expression becomes serious. He admonished Mibis not to come into contact with magic in this realm, as it would cause her a lot of pain to herself. But Mibis says she's willing to do whatever it takes to resurrect her best friend. At this point, Jelf frowned, because he had had such thoughts before. But the price was so painful for him that he was so depressed that he almost went insane. There is no life, and you should pay for your own willfulness. Thinking of this, a black gas suddenly appeared around Jelf. Realizing that the curse of his body was about to kick in, he yelled at Mibis to flee. However, Mibis's desire to learn has taken hold, and instead of fleeing, she bravely wants to go up and hug the painful Jelf. Just as he was about to make a move, seeing that Mibis had not returned for a long time, Priscito, who split up to look for her, captured Mibis with the chain of light. Then the black gas around Jelf burst out, taking all the life around him. The grass and trees withered, and the fish in the water turned out their white bellies. Priscito tried to teach the man who hurt Mibis a lesson, but was eventually persuaded by Mebius. In order not to harm innocent lives again, Jelf ran deeper into the forest. But the more Jelf cherished the life he had taken, the deeper his curse became, and everywhere he walked was filled with the smell of death. And beside his ears, he seemed to hear the painful wails of innocent dead souls. And Jelf, who was almost driven crazy by death, had bloodshot eyes that turned completely red in the end. His gaze became fiercer and fiercer. And his disregard for the dead life became more and more indifferent. The other personality he awakened overbearingly threw away those crying souls. The lives that passed by him were just a speck of dust in front of his eyes. Looking at the life that had passed at Jelf's feet, Priscito was also amazed that there were such terrifying people in the world. And asked about the reason for Mibis. Mibis told him that the man was the legendary dark mage Jelf, a legend in the wizarding world. With that, Priscito also looked in the direction he was heading. If it's a legendary magician, you should be able to help him explain the directions he doesn't understand when reading a magic book. Because of those incomprehensible places, it also made Priscito feel particularly uncomfortable in his heart. When Priscito and Mibis return to their camp, they find that Yuri has clashed with a group of mages and is being healed by his botanical magic because he was recognized by someone who saw the bounty when he went into the city to look for Mibis. However, with a shallow understanding of magic, he not only failed to heal Yuri's wounds, but instead made Yuri's pain even worse because of improper handling. In desperation, Mibis decides to seek out Jelf to learn about healing magic. However, Priscito was afraid that Jelf would hurt Mibis and wanted to stop him. But in the end, he was deceived by Mibis using illusions and escaped. In order to recover Mibis, it is also to answer his own confusion about the understanding of magic. Priscito also pursued the withered flowers and plants, looking for the traces of Jelf. And at this moment, Jelf, who has awakened his twisted personality, is also walking towards them. Because he wants to cause war, so that more lives will die in the flames of war. The three of them met almost at the same time. Mebis hugged Jelf in spite of the danger, and Tears of Joy wept tears of joy. I saw that there was no more black gas around him. Presheto also let down his previous vigilance against Jelf. Watch as Mebis asks him for advice on how to treat Yuri. Although Jerf has disregarded life at this moment, these people in front of him are the pawns he provoked the war. So he went with them to the camp. Taught Volodsinkin the magic that he could use to heal Yuri. At the same time, Jerf also answered Preshito's doubts. Tell him that there are many magic books on the market, which are themselves a mixed bag. Really good magic books have been privately collected by rulers with ulterior motives, and ordinary people can only learn some basic and simple magic. And for the sake of the magician to take some more detours, many basic magic books involve deeper cultivation, and most of them are wrong or incomplete. Jelf also praised Preseto's talent in magic. Relying only on self-study, it is very rare to be able to learn so many kinds of magic in a short period of time, and at the same time record and explore the problems existing in these magic works. Preseto's praise from Jerf made him secretly determined. In order to enable people like him to learn better magic, he wanted to build a library where good books could be stored. Store all the good collections of the world there for those who love magic. Later, Jerf taught them how to improve their magic by meditating. So that people like them who are new to magic can quickly improve their magic power in a short period of time. In addition, the trio themselves are treasure hunters. Their physical fitness is very good, and the progress of magic is also very fast. Time soon approached the 7-day deadline given by Jopley. In order to recapture the Sirius Jade, they also bid farewell to Jelf. Although Jelf awakened his twisted personality, he still sighed at Mebis's wisdom during his brief time together. Although she is not as talented in magic as Presito, she has genius leadership skills, and at this age, she can actually have the same views on things as Jelf, an old man who has lived for more than 300 years. This made Jelf, who had been lonely, start to talk to Mebis on his own. Talk to her about the stars in the sky from ancient politics. All of them made Jelf feel some warmth in his heart at the moment. But the war plan that has been calculated, he will still do his best to guide it. Although the four of them learned from Jelf how to improve their magic powers, they also corrected their own shortcomings in practicing magic. But for an entire guild of the enemy and even a dark guild of an entire town, they still seem to be a little weak. So under the tactical guidance of Mebis, they began a plan to take a city with 4 people. First of all, Mebis created a thinking body and went to the front of the bounty notice to cause the pursuit of the Dark Guild in the city, and also led to the Cyan Skeleton Guild members who were observing from behind. Then Yuri and Presheto, who are more destructive, will create a commotion from the rear of the city. Mebius's main body creates the illusion of a soldier, creating momentum that draws Cyan Skeletons to confront them. In the end, Sinkin uses the concealment of plant magic to infiltrate the guild in the chaos and find the Sirius Jade who incarnates as Zella. With Mebis' 3-step plan well underway, Sinkin also infiltrated the Cyan Skeleton's dungeon and saw Zella. But the moment he touched Zella, the celestial wolf soul in the celestial wolf jade felt a young body appear in front of him. The spirit of the celestial wolf took possession of Sinkin's body, and then borrowed his botanical magic to turn Sinkin's body into a towering tree. Rising directly from the dungeon of the Cyan Skeleton, directly destroying the entire building of the guild. The canopy of the tree directly lifts the clouds, and then a large fruit bears on the branch. The spectacle immediately attracted the Cyan Skeletons and trio who were facing each other. As a veteran magician, Chopley immediately recognized that the fruit was the transformation of the Sirius Jade. If you wait until that fruit ripens and lands, then the ancient god Celestial Wolf will reshape its body through this tree and descend to the world. And as the god of killing, it will surely destroy the city and slaughter all the human race. Could it be that girl is the Sirius Jade? Chopley questioned Mebis. Mebis hesitated to answer. Jopali told her about the seriousness of the matter again, and looking at the towering tree, he guessed that it must have been the stupid big man who had fought with him who used plant magic to come into contact with the serious jade while they were confronted. It became the carrier of the resurrection of the wolf jade. If the ancient god celestial wolf is resurrected, it will take the life of that stupid big man. Hearing this message, the three of them opened their eyes. Our system. Mabius blurted out these three words. Jopali was surprised that Mabius knew that the magic created by Jelf was only recorded in the books of their dark guild. This is indeed one of the magic that resurrects life, and as an ancient god, the celestial wolf is naturally familiar with this magic of rebirth. And the magic genius Jelf did break the rules set by the Protoss and understood the magic of resurrection life. And at this moment, neither Jopali nor Mabius wants the Sky Wolf to be resurrected. Because Jopali didn't want the hard work he had built up to be ruined by the brutal old god, Mabius didn't want the lives of his companions to end. Seal him up. Jopali and Mabius said in unison. At this time, the two people who were supposed to be hostile reached an unprecedented unanimity. So the two of them tacitly worked out the method of sealing the soul of the wolf and began. Jopali, the most powerful of magic, uses the forbidden magic grudge to seize the life force of Sinkin, who has turned into a large tree. Let the soul of the sky wolf feel the threat of life revival due to the lack of provisions, and force it out of Sinkin's body. Then, Preshedo uses the chain of light to link the Cyan Skeleton's magician and Yuri, and uses the power of thunder and lightning to convey the magic to Mabius, and Mabius sings the sealing magic Jade of Radiance to gather and seal when the wolf soul comes out. With the celestial wolf's soul resealed into a purple crystal ball, Sinkin was restored to his original form from the towering tree. Yuri knew the danger of the object and wanted to destroy it completely, but Jopali took it first. Because although the wolf soul is dangerous, there are thousands of ways to use the power of the wolf soul in their dark guild. Jopali, who had obtained the spirit of the wolf, banished the boys from Magnolia and informed the dark wizards of the city that they could no longer be allowed near the city. However, what Jopali didn't expect was that his trick Yellow Sparrow ushered in a hunter who hunted birds. Mabius had already guessed that Jopali would take the soul of the wolf, so he used phantom magic combined with the Arc of Illusion to condense a magic crystal ball to deceive Jopali. And the true Sirius soul has been sealed in the earrings that Zella gave her. Because from the celestial wolf soul, Mabius felt a magic that could be unleashed almost infinitely. If he could, Mabius hoped to resurrect the real Zella with this power. And this selfish thought, Mabius has been hiding in her heart, she is waiting for the right time to do this crazy thing. The trio regrets not getting the target's treasure Sky Wolf Jade. At this time, Yuri, who felt that the identity of a treasure hunter was very tired, also put forward the idea of wanting to live a stable life. Preshedo, on the other hand, thinks that since all four of them have learned magic, it is better to establish a formal magic guild near the city founded by the Dark Guild to help those who are oppressed by the darkness. I didn't expect such a proposal to become the beginning of a legendary guild. Chapter 25. After the four of them formed the guild, they never chose a suitable president candidate. In terms of magic alone, Preshedo is the number one, and in terms of knowledge and housekeeping, Mabius is superior, but Yuri is very familiar with people, and Sinkin is the most calm of the four. So they took the simplest way and drew lots to determine the guild leader. And the name of the guild fairy tale was drafted by Mabius. Because in the legend of Ishgar, a witch killed the greatest sorcerer of our time. Use your body and soul as bargaining chips to make a deal with the guardians of the spirit world. Created an endless night for Ishgar at that time. The evil spirits also took the opportunity to escape from the gap between yin and yang opened by the guardians of the spirit realm, and they took away the consciousness and dreams of humans. So that many people never wake up in the dark. At that time, the great wizard was also trying to cover his own king, and on the way to mend the cracks between yin and yang, he was pierced by evil spirits, taking away his consciousness and dreams. Fortunately, there was a group of goblins who had been helped by the great Magus to live on the edge of the stream where he was knocked down by evil spirits, and the goblins used their purification power to repair and purify his consciousness and dreams. Bring it back to life. And lead him to follow the beam of light left by the elf as it flies through the night. In the end, the great wizard defeated the darkness, expelled the evil spirits, and repaired the separation between yin and yang. Mabis named the guild Fairy Tale in the hope that the guild members they created could become a ray of light in a world corrupted by the Dark Guild, just like the beam of light that led the Archmage to defeat the darkness in the legend. Later, they gradually gained a foothold in Magnolia, under the command of Mabis. He led the army of King Fiori to quell the civil strife in Ishgar, and established a formal guild system to ban the ruling class of the Dark Guilds. And the Cyan Skull Guild also became a victim of political struggle in this restructuring. President Jopali was also banished to the northern continent and became an identityless Ronin. However, after the establishment of the Kingdom of Fiori, it did not live a life of peace and contentment. At the instigation of Jelf, Ishgar, who had just quelled the civil strife, ushered in the invasion of the northern continent. Because Jerf hyped the secret of the dragon's cry in the northern continent of the Fiori kingdom, so that the 5 divine dragons hiding in the northern continent were ready to move. Because as long as they gain the power of dragon's cry, they can not only learn to manipulate dragon magic to control the dragons. You can also gain powers that rival Akunolokia. Nor do they need to hide for fear of the power of Akunalokia. Moreover, Jelf also put a large number of Jelf's books on the continent of Ishgar. Let it evolve into a ferocious and violent demon, frantically and brutally destroy the city on the continent of Ishgar, feeding on the magicians to increase their power, and use it to study ways to kill Jelf. As a result, the kingdom of Furel will not only have to defend itself against the powerful foreign enemy of the northern continent, but also deal with the disastrous demons created by Jelf. Also during the invasion of Ishgar in the northern continent, the Cyan skeleton Chopli was also killed by the enemy's army, and sneaked up on the fairy tale at that time, and used black magic to turn all the members of the fairy tale except for Mabis into fossils. And Mabis was also forced to almost have a nervous breakdown under the double pressure of internal and external troubles. Helpless, she decided to take a risk and took off the earring she had used to seal the soul of the wolf. In order to break the seal of the soul of the wolf, with the help of its infinite magic power, he built a spirit magic power system that can deter the entire continent. Deliver precise targeting strikes against the enemy. Moreover, Mabis also thought of a way to use the magic of the wolf soul without being robbed of consciousness by it. That is the moment she comes into contact with the soul of the wolf, and immediately uses the law that Jelf taught her to suppress the soul of the wolf in her body through this powerful magic. But what Mabis didn't expect was that her move also attracted the attention of the god Angsarum, who maintained the order of life. Because once Mabis obtains the power of the soul of the Protoss, he has the magic power that transcends the order of life. This will challenge the majesty of their Protoss. So he cast the same contradictory curse on Mabis as Jerf. But Mabis, who was on the battlefield at the moment, was not aware of the changes in his body. She used the magic she had borrowed to defeat Jopli, her arch-rival who had fought her many times. It also created a weapon that can deter the army of the northern continent for the Ishgar continent, elven magic power. Mabis then commanded all the members of the regular guild to destroy the demons of the Book of Jerf, and collect their books and burn them. However, there is still a book called Deliola that is in the possession of Doran Mesha, Chopli's youngest son, who has been mixed into the regular guild. And through the guidance of this book, a rival guild with the same name as Fairy Tale was created in Magnoria, the Ghost Dominator. Mabis also gained the title of the Elf's military advisor after quelling the war, and also attracted a large number of young and promising magicians to join the Fairy Tale family. Yuri also gave birth to a boy with his wife, Rita, 2 years after the war had subsided. As the first child born in Fairy Tale, everyone asked Mabis, who was the president, to choose a nice and meaningful name for him. Mabis was a little shy at the time, afraid that the name she had chosen would not sound good. "How about calling Merlin?" said Pres Hito, solemnly. "That's too ordinary, isn't it?" asked Sinkin. That's the greatest sorcerer legend. Presido picked up the child earnestly. That's great, isn't it? Said Sinkin. Let's let the president think of one. Rita looked at Mibis gently. Mibis still looked at Yuri with some hesitation. Unexpectedly, Yuri also nodded, indicating that he agreed with his wife's idea. So Mibis searched frantically in his own brain, and came up with the name Makarov. It was the name of a very good king in the story she saw. Makarov, what a nice name. Rita happily took Mebius's little hand and thanked him for the name. Mibis also blushed, shook Rita's hand with both hands, and prayed for her. I hope she can live happily with Yuri and raise the first child born in this guild together. At this time, the child in Prisito's hand suddenly laughed, soothing like the spring sun. Everyone also started to fight in order to hold this cute child. This worries Yuri, the father, and joins the scuffle for the child. Rita looked at the noisy guild with a happy smile on her face. At this time, Mibis also felt the preciousness of this new life. A gust of wind blew through Mibis's hair, and she suddenly felt the hand she was holding suddenly go limp. Mibis looked at Rita in horror and found that although she had a smile on her face, she could no longer feel her breath and heartbeat. Mibis saw a cloud of black gas in his hand that was fading away. I vaguely felt that my body had stopped growing in the past 2 years, which should be related to this. The subsequent regret for Rita's loss of life caused a cloud of black gas to rise around Mebius. She clutched her head in fear, for the aura of death was exactly the same as the one she had seen in Jelf. In order not to hurt more people herself, she ran out of the guild barefoot and avoided everyone. But everywhere she passed, the flowers, birds, insects, and fish were all taken away by the curse of the god Axelam. Later, Presido also took the members of the guild along the dead flowers and plants to find Mebius. But every time they approached Mibis, they were guided in a different direction by the illusion set up by Mibis. Although Presido knew that Rita's death might be related to Mibis, he still hid the truth he had guessed in his heart for the sake of the harmony of the guild. He also knew that he could not find any trace of Mibis. It's because she's already living in deep self-reproach, and if she doesn't want to show up, I'm afraid no one will be able to see through her illusion and find her right. So Presido announced the death of Mebius, and established the tomb of the first president of Fairy Tale on Sirius Island, and set Sirius Island as a shrine for Fairy Tales Guild. At the same time, under the recommendation of everyone, Presido became the second president of Fairy Tale. Since then, Yuri has also left a letter asking Presido to help him take care of Makarov, and he will join the coalition that seals the 5 divine dragons of the northern continent. But it was also after that letter that Yuri also lost contact with Fairy Tale. The Muddy Mibis lived alone on a snowy mountain for a long time. Until one day, she met Jelf, who was bathing again in the hot springs of the snowy mountains. Mibis couldn't help but rush up and hug him, and the tears that had been suppressed these days were completely out of control at that moment, and they flowed down in a hurry. At this time, Jerf had gradually sealed his distorted personality in the death of the war. The moment I saw Mibis, the throbbing of my first encounter with her came to my heart. He stroked Mibis's hair gently, and then felt the strangeness of her body. This girl has fallen under the same curse as herself. But fortunately for Jelf, in front of her, this girl should be able to accompany her lonely self all the time. Mibis gradually felt Jerf's love for her. She already admired Jelf very much, but now she also has the idea of accompanying Jelf to hide together. The two also set up a hut on the snowy mountain, discussed some interesting stories from the past and the present, and studied some interesting magic. But when it comes to the topic of death, both seem to feel that they are willing to choose to die together if they can. And Jerf also said that he was researching the history of the Protoss that had disappeared from the face of humans. And then in the case of combining the imagination of Mibis, they also developed a weapon that can eliminate the magic of the entire continent, Fez. One day, while handing clothes to Jelf in the hot springs, Mibis accidentally slipped and fell into Jelf's arms. The two of them blushed, closed their eyes, and kissed each other lightly. And at that moment, Jelf's love allowed Angsalim's curse to erode Mebius's body, causing her to fake her death. Jerf thought that Mebius was dead, and in his grief, he awakened a second personality. Holding the corpse of Mebius, he walked to the door of the Fairy Tale Guild in the middle of the night, met him, and left the guild Preshedo after taking care of his affairs. "She's dead," said Jelf, dropping Mebius's body to the ground, and vanishing in the night. Preshedo stepped forward and carried Mebius's body back to the guild's basement. When he reached the basement, he found that Mebius's body had a heartbeat again. But he didn't have any breath or consciousness. At the same time, he also felt that Mebius's beating heart seemed to contain endless magic. So he sealed Mebius's body inside the magic crystal, and then studied how to use this magic power. After 30 years, Preshedo finally found a way to unleash this magic. That is to extract Mebius's sealed consciousness and turn her body into a container for storing and unleashing infinite magical power. And the spirit body that Mebius was extracted from stayed in this world forever because the body did not die. She also ended up returning to the place where she was born, Sirius Island. Living in the tombstone that Preshedo built for her, in the form of a ghost, she created a magical barrier that guards the fairy tale crest, and as long as the person who carves the fairy tale crest, life will be eternally guarded. Preshedo also came to the meteor, the heart of the fairy. The goal is to pursue a deeper realm of magic. So he handed over the guild to Makarov, who was already well known in Ishgar at that time, and he traveled to find the essence of magic. And after Makarov succeeded to the chairmanship, he also inherited the responsibility of protecting the fairy tale, which is the top secret. After Mebius finished telling the history of fairy tale, he looked at Makarov. Let him unleash the magic of the elf's heart, and once again recreate an elven magic according to the records of the Elven Tale Magic Library, which will be used to deter the invading army of Jelf. And the people in the Senate, after learning about the past of fairy tale, said that the source of all this is still from Jelf. If they create another elven magic system, it may really be a clarion call for them to fight back. Until then, we have to put an end to this dust storm. Chapter 26. The grey sand and dust in the sky disturbed not only the determination of the people of Magnolia to resist foreign enemies. The scarcity of water resources has made them start to calculate with each other, just so that their families can get more clean water. Natsu saw the disaster that had befallen Magnolia and thought that the culprit was the man who claimed to be his brother. He glanced at Harpy, who stared at him with big, bulging eyes. A man and a cat hit it off, and sneaked out of Magnolia. Agir saw a flash of fire fly through the dust and through his magical barrier. I wanted to stop it, but I was stopped by Brantish. She brought with her Gurfa's order that Agir, the king of the desert, should concentrate on trapping Magnolia and not need to be distracted to do anything extra. And the dragon slayer named Natsu in Magnolia, as long as he is heading in the direction of the emperor, all of Albaraz's troops cannot stop him along the way. Agir clenched his fists. The legendary End, the ultimate demon that the fire dragon king Aguniru could not kill, and even the dragon king Akunalakia feared, he was eager to try his skills. At the same time, Agir was also very curious, usually the most afraid of trouble, and Brandish, who was stuck with the war concubine Di Maria in everything, actually took the initiative to come to the front line. It must have been Magnolia for whom she has special memories. Brandish also showed a ferocity that no one else had ever seen at this moment. The girl who used the magic of the astral spirit was the target of her visit. Natsu flew to a mountain range called Mt Tsukimi on the border between the east and the west. Suddenly, Duan hit a wall of air. "Natsu, that woman's," said Harpy, pointing to the back of a blonde woman soaking in a hot spring. Natsu glanced over and felt that the background was somewhat familiar. By the time the woman turned, Natsu's face suddenly turned red. "Natsu, you've seen this body many times, why are you still blushing?" Harpy put his hand on Natsu's shoulder. "Because she doesn't smell like Lucy, she just looks exactly the same." Natsu sniffed closer to the woman. Unexpectedly, the woman raised a wisp of tulle, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into a red hare, wearing a bathrobe and looking at Natsu charmingly with a wine glass. Elsa. Harpy covered her face in amazement. This is a brother. Natsu naturally leaned over, and sure enough, there was still no taste of acquaintances, but the appearance was not bad at all as he had remembered. Oh, yes, it seems that you still like the man you first thought of in your head. The woman changed and took on the appearance of Lucy again, only this time with a moon mark on her forehead. You're a dragon. Natsu glanced at the woman in front of her. Oh, I still can't hide it from you, Fire Dragon Natsu. I've basically tried my best to hide my aura, and I can't imagine that I'll let you see through it. The woman showed her original appearance, a woman wearing a half-moon crown and a white robe, like Chang'e in the Moon Palace. Natsu asks her why she's blocking her path, but she betrays Natsu's purpose for the trip, and informs him that Jelf has now awakened to a second personality and is no longer technically Natsu's older brother. It's a demon who treats life like a mustard. Natsu said that no matter whether the other party was his brother or a demon, as long as he was an enemy of Fairy Tail, he would definitely know it with his own hands. The woman glanced at Natsu's bandaged right hand, and she knew that the power in it could kill Jelf. But she also understands that as long as Jelf perishes, the young man in front of her will also die. She also didn't plan to talk to Naz, saying that she was the moon dragon Selene who was on the neutral side of this war. Or rather, she is the only surviving dragon from the standpoint of humanity. Whether it is the northern continent or the western continent, the two camps besieging Ishgar have her hostile forces, the 5 divine dragons. With a weak strength, she needs to choose a husband and create stronger dragon offspring in order to compete with the 5 divine dragons and even Akuno Lokia. And Natsu is the husband she chose. This man has both the power of a demon and a dragon. Natsu expressed no interest, hoping that Selene would make way for her. Since you don't want to be an enemy, get out of the way and let him go to find Jeff and save his family who are suffering from the calamity. But Selene really didn't want Natsu to die, and took the lead in making a move, wanting to use his strength to keep Natsu. Moon Shadow Spirit Butterfly Dance. Selene waved his hand lightly, and a group of colorful butterflies flew out behind him and flew towards Natsu. Dragon's Wings. Natsu burst into 2 flames from his hands, sweeping over the group of colorful butterflies like dragon wings. But the butterfly seemed to be conscious, bypassing Natsu's attack, and hit Natsu all with a slalom. After Natsu was hit, those butterflies actually burned on Natsu's body, consuming his magic little by little. And this flame that burns with Natsu's own magic power will not only not be swallowed by Natsu, but also brings a strange burning effect to Natsu, who is a fire dragon, making every inch of Natsu's skin suffer the pain of burns. Natsu knew that this was the enemy's attrition tactic, so he planned to fight quickly, and turned on the Thunder Dragon mode, intending to use the effect of thunder and lightning to paralyze the opponent and lose his will to fight. But she didn't want the Moon Dragon Selene to take the lead in attacking, and she used spatial magic to go around Natsu's back. A powerful move, the Stygian Moon Blast, completely engulfed Natsu in the explosion. The Flame Dragon King's Collapse Fist. Natsu switched to the Flame Dragon King mode again in the explosion, and rushed out of the attack range of the Moon God Dragon Selene Stygian explosion with a single blow of Iron Fist. Mirror. Selene drew a circle in front of him. Like a mirror, another Natsu was reflected in the punch. The 2 fists collided together, stirring up layers of heat. The moon can rely on the heat of the sun to make itself shine. Selene took advantage of the heat wave generated by the explosion to make a moonstorm that tore all of Natsu's clothes apart, revealing his strong abs. Selene turned into Lucy's appearance again and licked her tongue as if she wanted to eat Natsu. Harpy, who cheered on the sidelines, was taken aback. Because he's never seen Lucy so colorful. Natsu was also restrained by this and was tied up with all his strength, and was finally tied up by the streamers that flew out of Selene. I brought it back to the Moon Palace on Tsukimi Mountain. and Harpy, who wanted to step forward to rescue Natsu, was turned into a stone statue by Selini's eyes. Now it's our two-person world. Selini swiped his fingernails across Natsu's cheek, smiling with satisfaction. Natsu. Harpy, Lucy, through the power of Scorpio, also ran through the sandstorm to find Natsu. When she saw the hobby, she had a sense of foreboding. Wendy is not there at this point, and she is unsure of how to remove Harpy's anomaly. This, in turn, summoned Halalokum, the clock seat, to protect Harpy from freezing on the mountain and becoming a hostage to the enemy. Sensing Lucy's intrusion, the moon dragon waved his hand and summoned his two gods, New Moon and Full Moon, with an origami effort. Of the two gods, Crescent Moon is good at melee combat and wields a long-handled crescent scythe, while Full Moon is good at ranged magic and can use the Full Moon crystal ball in his hand to cast dark magic. Lucy faced two strong men at the same time, and was still a little worried that she would be taken down by the other party because of her lack of magic power. But in order to save Natsu, she can only give it a go. Just as the Crescent Moon waved its crescent scythe at her, she immediately summoned Caesar, the star spirit of Cancer, to respond. Although Caesar usually plays the role of Tony's teacher, his precise knife skills are his real strength. His two scissors were shorter than the others, but they were as agile as the Crescent Moon. To deal with the Full Moon, which uses long-range magic, Lucy summons the Sagittarius star spirit Sachi Dahlias, who is good at shooting. Through the power of the spirit, he locked the invisible magic of the Full Moon. Crack them one by one with long-range arrows. The magic of the moon is invisible and shadowless. Full Moon learned that Lucy was a star spirit magician, so he used the gravity of the moon to suppress Lucy, who didn't seem to be so strong. Lucy felt her body sink and was pinned to the ground by a force. And Lucy pushed the boat down the river, changed into the Virgo star spirit holy clothes and went underground. He then circled behind the Full Moon through earthly magic, intending to bind him with the great river of stars. I said the magic of the moon is invisible. Full Moon spun its head 180 degrees and smiled eerily at Lucy. With a bang, a beam of moonlight condensed into a beam cannon and blasted Lucy into the ground. Natsu smelled Lucy's scent and struggled desperately to break free from the streamers of the moon dragon Selini. But by this time, the moon dragon had already shed his clothes and walked towards Natsu step by step. There was a thud, under Caesar's nod. Sagittarius used the astral spirit meteor arrow shower to shoot tens of thousands of arrows at the same time. The indiscriminate attack shot the two Shikigami crescent full moons into a sieve along with Caesar. And the extra arrows were shot into the moon palace, which not only distracted the attention of the moon god dragon Selini, but also allowed Natsu to use the flying arrows to cut through the streamers that bound him, and the Fire Dragon King was a crash fist that knocked the unsuspecting moon god dragon away. "It's really a foolish charm," said Selini, the moon dragon, covering his swollen face. At this time, Lucy, who was scarred, also stood up, and when she saw Natsu coming out of the moon palace, she immediately covered her eyes shyly. Luna Dragon originally wanted to tease this little couple on the long-distance road of love. But at this moment, she felt a strong sense of oppression approaching. So he drew a spatial teleportation door, intending to let Natsu and the others leave with him first. But the stubborn Natsu refuses to listen to her. Selini, on the other hand, warned him that the guy who was coming was Akuno Lokia, who she couldn't afford to mess with as a moon dragon. Hearing the name, Natsu stepped on his feet even more solidly. Because that guy is the culprit who killed Aguniru. And Lucy, who had witnessed the destructive power of Akuno Lokia twice, was also scared at the moment. "I'm afraid that Natsu will challenge regardless of his own strength, and I'm afraid that Natsu will be blinded by hatred." Seeing that the situation was urgent, Selini pointed the spatial portal left for Natsu at Jelf before leaving, restoring the petrification of Harpy. At the moment when the spatial teleportation opened, Natsu and Jelf looked at each other, and the two of them were stunned at the same time. At this time, although Jelf awakened the second personality, he also felt the place where Natsu was on the other side, and felt the approach of Akunalakya. That huge magic seems to be more oppressive than when we met a year ago. And Natsu also passed through the portal and smelled grey on Jelf. Give grey back. Natsu said unceremoniously. If grey passes, he will be destroyed by that guy with you. Is this the ending you want to see? Jelf asked Natsu rhetorically. I've never feared any enemy in the way of fairy tale. Natsu's bandaged right hand trembled wildly. Have you awakened the power of end? Said Jelf, looking at Natsu's right hand with some excitement. This is the power of the dead. Natsu untied the bandage, revealing a red dragon pattern, and a raging fire began to burn around him. It's hot. Lucy felt like her clothes were about to melt with the power of the flames. Natsu. Harpy looked at the sky, a large, one-armed figure descending. Looks like I'm going to test this old friend's current strength. Jelf's eyes began to turn red, and he pulled out the end book. Natsu felt a dark force slowly merge with him, and began to erode Iganiru's power to repair the dragon seed inside Natsu. The power of the fire dragon kings deceased, the demonic power of end, and the dragon seed in Natsu's body began to merge with each other. Natsu's tiny shell began to feel intense pain. But the deeper the pain he felt, the more terrifying the roaring dragon groan. Natsu's body began to change slowly, a dragon wing grew from the shoulder blade on the right, black lines of demons appeared on the left face, and the flame of the deceased of the fire dragon king Iganiru was wrapped around his body. Lucy, how did I end up like this? Natsu looked at herself as she turned into this strange form, feeling a little hard to accept. Lucy shook her head, indicating that she would be by Natsu's side no matter what became of him. Take Lucy away. Natsu said to Harpy in a hoarse voice. But Natsu, you Harpy looked at Natsu in front of him with tears in his eyes, who he was not familiar with. Hurry! Natsu yelled at Harpy in a commanding tone for the first time. Harpy wiped away his tears and flew into the sky with Lucy in his arms. And Lucy's desperate voice was gradually drowned out by the roar of Akunolokia. Chapter 27. Within the Guild of Fairy Tale, the Senate informants reported that the southern side of Ishgar had detected the approaching ships of Albaraz, and the neighboring countries to the east were also exchanging fire with Albaraz's army, and their kingdom of Fjords was currently in a situation of embattlement. And now the main forces of Ishgar are concentrated in Magnoria. If they don't break through this layer of sand, I'm afraid that their entire Ishgar will fall. Agir, the king of the desert, I'm afraid it's up to the old man to settle this grudge. Sinkin stepped forward. Sinkin asked to play, and not just because he had crossed paths with the boy named Agir. And as the eldest Saint Ten Magi in Ishgar, he also has an obligation to set an example. Can you understand me, Mibis? Sinkin glanced at the girl in front of him, who had not changed from the same appearance as when they first met. Mibis was silent for a long time, because she knew that Sinkin had always been the big brother of the four of them. He stepped up by this time, and she realized what it meant. But as a military advisor against Jelf, Mibis also understands that letting Sinkin fight is the best solution at the moment. I also need a sorcerer as my backup. Sinkin looked at Makarov. Makarov bowed deeply to the elder, indicating that the members of Fairy Tale would fully cooperate with him. Whether it's Laxus or Elsa, they will fight the enemy to the best of their ability. It's Jubia, said Mibis looked at Sinkin. Sincha Uin nodded. Now is a very urgent moment, and there is no need to consume the main combat power. Moreover, he is very compatible with Jubia's magic, and he hopes that after he uses plant magic to stabilize the wind and sand, Jubia will be able to rain heavily. On the one hand, it lowers the temperature of the Earth's surface, and on the other hand, it uses the rain to weaken the sandstorm and allow Magnolia to flow again. Sinkin glanced up at Kek Peak, Magnolia's highest mountain. The huge magic array made people feel extremely oppressive. The boy who used to mistreat himself when he was a child finally stood at the pinnacle of magic. It was a powerful magic that he could not achieve in his lifetime. After leaving Fairy Tale, Sinkin made it his lifelong goal to plant trees and green the desert. And Ishgar, with his efforts, has completed almost one-third of the desert greening, and at the same time, he has also researched many cash crops suitable for them to be introduced in the desert, which has brought great contributions to Ishgar. This is also the reason why he was able to become the 10 holy demon guides of Ishgar and even the title of the 4 heavenly kings. But strange to say, just 10 years ago, Sinkin met a strange boy in the desert. For every tree he had, the boy would cut down one of them. Just when Sinkin taught him that planting greenery in the desert could help people here have a better life. Was asked rhetorically by the child. He is planting green trees in the desert, is it also an encroachment and plunder of some animals that need to rely on the desert to survive? Sinkin seemed to be suddenly moved by the little boy's words, and promised him on the spot that he would not expand the territory of plants at will in the future, but only resist the wind and sand that are harmful to people's lives. The boy asked him to reassure him, and Sinkin agreed, and became his magic teacher, teaching him how to use the sand magic he liked. Later, after learning about his background, I learned that the little boy's name was Agir, and he was a little prince of the Tatar Kingdom, a small border country in the western continent. In order to temper their heirs, the traditions of their country would throw the born prince to the hardest place to give birth. On the one hand, it is to cultivate their willpower, and on the other hand, it is also to let them feel the difficulties of life of people from every class from the bottom. To truly empathize with the people. And what makes Agir different from his older brothers is that he has had an inexplicable affinity with animals since he was a child. He understands the logic of animals, and animals are used to being close to him and living with him. So as Sinkin struggled to create value for humanity and expand the oasis, he heard the pain of animals who had lost their territory. Since then, Sinkin has worked hard to make human beings live in harmony with other life. Under his tutelage, Agir also showed an amazing talent for magic. At a young age, he became a well-known wandering magician. But because of this, when he attacked the poachers, because the magic was too strong and the attack was too heavy, the poachers were divided by 5 horses by his sand magic. Because of his death, the villagers who were worried that they couldn't find a reason to take revenge on him made a big fuss about these things. The poacher's family also exaggerated his misdeeds to the Senate as victims. Countless stones and rotten vegetables were thrown at him, and a series of labels such as alien, sinner, and demon child made him the target of public criticism. As his teacher at the time, Sinkin also used the tree magic to tie him up and take him to the Senate to be convicted. Sinkin's behavior made him feel betrayed by the people he respected the most, who was not fully mature in his mind. In other words, forests and deserts are inherently in conflict with each other. And it was his calm eyes when he was sent to the execution ground that made Agiast, who travelled here, take a fancy to him. Rescued him from the execution ground and brought back to Albaraz. It was also from then on that Agir fought all the way to the bottom of Albaraz, and finally passed the test in Albaraz with his own strength and became a member of the 12 Shields of the Guardians. This also fostered his extremely belligerent character, believing that everything could be resolved by force. Sinkin sighed deeply, if only he could have watched him a little longer. If he is not allowed to clash with those poachers, will the situation of confrontation between his 2 armies not occur today? But at this point, it is inevitable to fight him. Under the cover of the Jubian current, Sinkin made his way up to the location of the Kex Peak Sandstorm Magic Circle. Jubia, remember our plan? Sinkin glanced at the woman who was full of preoccupations. Jubia nodded, nervously waited for the powerful man. Seeing Jubia pull his thoughts back, Sinkin opened his hands and turned his body into a large tree, deeply piercing the roots of the tree through Argir's magic circle and plunging into the summit of Kek Peak. It is like a sacred tree that leads to heaven, supporting the heavens and the earth. As the power of the magic array was gradually absorbed by the roots of the tree, Magnoria's wind and sand gradually weakened. The sky began to gather large dark clouds. Leon in the city also felt the gradual formation of water vapor in the air. He condensed the ice and cooled the scorching earth. In the camp, Agir felt the destruction of his magic array, and saw the great tree that connected heaven and earth. He immediately understood that the person who was against him was the teacher he had admired so much. But now he has no more awe, and he can defeat and capture Sinkin in order to restore the coercion of Magnolia by his magic. Agir did not lead any of his men, and he was the only one who made it to the mountain. Because he is not only confident that he can win Sinkin alone, but also to make an end with his former mentor. Sinkin also sensed Aguirre's breath and controlled the roots of the tree rooted in Kek Peak to continuously attack Agir. But Sinkin's means of attack, Agir is all too familiar. Despite his disadvantage in terms of magical attributes, with his prediction of Sinkin's attack style, despite the intertwined roots, none of them were able to cause substantial damage to Agir. Instead, Agir used the sand shape to create countless clones, and used the hot sand blade to cut off the root system that Sinkin used to absorb the magic power of the magic circle, so that Sinkin could not complete the rapid self-regeneration. Seeing that his source of power was cut off, Sinkin lowered the fallen leaves of the giant tree and turned into a whirlwind of dead leaves to clear Aguirre's sand clone in a large area. At the same time, the remaining mana absorbed is converted into fruit on the branches. As the trunk swayed, the ripe fruits on the tree fell one after another, turning into acid bomb attacks. Although Agir used the sand giant to carry the explosion of the magic fruit for himself, the splattered nectar turned into a viscous liquid that limited Aguirre's movements. This was something that Agil never expected. The opponent first used his familiar attack to let his guard down, and then used new magic to surprise himself. It seems that August is right, and there is still a lot more that Ishgar can let himself learn. As the last fruit fell and exploded, the sandstorm magic array set up by Agir was completely disintegrated by Sinkin. However, this magic array, which Sinkin could only crack with great difficulty, was indeed a matter of ease for Agir, who had a huge magical power. But Agir also had to admit that in terms of combat experience, this old man was still too much stronger than himself. But Agir himself is also a man who grows in battle. He used his elemental body to create a sand shell, and used a golden cicada shell technique to break free from the nectar that bound him, and successfully dodged the deadly fruit bomb. At this time, there were no roots and leaves, and Sinkin was left with only a pile of dead wood. Divine Dust Glass Sword. Aguirre's magic had changed the nature of the sand, and the sharp glass blade pierced Sinkin's body from the bottom. If the other party is not his mentor, this sword will probably stab Sinkin's heart. Mortally wounded, Sinkin regained his human body and collapsed on the highest peak of Magnolia. Jubia tried to step forward to help, but Sinkin was told to stop her from appearing by a branch wrapped around her ankle. Agir tells Sinkin that even the strongest sorcerer in Ishgar is no match for him. He, an old man who is already over the age of age, may be even more difficult to compete with him. But Sinkin still sneered that he was a young stunned boy, and he knew the skills of Tenjin Serena all the best. Even if the top 4-3 besiege him together, they may not have the intention of defeating him. Still, Agir told Sinkin that Celestial Serena was his defeated. The 4 heavenly kings of their Ishgar may not be able to keep up with the times. Ishgar's self-awareness is so stubborn that he can't see the progress of the wizarding world outside. Whether you are complacent or not, you don't count. Sinkin finished speaking, and the entire mountain lit up with a green light. Agir seemed to sense that something was wrong, but it was too late for him to flee. Layers of green light enveloped him, cutting him off from contact with the ground and blocking his ability to use sand magic. Mabis also saw the burst of green light on the top of the mountain. I had already guessed that Sinkin had used a spell that had been forbidden by the council. Earn your own life in exchange for a brief seal on your enemy's magic. As Aguirre's magic was weakened by more than half by Sinkin, a stream of water struck him in front of him. The water flowed through his eyes, bewildering his eyes. Growing up in the desert, he was controlled by the current for the first time to the point where he was close to having difficulty breathing. Then 3 or 4 streams of water passed through his body, making it difficult for him to condense the flying dust. Agir opened his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such clear water, like a mirror, constantly examining himself. Wet with water, Agir felt like he was carrying a weight with almost every step he took. He wanted to use the magic of sand to resist, but at this time he had been blocked by the sealing technique that Zinken had sacrificed his life for, and he could not use any magic. Jubia creates an enclosed space with the flow of water, trapping Agir in it, and then she activates the second source of magic, and the water that gathers the power of thoughts gathers to defeat Agir completely. The water vapor that rose into the sky also formed a magic array, causing a gentle drizzle to rain on Magnolia, which had been ravaged by the wind and sand, washing away the dust in the city, and the rain gathered again into a river, passing through every corner of the water city. But Zinken, whose magic power is exhausted, is slowly dissipating. Before leaving, he taught Agir one last lesson. Sometimes obsession can make people extremely powerful, but strength has no emotional support and foundation. No matter how high you climb and your foundation is unstable, the moment you fall, the more painful it will be, and the more difficult it will be for you to accept. Because Agir is a genius and has never tried to fail. It was something that made Zinken both excited and scared. I am excited about his excellence, but I am also afraid that he will not be able to withstand the blow of failure because of his excellence. Agir himself is understandably in the interests of the animals. But we should not rely on our own judgment to put the interests of animals above human beings. Aguirre's blind pursuit of human beings needs to give more rights to animals, but at the same time, doesn't this also undermine the most basic rights of human beings? Just like Akuno Lokia, he hated the dragons, but in the end he became the evil dragon he hated the most. Agir. Let go of your obsessions. Try to communicate more with humans. These were the last words that Zinken left before he disappeared. The reason why he dared to let his big tree fall was because he knew that behind his big tree, there was a very amazing guild that could continue to create miracles. And this sentence not only affected Agir, who fell to the ground, but also affected Jubia's heart. Yes, she has always been an obsession with Grey, an entanglement that overwhelms the other party. Maybe she should also let go of those brainless cults and let Grey know herself from an equal perspective. She touched the rain falling from the sky, and for the first time she could feel it. The rain was not such a nuisance. Chapter 28. After the rain, the earth began to smell of grass again. The phantom of a young girl looked out the window and fell into deep thought. The founder of their generation of fairy tales had all left the family after all. A dead leaf fell at the girl's feet, and the clean rain swirled gently in the breeze, as if it had vitality, comforting the girl's wounded heart. After quelling the almost desperate sandstorm in Argir, Mabis divided his forces to fight in 4 directions according to the current state of the war. The Arctic lands to the north are guarded by the Sword-Bite Tiger and 4 hounds, with Laxus, Thor, Elfman, and Lashana as support. The Dark Knight, Kebra, and Lisa of the Witches' Sins serve as a rear supply force. The coastal ports in the south are led by Mermaid Heel and Serpent Scale, plus Elsa, Wendy, and Jubia as support. Gerald, Melty, and Rasteros of the Witches' Sins are used as rear supply forces. In the east, the capital city of Kurikas, the Emerald Princess led the army back to defense. The 4 heavenly kings Hyberine, Urulfhwim, and the Scion Pegasus serve as the core of their magical power. As for Magnoria's battlefield, Makarov led the remaining members of Fairy Tale to hold on. In addition, Mabis sent Myra Jane to act alone. Go find Natsu and Lucy, who are acting on their own. After the army dispersed, Mabis kept all the members of Fairy Tale for a pre-war party. She also apologized to all of Fairy Tale's companions. Because of her, everyone was involved in this war. Although everyone calls her a fairy military master, she doesn't really like to fight at all. What a happy thing it is to live happily with your companions, to read books, to learn magic, and to use your abilities to help those in need solve problems. Kana walked up to Mabis, drunkenly saying that she didn't have to put too much burden on herself. In many cases, no matter how accurate the calculation is, it cannot escape the deviation of fate. Then she pulled out a card of the Goddess of Victory, which actually contained a portrait of Moebius. You know what? You're the one who helped me get out of the frustration of not being able to get the title of S-class mage. From the time when I dared to face my own weakness and dare to use the brilliance of the fairy in front of Bruno, who was much stronger than myself, for the sake of my companions. In my heart, Moebius is the symbol of the Goddess of Victory. Kana held up the hand of the Goddess of Victory into the air and recited the declaration of victory in the war. In a trance, Moebius seemed to see the shadow of her former companion Zella in Kana. Even though she was once small, she will eventually become a giant for others. That night, everyone at Fairy Tale raised their glasses and hugged everyone goodbye. The next morning, while Elfman and Lashana were still asleep, Myra Jane went out alone. She received the underworld beast's joy flying through the vast sky, sensing the energy of the Book of Jelf. This is a special mission given to her by Moebius, because before the time comes, the fact that Natsu is a demon in the Book of Jelf cannot be known to others, so as not to cause unnecessary conflict and panic. In the evening, Myra Jane landed on the island of Karna and lifted the receiving magic. She looked at her surroundings, and it seemed to be the same place that had been entrusted with the destruction of the moon. Myra Jane avoided the demons of the island and came to the place where the moon drop had been used to lift Uru's absolute freezing magic. There appear to be traces of the remains of Deliola. Looks like she's still in the wrong place. Indeed, there are countless books of demons left by Jelf and Ishgar, and the induction of Jelf's book by Joy alone is indeed a needle in a haystack. But Marajan didn't give up, and based on Natsu's behavior and habits, she could roughly judge that he should be heading in the direction of the western continent. Just as Marajan was about to take off, she saw a pair of white wings peeking out of a corner of the village. Could it be that all the demons of this existence have become angels? Marajan curiously walked into the village, and as she approached the wings, she saw a blue tail again. Harpy? Asked Marajan, confused. But when the other party turned around, she found that the other party was a big blue cat with a plump body, and it looked gentle and amiable between her eyebrows and eyes. And next to the big blue cat, there was also a bearded white cat, although the whole face was not angry and arrogant, but it could also be seen that he was gentle and kind. It turns out that they are all transcendents who have crossed over from the parallel world of At-Rice. In order not to disturb the life of the original world, their group of transcendents have been looking for a suitable place to live in seclusion. In the end, it was discovered that the demons in this village on the island of Karna were very kind and were able to live peacefully with them, allowing them to live on the ruins of the palace at the highest point of the island. In order to repay the kind villagers, they will often come down from the mountains to work with them and share the harvest of the island. And the demons also call them angels with great respect. Although their queen often looks at the sky, thinking about the world they can't go back to. But now that his people have a comfortable living environment, isn't it another kind of happiness? Myra Jean was about to say goodbye to the group of transcendentals when the demons in the village suddenly screamed. They seemed to see a crack in the moon in the sky. The moon is finally going to be destroyed, the village chief began to cheer. But to his disappointment, a pair of bloody hands stretched out from the moon crack, and then a piece of space debris fell and smashed to the ground. A woman's hair was disheveled, and her face was covered with scars, causing the demons around her to flee in all directions. Myra Jane received the spirit of Satan and flew over to catch her. When the woman saw Myra Jane, she suddenly remembered the woman Natsu remembered who was as terrible as Elsa. So she instinctively flinched. Marajan was also puzzled by her reaction, thinking that maybe her satanic spirit might have scared her, so she changed back to her original appearance. I didn't want to let her faint directly this time. Myra Jane then lifted her to the demonic and Beyonders hospital. Only to find out that she was not human at all, and her injuries did not require additional medical treatment. Just relying on the light of the moon could restore her wounds and vitality. Myra Jane looked at her carefully, as if she saw the shadow of a dragon in a trance. As the two doctors, the demon and the Beyonder, judged that she could wake up at any time, Myra Jane felt that this creature must be pretending to be asleep. And that she had only been like this since seeing herself. Myra Jane pretended to say goodbye to demons and transcendentals, and hid in the woods outside the village. Unexpectedly, someone tapped her on the shoulder from behind. Marajan looked back and realized that it was the person she had just saved. Or to be precise, she is a dragon, the moon dragon Selene. She knew that Marajan had sensed that she had woken up, but she didn't expect her Myra Jane to have a face that would not deceive. Her acting skills when she said goodbye to demons and transcendents were really terrible. Has such a beautiful face in vain, otherwise he can really become the star of the show. After saying that, his hand couldn't help but pinch Marajan's cheek. Marajan knew that the person standing across from her was extraordinary, so she asked her bluntly why she had such a surprised expression when she saw her. Selene saw her so innocent, and he could no longer bear to play with her. He told her that he was surprised because she had the coat of arms of a fairy's tale. She had seen a silly woman with the same coat of arms fight for the man named Natsu and stay in Akuno Lokia, and she didn't want Myra Jane to die like that. Because the scars on her body were left in order to assist Natsu during the fight between Natsu and Akunalakia. "And what about Natsu, and the silly girl Lucy you mentioned?" asked Myra Jane anxiously. "They disappeared with her abode, Tsukimi-yama, under the roar of Akunalakia," said Selene sadly. If she had used spatial magic on herself one step later, she would have been on the list of Akuno Lokia dragons by now. "How? Natsu?" Lucy Myra Jane fell to her knees in disbelief. Akuno Lokia's roar, she had seen it twice with her own eyes. There is basically no chance of surviving such a devastating blow. However, Marajan was still willing to believe in the faint hope, received the spirit of Satan, and flew in the direction of the old site of Mt. Tsukimi. Selene shook his head, indicating that the group of people in fairy tale were all fools. Knock knock knock. Several pink icicles rose inside the Intramuros arena in Albaraz. The hot hell of the purgatory dragons. Serena tried to melt all of Grey's ice with flames. But in the midst of the scorching flames, Grey's demon-slaying method froze all those flames. At the same time, Grey controlled the modeling magic, turning the entire arena of ice into cavalry armed with holy spears and shooting at Serena. And Serena can only bury these cavalry by collapsing the entire arena with the earth collapse of the cave dragon. Jelf clapped loudly from the empty stands, saying that Grey's progress so far has been spectacular. It's already possible to play back and forth with Serena. And Serena also praised Grey for being able to cross the gap between the four heavenly kings. August, on the other hand, has a different opinion, both as his own emperor and as the god of Celestia. Their strength lies in their flexible application of multi-attribute magic and clever combinations of attributes. And Grey, as a single attribute magician, wants to exert that magic to the extreme, which is no longer a category that talent and IQ can break through. Instead, it is necessary to understand the essence of the magic of the ice attribute and let your heart and magic merge together. If you want to reach a state where you can freeze everything, you must first freeze your heart. August reproduced Serena's hot hell of the purgatory dragon with one hand, and the silver world of Grey's frozen flames with the other. Although Grey's ice can freeze flames, which is already very powerful, the power of the ice does not block the opponent's actions. The power of the demon-slaying method has always stopped around Serena. If August was to use the magic himself, then Serena would not have a chance to resist with a second move. The sooner the enemy is addressed, the less risk of being counterattacked by the enemy. Grey listened and looked to the sky. "Ishgar, I'm afraid I can't go back." Subsequently, Grey abandoned the Demon Slayer method and used ordinary ice attribute magic to use the Silver World. Let the entire arena, including the enchantment set up by Brantish, and the audience seats all covered with a layer of silver. And the three of Jelf, Serena, and August all froze in an instant without reacting. It seems that August has a deeper understanding of magic than I do. Jelf was the first to break the ice, praising August as an excellent mentor and training a large number of excellent magicians for himself. The emperor is overrated, and the old ministers are only stimulating their potential, and they are the ones who are really powerful. This force is already unique in Ishgar. Serena also broke the ice behind August. But seeing that the Jerf and August they longed for were far more important to Grey than they were to the man who was favored by the dragon god, he inevitably felt a little unbalanced in his heart. And he, who was born in the northern continent, whether it is Albaraz or Ishgar, is not his ultimate belonging. He just wanted to use the power of both sides to solve the common enemy of the 5 divine dragons, Akuno Lokia. In this way, the 5 divine dragons he believes in can reap the benefits of the fishermen in the 3-party firefight. It's just that he hasn't figured out the details of Albaraz yet. Except for the Desert King Agir, who had fought with him, and the water god dragon Melkakobia, who had lost more than half of his strength, he still didn't know the full strength of the remaining 12 shields. In particular, August's knowledge is so great that I am afraid that almost no one in the 4 continents, including Jelf, can match it. In addition, the depth of his magic seems to be no less than that of Jelf, who has lived for 400 years. If you really want to describe it, then he is a combination of the abyssal Jelf and the wise Mebius. And the strength of Aaron Bel's Arian, another legendary level of 12 shields who rarely appears in Albaraz, is even more unpredictable. Even if August is not used to some of her behaviors, he will give 3 points to her. Therefore, before fighting Akunalakia, he also had to try to preserve his strength in order to usher in the awakening of the 5 divine dragons. And Grey's sudden rise in the 12 shields, and the fact that it was August and Jerf personally directed, also made him feel that his lurking task was gradually becoming difficult. Chapter 29. Lucy Natsu woke up in a daze, feeling her head on something soft. Natsu Lucy's voice was a little shy. It's so crowded. Harpy's face pressed against the wall door of Halaloshem, the clock seat, and wept. The 2 of them and a cat were drifting on the sea in the body of a star spirit. Oops, the magic can't hold it anymore. Lucy froze, and Halalokim returned to the star spirit realm. They grunt and sink to the bottom of the sea. Natsu asks Harpy to catch Lucy, who is running out of magic, and flies into the air from the flames. Even Natsu himself didn't realize that behind him, 2 wings, one red and one black, faintly appeared. At this time, Myra Jane came here, saw Natsu's appearance like this, and immediately stepped forward to block Lucy, and then blasted Natsu with a move of soul destruction. Natsu didn't expect Myra Jane to attack her, and instinctively blocked her attack with demonic power. But Natsu lost a wing, lost his balance, and fell sharply from the sky. There was another bang, and a stream of air broke through the sea. Scatter the sea water in an area. With a thud, Natsu's head hit the head of a martial artist with a black ribbon tied around his head, naked on his upper body, and white pants on his bottom. Demon, the martial artist saw Natsu, his eyes filled with murder. The surrounding sea was still blocked by the man's aura, and Myra Jane also understood that she had accidentally injured Natsu under Lucy's explanation, and she also swooped down and came to Natsu and the martial artist. Another demon, and still in underwear. The martial artist's face turned red and he quickly turned around and fainted to the ground. And his action also caused the chi emanating from his body to retract, and the tumbling sea water rushed down, swallowing them together. Bury it again. Harpy complained. They'll be fine, after all, Mirajan is here, said Lucy weakly. The mana that had been consumed was slowly recovering. With that, Myra Jane switched to the demon god Half-8 and rescued Natsu and the fainting martial artist. Then quickly moved to a small nameless island. By the time Harpy and Lucy follow Mirajana's trajectory to the nameless island, Myra Jane has already set up a fire and is ready to cook. Seeing the catch that Myra Jane put aside, Harpy threw Lucy down in mid-air, and then ran to the catch and drooled wildly. You stinky cat! Lucy, who was plunging into the sand, wanted to throw the stinky cat into the sea and let him go to the sea to eat the fish. Then a wave hit and slapped Lucy against the coconut trees on the shore again. With a bang, several golden coconuts were smashed off Lucy's head. Rolled to the side of the harpy. I saw Harpy pick up the coconut, skillfully cut it in half with his sharp claws, and then ran to Marajan with a flattering face, hoping that Marajan would give him the first fish that had been roasted. But he was gently rejected by Myra Jane, because this first fish needed Lucy, who consumed the most magic power. Then to Natsu and the martial artist, and finally to Harpy. After listening to this, Harpy didn't expect to be ranked last by Marajan, so he picked up a raw small fish and drew a circle with his paws with his back to everyone. And Lucy heard that the first thing that Marajan thought of was herself, and she shed tears of emotion, and sure enough, Marajan was still the gentlest. At this time, Natsu and the martial artist woke up at the same time when they smelled the aroma of grilled fish. Both of them sensed the other's insatiable desire for grilled fish, so the two woke up and immediately started fighting. But what Natsu didn't expect at all was that the moment he wanted to use the iron fist of the fire dragon to attack, he was steadily knocked to the ground by the opponent's hand knife. Natsu flipped over and used her feet to unleash the dragon's hook and claw in response. But he was easily grabbed by the other party's ankle and then easily thrown out. Natsu was still wondering, obviously he didn't feel any magic on the other party, but when he just separated the sea from the power, what was it? The other party was already sitting in front of Lucy and Myra Jane at the speed of light, pitifully wanting to eat a bite of grilled fish. Lucy had no choice but to give him the share in her hand first. And the martial artist didn't care about any etiquette at all, and took a big bite on the grilled fish that was more than a meter long. Look at Natsu and Harpy drooling. Myra Jane waved her hand and said they would bake the next one soon. I didn't want the fighter to hear this, so he finished eating the fish in his hand at high speed and moved to Marajan's side. This caused a strong resentment from Natsu and Harpy, whose flaming fists and sharp claws were already unsheathed. Friendly staring at the gluttonous guy. You have to know how to share it with everyone. Marajan's gentle and kind smile suddenly hit the guy's heart hard. Oops, didn't Master say before that women are the most terrible creatures? But the girl in front of her, named Marajan, was so cute that her cheeks couldn't help but turn red when she thought of it. But it was also in the gap between his blushing that Natsu and Harpy had already eaten the grilled fish. Lucy sighed, she and Myra Jane hadn't eaten anything. The air currents cut the waves straight away, and then he struck at the speed of light, throwing a bunch of big fish at Marajan. Wow, his handsome performance, even Naz and Harpy couldn't help but applaud. They spent an afternoon on the island peacefully. Natsu has also challenged the martial artist countless times. But he was still beaten by the other party in physical skills. He also told Natsu bluntly that his offensive intent is too obvious, and his opponent will see through many flaws. Knocking down the enemy's attack does not have to be powerful, but depends on whether it can accurately hit the opponent's weak point. They also found out in the exchange. The martial artist in front of him barely knows any magic. He relied entirely on the strength of human beings to use his physical skills and chi to the extreme. Despite this, he still felt that he had not been able to reach the state of no other, no self, free and extreme. Because he's up against an opponent so powerful that he'll need to join forces with his fellow companions to take him down, Aku no Lokia. He relied on dragon-slaying magic to reach the peak of human power, and he hoped that he could break this realm and use his own strength to reach the peak of human power. Hearing this, the Demon Tail group suddenly realized the identity of the other party. And the other party has nothing to hide, he is one of the 12 shields of Albaraz. Long, known as the heaven-destroying fist tyrant. At this time, Natsu also let go of his hip-hop mentality and clenched his fists seriously. Takashi says that he doesn't want to be an enemy of Ishgar, and he won't engage in a military fight against Fairy Tail. He will not fight Naz and them, and at the same time reminds Naz that Albaraz is about to cause a storm and tsunami in Harujun Harbor. And the Executor is one of the 5 divine dragons to be sealed in the Centennial Mission, and the current member of the 12 Shields of the Guardian of Albaraz, the water dragon god Melkobia. And Myra Jane and Natsu confirmed that he was right, and that Albaraz's army was besieging Ishgar from 4 directions. Some of the neighboring countries of the continent of Ishgar have already been ruled and fallen. Thinking of this, Natsu felt that the matter between him and Jerf still had to be resolved later. The top priority is to protect Albaraz and protect the original body, because this is the dignity of the fairy tale. At this moment, on the water battlefield of Harujun, Leon Sharia is commanding the battleship to engage in a firefight with Albaraz's navy. And Leon, as the vanguard officer, is also facing the general under the water dragon god Melkobia, Full Metal Magus Sigma. Sigmar used steel magic to conjure a massive anchor to sink Leon's command ship. Was blocked by the great ape in the shape of Leon Ice with his arms. Although Leon's ice is not as hard as the opponent's steel, the humidity around the seashore is sufficient, and the shape of the shattered ice can be restored quickly. The great ape of ice caught the anchor and threw it back. At the moment when Sigma was in the middle, the anchor was shaped into countless threads that cut the great ape of ice to pieces and wrapped around Leon's neck and limbs. I advise you to give up resistance obediently, or your head and hands and feet will be cut off as long as I hold my hands tightly. Sigma threatened Leon. Sharia wanted to stop her at the moment, but was quickly stopped by Dora, the flower wizard, another subordinate of the water dragon god Melkobia's army. Blade-like petals sliced through Eol's wings, slicing Shelia's wrist. Sharia. Leon began to tense when he saw Shirley injured. Although Shirley is stronger than the average magician, she is still a child. Ice Magus can't mess with his heart. Sigma tightened the silk thread tied to Leon's body, slowly embedding it into his skin, and the blood slowly oozed out and flowed down the steel thread to Sigma's hand. Ice shape, blood red dragon. Leon grabbed the wire, blood flowing out even faster. But at the same time, the blood stained the ice magic, and a red dragon angrily crashed into Sigma and Dora. When Sharia saw Leon out of trouble, she immediately held her breath and used the additional magic Celestial Spirit to increase Leon's attack power. Subsequently, Leon used the ice shape, Wrath of the 9 Dragons to drill 8 more dragons into the sea around the blood dragon, forming a circle with the blood dragon, and a huge waterspout with a cold air swept across the sea, freezing them all on the sea. Dragon. The water dragon god Melkobia, who was lying in the main battleship, was also attracted by the power of the dragon that the ice shape imitated. He looked at his frozen ship and felt that he didn't need to show mercy to his enemies. With a wave of Melkobia's finger, a raging hurricane blew on the sea, blowing a large amount of water vapor towards the port of Harujun. And Leon's vanguard warship was also swayed from side to side by the waves under this hurricane. But that's just Melkobia's appetizer for Harujun. As his fingers continued to shake, the water rippled on the surface of the sea like a swimming dragon, overturning all the originally crumbling warships with huge waves. Seeing this, Leon had to freeze the sea and let his navy retreat along his frozen path. Immediately afterwards, the water from the sea rose into the air under the guidance of Melkobia, forming a large number of thunderclouds that rushed towards the entire city of Harujun. The rain poured down, and Jorah also cast the magic rock god pillar in the harbor after Leon led the navy to withdraw. It formed an earth-based magical barrier to block the rolling tsunami. In the past, Sula was also selected as one of the 10 sacred wizards for her contribution to water control. At this time, it is also very handy to deal with extreme weather such as heavy rain and tsunami. Although the magic of the water dragon god is very strong, under Jorah's prearrangement, he used a magician who is good at earth-based attributes to create a waterproof system in the whole city of Harujun. Even in the face of this downpour, it is able to return rainwater to the sea through the drainage system. This will not cause damage caused by a sudden sandstorm like Magnolia. At this time, Elsa also led the fairy tale reinforcements and brought the king's reserves for them. Dragon. Wendy felt the downpour that hurt all over her body, and there was a dragon power. It's the same feeling as Gark. Elsa also sensed the unusualness of this power. And Wendy was also surprised by Elsa's perception ability, because Melkobia obviously hid her dragon breath. In this case, Elsa could also detect the nature of the other party's magic, worthy of being the Queen of Fairies. And Melkobia, after calling for wind and rain, did not think that the other party could establish such a perfect waterproof system in such a short period of time. All he wanted to do was wait for time to turn Harujun into an underwater city. At the same time, the mermaid special guard team formed by female sorcerers led by Kagura also circled the enemy's rear from underwater, trying to sink the enemy's supply warship. But what they didn't expect was that it was another Guardian 12 Shields war concubine Di Maria who was guarding the grain and grass. She created a time barrier, shrouding the resupplying ships in a space that rewinds time. As soon as Kagura and the others get close to the ship, and after being sensed by the barrier, time will immediately rewind to the moment they approached the ship. The members of the team who were traveling together all felt the difference, and felt that they had run into evil spirits, and that they had been played by the ghosts of the sea. But Kagura felt the magic enchantment. She jumped out of the water, pulled out her grievance knife, and sliced a hole in the time barrier with a single move. At this time, the Princess Di Maria also felt that her magic had been broken. He also flashed in front of Kagura in an instant, and used the holy sword in his hand to compete with Kagura. "Oh, I'm still careless, I didn't expect you to dare to sneak up on our rear," said Di Maria, standing on the boat after battling Kagura. "It's all about forcing back your group of invaders." Kagura slashed again, and the powerful sword aura opened another hole in the time barrier. But at the same time, she felt a hole open in her clothes, and then a wail came from behind her. The sorcerers behind Kagura fell down with blood flowing from their chests one by one, and the blood-red blood stained the entire sea at once. "How is that possible?" Kagura looked behind him in surprise, and it was only for a moment that all the people around him turned out. With another bang, the resentful sword in Kagura's hand was taken away by the war concubine Di Maria. Then the time barrier was slowly repaired, and Di Maria disappeared above the sea. Kagura stayed where she was, but she didn't expect that all the team members behind her would fall. And what killed them was her overconfidence in her own strength and her disdain for the enemy. And Di Maria didn't solve Kagura directly, because she wanted to see how she dealt with the next crisis brought to her underwater after despair. Chapter 30. Kagura ran out of weapons, and the smell of blood in the surrounding sea attracted a group of sharks. Kagura watched as his team was devoured by the sharks. She tried to use gravity to bring them all back to port, but the hungry sharks had already begun to bite, and the severed corpses had begun to turn into a blur of flesh and blood after some torture. Kagura, who came into contact with war for the first time, was a little unable to accept such a picture. But she could only endure the psychological discomfort and bring her companion back to the port. An anxious Anna stood on Jorah's rock pillar and waited for her. Originally, she didn't support Kagura's raid, but at this moment, she saw that Kagura was able to escape from the enemy's hands, and she suddenly felt a little relieved in her heart. Anna looked at the severed arm dragged back by Kagura's gravity magic, and her heart was shocked. Coming out of the war 400 years ago, she couldn't accept that her companions had such an experience, let alone Kagura who had just entered the battlefield. Anna walked over and hugged Kagura tightly, feeling her whole body tremble. It seems that the opponents who are fighting with her have the ability to defeat her in an instant. Anna frowned, wondering if she was going to admonish the already mad Jelf as an old friend. Because she also didn't want to see the same brutal killings as they did 400 years ago. War itself is a thing that brings untold suffering. Natsu and Lucy, along with Mirajan, also gradually approached the port of Harujun. I also gradually felt the clouds around me thicken, and there were signs of rain. "Is it Jubia?" asked Harpy innocently. "No, it's much better than Jubia," Myra Jane explained. Then they felt the hurricane coming from Harujun, and the smell of blood was mixed with it. They saw Albaraz's warship as they approached the port. Natsu tries to rush forward and finish off the enemy, but is stopped by Myra Jane. Because it is not yet clear the details of the enemy, rash action may suffer a big loss. When they crept back to Haru-jun, they were already drenched in heavy rain. It's so cold in this rain. Natsu shuddered suddenly. Lucy felt that some of Natsu's body was a little strange, because when he fought with Gray before, the ice kept hitting him, and he didn't say a cold word. She looked at his right arm again and saw that the bandages on his hands were gone. Could it be? Lucy didn't dare to think further, and at this point Anna brought back Kagura, who was completely trapped in self-blame. 40 lives, only I am left. I'm the only one left. I'm the only one left, Kagura repeated. Lucy and Anna glanced at each other and felt a wonderful connection. It seems to be a kind of mutual induction between the astral magicians. Elsa and Wendy also walked out of the tent, and the moment they saw Anna, Wendy's memories seemed to come back to life. Teacher Anna. Wendy looked at the familiar person in front of her in disbelief. Anna. Natsu began to remember the name, and she seemed to be the one who had taken them from the world 400 years ago. At the same time, Anna also notices the two, but she doesn't immediately recognize them because she needs to take care of Kagura. What's wrong with her? Elsa asked nervously when she saw Kagura's abnormality. Hearing Anna's description, Natsu couldn't contain her anger anymore and roared into the sky. Melkobia, the god of water dragons, also saw Naz's soaring flames, which turned the dark clouds in the sky orange-red. He also realized that his heavy rain did not cause substantial harm to the port city. So he planned to destroy the city himself. The monstrous waves rolled up, and Melkobia rode the huge waves. Although the old saying often says that a drop of water pierces through a stone, in the face of menacing waves, Jura's rock god pillar is also in danger. Just in time. Natsu burned with flames all over her body, breaking through the rain and heading straight for the water dragon god. Lucy, we're on to. Elsa glanced at Lucy. The strongest team, let's go. Harpy put his foot on the floor, pointing his finger in the direction of the water dragon god. The strongest team, but Gray. Lucy clutched her key. Gray, let me take my place, said Jubia and Leon in unison. But Miss Jubia, the last time she dealt with the Desert King Argir, she consumed too much mana at once, and now her body hasn't fully recovered. Wendy said worriedly. Let me go, I'm the best substitute for Gray in terms of magic. Leon said with a firm look at Jubia. With a bang, Natsu's flaming body slammed through the water dragon bullets released by Melkobia. This made Melkobia also admire his drive. And there is something similar to the flame of his longtime old rival Agunia. Melkobia turned one of his arms into a dragon claw, and as Natsu punched him, a dodge and a hook sent Natsu into the sea. After all, it was still raining, and Natsu's flame strength was completely inadequate in front of the water dragon god. Ice shape, snow dragon. An ice dragon burst out of the water and carried Natsu into the air. Gee! Leon! Natsu watched in disbelief. But Natsu still didn't want him to be involved, because the other party was a dragon, and ordinary magic couldn't break through his dragon scale's defenses at all. Nazgo, and me. Wendy joined the fight along with Elsa and Lucy. Tianhe, Dragon Soul, Dragon Slayer Seal. Wendy attached the Dragon Slayer attribute to Elsa, Lucy, and Leon. Demon Knife, Celestial Dragon, Grandigny, Celestial Dragon Flurry. Open the door of Virgo and Scorpio, the roar of the Stardust Dragon. Modeling Magic, Ice Dragon's Extreme Cold Storm. Elsa wrapped the red cherry dragon demon knife in the breath of the celestial dragon, and conjured up a sword aura like a white feather, cutting the hard dragon armor of the water dragon god one after another. Along with it came the combination of Balago summoned by Lucy and the magic of the earth star spirit brought by Scorpio. Using the power of the stars, the sand, and rocks combined with the wind to form a roaring horizontal whirlwind that inflicted elemental restraint damage on the water dragon god. And Leon's extremely cold storm froze the air around him, quickly devouring the moisture in his body. Freeze it into an ice mound. Magical, interesting, the water dragon god Melkobia unleashed his entire body to break the ice that had frozen him. Transformed into a long, curvy dragon with scales glowing with colored beams. The purple mane on the neck is as smooth as the waves, and the dorsal fin is as elegant and agile as the breeze blows. With just a slight flick of his tail, a waterspout rolled up on the surface of the sea, and the powerful suction force almost swept them all into it. "He's got his wounds healed," shouted Lucy. "It's self-healing magic." Wendy saw the nature of his magic. Costume change. Celestial god armor. Elsa disguised herself in the celestial armor and unfolded the waterspout with the celestial divine armor, freeing everyone. "It's Elsa, next is mine, the Flame Dragon King's fist breaker." Natsu swirled the flames in her hands, the burning flames turning crimson, and the rain evaporated everywhere they passed. Bang! Natsu's punch slammed into the head of the water dragon god, and was blocked by a water barrier. "Damn, isn't that okay?" Natsu looked at his red and swollen fist. He didn't expect that the opponent's defense could be so much stronger than the 7 dragons that crossed over a year ago. Dragon Source 8 sounds. The water dragon god opened his mouth, and although Natsu and the others couldn't hear any sound, the subtle tremor of the sound waves made their thoughts begin to become confused. In a daze, Natsu heard a voice hidden within herself. Like a book opening the corner of the cover, the voice longs for Natsu to completely liberate herself, so that Natsu can have the power to repel the water dragon and protect her family. Just as Natsu was about to open the book, a stern voice stopped him. Gave Natsu the courage to rely on his own abilities to face the enemy head-on. Yes, Gildaz taught him a lesson 8 years ago when he was on Sirius Island. It is not terrible to realize that you are weak, and it is precisely because of your weakness that you will cherish your companions, because they have given yourself the faith to overcome difficulties. Whether it is the despair in the face of Hades or the crisis brought by the gate of Hades, the power of the bond has always allowed him to use the power beyond his limits. He can't compromise with that book, because what Iganiru told him is Natsu, the fairy tale wizard Natsu, who is neither a dragon nor a demon. He knew about death, and he was grateful for his brother's second life when he broke the taboo. But that doesn't mean he has to be Jelf's work, and he doesn't need to kill him according to the rules in the book. The flame in this hand is the magic that Iganiru has given him, Dragon Slayer. But this word of extinction is not the kind of destruction of Akunalakia. Rather, it represents the power of the guardians to destroy the stubborn, old-fashioned, ingrained dragon-enslaved aggressor mentality of humanity. It is the beginning of the rules of destiny created by the god of destruction. Since the opposite side is the water dragon god, then it is necessary to destroy the god and destroy the dragon. Black flames and red flames began to blend and merge. Celestial dragon magic, all attributes additional. A green glow made Natsu feel that his body's functions had improved in all directions. "Go ahead, Natsu." Lucy and Elsa unleashed their combined magic, Starry Sky Armor. Combining the power of the stars with magic, he formed an armor that was placed on Natsu. "Destroy me all." The water dragon Melkobia looked up at the sky and chanted a magic spell, casting the magic of the water dragon god, the water dragon constellation. Countless water energy bombs smashed like meteors towards the strongest squad in the port of Harujun. Melkobia tried to get rid of the group of guys who stood in his way at once. Especially the human who has a similar taste to Agaunia. Because in front of them, humans are only worthy to be slaves of the dragons and to be delicious food on their tables. "Go, Natsu." Modeling magic, Ice Flame Dragon King. Leon used all his magic power to form a dragon in the shape of Iganiru, protecting Natsu, who was merging his power to accumulate the mystery of Dragon Slayer, in the body of Iganiru. Iganiru spread his wings and blocked a portion of the water dragon constellation, and rushed forward with Natsu. But there was also a part of the meteor that hit Harujun. But Jorah has rallied all the sorcerers in the city to use magic to defend themselves. Boom! the houses on the edge of the harbor collapsed due to the tremendous force of the impact. There were also large and small craters on the ground that had been smashed out by the water dragon constellation. The powerful destructive force caused the originally established flood control system to begin to collapse one by one. Huge waves and floods began to rage through the city. Some of the wood-based magicians began to make emergency life-saving wooden boats out of the shape of wood. Jorah also broke her clothes, turning her body into a rock giant to stabilize the city's dirt crumble. The powerful force of the fault began to tear his limbs, but as the 10 saint demon guides, he still relied on his willpower to dig his feet deep into the earth and stabilize the foundation under his feet. Although the rocks on his body were peeling off piece by piece due to tension, he always gritted his teeth and guarded this city. Finally exhausted, although he was so tired that he fell to his knees, the magic in his hand was still holding the last piece of high ground in the harbor from being swallowed up by floods and huge waves. "Hold on, Mr. Jorah," said the witch's sinful hort, softening the peeling stone from Jorah's body and re-gluing it back. And his softness also gave a little cushion to the hardness of rock iron. As Natsu completes its charge, the number of meteors in the leaking water dragon constellation gradually decreases. The ice blocks of Iguniru slowly shrank and disappeared, and a reddish-brown flame glittering with starlight lit up the entire sky like the Sunday Dragon Slayer mystery, changed Divine Dragon's star flame blade. Natsu's Dragon Slayer mystic meaning went up and down, hammering down the raised head of the water dragon god. The noble dragon god bowed his head in this force that broke through the limits of the rules and was shot down into the sea. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the heavy rain that had fallen on Jorah gradually subsided. The churning waters are gradually calming down. The sun shines through the slowly dissipating clouds on the ruined Harujun. The war never seems to favor anyone, the invaders are bruised after defeat, and the defenders are also paid the price of the destruction of their homeland. This collision of fire and water, though, made Natsu make her own choice. But how can the gods who like to joke and be high up let this person who has been favored by fate and has a second life rest easy? Natsu slowly fell from the sky, and he chose to be a human being, but because of his betrayal of the demon, he was negatively attacked by End. Exhausted, Natsu's consciousness of her ego slowly became confused, and she saw the picture of herself fighting and biting Aku no Lokia. Chapter 31. The water god dragon Melkobia sank to the bottom of the sea, although he didn't want to admit it, but Natsu's dragon-slaying mystery just now really made him feel the pressure. He walked through the crisscrossing undercurrents of the seabed and entered an undersea cavern. The view inside the cave is completely different from the cold and gloomy of the bottom of the sea, with scorching hot winds and tumbling magma. And in the very center of the magma waterfall is the naked fire god dragon Ignia. He opened his eyes and saw Melkobia, whose whole body was burned. Sneered so much that he couldn't even solve a swarm of ants. Melkobia said that he had been drained of half of his soul by Aku no Lokia, and his magic power was greatly reduced. Moreover, it was also for the sake of Ignia that he suppressed his strength in front of his cheap brother. But what he had to admire was that the power of their bond was indeed stronger than expected. He had thought that through the dragon source 8 sounds, he would be able to guide Natsu to contact the demon's power, so as to gain the strength to compete with Aku no Lokia. But now it seems that it is still necessary to push the group of guys in the northern continent to snatch the dragon's cry, and then combine the power of the 5 divine dragons to deal with that difficult guy. Melkobia clutches the top of his head wounded by Natsu and complains that sometimes he really wants to be an ordinary human. Don't worry about Aku no Lokia's pursuit, find a farmland by the lake with Ignia and cultivate the land for self-sufficiency. But his idea caused Ignia to be furious. Because he longs for power, for the feeling of being on top of the world that dominates the world. Because only strength can make everyone surrender and make yourself feel at ease. Melkobia's idea of becoming a human was very dangerous, because then he would be no different from the Luna dragon who disgraced the dragons. If it weren't for the mother-in-law's obstruction, maybe the 5 divine dragons would have joined forces and trampled Aku no Lokia under their feet. He will never forget the feeling of Akuno Lokia stomping his face under his feet. Igania pinched Melkobia's face and told him that if it wasn't for the fact that he had saved his life, he would have devoured his inferior product with only half of his ability by now, so that he could strengthen himself. Moreover, the dragon clan devours its own kind, and needs Dragon's Cry as a medium, otherwise it will burst itself due to the huge ability generated by the fusion of the two forces. The reason why the northern continent Golden Divine Dragon's subordinates were able to digest dragon meat has yet to be confirmed. Although the 5 dragons have 2 common enemies, Akuno Lokia and humans, they are not a rock-solid whole, and each individual seems to have some careful thoughts. And at the moment when he was pinched in the face by Igania, Melkobia also felt the rapid loss of water in his body. Maybe half of his soul was sucked away by Akuno Lokia, but he also felt the powerful magic of Igania. Perhaps this child, who was abandoned by his father, can already compete with Akuno Lokia in strength, although he has little chance of winning, but he doesn't have to hide like before. Igania lowered the arm she was pinching her face, and then found a corner to sit quietly. He instructed Melkobia not to return to Delph again, because that crazy guy would go head-to-head with Akuno Lokia. In case of an accident, they will either be sealed by the magic dragon that has always wanted to deal with them, or they will become the wreckage of Akuno Lokia's roar. Melkobia looked at Igania with a pulse, and felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He likes human beings, but he contradictively stands on the opposite side of human beings. Maybe it's all because of this guy in front of him. But when it comes to the legendary dragon slayer wizard Aref Syria, he thinks that there is also a powerful Erin Belkelian under Jelf's command who has always hidden her dragon-slaying magic. That guy has the power to make him feel terrified and desperate. And the one at this moment is called the Crimson Despair of Irene Belkelian. He was standing on the snowy peak at the junction of the 2 countries at the rear of the northern battlefield, staring at the battle situation between the 2 continents. The Northern Alliance, led by the Tiger of the Sword and the 4 Hounds, won several victories in their encounters with Albaraz. This also made the magician of the 4-headed hound sigh that the legendary Albaraz was not as difficult to deal with as he imagined. Perhaps they didn't need the Sword-bite Tiger to intervene to settle these disputes, and they didn't need the fairy tale to come to their aid, but what they didn't expect was that the next enemy to appear was the Peleus organization that was the opposite of the 8 Lees camp in the demons created by Jelf. They were created with the goal of getting the conflicted Jelf to get rid of them all before Atlas got close to Jelf. It is also because of their opposition to demons that many people refer to them as messengers of God. Although they do not belong to the 12 shields of the protectors, they have the strength to be equal to the 12 shields. And the new enemy that appears on the battlefield in the north is the guy known as Death Bradman. The aura emanating from his body can make the magician fall into a state of stupor, and then lose his fighting spirit, allowing him to swing the scythe in his hand and cut off his head. Because his spell is to control the desire for sleep, one of the 3 major desires of human beings. It is also a spell that Akuno Lokia, who is immune to almost all magic, cannot escape. And the members of the vanguard of the 4-headed hound also paid with their lives for their own light enemies. Yukino saw the scene of him cutting off the enemy's head and then biting and chewing, and his heart shuddered. But she, who valued and respected life, still mustered up the courage and shouted for all the magicians not to go near that guy. But the opponent's aura quickly spread, and almost all the magicians fell asleep under that aura. Only Yukino was teleported by Mindba's spatial magic and broke away from Bradman's black aura. But despite this, Yukino alone was besieged by Bradman's undead army. Defeated, Yukino had no choice but to flee and retreat, because when Mindba teleported her, she hoped that someone in the defenders would return to a safe place and ask for support. Although Sting and Raj are more powerful than Xuanai, they are all belligerent dragon slayer wizards, and they are really not suitable for evacuation. So Mindba hopes that Yukino can find Lufas and Oruga, who are guarding the grain and grass in the rear, and wait for help to arrive. The sky was covered with snow, and behind the snow, crosses rose one after another, and Mindba, Sting, Rog, and Pascal were all nailed into the air. Blaemen did not kill them immediately because of their strength and could be used as a plaything for Aaron Belkelian. Shwenai held back her tears and ran in the snow, and her star spirits automatically opened the door to help her master get out of trouble. But in the face of the huge undead army, the star spirit also quickly disappeared into the white snow. Memory shape, scorching earth. A warm current surrounded Yukino, who fell to the ground, and the crimson flames evaporated and melted a snowfield, and it turned out that Lufus sensed Yukino's danger and rushed over from the camp. "Be careful, these guys seem to have infinite lives," Yukino reminded Lupus, hoping he wouldn't underestimate him. "Since they are immortal, there is no need to end their lives, and I still have that man's magic in my memory." Lufus lightly swung his sword, and the undead army chasing Shwenai was frozen into ice sculptures at once. Yukino looked at Lufax dumbfounded, unable to believe that he could freeze this large area of enemies so easily by himself. Lufus dragged Yukino and continued to escape, because he knew that although his memory magic was powerful, it didn't last long, which was why he needed to keep memorizing multiple types of magic. Soon, a dark shadow caught up with them, and the desire for sleepiness gradually filled the whole body, and finally reached the brain, making them all close their eyelids. Death Bradman happily waved the scythe in his hand, but unfortunately Aaron did not allow him to kill the powerful people. One of them was able to use the cover of the star spirit to escape here, and the other was able to freeze their own undead legion in an instant, and they could be regarded as having the strength to go to Aaron alive and enjoy even higher despair. At this time, the backup force led by Laxus was also on the way to the northern battlefield, and encountered a surprise attack by the Dragon Eater Guild. Fried used the warlock to fend off the attack of the skeletal dragon Scario, and had Abiglin use the elf's machine gun to lock onto the enemy's position in the snow. With a few bangs, the goblin machine guns all hit the armored dragon Madamur's body, and there was no effect at all. But being able to lock onto the enemy's position has already served the purpose. Laxus struck a lightning blast and attempted to wipe out all of the opposing enemy. Unexpectedly, the Kirin Peliu, who has the power of a soul dragon, can receive all the thunder and lightning of Laxus, and then form a huge lightning barrier. Laxus hates this kind of enemy hiding in the shadows the most, and gives a look for Bigusru to use the light particle heavy cannon to break through the lightning barrier on the opposite side, and then Lishna receives the owl's soul and uses it to lock the enemy's position, and finally he and Elfman rush forward together. The roar of the Beastmaster and the roar of thunder made all the dragon eaters appear. The armored dragon blocked Elfman's Beastmaster fist, and the Kirin Peliu caught the heavy wrist of the Laxus Thundersaurus with one hand. Behind him, the bladed dragon and the blood dragon, who were in charge of the main attack, jumped out and used the combined magic White Rainbow Destruction. Suzaku's long knife swept across the area with the blessing of the power of the blade dragon, and the thunder god and Lysina in the rear. As well as the combined forces of the magicians supported by Ishgar, were all wounded by the sword aura. The claws stained with blood are the holy weapons of death. This is the destruction brought about by the power of the white tiger and the vermilion bird. The black coffin behind the unicorn began to tremble after sensing the powerful magic on Laxus's body. "Seeing that our sixth companion likes you very much," the Kirin Peru said to Laxus. "That's the smell of dragons." The blade dragon licked the corners of his mouth, and the air blade slashed at Laxus. Suddenly, Fried opened the Eye of Darkness and quickly blocked Lasius with the shadow. Laxus saw the blood from the knife wound on his leg, and the lightning on his body began to glow red. "Would you like to test the power of Fairy Tale's original magician?" Laxus unleashed an angry iron fist, and the red thunder Mercury knocked the bladed dragon to the ground. What a handsome man! The moment the bladed dragon fell, he seemed to be fascinated by the domineering man in front of him. The power of Laxus, passed down to his ancestor Yuri, was a magic that Mibes had taught him before he set out on his expedition. And this power deeply attracted the owner of the coffin behind the unicorn, the golden dragon Vilnas. With a bang, the black coffin exploded, and standing in the snow was a middle-aged man with yellow hair. The man opened his eyes and told Laxus that the body was Yuri, who had been captured by himself during the Centennial mission. He had to admit that Yuri was a genius who knew how to fight, and used Dragon's Cry to seal his body under the castle of the Kingdom of Fear. Fortunately, he separated his consciousness in time, took his life, and invaded his body. However, the dragon's compatibility with the human body was extremely low, so he sealed himself in this black coffin, both to hide his aura and escape Akunalakia's pursuit, and to reduce the use of magic and wear down the overwhelmed body. It was also a coincidence that a year ago, he wanted to sneak into the castle of the Kingdom of Furel to regain his body consciousness, but he picked up the severed arm of Akunalakia that was bitten by the fire dragon King Iganiraru. So he used this severed arm to create a new generation of dragon-slaying magicians. Scales become armor that can retaliate against opponents in defense, nails into blades that can cut through everything, flesh into bloodthirsty knives, bones into dust that eliminates everything, souls into containers that absorb everything for their own use. And Vilnas, the golden god dragon who is a conscious being, sensed the dragon-slaying crystal that the Thunder Dragon King's heart turned into at this moment, and this body that is more suitable for him than Yuri. Jin Shenlong motioned for the Kirin to take Laxus, but instead he was restrained by Biguslua's soul-controlling magic, and was firmly controlled by Bigusru, who was injured to the end, and could not move. The Thor don't fall so easily. Abba Green took off her glasses and turned all the people in front of her to stone with her petrified eyes. Abba Green, who was the most seriously injured, also stood up with Lysanus' support. Because they are the thunder gods who protect Laxus. At the moment when the petrified eyes collided with the golden dragon's eyes, Abba Green felt a force that reflected her magic back, petrifying herself into a sculpture. Chapter 32. EBA. Elfman shouted, knocking out the golden dragon Vilnas with a single punch. But instead of getting angry, Wernis smiled weirdly. The damage you did to me now, I'm going to pay it back later. The golden dragon's eyes lit up, and all the members of the Dragon Eater who had just been petrified by Abba Green had all recovered their state. Suzaku dodged, and Elfman's chest was opened. Frid also uses the shadow to fight Suzaku, but instead of seeing it as a target, Suzaku aims his blade at Bigusru, who can limit his strongest combat power, the Kirin. The blood-red scimitar fell, slashing off the puppets manipulated by Biguslu one by one. With a click, Laxus's arm was in front of Bigusru. Laxus! Bigust's eyes widened as blood flowed from Laxus's arm. In the past, you always took the lead for me as a cover, and today, it's time for me to give you some compensation. Laxus' red thunder struck again, and the lightning collided with the blood blade, and Laxus and Suzaku each stepped back a few positions. The skeleton dragon grabbed out of the gap and used smoke and dust magic to obscure Laxus's vision, but under the powerful electric field around Laxus, none of the dust could get close. Crimson Thunder Dragon's heavenly halberd. Luxus roared, his powerful power pulse turning into a weapon that stabbed at the skeletal dragon that had attacked him. The armored dragon wanted to withstand the onslaught with its powerful defenses. But under the powerful pulse, the armor of the armored dragon was actually cracked. Laxus rained down another thunderbolt, completely crushing the armored dragon that was almost impossible to break through at close range. The skeleton dragon and Suzaku looked at each other, then at the Kylan controlled by Biguslua behind them, and then at the guild Wernas, who was suppressed by his body. The battle seems to have reached a stalemate. Vilnas looked at Laxus's strong physique, a little reluctant to lose such a host. But just as Vilnas tried to unleash the dragon's power and give it a go, the ground around them began to crumble into regular squares. Gildas! Laxus and the golden dragon Vilnas exclaimed at the same time. The last time I met you in the Centennial mission, I didn't continue to attack you because your body had been sealed and you were lodged in the body of my guild senior. But now that you dare to do something to my guild little guy, I'm going to have to fight you again. Gildas retracted the decomposed stone and enclosed the Dragon Eater in a stone prison. Wernas knew that none of their current combat power was comparable to that of the two in front of them. They can only let the dragons turn them into dust and retreat. Gildaz did not continue to pursue them, but took them to a cave to recuperate from their wounds. At night, a fire was lit in Gildaz, and the orange light hit everyone's faces. He could see the frustration on everyone's faces, because before they reached the northern battlefield, the supporting squad was almost completely wiped out. The extremely cold land in the north was originally short of personnel, and now that they have not yet arrived at the battlefield, their morale has been reduced by more than half. I don't know how long they will be able to hold on if they encounter a real enemy. Especially Elfman, who thought that his strength had increased greatly after cultivating, was still in his mind at this moment, with Suzaku's fast knife that could barely be caught by the naked eye. Gildaz sighed as well. How nice would it be if he could break down the hot man's emotions as well? Laxus read what he meant, and took the initiative to come to his side. Warn him, the old guy, not to think of himself as a child. Oh, yes. You can't treat Laxus like kids anymore. The rise of their new generation was indeed unexpected by Gildaz. Despite his mistakes, Laxus has an unruly personality. But after growing up, he is indeed the most secure in the new generation. Although I know that the better the mage, the greater the responsibility, but I still hope that you will come back to the guild more often. Laxus revealed his heart to the elders for the first time. Gildaz also sighed helplessly, because he did have a reason not to return to the guild often. Nor did he mean to refuse Makarov's request to make him president. Because of the mission he's on, it turns out that it could bring devastating damage to the fairy tale. Now Jerf has attacked Fairy Tale in full force to get the fairy heart. There's no need for him to hide it from everyone anymore. In fact, he has been participating in the Centennial mission as an excuse, but in fact, he is investigating the current state of magic in the world for the country. At present, the strongest in the wizarding world can be divided into 4 forces. They are the Black Wizard Force led by Jelf, the 5 Divine Dragons United Organization, Akuno Lokia, and the recently emerged new force, the White Wizard Order. The White Devil Mentoring Order, Laxus said he had never heard of such an organization. Gildaz said he only learned about it recently. Because the mission of the White Demon Mentoring Order is to eliminate all the magic in this world according to the instructions of the Protoss. Because they think that human magic is evil and dirty. All magic needs to be purified through their act of annihilation. And dragons, creatures born with magic. In fact, the White Annihilation Project Protoss began 400 years ago when mankind touched the 2 magical taboos of time and space. They instigate the rivalry between the ruling faction among the dragons and the faction that coexists peacefully with humanity. And in this battle, a magic that humans can kill dragons was born, dragon-slaying magic. And in this war, Jelf, who wants to resurrect his brother who died in the war, also touches the forbidden magic about life, which threatens the eternal life status of the Protoss. In opposition to Jelf, an organization was born that sought to eradicate magic. And the Council of Ishgar also mixed in the members of the White Magic Guiding Order, and the Fez system that can clear all magic on the continent came from the hands of the White Magic Guiding Order. Now that the war in the wizarding world is back in motion, I'm afraid the White Wizard will act again. Because they feel that the world needs to be purified, and both humans and dragons need to be purified. Wouldn't it be better to have them deal with Jeff together? Elfman asked. Gildaz said that things were not that simple, because the White Demon Mentoring Order had to deal with the entire wizarding world. Laxus never expected that the enemy in front of him had not yet been solved, and now he had an enemy who had run out against all the magical world. And even more terrible than Jelf are the gods who claim to be on high. Once again, Laxus told Gildaz not to continue to treat him like a child. He was now a magician who could be on his own. Unexpectedly, Gildaz smiled and touched his head, then put on his bag and stepped out of the snow to leave. This time, Laxus didn't continue to ask, because this uncle of his will always do what he thinks is right. And this time he did not follow him to the battlefield in the extreme cold land of the north, which shows that he has recognized his strength. In the midst of the snowstorm, Aaron Belkelian stood on the top of the snowy mountain, overlooking the Grim Reaper and his undead legion, clearing out all the Ishgar soldiers. And he drove all the faint men to the gates of the Protectorate. As the king's right-hand man, we can kill all the enemies without us intervening, said the white servant beside Irene. It's boring, I want to move my muscles, said the black servant, with a disgruntled expression. Don't worry, Bradman has left you with fun toys. It's just that this snow always reminds me of bad memories. Erin reached out to catch the falling snowflakes, then frowned, and lowered the cane in her hand, and the white snow-capped mountains around her were filled with flowers in an instant. The sky is gradually clearing, as if it is spring, and many animals are poking their heads out, turning the originally dead and cold place into a paradise in an instant. Erin said that such a place is the right battlefield for her. Because in her opinion, it is the real despair to let the enemy feel the pain of hell in heaven. At the same time, Erin also felt that the four forces were approaching her side. One is the fairy tale team led by Laxus, the other is the witch sins team led by the knight, the other is the snowy mountain goddess Pheasant, the guardian saint of the mountain and one of the four guardian spirits of the white demon guiding order, and the last one, and the fastest one, is Akunalakia, who smells death. The two servants asked Erin if she needed to evacuate and wait until the 12 shields of the Protector had assembled before fighting Akunolokia. Erin, on the other hand, thought she was ready to get out, and she had long wanted to test the strength of this legendary demon dragon. As soon as Erin finished speaking, a huge dragon roar came from the sky. She deliberately cast her magic out, and a stream of red light rushed into the air, attracting Akunolokia's attention. Akunalakia landed on the top of the snowy mountain, folded her wings and turned back into human form, and there seemed to be a few more burns on the wound on the torn arm. I didn't expect Akunalakia, who claims to be immune to all magic, to be injured, but the enemy you encountered last time must have been quite strong. Can you keep me entertained, then, said Akunalakia, coldly. Of course. I'll do my best to get you excited. Erin smiled slightly, turning the two servants beside her into black and white swords, levitating to her left and right. Akunolokia didn't talk too much nonsense, and with one foot stomped to the ground, and the mountain began to crack until it stopped at Erin's feet, and Erin didn't move half a step. Because she knew that his kick was just a test of whether she had enough courage to fight him. Erin jumped and flew in the air, compressing the air around her into a fireball and flying towards Akunolokia. In response to the move that Erin had just conceded to, he also used his body to resist the fireball. But he seemed to feel that something was wrong again, because the move he had just made seemed to be a high-level additional magic. Erin's next attack then confirmed Akunolokia's thinking. I saw that the petals of flowers on the ground began to fly, and flew like sharp blades towards Akunolokia. This time, Akunolokia still chose to carry it with his body. Although he continued to be hurt, Akunolokia seemed to know the identity of the other party. With a bang, the position where Erin had been standing a second sank deeply. Apparently she had touched the scales of Akunolokia. But Erin was already floating in the air with a black and white sword, and gathered a red energy projectile in her hand, hitting Akunolokia for the third time, sending his human body flying away. The angry Akunolokia had also flown high into the air at this time, spreading his dark wings and attacking the people on the ground with an indiscriminate energy dragon constellation. But the snow-capped girl Pheasant, who saw that her snow-capped mountain was about to suffer, actually used her body to turn into ice and snow to freeze Akunolokia with her magic in her body. When Erin saw this scene, it was completely expected by herself, so she activated the teleportation magic array she had set up in advance, distorting the space around her, and teleporting Akunolokia to the southernmost top of the South Pole. Trying to use the power of the goddess of the snowy mountain to freeze him in that corner where he does not see the light of day for a long time. When Akunolokia sent her away, Erin was relieved. Because before Akunolokia returns, they will definitely get their hands on the elf's heart, and then they can unite to destroy this god-destroying demon dragon. Jelf's left protector, Ferrate, also flew over when he saw Akuno Lokia's figure. As a result, all I saw was a scene where Aaron used teleportation magic to send Akuno Lokia away. It seems that the next major event will be completed by Death Bradman and his undead army. And when it comes to hunting goblins, it's the one thing Bradman wants to accomplish the most. Because they ruined Jelf's bookshelf and kept themselves free of demons for a whole year. This kind of time bound by time is actually the most headache thing. This hatred that had bored him for a whole year, he had to vent on Fairy Tale. Bradman then asked Aaron to take the prisoners he captured as hostages and lure the Fairy Tale wizard to set them all on the cross, leaving his undead legion in the middle. Aaron said that it didn't matter if the toys were gone, and that the northern battlefield was no longer fun, and that she wanted to take Rackard to join her brother-in-law, and then go all out to capture Magnolia and capture the heart of the elf. And Death's Reaper Bradman also said that on top of the heaven created by Irene, he was going to complete a desperate killing. Chapter 33. There is no blood on the battlefield, but a clear stream, there are no halberds on the battlefield, but bright flowers, and there are no horizontal corpses in sight, only 7 magicians on 7 crosses and an old man sleeping under a tree with a sickle. Bradman flicked the scythe with his fingers, his crisp voice sandwiched with a melancholy tune. It seems to be a kind of sorrow of youth, and the sadness of a new life. In such a strange climate, the Laxus group and the Witchsin led by the night almost came to this scenic battlefield. A breeze blew, and when Sono saw his sister who was on the cross, he had a shy and uncomfortable expression on his face, and he wanted to rush forward and deal with the old man who was leaning against the tree. But Dark Knight sensed that things were not simple, and a person who could deal with the sword-biting tiger and the four-headed hound at the same time must have a special means that no one knows. "Desire," said Lisa, looking at the 7 crosses. "Yes, we who have been led to the wrong path by obsession have also lost ourselves in our desires," followed Kebra. "I'll take the lead." Laxus stepped up. The first time he worked with the former Dark Guild, the prodigal son also wanted to make a good start for everyone. Thunderbolt, Laxus shook his wrist, and a bolt of lightning struck the tree where the old man was sitting. But what everyone didn't expect was that the old man who looked like he was in his twilight years could actually use the ghostly figure to avoid the lightning of Laxus. And his figure soon came to everyone's side, releasing hypnotic black energy. Their sleepiness soon set in, but Laxus and Kebra seemed unusually excited. "Cheer me up," roared Laxus. The surrounding electric light spread across the ground, and the faint shock woke up all the friends who had almost fallen asleep. Kebra also uses the toxin to cause pain to his companions and counteract their drowsiness. He, Laxus and Kebra looked at each other with appreciative glances at the same time. I didn't expect the two to have such a tacit understanding when they met for the first time. Bradman weaves his way between the crowds with incredible speed, trying to disturb their minds. "I hear you." Kebra dodged, blocking Brightman's scythe for Sora. "The angel will bring punishment down on sinners." Bradman's scythe glowed brightly, and a cross-sword aura bounced Kebra away. Fortunately, Kebra had dragon scales to resist, otherwise he would have been cut into 4 pieces by that cross-sword chi at this moment. "You're not an angel." Kuno summoned the mechanical angel and fired the magic beam cannon at Bradman. But after the opponent dodged at high speed, another cross-slash hit Sono. Lisa dodged Kuno with an accelerated dash, slashing through the ground with a flat cross-cut. "It's so fast." Lisa also sighed at the speed at which the other party was close to teleporting. "Don't you feel that the spell he used is more powerful?" Dark Knight exclaimed that this guy could actually use the moves of the demon he had once allied with. "Don't be amazed, little one, because all the abilities of the Gates of Hades were learned from me." Bradman flashed behind the knight, aiming his scythe at his throat. With a click, Bradman's attack missed, and the knight distorted the space around him, casting a twisting spiral that swept Bradman into the air. Light particle cannon. Elf's machine gun. Blue bird's whirlwind. Beastmaster's roar. Dark text, death. Fried gathered the magic of the Thor and Elfman siblings into himself, and unleashed a fatal slash that struck the elusive Brightman, cutting him off at the waist. But what they didn't expect was that Bradman, who was split into two bodies, actually turned into two black mist and connected his bodies. At this time, Lisa and Kuno had already stood up among the flowers. Since there are many of you, then I will not hesitate to summon my undead legion. Bradman raised his scythe in his hand, and a clear thunder rang out, and his undead legion slowly emerged from the dirt. Humph! Our 6 demon generals' favorite thing in the past was to win more with less, said Dark Knight with a contemptuous smile. I've been suppressed in the witch's sin for too long, and I finally have a chance to release the magic power I've accumulated. Lisa echoed. I want them to know what a true angel should look like. Sora No summoned a mechanical archangel armed with a sword of punishment and took the brunt of the undead army. The mechanical archangel's sword of punishment was swung out, and it actually had a miraculous effect on those undead legions. Golden flames burned around them, and the speed at which their bodies healed became noticeably slower. Are you afraid of light-based magic and flames? Dark Knight sensed the weakness of the other party's undead legion, so he exchanged glances with Lisa, and the two planned to use combined magic. Lisa understood, and used her magic to condense 2 laser blades. Lisa's high speed turned the blade of light into a storm of particles under the distorted space of the night, sweeping the undead legion in the front row. Immediately afterward, Elfman and Lishna also received the Light Lion and the Firebird, respectively. In the sound waves of the lion's roar, the Firebird burned light particles into a white wave of fire that rolled up the undead army in the center and burned it. Bradman saw his indestructible legion in their hands like ants. Their hearts are filled with resentment, and they want to use a wide range of desire spells to weaken their combat power. But he didn't know that he had been targeted by 2 people for a long time. Do you want to go up? Said Kebra, looking at Laxus, motioning to join him in dealing with Bradman. Don't hold back. Laxus had wrapped the lightning around his fist. The 2 of them rushed towards Bradman left and right, punching and kicking together, bringing with them a roaring thunderbolt and the sound of venom-hooking claws sweeping through the wind. Bradman did not have an advantage in physical skills, and could only fend off the attack with a scythe. In dodge, Bradman unleashed barrier particles that spread through the air, forcing Laxus and Kebra to wrap lightning and venom into armor around their bodies to avoid the erosion of the demonic barrier particles. This also gave Bradman a gap adjustment, using spells to make the world obscure. A pool of black water formed a huge phalanx, trapping both Laxus and Kebra in the water with a large number of magical barrier particles. Laxus draws words with thunder and lightning to tell Kebra not to inhale the magic barrier particles in the water. But Kebra said it was a great meal to boost his strength. Sucking and sucking, Kabula almost swallowed the entire obscure phalanx of heaven and earth. Then the dragon scale patterns on his body gradually turned from purple to black. And powerful poisonous gas gradually emerged from his body. Poison dragon, participate, said Kebra with a contemptuous smile. Bradman didn't expect his blockade move to be cracked so easily, so he tried to use his speed advantage to launch a sneak attack on the fledgling Kebra. I hear you. Kebra moved his ears, dodging Bradman's lightning attack. With a pop, the dragon's claws pierced Bradman's back and pinned him to the ground. For the first time, Bradman, who possessed an immortal body, felt the pain in his body, and the magic barrier particles he emitted mixed with toxins actually began to devour his body in reverse. Faced with the threat of death, Bradman began to shed his skin and reveal his second form. A flash of bright light bounced Kebra away. The old man who was originally rickety on his back suddenly turned into a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, with 2 wings spread out on his back, one black and one white. So handsome, said Sora, if both wings were white, it would be the angel of her dreams, but it was clear that the enemy in front of her could not be what she expected. He blocked the poisonous dragon's bloody blade with light magic in one hand, and attached a strong appetite to Kebra with a black spell in the other. Eat this brontosaurus in front of you, he's your best food. Bradman curbed Kebra's appetite and made him treat Laxus as a delicacy. The intense hunger caused Kebra to lose his mind and pounce on Laxus. Laxus, who didn't react, was grabbed by Kebra's arm and then bit down hard. Blood flowed from Laxus' arm, and Kebra's venom seeped into Laxus's wounds. Seeing this scene, Fred, who saw Laxus as his fate, immediately swung his sword and swept Kebra away. Lisa, seeing Fairy Tale's attack on her companion, also used the high speed to give Fried a kick. In this way, the two forces that had been fighting together suddenly had the flame of hostility. That's exactly what Bradman wants to see. Have you ever heard of Nirvana? Bradman gathered the two forces of yin and yang in his hand, forming a strange grey light. Nirvana, not good. Dark Knight didn't have time to explain, distorting the space around him into a defense, avoiding the eerie grey light. But the rest of them were all wrapped in that light. The evil thoughts in my heart were gradually amplified, and the people on both sides began to collide with each other. At this time, Dark Knight found that only himself and Laxus, who had formed a barrier with thunder and lightning, escaped. But watching the struggle between his companions, the heart of the Dark Knight ached faintly. Laxus reminds him that the situation is urgent, and now he has to defeat Bradman, and the Knight is responsible for keeping the two sides in control. However, hungry desire, Kebra has set his sights on the delicious flesh of Laxus. Crazy, he has made Laxus his only target. And Laxus could only take a detour with him, not daring to hurt him with a heavy hand. In desperation, Dark Knight can only watch as Lisa and Kuno are suppressed by the fairy tale, and he himself goes to solve the initiator who flies in the sky to look down on them. Seeing the Knight menacing, Bradman also fired magic beams at him, but none of them could hit the Knight. Interesting. Bradman began to think that Ishgar was not as fragile as the rumors had suggested, at least the ones he had met were good and interesting opponents. The second form of Bradman gained a young body. And he slowly gained confidence in physical skills. He soon approached the Dark Knight, and after testing it with physical techniques, he found that the Dark Knight could not distort life. So he smiled smugly and launched a physical assault on the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight, which was slightly lacking in physical skills, was forced to retreat again and again by the other party, so he also gave up his defense and fired back at the opponent with a twisted spiral. At the same time, he also used his father's magic, Night Rhapsody, to knock Bradman into the air, widening the distance between the two. I can control the three major desires of human beings. The desire for sleep is not effective for you, and the appetite is given to your partner, so the last desire is to play with you. Bradman saw that the other party was not good at fighting, so he wanted to use spells to control him. But when his black spell shrouded the Knight, he found that the last desire didn't work on the Knight. Give up, you met your nemesis today. We used to have obsessions stronger than desires, and my obsession is just to have a good night's sleep. Have you ever tried the nightmarish feeling? Dark Knight tilted his head, a terrifying and hideous look on his face. Bradman tried to grab Night Knight's head with his hands and crush it. But it was pierced by the dark rhapsody of the Knight shot from behind. How? How can it be? I've dodged your attack. Brightman looked at the Knight with incredulous eyes. Because our magic is not static, although Night Rhapsody walks in a straight line, but you forgot, I can distort space. Knight in turn pinched Bradman's head with his hand, and used a trick of Night Rhapsody again with zero distance to his face. This time, he blasted Bradman to the ground. The rest of the people also regained their sanity because Bradman's second form was defeated. When Kebra woke up, his mouth was still biting Laxus's thigh, and then he felt numb all over his body, as if he had been gently electrocuted by Laxus countless times. At this time, the crowd gathered, and Fried was very virtuous to help Laxus clean up the wounds on his hands and feet. That's too deep, said Fried, distressed. Laxus touched his head and said that it was normal to be injured on the battlefield. But Fried still looked at Kebra with a resentful look, which made Kebra, who had just regained his senses, feel a chill down his spine and his hair stand on end. But in the end, Sono still played around and told jokes with everyone, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. However, the joyful atmosphere lasted short, and at the place where Bradman had just disappeared, a black wind cave suddenly appeared, and a black ghost hand stretched out from it and grabbed Laxus, the strongest in the team. Fried instinctively stood in front of Laxus, and was dragged into the wind cave by the sudden ghost hand. "Thank you for freeing me from my third form, the Yellow Springs Path." After Fried was dragged into the wind cave vanished, leaving only the last words of Bly, the god of death. Chapter 34. Fried disappeared silently into the flowers, and everyone didn't have time to react. Only Laxus felt empty at the moment, as if a piece had been gouged out by something. Bigusru and Abagreen also stood silently, watching the wind blow away the undead legions that had turned to sand. And the companion who had always been their backbone disappeared before their eyes without leaving a trace. Elfman put his hand on Abagreen's shoulder, and the woman who was usually strong also collapsed and threw herself into his arms. Lishna felt it at the moment, too, though they seemed to have fought off one of the demons in the Book of Jelf. But on the battlefield in the north, they have actually been completely defeated. An army of their country stationed on the northern border has been buried under these bright and dazzling flowers. "Save the people," Laxus said calmly, then walked over to the 7 crosses, silently untying them. All 7 of them remained in a slumber and nightmares, and their faces showed 7 deep affections: arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, lust, and gluttony. And Laxus, who had been eroded by the magic barrier particles, knew that even if the caster had perished, some of the spell's effects would last. For this reason, they had to keep them stationed in the northern battlefield in the night, while the people of Fairy Tale were responsible for sending the 7 back to Magnolia to be treated by Polypsycha. On the battlefield in the south, De Maria thought that the water dragon god Melkobia had died in the sea. He planned to send another 12 shields Neinhart, but he was directly rejected by the other party. Because he felt that the current battlefield was not lively enough, and this group of ants was not enough for him to deal with. But De Maria also reminded him that the embankment of 1,000 miles collapsed in the anthill, and if he was overconfident, he would only end up with the same fate as the water dragon god Melkobia. They are ants, but they are so numerous that enough toxin can bite people to death. But Neinhart, who belongs to Aaron's faction, ignores De Maria's warning. Because he has the best outcome for himself in his heart. Now that the neutral water dragon god Melkobia has been defeated, if De Maria and Ishgar are both defeated, he will go to finish the battle and take down the enemy in one fell swoop. In this way, they can suppress the powerful Augast's camp in terms of merit, and put Aaron in the top spot of the Guardian Shield. De Maria had no intention of playing a power struggle with him, and according to the plan, Irene had already led Akunolokia away from them in the north. But they can't delay after all, and letting the Emperor get the goblin's heart early is the best way to deal with Akunolokia. Looking at Harujun, who had been half destroyed by the water dragon god, and then at the figure of Jorah and Hutai busy repairing the embankment, De Maria began to admire the tenacious vitality of this group of ants. But enemies are enemies after all, and De Maria unleashed the time magic memory reappearance. Let the magic of the water dragon god Melkobia reappear in the sky of Magnolia. Jorah frowned as she watched the rainstorm hit again, and suddenly felt her body become extremely heavy. Then he saw a blue light in the sky, and meteor-like water cannons bombarded the city as it was being repaired once again. Fura immediately used the rock and iron wall to cooperate with the liquid earth of Horter Ai, forming a wall that was more than twice as tall as Jorah herself. At this moment, Jorah also understood the mystery of combining rigidity and softness, complementing each other. Hutai also felt Jola's sincerity and perseverance. In the past, he was not accustomed to the so-called righteous people, because they were all rotten people dressed in gorgeous clothes. Wrap yourself in beautiful stories and become a person admired by all people. And these people who are outside the class, no matter how powerful they are at most their tools for educating people's hearts. But Jola was the first person besides the 6 demons that Hedda felt that he had a heart and mind. Powered by the magic of Hort, Jorah once again transformed into a rock giant, spreading her hands to form a high wall that enveloped the entire coastline. As the earth gradually uplifted, the water dragon constellation was all blocked from the high walls. But at this time, Di Maria led his army into the undefended port. However, Elsa and Myra Jane in the camp stood up very tacitly. Because Kagura felt that murderous aura, her whole body was still trembling. This undoubtedly inspired Elsa's fighting spirit, and Mirajan also said that although she was not sure to knock out the opponent, she and Elsa acted together, at least they could find out the reality of the opponent's strength. Natsu was also excited to take the lead. However, Lucy says she's willing to join the battle as an assistant to Elsa and Myra Jane, and Natsu can be used as a reserve force to deal with emergencies. Although Natsu is a little worried about Lucy, her performance over the past few days has made Natsu feel that she has the ability to take charge of herself, and she is no longer the daughter who protects people everywhere. And then there's Elsa and Myra Jane, who are absolutely reliable partners. I hope they can win the first battle. Shelia looked at the figure they were leading their troops away. I believe in their strength. We'll be in charge of supporting in the rear. Wendy put her hand on Shirley's shoulder. The heavy rain still pounded frantically on the floor. Elsa changed into the armor of family, Mirajan received the spirit of Satan, and Lucy summoned the astral spirit of Cancer. The 3 of them charged forward and rushed to the thousands of troops in front of them as giants. The sword of heavenly chaos, the sword rain fell, and each of Elsa's swords stabbed precisely into the hands and feet of the enemy. Let them lose their combat power without hurting their lives. Cancer, Star Flurry. Lucy's swordsmanship was as light and agile as dancing in the rain, accurately unloading the weapons in the hands of the enemy. Daredevil's Flash. Mirajan jumped and tumbled like lightning before her enemies, and everywhere she went, everyone was ejected with great force. Tut tut. You are really measured, but you are gentle with your enemies, but you are cruel to yourself. Di Maria appeared in front of the 3 of them. 3 clicks, just a photo. Elsa, Lucy, and Myra Jane all had tears on their shoulders. So fast! Lucy exclaimed. It's just a greeting for you, the next move, it's your throat. Di Maria licked the blade of her sword, and then attacked quickly again. In a short moment, Elsa's armor shattered, Lucy was hit in the abdomen and flew out. And Myra Jane was even more pressed against the neck with a sharp blade. With a bang, Mirajan's neck actually broke the opponent's sharp blade. Reacting to this, Myra Jane kicked Di Maria with a heavy kick. But her movements seemed to Di Maria as if time had slowed down, and she easily dodged her. However, her flash was captured by Elsa, who had changed to the flying armor, and the cross blades of the 2 short swords crossed came at her. But she was still cleverly avoided by her strange posture. Lucy looked at the rough sea, and since the other party was moving so fast, she had nowhere to run. Lucy switched Aquarius's holy clothes, and Myra Jane and Elsa knew her intentions, so they also received the armor of the demon god Harfate and Aquaman, respectively. Archaea, lend me the power, the history of the waters. Lucy used the power of the Aquarius vestment to turn the waves into her own, and the rolled-up waters covered all the distances that Di Maria could escape from and swallowed them up. Knock knock, 3 explosions rang out in the center of the waves that Lucy had rolled up. Lucy thought it was Di Maria and Elsa and Myra Jane who were fighting underwater. But by this moment, Di Maria had appeared above Lucy, and with a sweep of her legs, she was kicked into the waves. With a bang, Myra Jane rushed out of the water and aimed at Di Maria with the power of the demon god Hafate to make a demonic explosion. As a result, the moment the other party was attacked, the other party had disappeared without a trace. Elsa in the water discovers the reason why they can never hit the enemy. It's not just that they're fast, it's that they can only see the illusion of time left behind by the enemy. In other words, everything they see is lagging behind. Because Elsa, they can't see Di Maria's reflection in the water. There. Elsa's sharp gaze caught a hint of the figure, and struck the other party with the sword of Aquaman. De Maria was injured by Elsa's sword aura, which made her feel extremely surprised. Because she firmly believes that what the enemy sees is only the phantom of the action she left in advance, and the attack she launched in advance. But unexpectedly, Elsa can actually find a flaw in what she thinks is perfect magic through the reflection in the waves. After De Maria was marked by Elsa, Mirajan and Lucy also sensed each other's positions, and a Soul Destroyer and a Star Water Pillar both hit De Maria. After Lucy's waves vanished, De Maria activated a second spell Time Rewind. Erase all the damage you have suffered and restore your body to its healthiest state. This is the reason why she has been on the battlefield for a long time and has not tasted defeat, and it is also the origin of the name of the war concubine. Looks like an opponent to be underestimated. De Maria gritted her teeth, and the time and space around her seemed to be frozen, and only De Maria herself could move in that time enchantment. De Maria wanted to take advantage of the time out and kill the three of them in one blow. But what she didn't expect was that in the time and space where she was suspended, there was also a time traveler, Urusha. The future flashes. Countless crystal balls appeared beside De Maria, trapping her in it and attacking her in all directions. De Maria swung her sword to block, and although she didn't activate her memories in this space-time realm, she was able to neutralize Urusha's magical attacks in the time gap with her physical abilities alone. De Maria said that the other party was just a concept in this warped plane, and there was no way to free the other three from their magic. In terms of her ability to go it alone, she has yet to lose to any woman in Albaraz. But Urusha also reminds De Maria that because she is a conceptual being, she can theoretically remain in the present moment forever. Immortal, and there will be no loss of magic and physical exhaustion. De Maria herself, on the other hand, is unable to use both memory replay and time rewind magic at the same time in order to maintain the current time and space. In other words, even if Urusha can't beat her, she can still consume her magic endlessly. Believing her threat, De Maria rushed forward and cut Urusha in two. But soon Urusha disappeared in front of her, appearing behind her. All gods shine, the crystal ball smashed into De Maria like a rainstorm in the sky. De Maria rolled over and dodged, untying the freeze frame. For the first time, she sensed why the Protoss were reluctant to allow humans to explore the deeper mysteries of magic. Although humans are not physically as strong as the dragons, and magic is not as innate as the Protoss, they are superior to infinite creativity. Once humans have mastered the nature of magic, they will be the most powerful of the three races. In fact, Urusha is not capable of defeating De Maria, but her purpose is to create psychological pressure on the other party, so that she can unlock this time suspension that is almost impossible for ordinary people to crack. As the flow of time resumed, the four continued to fight. But because of De Maria's time backtracking, the three of Elsa barely let each other suffer any damage. Instead, the three of them began to pant because of the continuous consumption of mana. And if you want to defeat the opponent completely, you must either block her magic, or defeat the enemy with one move, so that she does not have a chance to fight back. But the enemy's attack did not allow them to think. De Maria used her memory reenactment magic to attack each of her three time apparitions. Since they are all phantoms, Lucy says that she can solve it, and asks Elsa and Mirajan to observe carefully to find the location of the deity. Lucy took out two keys and summoned Scorpio and Cancer, respectively. Scorpio's whirlwind of sand blocks De Maria's view, while Lucy and Cancer use the combined magic Star Flurry. The crossed light blades also shone on De Maria's figure in a stream of silver light. Both Elsa and Mirajan see De Maria's actual location in Lucy's magic, and the two team up to perform a long-lost spell, the Sword of Gods and Demons. Wrapped in the two magical powers of the heavenly armor and the satanic soul, the holy sword with overlapping light and dark attributes slashed towards the ground. Suddenly, purple and yellow beams of light poured out from the ground, sending De Maria flying. De Maria was only the second time she had used her memory to recreate the magic in front of them, and she didn't expect to lose her advantage so quickly. De Maria took a deep breath, and sure enough, he still had to show his real strength. I saw a pillar of light around her, all the armor on her body was shattered, and the clothes around her body were also burned because of the magic power. Her skin began to darken, and lines appeared on her body that snaked and climbed like vines. Humans, accept the judgment from the descendants of the gods. Chapter 35. De Maria unleashed the power of her protoss, and the magic power came down, making the muscles of the three of them tremble instinctively. It's not a gap in magical power, it's an instinctive suppression from the race. No matter how strong you are, the majesty of the protoss is something you can't resist instinctively. De Maria unleashed her magic to form a temporal storm. And in the storm of time, Lucy and Elsa began to show their old appearance. Wrinkles began to appear on their faces and bodies, and they felt that their strength was gradually declining. Your time is mine. De Maria laughed maniacally, as if she had lost her mind. The fist of Marajan's satanic soul fell on De Maria's face. She then spun her body and struck a tail sweep that sent De Marialia into the air, causing the time storm to stop its erosion of Elsa and Lucy's bodies. But after the storm stopped, Elsa and Lucy's bodies did not recover. The furrows on the face are full of traces of time. I don't know what makes you immune to my magic, but the youth of your two companions is mine forever. De Maria laughed, but her fingers released a beam of time at the speed of light, hitting the satanic spirit's head directly. With a pop, the satanic spirit fell to his knees. When Marajan's life was in danger, it flew Marajan away, and its soul was liberated. Satan! Marajan shouted, hurry up, this is an opponent who can threaten your life. Satan's spirit smiled at Marajan one last time. Time explodes. De Maria did not continue to show mercy, but detonated the time around him, wanting them to be erased in the torrent of time. Harfaz, the satanic spirit, left one last of its wails, igniting its body with the fire of hell, colliding with the explosion of the stream of time, confusing De Maria's vision. Black-red flames burned on the docks of the harbor, and the strange heat caused a crack in the skin wrapped in De Maria's divine power, leaving a scar of flames. The spirit of the demon god Harfaz was awakened by the spirit of Satan, and for the first time, he took the initiative to occupy Marajan's body, and took away Lucy and Elsa, who had lost their youth, in the torrent of time. Gerald and Melty also rushed to the port of Harujun. Looking at the half-destroyed city, both of them recalled their unhappy childhood, and their hearts were a little mixed. A big man walked slowly in front of them with a cane in hand. Mother-in-law, it's dangerous here, you hurry home here, said Melty nervously. No home, said the old woman, waving her hand. Are you the old man who sent us a letter a year ago? Gerald looked at the old woman in front of him, feeling a little familiar. The old man smiled, and instead of answering Gerald's question directly, he told them that he had been entrusted by an old man to help them solve the dilemma of time magic. When, Ulu? Murti looked at the old woman in front of her, and gradually saw a familiar feeling in her eyes. But the other party still pretended not to hear, and walked quickly to Harujun's camp. The surrounding damaged buildings have gradually been restored to their original appearance. This has already tacitly told them who they are. Gerald and Melty followed, and when they entered the tent, they found that the ground was full of wounded soldiers. When Myra Jean and Jola saw Gerald, their expressions began to become a little nervous. Because they were afraid that Gerald would rush out like Natsu to find De Maria. Gerald saw Kagura huddled in the corner of the tent again, and the guilt for her came back to his heart. Let me out! Natsu's frantic roar reached Gerald's ears. After careful questioning, it was found out that Jorah and the others relied on a sneak attack to stun him and then put on the demon lock. Because of De Maria's ability to control time, they were reluctant to let anyone try it again. At this time, Elsa and Lucy were still gray-haired, quietly lying on the hospital bed to recuperate. The old woman walked up to their window and sensed the magic in them with her hand, then shook her head, indicating that she could not interfere with the magic either. Because the purity of the other party's magic is far above his own. The only way to restore Elsa and Lucy is to defeat the caster and regain the time they lost. But after hearing the old woman's analysis, everyone began to look at each other, because no matter how high or low their magic power was, it was difficult for them to resist the erosion of the temporal storm. And now the only one who can be confirmed to be able to resist the erosion of the temporal storm is Mirajan, who has received the spirit of Satan. But combined with the information that Mirajan brought back to fight with her, it was difficult for him to hurt his opponent by joining forces with Elsa and Lucy. And on the opponent, it seems that there is still the power of the Protoss. At this time, Anna also stood up and told everyone that De Maria was a descendant of the god of time. And those who are immune to time magic, one is a magician with god-destroying magic, and the other is a dragon-slaying magician who crossed through the Eclipse Gate 400 years ago. As for Mirajan's ability to avoid the erosion of time magic, it should be due to the demonic factor of the Book of Jelf in her body. Wendy and Sharia glanced at each other and said that they were both willing to fight to defeat De Maria. Natsu was also yelling at the guy who was going to hurt Lucy and Elsa. So the last four plus the combination of two Beyoners began the active crusade against Albaraz. The rain in the sky had subsided, but the tall Albaraz warships had cast a shadow over the harbor. Natsu's roar of a fire dragon struck De Maria's ship, but was blocked by a massive current. Coming out of the boat was De Maria's subordinate Wind and Snow Moon quartet. And the one who stopped Natsu happened to be the leader of the four, Yinfen. Whispering once again uses the Fang of the Wind to attack the four, but is counteracted by Wendy and Shelia, who also use sky magic, with the dance of the combined magic dragons. Later, the foursomes Falling Flowers and Drifting Snow also used their combined magic to condense a frozen plum blossom dance in the air, blowing towards Wendy and Sharia in the air. The sharp plum ice blade knocked the two down, and when Natsu tried to use the dragon's roar again, his magic was limited by a shhhhhhh. Natsu tried to scare at them, but he couldn't make a sound except for the grinning of his teeth. It's silent magic. Mirajan cried in her heart. It seems that the other party wants to restrict their communication, so as to achieve the effect of not being able to cooperate with the combined magic. As expected, after Lane Yu used the mute magic, the cooperation between Wendy and Shirla really lost the original tacit understanding. Instead, they were fiercely suppressed by the two who had a heart, Luahua and Piaoxiu. Myra Jane had originally wanted to receive the command spell from Sarah, but it seemed that they had encountered a natural predator. She freed herself again, receiving the demon god Hutley wielding his claws to attack the moon. However, Yinfen blocked Mirajan's claws in front of Lang Yu. Then used the wind shield to bounce Myra Jane away. Natsu understood Mirajan's intentions and launched a melee attack on Lang Yu. But his fire dragon's iron fist was easily caught by the wind. The wind is everywhere, you can't escape my entanglement. A dark cyclone of wind struck, pushing Myra Jane and Natsu out of a safe distance where they could attack the moon. At this time, the two of them were even more determined that defeating Lang Yu was the key to cracking their foursome. Wendy and Sharia are also ravaged by falling flowers and snowfall, and gradually realize that only true heart-to-heart communication can defeat the two enemies in front of them. However, there is a better way to defeat the opposite two than cooperative, and that is to hand them over to Natsu, who has the superior attributes. Wendy and Sharia retreated in good agreement and then hid behind Natsu. The petals dancing with condensed snowflakes flew towards Natsu. Bang! Crackling flames burst into flames in the air. With just one flick of the fire dragon's wings, the plum blossoms of that winter day were burned into warm spring K-pop. Just when falling flowers and drifting snow were surprised, the Emperor Yan of the fire dragon burned the two of them to a scorched outside and tender inside, and their whole bodies were full of smoke. And Mirajan, in the form of the demon god Hutley, also tore apart the storm of the wind one by one, and then completely knocked it down with a single move of the light of destruction. Lang Yu was about to draw her sword and fight back, but her hands were also entwined by two whirlwinds, one black and one white. Draco's hook claw. Celestial's broken tooth. The two cyclones intertwined, slashing the last of the foursome, Getsuki, off his horse. In their ears, once again, the soft sound of the sea breeze was heard. When Maria saw the defeat of her men, she knew that she was going to fight Fairy Tail again today. The temporal storm struck again, but they, as Anna said, resisted the erosion of the temporal storm. How? How could it be? Maria looked a little flustered, if it was a coincidence that Myra Jane had avoided the erosion of her time last time. Then this time all four people are immune to their own magic, so it can only be judged that they came prepared. Dragon's Bond. Celestial Gods, Battle of the Gods. Wendy and Sharia use all stat spells on Natsu and Myra Jane, respectively. Seeing that this was not good, Maria immediately used the Time Blast. A violent roar rang out around the harbor, but after the explosion, the four of them did not receive any damage. Because Natsu swallowed her power directly, the flame of time began to burn all over her body. You hurt Lucy and Elsa. Natsu burned with the flame of time, which in turn surrounded Maria. Are you talking about the Astral Wizard? I really should have left her behind, because the Astral Wizard is Brantish's favorite toy. Maria used time memory to cast the magic of the water dragon god Melcorbia, and extinguished the flames around her. Flash of the demon god. Myra Jane quickly moved to Maria's side, pressed her palm to her chest, and unleashed a quick blitzkrieg at her. But with the blessing of the skin of the power of God, Maria was not seriously damaged. Instead, she uses her speed advantage to unleash a shockwave on the weaker Wendy and Shelia. With a bang, Xiaolulu, who had a premonition of Wendy's danger, pushed Wendy away and withstood Maria's shockwave. At the same time, in order to control the powerful Myra Jane and Natsu, Maria opened the magic time law that she and Jelf researched without authorization, intending to seal Natsu and Myra Jane in the gap of time and feel the never-ending prison. As Maria's magic unfolded, a space-time rift was torn apart behind both Natsu and Myra Jane, and a strong suction force was sucking the two of them into it. By the time Natsu and Myra Jane reacted, they had come to an area that was blank all around. Here, except for them, it feels like everything is still. Natsu and Myra Jane each probed the area with a breath of fire, and found that there seemed to be no end in sight. The flames they released kept disappearing and appearing in space. And Wendy and Shirya, who stayed in place, were at a loss, and they had been crushed by each other in terms of strength. Harpy looked at the seriously injured Xiaolulu with tears in his eyes. How he wished that it was himself who had the ability to predict, so that he could be injured instead of Xiaolulu. Come and save Charlotus, shouted Harpy with tears in her eyes. Wendy was suffocated by Harpy's voice, and glanced back at Xiaolulu, only to find that she and Harpy were suddenly frozen in place. Boom, boom. Maria bombarded the unsuspecting Wendy, as if she had forgotten that she had an enemy behind her. Sharia gave her a kick from behind her, Sky Arrow, which hit her arm where she had lost skin. And with the blessing of the god-destroying magic effect, this kick made Maria feel pain. Angry, she wanted to swing her sword at Sharia, but her eyes were shaken by a crystal ball, and the long sword in her hand was cut empty. It's you again. Maria looked fiercely at the woman who threw the ball at her. Time is your destiny, Urusha said with a smile. But I didn't use the time barrier this time. Why are you still there? Maria asked. Because I've lost too much time, and when I come across a place where there is plenty of time magic, my body will automatically absorb the magic around me and use it for its own use. Thank you so much for giving me access to a realm I haven't touched before in the Arc of Time. A fragment of time fell off Urusha's face, revealing an old countenance. I see, you're the woman who set the world back a year ago. Maria looked playfully at the woman who changed the history of mankind. Unfortunately, I'm the poor woman who used time magic to atone for her sins and failed to reverse time and space, but even though my magic is meager, I can't let you create sin in our territory, because I'm the founder of the witch's sin, Urusha. Urusha made a battle stance. Then let me teach you the magic of time. Dimaria also opened her hands, indicating that she had accepted Urusha's challenge. Chapter 36. Dimaria slashed at Urusha with a quick swing of her sword, only to realize that she was slashing at a fragment of time. By the time Urusha reappeared, she and Wendy Sharia had already released a triple additional magic array of Gathering Time, Celestial Dragon, and Celestial God. In this magic array, the abilities of the three people have been exponentially improved. Urusha tells Wendy that she has now suspended Harpy and Charlulu's time, and after defeating Dimaria, she and Shirla have also quickly gone over to use healing magic on Charlulu. And after one of them left the magic array, the enhancement effect could only last for 1 minute, so the time for them to fight Dimaria needed to be as fast as possible. Mainly to find the flaws in her magic, because all magic has a way to crack it at the beginning of its birth. Wendy nodded. She had to do her best to protect Charlotte. She turned on the power of the dragon, controlling the airflow under her feet to accelerate, and using the power of speed to unleash the dragon's wing strike. Dimaria uses the illusion of time memory to dodge Wendy's attack. But unexpectedly, after Wendy missed, her body used to swing like a swallow to attack Dimaria's back. Before Dimaria could react, Wendy's figure reappeared above her, using the air around her to create an enchantment of wind to contain Dimaria, preventing her from using time magic to escape. Dragon slaying mystery, illuminating the sky. The powerful air pressed down from top to bottom, forming an even more powerful shockwave. This is the angle of the strongest lethality of the Tenryu's mystery that Wendy recently discovered. Under the strong air pressure, the black skin on Dimaria's body began to crack. The whole body began to feel the feeling of being pressed and bursting. Damn! Dimaria actually felt the oppression brought to her by Aaron's additional magic from them. But fortunately, Wendy's own magic power is limited, and after the pressure of the air, the rift on Dimaria's body has been repaired by time rewind. If it was another little girl's god-destroying magic that had just been defeated, I was afraid it would cause her even more pressure. Dimaria, who had repaired her body, kicked Wendy in the lower abdomen, and the dragon-slaying mystery she had just used with all her strength had greatly reduced her physical strength, and her air acceleration began to be unable to keep up with Dimaria's own speed. After communicating with Urusha, Sharia also turned on the power of destroying the gods, and feather-like patterns began to appear on her arms, and her hair was scattered under the powerful magic power, fluttering like ribbons in the air with the wind of the gods. At the same time, Urusha also gave her a pair of eyes of time, allowing her to see through the shadow of time left by Dimaria. When Dimaria unleashed a deadly time blaster, Sharia shielded Wendy with the feather of the Celestials, and then threw her back into the magic circle with the Celestial Fist. Dimaria still wants to use the time explosion to defeat Sharia. But all the explosions in the space were spotted by Sharia's eye of time, and she spread out countless black feathers. Each feather landed precisely at the explosion point of the time explosion, sealing Dimaria's explosion point. And Dimaria can also use these feathers as a marker, using the speed that transcends time to attack Dimaria. Compared to Wendy's dragon-slaying magic, Shelia's god-slaying magic inflicts more damage on Dimaria. It is also obvious that Dimaria's time rewind recovery is slowing down. Sharia wanted to continue to open the time gap to devour Sharia, but at this moment she was surrounded by feathers swept up by the black whirlwind. Do you want to do it again? Dimaria also learned how Urusha used the crystal ball, summoning the different states of her longsword at different times, and then using the time cut to smash Shelia's magic one by one and move to a different time and space. The magic that kept her on this plane was almost nil. And her sword was already aimed at Shiria's throat at the moment. Because of the existence of this little girl, it has threatened her status as a descendant of the Protoss. Die! Dimaria's sword flickered with silver, and the cold light of the sword pierced Shelia's skin like a cold wind. With a bang, Urusha's crystal ball blocked in front of Shiria. Then, it turned into a time fragment and summoned the whirlwind that had hidden Shiria's hidden in time and space, forcing Dimaria back. Shuriya also felt the strengthening of her body gradually disappearing, and used the last trace of strength to return to the magic array. Arusha struggled to say that because Dimaria's strength was too strong, even though they had the enhancement of the magic array, it was difficult to knock him down with one blow, and this time she wanted to take a risk and let Wendy and Shuriya join forces at the same time. Although the strengthening time is only half of the original, the combined force of the two can achieve the effect that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Because sky magic is a magic that is more compatible than any magic. Wendy and Shuriya nodded, and Arusha rushed out, creating a minute for Shuriya to regain her strength and magic. Natsu was still searching for an exit in the gap in time, when he suddenly felt the magic of the eclipse gate within him spill over his body, and then transformed into the constellation Aquarius to guide him on his way. Myra Jane saw that Natsu's behavior was strange and wanted to stop it, but her voice couldn't keep up with Natsu's speed. Finally, Natsu was seen disappearing into the white expanse of time. Natsu followed the Aquarius constellation, passed through the space of the time gap, and landed in a world that was both familiar and strange to Natsu. He appears in Jelf's book Shelf Joy. I saw that all around me were the creatures that Jelf had created. Immortal Mardo, Mad Blossom, Jishi, Sarah. They were all packed in glass containers. Then Natsu saw the place where he had been resurrected by Jelf, and the dusty memories seemed to replay in his mind. He spat out a breath of flame, burning the place where he was born, and the warm flame began to give vital signs to the life in the surrounding containers. Bang bang, after feeling the temperature of Natsu's flames, the 8 demons of Hades' Gate all exploded from the glass container. Still looking like children, they blinked their big cute eyes, and when they saw Natsu's tall figure, there was a sudden light in their eyes. They all ran up and hugged Natsu's thighs and called Mom. Forward. Natsu pretended to be thinking, shouldn't Mom let Lucy be the one? Whoa. Hades climbed onto Natsu's chest, then ripped off Natsu's clothes and began to suck. Natsu pulled Hades by the hair and pulled him away, then sternly told him that he was a boy, not a mother. And that he didn't have milk. Wow! Hades cried out loudly, saying that he was hungry and hungry. The other 7 demons also cried together under the leadership of Hades. Natsu was a little frustrated by the noise, so she walked out of the bookshelf and looked up at the sky. He saw a giant one-eyed bird swooping down on him. This terrifying picture made the 8 little devils stop crying and hugged each other tightly. With a bang, Natsu punched the Natsu bird with 2 punches, and then set up a fire to roast the bird. The aroma of the food made the demons drool. Natsu tore off slices of roasted meat and gave them, munching on them as if tasting the most delicious thing in the world. "Thank you, Mommy," Sarah whispered as she walked over to Natsu. Then the other demons followed and shouted for Mother Natsu. Natsu reluctantly stressed to them that he was a boy, and if he wanted to, he could only call him Dad. "And what does Mommy look like?" asked Madhwa, sucking his fingers. "Well, this one." Natsu thought about it for a long time, then used an unburned stick to draw Lucy on the surface of joy as she imagined when she was angry, telling them that this was her mother. "Mommy is terrible," the least daring jackal curled up in fear at the sight of Natsu's rough drawings. But Bookshelf Joy seems to read Natsu's memories and uses her body to mimic Lucy's form. This made those demons show adoring eyes. Natsu suddenly appeared in his mind, and wanted to see if Iguniru still existed in this plane. But none of the little demons want Natsu to leave, hoping that he can stay and take care of them, teach them magic, and then go and kill Jelf. Natsu left them a warm flame and told them not to be evil to others, or he would come back and beat them up. The immortal sensibly understood Natsu's decision to leave, and then turned back and told the other demons that he could take care of them instead of Natsu, and they told Natsu that they would wait for Natsu's return. Natsu nodded, and then went to the place where he and Iguniru first met from memory. Inside an active volcano, Natsu meets his father, who was killed by Akuno Lokia a year earlier. Natsu saw the figure who taught him magic and culture, and rushed forward with tears in his eyes. "Natsu! Although Iguniru had never seen Natsu in the future, he felt the familiar aura from him. "How did you grow up?" Iguniru held Natsu in the palm of his hand. With tears in her eyes, Natsu told him that she had come from a gap in time. "Did Jerf study that magic?" Iguniru looked at the Natsu in front of him and fell into deep thought, thinking that he was about to leave this world to defeat Akunalakia, and his own son, Igunia, did not know if he was living well with his mother. As the leader of the dragon clan close to humans, he is destined to have a choice that his responsibility to the clan and the dignity of the dragon clan trump his own family. After Natsu told him that he would be defeated by Akunalakia in the future, his eyes remained steadfast. Because he didn't want to deny history, and since it was his fate, he was willing to continue to fulfill the agreement with Jelf on the Eclipse plan. Because he saw the flame of hope that could defeat Akunalakia. That can burn away all darkness and bring light to humanity. Perhaps he could transcend his destiny and become a person outside of the Protoss who would gain his second life. Iguniru touched Natsu's head, and sure enough, he sensed the existence of the demon seed in his body. Although in the future, he also planted a dragon seed in Natsu's body to suppress their dragonization. But the two forces seemed to be starting to pit each other over the belonging of Natsu's body. Iguniru sighed and asked Natsu if he was faced with a choice one day, whether he would choose to become a dragon like himself or choose to become the demon end in Jelf's book that gave him a second life. Natsu blinked her big eyes and said that she wanted to live as a human, as the fairy tale Magus. He doesn't want to be a dragon, he doesn't want to be a demon against God, he just wants to be himself and live as a human being. But as a human being, there is no way to obtain more powerful power, and it is still fish and meat on someone else's board. To gain great power is to protect his cherished family, no matter what he becomes, his heart will always be human. At this point, Natsu suddenly remembered the fight that Lucy had locked herself in front of the clock seat and had fought Akunalakia. Dragon scales grew from half of his body, withstanding Akunalakia's roar. The other half of his body had demonic lines, and his black arms had cut through Akunalakia's dragon scales, leaving a deep scar on his face. But in retrospect, although that power is strong, it seems that he is no longer his original self, but a beast that has lost his mind, or a demon in the midst of crazy slaughter. This kind of power, he doesn't need. Iguniru nodded, indicating that he had not chosen the wrong human partner. He finally reminded Natsu that he came from a time gap and had affected the balance of time, and if he met himself in this time and space, it would cause the chaos of time and space and make the world change drastically, so he had to find the time gap and return to the original world before Natsu returned in this era. Besides, in that world, there is someone Natsu needs to protect, because the time in his body is still fluid, and he shouldn't waste this time in this unrealistic past. Natsu thanked Iguniru for this era, and although there was a lot of reluctance, Natsu was still willing to follow the correct time rules. He returned to the gates of Hades, to the Joy. There, the Aquarius horoscope is still waiting for his return. At the moment of touching the stars, the image of Lucy's first encounter in Harujun Harbor appeared in front of Natsu's eyes. That night, he took Lucy's hand and took her with her to join his guild, Fairy Tale. Chapter 37. After training with August, Gray came to Jerf's side and asked Jeff about the current situation in Ishgar. When Jelf told him that Igor had defeated 312 shields and a protector, Gray didn't seem surprised. Because Natsu is always there to surprise people in an emergency. Gray said that the flame of hope in Ishgar would be extinguished by himself. Jelf smiled slightly, and said that if Gray could kill him, wouldn't it be a double thing? It can not only quell the war between the two places and stay with the person you like, but also make Natsu disappear from this world forever. Gray, on the other hand, said that his feud with Natsu had to be settled through a head-to-head showdown. Algarst stared at Gray, and his doubts about him were still not completely dispelled. These include Serena, the god of Celestial, who is known as the strongest man in Ishgar, and Merc Kobia, who joined later. August has never been able to trust them 100%. But for the sake of magical exploration and tapping into the infinite potential of human beings, he is also willing to accept this group of people who can be controlled within his ability. He looked at his emperor with love and longing in his eyes. Jelf seemed to be aware of the eyes of his old minister, and also felt the breath of an old man from him. But in any case, he can only be a pawn of his own. Jerf bypassed Akast, looked at Grey with loving eyes, and continued with Grey to Ryu, the man with the strongest body in Albaraz, to train. As soon as Long saw Grey, he felt that the temperature around him had dropped, and frost had formed in his martial arts arena. It was the first time that Takashi had ever seen someone who could make his surroundings feel so cold without releasing any magical power, or rather, he seemed to be close to a demon at this moment. "You seem to be a good match with that guy called the Fire Dragon," Long said to Grey. "Have you seen that guy?" Grey clenched his fist. If the other party had already fought Natsu, then he could use him to gauge Natsu's current strength. "It's just a one-sided relationship. He's a very nasty guy, and he grabs grilled fish with me. Or is it that the woman named Myra Jane is cute? You hate that guy called the Fire Dragon so much, you can't be rivals because of Myra Jane." Long looked at Grey with a silly look. "Boring." Grey waved to shut up the annoying guy. But in the blink of an eye, the ice condensed by Grey was shattered by the opponent's chi fusion punch. Grey was also amazed that the other party was able to break his own magic without using any magic power. It seems that among the 12 shields of the Protector, he is still the one that needs to be broken through the most. Grey gave up using magic this time, and instead threw a fist at Natsu in the mood of fighting him as a child. A bright light suddenly flashed in Long's eyes. He didn't expect that a magician would dare to throw a fist at him. At this time, in the time gap, after Natsu disappeared, Myra Jane also slowly surfaced her past memories in the time and space gap. In order to protect the villagers, she once triggered her magical talent while resisting the devil and received the power of the demon. And used this power to drive out all the demons in the church. But at that time, Myra Jane did not control her own magic, and a part of her body remained in a demonic state. This made her regarded by some of the villagers as unlucky, the source of disaster. Ruthless stones slammed into the heads of the benefactors, just because they had an ugly appearance. Myra Jane has always used her body to block her younger siblings, and she hates herself so much that together they have become outcasts from this world. Later, they hid all the way to the guild that could change their lives, Fairy Tale. There, Makarov informs Myra Jane that she is not an ugly demon, but that her talent triggered her to use receiving magic. Besides, even if she is an ugly demon, a kind and gentle person will always be a holy and noble angel in her heart. Marajan is grateful that Fairy Tale was able to take them in, and her younger siblings are also very sensible and learn to receive magic from visiting the sorcerer in the guild, and become human like her. In the pure white world, the darkness in Marajan's body is reflected, Satan. It was also the perfect angel who loved everyone, sharing his love and kindness with everyone. But in this world, everything is in balance, and when the ultimate perfect and good Lucifer comes, it means the birth of the extremely evil Satan. When Lucifer's kindness is questioned by humans, when his efforts are used by others to accumulate wealth and gain power, Lucifer began to question the world and became Satan, the enemy of the opposite of the guardians of this world. But how can the rules of the world tolerate a betrayer? Lucifer's body turned into smoke and dust in the scorching heat of hell, leaving only Satan's soul behind. By possessing others and seducing them to make mistakes, they will be punished into the abyss of hell together. But the spirit of Satan is still guided by fate and merges with Marajan's body. Through this beautiful shell, I felt a sense of satisfaction brought by kindness. It's like a baby reborn with memories and growing up with Myra Jane. It became a combination of good and evil, and became perfect in the true sense of the word. Marajan once again felt the presence of Satan's spirit in the gap in time. She closed her eyes slightly, and a familiar feeling seemed to return to her. But this time, what the satanic spirit gave to Myra Jane was no longer the power to destroy everything, but the realization of the redemption of a soul. Marajan fused the consciousness of Satan's soul with Sarah's soul, so that the demon horn on Sarah's head turned into angel wings and became the wise angel Sarah. Myra Jane Sarah gave the order to the gap in time, and the demon eye grew in the palm of Marajan's hand, casting a command spell on the ethereal space, opening the way for Natsu to return. Then the darkness covered the blank space and turned into a beautiful starry sky. Natsu also returned from the astrological sign of Aquarius, rising a flame full of dazzling light in the waves. This is the real world. Because of the night, the stars in the sky are particularly beautiful, and because of the night, the flame gives people hope and warmth. Later, Elsa and Lucy's lost time also fell into the hands of Myra Jane and Natsu, respectively. The power of the bond breaks the barrier of time and allows it to merge with the real world. Natsu and Myra Jane fall from the sky and hit Wendy and Sharia as they rush towards Di Maria. What a fool! Di Maria couldn't help but spit out. But when she reacted, she realized that the time gap she and Jelf had found had disappeared like this, and she began to be a little scared. If Jelf gets angry, then not only will she have no hope of becoming a true Protoss, and it is also possible to fall victim to Jelf to open the door to time. Just when Di Maria was stunned, Wendy and Sharia regrouped and attacked Di Maria left and right. At the moment when the chains of the wind entwined Di Maria, Wendy unleashed all of her magic to Sharia to devour, fusing the two magical powers of the dragon and the god. "Time is running out, Shelia," shouted Yerusha. Sharia understood, gathered the power of the divine dragon in the palm of her hand, and used the god-destroying mystery, heavenly karma cloud. The black feathers turned into sharp blades that tore through Di Maria's skin, like tens of thousands of sharp knives spiraling out, sweeping Di Maria into the air, enjoying the torture of hell. Natsu's hair was blown up by the wind, and he felt the transformation of the great demon director Takeshi's small fist into a giant's hammer a year ago. Di Maria fell scarred, and no longer had any strength to use the magic of time rewind on herself. She used the last shred of tenderness on the transcendent who would foresee the future. The moment the magic stone was clasped in her hand, she showed a relaxed smile. Sometimes it seems good to give up the identity of a descendant of the Protoss and live as an ordinary human being. In the northern battlefield, although Ishgar achieved a great victory, Laxus never left. He let the others go first, while he stayed in the Sea of Flowers, erecting a northern tombstone for his best friend Fried. In fact, he has always been aware of Fried's feelings for him, but he himself is unwilling to let the other party have a chance to break this relationship. Because Laxus cherishes this friend who grew up with him since he was a child. Back in the day, when he was still in magic school, Fried was always at the pinnacle of culture classes. And Laxus, who was sick twice in 3 days, became the slowest person in the entire magic class. In the past, Fried was always in front of Laxus when others bullied him. Became the one who has always guarded Laxus to grow up. During a magical scout drill, the two meet members of the real Dark Guild. They are trying to capture children who are born with strong magic to conduct research and development, and make them available to the Dark Guild. So they set their sights on the frail Laxus, rather than the excellent Fred. But after Laxus was captured, Fried trotted all the way to follow the text mark he had left on Laxus, "To my favorite Laxus." He used word magic to hide his whereabouts, and managed to infiltrate the dark magic research institution. But in the end, he was scanned by a magic instrument and detected the hiding position, and was grabbed by a huge strong man and thrown into a dark cell, locked up with snakes, insects, rats, ants, and various monsters. But Fried was not deterred by this. He created light with magical words, and his righteous and awe-inspiring eyes made the evil around him dare not approach. It was also at that time that he became acquainted with Bigusru and Abba Green, who were also imprisoned in the dark dungeon. At that time, they were all scarred, and it seemed that they had been subjected to cruel punishment and intense physical training. They were so tired that they could only be tormented by the monsters around them. But Bigusru always had a wooden doll in his hand that had accompanied him through countless lonely nights. and Abaglin always had a stone in his hand to defend himself against his enemies. But from that day on, no matter how much torture and intensity the Dark Guild did to them, Fried would always find time to teach them the magic of words and relieve their loneliness. It was also from that time that Abagreen felt the light in the magic text and learned the light attribute magic to dispel the darkness. Biguslu also used magic to make his doll move, turning it into a real partner who could accompany him. At Fried's suggestion, they took advantage of the jailer's delivery of food, and Fried used word magic to copy the shape of the key, and then sharpened a key to a cell out of a small stone in Abagreen's hand. They used the key to escape from the prison of the Dark Guild. They could have escaped and sought help from the outside world, but Fred, who couldn't rest assured of Laxus, broke into the laboratory where he seized the magic of Laxus to activate the Dragon Slayer crystal with his small fist. But their weak strength was still overwhelmed by the dark forces. To punish the three of them, they become test subjects for the Demon Eye experiment. They were removed from their healthy eyeballs, and then implanted with the eyes of each of the three demons. Let Abaglin gain the petrified eye, Bigusru gain the eye of manipulation, and Fried gain the eye of darkness. Later, the Dark Guild discovered that the body of a child of this age had extremely strong repair powers, and it was the best time to implant a source of magic from the outside world. So Laxus, who was born with powerful magical powers, became the host of the dragon-slaying crystal. But what made them completely uncontrollable was that the three people who obtained the Demon Eye and Laxus, who obtained the dragon-slaying crystal, burst out with extraordinary powers. Turn their dark organization upside down. Laxus was also taken aback when he knocked off the Dark Lord's mask. Because the one who experimented on himself was none other than his father Ivan. It was also in extreme grief and the first use of dragon-slaying magic that Laxus collapsed because his body could not bear it. Just as Ivan was about to take the fallen Laxus with him, he was stabbed in the wrist by Fred, who was demonized all over. Fried tells Ivan that Laxus will be his eternal guardian for the rest of his life. Fred stood in front of Laxus like that, until Makarov appeared with a member of Fairy Tale. Wiped out the Dark Guild, the tail of the Great Raven. Laxus fell to his knees, his hands gripping the lois in front of his carved tombstone. He is burly, and at this moment tears have soaked his clothes. Freed. You were once an angel too. Chapter 38. In the city of Magnoria, the battle with Alvarez has been in a state of confrontation for a long time. The reason for this was that because he did not like war, Brantish had been reluctant to launch a large-scale offensive. Coupled with Gajaru's tenacious protection, Magnolia has an extra strong wall. But after the news of De Maria's defeat came from the southern battlefield, Brantish's eyes suddenly darkened. She stomped lightly on her foot, and the entire camp shook. The child who was playing outdoors and the child who was playing with Val were knocked to the ground by the force. But in the process of falling, the child instinctively protected Val with his own body, so as not to let his beloved toy companion be harmed in the slightest. Val suddenly felt his mechanical core tremble, a sensation he had never felt since he had been created. In fact, his system has long been fixed, but he seems to like the life of being treated as a toy by this child. Plain and bland, no strife. Occasionally, he would restore his true body and use his abilities to quietly help the family resist the invasion of war. Let them live in their own small world, which is not rich but warm and happy. But this shock had to frighten Val, because Brantish seemed to be starting to fight in earnest. He had to find a way to relocate the family of three away from the war. When Val appears to explain the situation, the child's parents reject Val's offer, and they thank Val for his kindness to them. But if this goodwill is not spread to their country, then it has no meaning. Because in the event that the two countries are at war, they do not allow themselves to be the one who turns their backs on the country. Although they do not know magic, their hoes, sickles, and even sticks on the ground are weapons that protect their country. This time, the child broke free from the protection of his parents and gave the cold Val a hug, telling him that they were friends no matter what the outcome of the war. The childish voice kept echoing in Val's ears, and his core fluctuated strangely again. He then pushed the child away, closed his eyes, and flew quickly back to his camp. And the parents of the children also pulled their children to the battlefield of Magnolia. When Brantish saw Val returning, he informed him of his determination to set foot on Magnolia. Then the magic on Brantish's body was gradually released, and the space around him began to distort. The entire city and battlefield of Magnolia is twisted into a sphere, floating in an extra-dimensional dimension. Aaron and August felt the intense spatial vibration at the same time. Aaron had to admire the old man of August, who had only seen herself use the earth restructuring magic once, so that her personal disciple Brantish could use it on the space magic. August, on the other hand, was worried about Brantish, because he felt Brantish's anger from this magic, and anger was one of the most direct causes of defeat on the battlefield. Both Makarov and Mibis in the guild felt this strange magic, and their city floated like a small planet in the spatial universe created by Brantish. Brantish declared war on Fairy Tale, and if she didn't hand over the Elven Heart and let the southern battlefield free de Maria, she would distort the entire guild's space like a rag. Makarov walked out of the guild and made his body gigantic. Brantish was also warned not to endanger his family. Brandish snapped his fingers, and Makarov's gigantic transformation disappeared without warning. Knock knock, a row of steel columns popped up on the ground. Gajaru also stepped out and forced Brantish back. With a bang, Kana flew out of the 3 cards of water, thunder, and wind, forming a blue thunder that flew towards Brantish, who jumped into the air. Brandish smiled coldly, and the cards passed through her body, their visual senses deceived by the light in this distorted space. Space shock. Brantish was used to such a venue, and the fluctuations of space shock bounced all 3 of them away. 3-dimensional text, noise. Ribi casts a spell, intending to use sound waves to lock on to Brantish's true location. It's useless to be clever in the face of sheer strength. Brantish moved the noise space behind Lebby. The loud noise of the metal was applied to Lebby herself. Seeing this, Gajaru immediately swept over with the iron sword. Then reprimanded Reba that he should pay attention to his body at this time. Lebby placed her left hand on top of her stomach and told Gajaru that their offspring were not so vulnerable. This sentence made Kana, who likes to gossip, grasp the point at once. You're pretty fast. Kana teased Gajaru. Don't talk nonsense. Kana's words instantly made the tough guy Gajaru blush. Boom. In between their conversations, Brantish compresses the air around Ribi into a bomb that blasts Ribi into the air. Damn! Gajaru pounced on Ribi with all his might, holding her back. Makarov also stretched out his big hand and grabbed Brantish in his hands with a sweep. However, Brantish was able to escape using the spatial transfer. Kana looked at the eerie space around her and suddenly had an idea. That is to use the field magic of her cards to cover the space. Brantish would not be able to use the strange light of the space to dodge attacks. But Kana rummaged through her bag and found that they were all cards with strange scenes, and she was a little embarrassed to show her hand. But Kana's hand slipped, and a card from the Macho Striptease show fell to the ground. With a ding, 5 or 6 muscular men appeared in front of Brandish, twisting their bodies, and appeared in front of Brandish with sexual tension. Wow, so bold! Ribi, who was lying on Gajaru's hard chest, looked at Kana and exclaimed. No. No. This is fried. Kana smiled awkwardly and snapped her fingers to burn a card she had treasured for a long time. Brantish felt that Kana was humiliating herself, and for a moment she imprisoned her in her dark prison. Gajaru asked Flying to help Lily take Ribi off the battlefield, as he had already figured out a way to hit the enemy without leaving the space. Gajaru turned on the Iron Shadow Dragon's mode. Because shadows are free to move without being limited by space. Although Brantish blocked Gajaru's body through the distortion of space, the shadow clone under his feet had already passed through the space and came behind Brantish. Brantish didn't expect that the combined magic could be separated like this, and under the hard body, there was a disembodied shadow that she had ignored. Makarov also understood Gajaru's intentions, and used a magic to release a ball of light, making the shadow area behind Gajaru larger, so as to enhance the power of Gajaru's magic. Roar of the Iron Shadow Dragon, a pillar of light enveloping the black shadow struck Brantish, shattering the distorted space she had created. Val, who had been waiting outside the space for a long time, caught Brandish, who had flown out. While Brandish was still trying to get tangled with the fairy tale, Val suddenly told her that the situation had changed and that the Emperor was gathering the Guardian 12 shields. What about Dima? Brandish was still unwilling. Don't worry, she's been rescued by Nienhard and is rushing back to Albarez to assemble. Brandish breathed a sigh of relief as soon as Val said this. Since she can't solve the fairy tale this time, then next time, she will personally destroy the Star Spirit Magician. Brandy shuddered, and there was a crisp metal crashing sound from his waist, revealing 12 black gold zodiac keys. She didn't notice that Val's voice and tone were getting closer to human, completely devoid of the mechanical sense of the past. Perhaps, that cold piece of iron began to have a heart. And the situation that Val said had changed was from within the capital of the Kingdom of Fear. That legendary weapon, Dragon's Cry, has been taken from you. And the person who took the Dragon's Cry was not an outsider, but the Emerald Princess, who could never arouse suspicion. The reason why Dragon's Cry has been able to stay in the palace for so many years is because Dragon's Cry can control the guardianship of the dragon's souls buried under the imperial city that were killed by Akunalakia. Therefore, the 5 divine dragons did not have a chance to get close to seize this ultimate weapon that could destroy the country. Now the Jade Princess didn't know what kind of demon she was in, so she actually took out this treasure of the town and ran in the direction of the northern continent. And following the horse behind the Emerald Princess is the back of a knight-like man. Therefore, the story of Princess Emerald eloping with her lover in the northern continent with a national treasure also quickly spread in the royal city. And the Hungry Wolf Knights, who guarded the Emerald Princess, were also implicated in this incident and were judged to be traitors and imprisoned. The President of the Senate, who heard about this, immediately informed Makarov by letter. Hopefully, Mabes can assemble a team to travel to the northern continent to reclaim Dragon's Cry. And there is no doubt that the most suitable person for the place known as the Dragon Graveyard is, of course, the 7 Dragon Slayer Wizards of Ishgar. Moreover, the North had already gathered 4 of them, and they could divide into 2 groups and set out as the vanguard. In the end, Natsu, Wendy, and Gajaru led the Beyonder to catch up. So, under Kana's card divination, the trio of Laxus and Rog, Kebra, and Sting, and the first generation of Dragon Slayer Magi were drawn. After Sting was in a group with Kebra, he frantically complained that Rog should be his best partner. Because the 2 of them grew up in a relationship in a bathtub. He even knew how many moles there were on the other person's body. Kebra also squinted at him, indicating that he also preferred the guy who could discharge. Not for anything else, because he is strong and secure. With that, Kebra flicked Sting's brain and warned him not to hold himself back. Sting said madly that he had the characteristics of both the first and second generations of Dragon Slayer magicians, and Kebra, a person who only had half of his own merits, should not drag himself back. In the midst of such a mutual quarrel, the 2 stepped into the country full of dragon remains. When Rog met Laxus, he was still sitting next to Fried's tombstone. That faint sadness made Rog feel the charm of this mature man. And the quiet and calm Rog also made Laxus think of Fried's shadow at first glance. The 2 tacitly formed such a team, with mutual appreciation in their eyes. Natsu gives her youth back to Lucy, and the moment she comes into contact with her lost time, Lucy's silver hair turns into a beautiful blonde again. Before he could wait for Lucy to wake up, he and Harpy flew into the skies of the northern continent. Wendy also flew to her next destination on Xiaolulu's wings after saying goodbye to Shirya. Xiaolulu and Wendy lamented that in the past few years, they seemed to have suffered all the hardships. Then let his little fist turn into an iron fist and an iron fist. But the most commendable thing is that after experiencing these pains, the hearts of the people of fairy tale are still extremely soft. This is the strength that our family has given us. No matter how tired we are outside, it will always be a harbor of hope. Although this description seems somewhat uniform in this era, it is the words that best express their inner thoughts. Because of the power of the family, you don't have to care if it's cliché or not. Before leaving, Gajaru also entrusted Reba to Makarov and Kana, because this is the hope of the new life, and it is also Gajaru's greatest spiritual sustenance at the moment. His body was as hard as steel, but it also highlighted his tenderness for Libby. They are all low-key people, and their peaceful lives always make them collide with the hottest sparks. The sunset that night, with the dark cloud under the red sun, turned the sunset that should have been red into a soft golden yellow, with a faint purple glow on the horizon. Lily spread his white wings and flew north with Gajaru. Libby watched from afar, and silently made a blessing in her heart. Chapter 39. Unlike Ishgar and Albaraz, who focused on magic, Kurtana in the north is a continent where magic and alchemy are at odds. In addition to the many mages guilds, there are also many alchemists. It is rumored that the alchemy here was created by the consciousness of the golden dragon Vilnas. At the same time, the Dragon Eater Guild, which is also a golden divine dragon force, is also eyeing these 4 dragon slayer demon wizards who broke into the northern continent. The white tiger blade dragon Gilia looked at the handsome Sting and licked her lips, indicating that compared to the burly Laxus, this handsome little milk dog seemed to be very much in line with her taste. And the basalt-armored dragon Madmar on the side said very calmly, that little white face seems to be more fond of a dull-headed fire-breathing guy. Then I'll cut off his love thread, Kylia smiled slightly. An invisible blade was unleashed and pierced through Sting's skull. This subtle movement was even unnoticed by Kebra, who had a keen sense of hearing. Sting only felt a pain in his head, and then all the memories in his mind vanished. Sting looked around in confusion, not knowing who he was or where he was now. Then he saw Kebra, who had unleashed his magic because of his vigilance, and thought he was going to attack him. With a single move, the white dragon's divine radiance struck Kebra. Kebra dodged around Sting's back, only to be bounced out with a slash from the sudden appearance of the bladed dragon. Seeing this, Sting immediately distinguished between friend and foe. Kabila becomes the one who attacks him, while Kylia is the one who protects her companions. And Kebra said that if the 6 demons had not been exterminated by the combined forces, they might have really become Sting's enemies now. But by this time Sting had lost his mind, and the roar of a white dragon had approached Kebra. While Kebra was dodging, the blood blade of the poisonous dragon had already flown towards Kylia. Knock knock, after the smoke and dust stirred up by the blood blade of the poisonous dragon, it was the armored dragon that perfectly blocked all of Kebra's attacks. You look like you're experienced in combat. Gilia didn't know when she appeared behind Kebra. How so? I can't hear you. Gilia raised her hand to cut off his memories when Kebra was surprised. Kylia looked at Maidmore proudly, saying that she had completed the task of the president perfectly this time. Madmar also knocked the dragons unconscious with her fists when they were overwhelmed, indicating that this was the only way to complete the mission. Gilia puffed up as Maidmore carried the double dragon on his shoulder, and even if he carried the double dragon back, the main credit would still be credited to her. Maidmore nodded, indicating that Kylia could say whatever she wanted. On the side of Laxus and Rog's team, they were also followed by the Dragon Eater's Vermilion Bird Blood Dragon and the Green Dragon Skeleton Dragon. It's this tough guy again. The dragon clearly didn't want to meet an opponent like Laxus. I'd love to see how deep his strength is. You can help me get rid of the black guy next to him. Suzaku was a little excited when he saw Laxus, because he rarely saw such a strong person. The skeleton dragon shrugged, then turned into a puff of smoke and swooped down. Sensing that the compiler was not good, Rog immediately pulled out the long knife at his waist and slashed the shadow dragon with a slash that cut through the smoke and dust of the dragon. However, the dragon was not afraid of such an attack, and said that this opponent with a sword seemed to be more suitable for the samurai Suzaku to deal with. The smoke and dust that had been split in half coalesced again, turning into countless skeleton shapes and flying towards Rog. Just as Laxus wants to gather thunder and lightning, Raj says he can deal with such an opponent who is not afraid of physical attacks. So Rog used the Shadow Dragon cast, and countless shadow black lines pierced through all those skeleton bones. The skeletal dragon that was hit did not continue to attack and fight back, but lured Grey away by escaping, creating a one-on-one opportunity for Suzaku to meet Laxus. And Suzaku also walked in front of Laxus as a samurai after Rog left. "Humph, are you doing this just to fight me alone? Even if you want to fight 2 or 1, I'll be with you," said Laxus disdainfully. "Because your blood is worthy of my sword." Suzaku finished speaking, and immediately drew his sword. In just a moment, a cross was cut across Laxus's chest. "Sure enough, there were too many people last time to limit your play." Laxus also began to recognize the other party's strong man at this moment. When Suzaku's next blow struck, Laxus turned into lightning and fled into the sky. If you have a strong opponent, you must go all out to fight back. The roar of the thunder dragon. The yellow thunder in the sky turned into a yellow dragon and slashed vertically towards the vermilion bird. The flame of the blood dragon. Suzaku also turned his sword into a crimson strip, and it was the blood dragon that collided with the lightning of Laxus upward. The two forces caused a big explosion in mid-air, and the thunder and lightning sank, forming a thunderbolt field on the ground, and the red eerie flames also rose to the sky to form a red glow. Blood dragons, bloody wind and bloody rain. Suzaku took a step ahead of Laxus in his actions, and with the help of the red glow in the sky, a rain of red swords like arrows fell in the sky, and the surrounding wind also turned into sharp blades crisscrossing the sky. Thunder Dragon's Wild Volt. Laxus took himself as the center, gathered a powerful electric field, and then directed the thunder from the ground into the sky again. The two energies collided again, exploding in the sky like fireworks. Suzaku rode the wind upward, the sword in his hand, and the thunderbolt iron fist of Laxus collided with each other. Thunder and gore filled the space. It's been a long time since Laxus has met such an opponent, and this is the right time to completely vent the sadness of Fried's departure from his heart. Every punch he threw with all his strength and slammed into Suzaku. And Suzaku also felt the emotions vented by Laxus, and every sword was also a full response to Laxus. The two of them fought in the dark, and the sea of clouds was surging. When they landed, both sides gasped loudly, but they didn't feel the slightest tiredness, but looked at each other with satisfaction. Just as the two wanted to continue rushing towards each other, Laxus suddenly twitched, and his whole body collapsed. And Suzaku's sword that slashed at Laxus also stopped at Laxus's front door. Suzaku angrily looked at the Kylan Soul Dragon behind him, saying that he shouldn't have used such a despicable method. And the Kylan said that if Suzaku continued to fight like this, he was afraid that he might not be able to take the other party for a few days and nights, and their master would not have the patience to wait for so long. And to deal with this trickiest guy, there are still 3 Dragon Slayer wizards in the back that they need to deal with. Suzaku put away his long sword with black eyes and turned away in displeasure, indicating that he was unwilling to participate in the next action. Suzaku was far away, still thinking about the feeling of being able to fight Laxus just now, and I don't know when I will be able to experience it again. Nazgo, look ahead, Wendy said, pointing to a high-speed flying object in front of her. Is it Gajaru? We can't lose, Harpy. Natsu saw Gajaru running ahead of him and began to be unconvinced to overtake him. ISA, said Harpy, flapping his wings, and came to a speeding flight. Although his intellect is not as good as Xiaolulu, his strength is not as good as Lily, his cuteness is not as good as Floxiu, and his Sundara is not as good as Rex, but he is Harpy, but he is the fastest surpasser. With a thud, Natsu and Harpy overtook Gajaru and Lily. And Natsu turned around and made a grimace at Gajaru to taunt him. Boom! Several angry symbols popped up above Gajaru's head. Black Cat, hurry up and chase the fire dragon, and Lily said that this was already his fastest speed. This made Gajaru feel aggrieved. Woohoo! Natsu and Harpy proudly accelerated forward and flew away. Bang dang! The proud man and cat slammed into the stone wall in front of them, and slipped gorgeously from the sky. Jissy, it's time to go down and rest. Gajaru's heart began to cheer at the sight of Natsu, who was deflated. Let's go down too, Xiaolulu. Wendy looked at Xiaolulu behind her gently. Xiaolulu also smiled and nodded, and swooped down together. Around a campfire, Natsu and Gajaru stared at each other. As a result, Natsu suddenly rolled 2 eyeballs and stuck out his tongue, making Gajaru laugh. Natsu then laughed too, saying that he had won the laughter contest between the two, and that Gajaru would be in charge of keeping a vigil for everyone tonight. Then lie down with the harpy beam and fall asleep. Looks like we're going to give it to tonight, said Lily to Gajaru. Why don't we take turns? Wendy whispered. Gajaru touched Wendy's head and told her that he would wake up Natsu when he couldn't stand it, so that Wendy and Charlulu could go to rest. Then he grabbed Lily and climbed the tree together to observe. Wendy and Xiaolulu also covered the bed together with peace of mind and went to sleep with peace of mind. Thank you, Black Cat, for making me feel lonely anymore. I am really scared of being alone sometimes, said Gajaru, looking at the vast expanse of the Milky Way in the sky. You'll have a family soon, and you won't be lonely anymore, said Lily, looking at the sky. I'm not like the fire dragons, who met the right people after crossing over to this world and joined a guild like Fairy Tale. I have been in this world for many years, and in order to survive, I have mixed with a group of bad teenagers, and I have developed a strange temper that I don't know how to empathize with others. Later, after joining the Ghost Dominator, I thought I had found my home with the fire dragon, but in the end, I realized that I had always been a tool used by President John to expand his power, and assigned to compete with the Fairy Tale fire dragon. And because of this, he hurt Fairy Tale and hurt Libby. Although I ended up joining the Fairy Tale, I saw that the fire dragon guy and the little girl had cats around me, so I felt like I was the one isolated by the world. So I'm so grateful to have met you, Black Cat. After a long confession of affection, Gajaru found that Lily had also fallen asleep next to him. Gajaru sighed helplessly. That's it, this is the general of Atlas in the other world. At this moment, being able to lie on himself like this and fall asleep is also a kind of recognition and satisfaction for Gajaru. And the Beyonder has been flying with them all the time, so they must be very tired. Gajaru poked Lily's cheek with his hand. It was hairy, soft, a bit like a baby's cheek. Gajaru looked at the sky in the direction of Ishgar, and suddenly a burst of laurel incense came, and a woman in a white robe with pink hair appeared in front of him. Gajaru stood up vigilantly, and the force in his arms rolled off the top of the tree. Selene, the moon dragon, tells Gajaru that he is not an enemy, but has come to assist them in dealing with the 5 dragons and reclaiming Dragoncree. Gajaru still didn't trust the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him. The falling lily also collided with Harpy, and when they opened their eyes, they found that a pair of eyes were facing their own, and the 2 mouths were pressed together. Xiaolulu rubbed her eyes and woke up, and saw Harpy with tears in her eyes and Lily who was retching on the side. Natsu also smelled the familiar scent, and jumped up the tree to stand with Gajaru. When the moon dragon saw Natsu, his face suddenly turned red, and he immediately changed into what Lucy was wearing. You guy! Gajaru looked at Natsu with disdain. Natsu couldn't understand the meaning of Gajaru's eyes, and began to move his hands and feet, indicating that the moon god dragon was very strong and was a good sparring partner to improve his strength. Moon Shenlong looked embarrassed. Doesn't this guy really understand a little bit of love in the world? So he directly pressed the 2 of them to the campfire, and told them about the plan that Jin Shenlong might implement with this Lucy's appearance. At present, the 4 of Laxus have been captured by the other party, although she does not fully understand the other party's plan, but the golden dragon used dragon cry to trick their dragon slayer wizards in Ishgar, must have obtained some kind of power. Wendy had a look of surprise on her face when she heard that Laxus had also been captured. They didn't expect the enemy they were going to face this time to be so powerful. However, after the experience of fighting the Princess de Maria, Wendy is no longer afraid of any powerful enemies. Gadgeru was still wary of the sudden overtures of the Moon Dragon, as they didn't know the details of the other party. It's hard to say that she won't become a pawn against the 5 divine dragons. And the stunned Natsu is bent on defeating the man who can catch Laxus, so that he is one of the strongest candidates for fairy tale. And Xiaolulu reminded them not to be too optimistic, because she had the same premonition when she first stepped into Sirius Island, and she saw that the people who saw the fairy tale were crying. Chapter 40. The moon god dragon said that since Xiaolulu saw a tragic future, no matter what they did, it would be an ending that could not be changed. Instead of worrying about the future, it is better to work hard to face the worst. In the past 400 years, their dragon clan has not only to escape from Akunalakia's pursuit, but also to beware of the plots of their kind. She didn't know how many nights she had spent in the dark, in fear. If the future is destined to end at the worst, then it would be good to live in the best way when the end comes. Gadgeru listened to the words of the moon dragon, and his doubts in his heart were somewhat reduced, so he asked about the plan of the moon dragon. The moon god dragon smiled slightly. Since it was latent, it naturally couldn't swagger into Kurdana, but needed to disguise it. Disguise? We don't have to dress up now, said Gadgeru, looking at the grinning fellow and a little girl who didn't know anything about the world, and said they had never considered such a thoughtful question. The moon represents thoughts, you just have to think about the people who are most important to you. The moon dragon smiled and nodded on Gadgeru's forehead. A puff of pink smoke rose from Gadgeru's body, and he immediately transformed into Ribi. My most important person is already in front of me, said Harpy, covering his mouth and looking at Xiaolulu shyly. Humph! Xiaolulu twisted her head to the side arrogantly. Woohoo! Natsu said that this was too fun, and Natsu flashed through his mind a lot of people he wanted to become. And the moon dragon said that she liked Lucy's appearance very much, so she wanted to turn Natsu into a look that matched Lucy. Sauce Chan Chan. The Luna dragon snapped his fingers, turning Natsu into Gray's appearance. Natsu scratched at his chest, flat, cold, he didn't like it at all. Then he pinched his face again, and he was sure that he was a very annoying person. Seeing that Natsu had become a handsome guy, the moon dragon instantly felt that he was even more attractive, and rushed towards Natsu excitedly. If this picture is seen by Jubia, Lucy will not have a good life in the future. Gadgeru complained against Reba's body. This line of spit should be mine, said Harpy, scratching Gadgeru's calf frantically. Don't break Reba's body. Gadgeru punched Harpy unconscious. It's too much, said Harpy, with tears in his eyes and stars in his eyes. It's your turn, little sister. The Luna dragon walked over to Wendy's side. Wendy's face suddenly became shy at this time, saying that she didn't need to disguise, and it was easy for children to be cute. The moon dragon said that the dragon eater didn't care if she was a child or not, so he nodded her forehead as well. Poof, Wendy also takes on the appearance of Gerald. Looks like Elsa shouldn't be happy this time, too, said Gadgeru, holding her chin. It's not. No. This is Mr. Gang. Wendy hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Judging by the details, it is indeed the Prince of Gerald of our world, said Lily with his hands on his chest. Can you see that? Said Xiaolulu in disbelief. Of course, I'm the one who knows the prince best, said Lily confidently. It's too much, you're flirting. Harpy suddenly interjected between Xiaolulu and Lily, who were talking. The moon dragon seemed to be like Lucy, took out a pen and paper and began to record this bloody love. After the transformation was complete, they stepped into the capital of Kurdana in a strange combination of 4 people and 3 cats. Gadgeru sniffed, and seemed to smell Raj in the dust. They chased after the scent and found the 4 dragons hanging on display in the square in the center of the city. And their bodies can no longer feel any magic and dragon breath. Damn! I will never allow them to humiliate our companions like this. Natsu clenched his fists, and the flames on his body began to ignite, as if they were about to melt away the camouflage that the Luna Dragon had given him. And the Moon God Dragon absorbed him into the interdimensional space in order not to let the impulsive Natsu ruin his plan. Gajaru asks the Dragon Raj about them, and is told that they have been drained of their mana. It is the masterpiece of the White Wizard Athena. Moreover, it also confirms the conjecture of the Moon God Dragon, and the Golden God Dragon is trying to use the power of the 7 dragons of Ishgar as a sacrifice to gain the power of Dragon Cry. Become a dragon lord as powerful as Akuno Lokia. Now that he had gained the power of the 4 dragons, Natsu and the 3 of them must not fall into the hands of the enemy again. Long time no see, my old friend, said a man's voice behind them. Duke? Oh no. I should call you the Golden Dragon Vilnas. The Moon Dragon turned around and saw 5 Dragon Slayer wizards from the Dragon Eater Guild following a middle-aged man with one-sided glasses. You still like to dress up as a human as always. Duke taunted the Moon Dragon. And the Moon God Dragon didn't expect that her careful disguise still couldn't escape the omniscient omnipotence of the magic dragon's heart, but at the same time, she also felt pity for the Golden God Dragon, and now there is no body, only consciousness stays in the human body. However, Duke said that the heart of the dragon and the dragon's cry were already in his hands, and as long as he obtained the power of the 3 dragons as a sacrifice, he could become a complete body, comparable to the existence of Akunalakia. He advised the Moon Dragon to choose the right team as soon as possible, so that he could save his lifespan of more than 400 years. The Luna Dragon snapped its fingers and brought Gajaru, Wendy, and the others into another dimension. She told Duke that as long as Athena, the White Magus, was not around, the power of the Dragon Slayer Magi around him was nothing to fear her. As long as she doesn't defeat herself, none of them can gain Natsu's power. Duke sneered, if you can't get the power of the 3 dragons, then the power of a divine dragon should be enough. Duke also used alchemy to free the seals of the 5 dragon-slaying wizards, Blue Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Suanwu, and Kylan. Let them turn on their own dragon power. This force. Could it be the Luna Dragon looked at the 5 monsters in front of him in disbelief? That's right, this is the combination of my alchemy and the strength of one of Akunalakia's arms. Duke looked at himself with a conceited eye. The combination of alchemy, dragon-slaying magic, and humans. The White Tiger Blade Dragon, which was the main attacker, took the lead in attacking, and made a move tiger descending the mountain to pounce on the Moon God Dragon, and the wind pressure raised around it made a whistling blade. The Moon God Dragon used the Spirit Butterfly dance to transform into a Moonlight Spirit Butterfly. And after avoiding the attack of the White Tiger Blade Dragon, he felt that the air around him was being frozen by a cold air. Suanwu water, the sky is cold. I didn't expect that the Suanwu armored dragon, who majored in defense, actually hit an offensive method. The frozen spirit butterflies fell to the ground and smashed one after another, and the Moon God Dragon could only use the power of the golden cicada to abandon his favorite Lucy's appearance, escape from the freeze, and show his human body. But the opponent's attack did not stop, and the green dragon skeleton dragon used a move of withered vines to catch the Moon God Dragon. Combined with the red sun flame slash of the vermilion bird blood dragon's move, the dead leaves and vines turned into a sea of fire, and the vermilion bird's sword chi was reborn in the flames like an immortal firebird and controlled the surrounding flame waves to engulf the Moon God Dragon. The soul will eventually return to dust. The Kylan Soul Dragon made a move to drown the earth, turning the ashes of the sea of fire into scorching dust, turning the human form of the Luna Dragon into a sculpture. Duke seemed to be pleased with their cooperation. After all, they were all magicians who had eaten the flesh and blood of Akuno Lokia. Sure enough, you can work with one heart and one mind, the unity of knowledge and action, and the cooperation is almost perfect. It's you, Vilnas. Now that the small 5 divine dragons are so powerful, it is not surprising that the divine dragons were defeated at the hands of your 5 divine dragons that day. Cracks suddenly appeared in the statue of the moon divine dragon, and a sparse white light leaked through it. 2 extra-dimensional portals appeared beside her, from which appeared a burly female mage and a petite rabbit Lori with a golden sledgehammer. This is the full moon and new moon of the second form. Pound the medicine. The figure of the 5 or 6-year-old child of the new moon picked up the golden hammer in his hand and smashed it to the ground, causing a violent vibration in an instant. The strong impact made Duke and the 5 Dragon Slayer Magus a little unsteady on their feet. Wu Gang cut down trees. Full moon, a burly female mage, summoned a god of war with an axe in her hand, swung the axe in her hand at Duke, and smashed it at Duke. The Suanwu armored dragon stretched out his shield to resist. After a loud bang, the axe of the god of war was shattered by the stabbing armor of the Suanwu armored dragon. In a 5-2 situation, you don't have any chance of winning. The white tiger blade dragon absorbed the air around it and unleashed a tiger-like slash at the crescent moon and the full moon. But it was easily defused by a clumsy hammer movement of the new moon. The blade dragon didn't expect that his hammer, which was strengthened by alchemy, couldn't be cut off, and he was a little unhappy in his heart. This was followed by a blade dragon's roar. But it was still easily blocked by the new moon. Break with static, fight fast with slow. Suzaku could see that the strength of this little Lori in front of him was not simple. So he turned his sword into flames and attempted to break through the crescent moon with a golden sledgehammer through the phoenix slash. But it is blocked by a wall of water remotely controlled by the full moon. The 5 elements are all born of yin and yang, and transformed by yin and yang. Fearful of Akunolokia. I've been holding back my power as a dragon for years in favor of human magic. I also asked Albaraz about the path of human exploration of magic, from the people who stood at the pinnacle of human magic. It made me understand the nature of magic. Duke. Vilnas, let me show you the limits of human magic under the power of dragons. The moon dragon cracked from the sculpture, and a pillar of moonlight fell on her body, then spread in all directions. Moonlight magic shines. The sacred beam of light has been transformed into a weapon that can deal damage to enemies in the hands of the Luna dragon. Except for the new moon and the full moon, Duke and the 5 dragon slayer wizards were all burned by the moonlight's light and fell to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. And this powerful magic has the same effect as the 3 magic laws of the goblins that Mibis has learned. Because the essence of magic is a unified existence, beyond attributes. Defused the danger signal, the Luna dragon also freed Natsu and them from the extra-dimensional dimension, allowing them to liberate the 4 dragon-slaying magicians in the city's central square. When Gajaru and Natsu saw such a scene, they were both shocked by the powerful woman in front of them. Although she often says that she is afraid of Akunolokia, she seems to have the strength to fight the Dragon King herself. Just as the Luna dragon wanted to deliver the final blow to Duke, the golden dragon Vilnas's concept, the surrounding ground began to shake. Countless stalagmites rose from the ground, isolating Duke alone. Then a white female cyborg absorbs the energy emitted by the Luna dragon, and thus converts it into her own power, giving the Luna dragon the same impact. Dracula Marg, the earth god dragon, and Athena, the white magician, the moon dragon was shocked, but he didn't expect that it was not only the 7 dragons of Ishgar who really fell into the trap. And when Natsu saw Athena, he felt the power of the 4 dragons that had been taken away from it. He leapt to his feet and smashed his iron fist wrapped in flames into the eerie robot. Dragon Slayer Arcane, Iron Sword. Gajaru used the Dragon Slayer mystery to slice the ground open, stopping Natsu from moving forward. Because he had already seen the white annihilation magic circle in Athena's hand, which had been set up on the ground that Natsu was about to step into. And the moon god dragon was also in a cold sweat at this time. She originally thought that the water god dragon would become so weak because half of his soul was drained by Akunolokia. Now it seems that he has also been drained of some of the dragon's power by the Athena in front of him. It seems that the two opposing factions in the 5 divine dragons seem to have begun to take shape, and there is obviously a conflict between water, fire, and gold and earth. It's just that it's not clear what kind of attitude the most hidden wood god dragon is. Instead of fighting to the death with the 5 dragons, it is better to watch the battle from the side and enjoy the benefits of the fishermen. After all, when Athena launched her next attack, the Luna dragon used another dimension to pack Natsu and the dragon eater away. Dracula Marg, the earth god, also emerged from the ground and picked up Duke. At the same time, it can't stop Athena, who wants to break the dimensional wall and pursue. Because as long as the dragon's cry and the magic of the 4 dragons are in hand, they are not afraid of fleeing from the northern continent. Moreover, they were fighting on the body of the earth god dragon just now, and he also collected the mark of the moon god dragon, and it was only a matter of time before he wanted to break the dimension and capture her. When the time comes, use her body as the carrier of the resurrection of the golden divine dragon, and he will be able to become a husband and wife of the dragon god in the true sense of the word with the golden divine dragon. And the revival and glory of the dragons will be created by their own hands. And Athena will become the ultimate weapon that will make both humans and gods lose their magic forever and become a slave under their feet. Chapter 41. In the extra-dimensional space of the moon god dragon, the 4 dragons and the dragon eater who had been drained of their magic power also woke up in a daze. Seeing his situation, the dragon eater formed a circle vigilantly back to back. The moon god dragon told them that the so-called 5th generation dragon slayer demon wizard was nothing more than a pawn of the golden god dragon. In ancient times, it was not a person who did not obtain the magic of slaying dragons by devouring dragon flesh. It's just that after they all turned on the power of the dragon, they all disappeared. The reason why the golden dragon uses alchemy to suppress their power is because it controls them to use the power of the dragon when necessary to die with the enemy. But the dragon eater has always been skeptical of the Luna dragon's words. Although the golden divine dragon was not very good to them, it also made the 5 of them change from ordinary humans to have dragon-slaying magic that surpasses most people. This can be regarded as freeing them from the fate of being ravaged. The moon dragon didn't force them to believe in herself, she just stayed behind to inform them that within her own domain, she wanted to kill the 5 of them with ease. The reason why they are merciful to their subordinates is that they hope that as humans, they should choose to side with the dragon clan that is close to humans. With that, the moon dragon turned to look at the 7 dragons of Ishgar. It is said that in order to regain the magic power of the 4 dragons, it is up to them to deal with the earth god dragon by themselves. Because she herself can't do anything with the earth god dragon at the moment, because once she and the earth god dragon lose both, it is very likely that the rest of the 5 god dragons will take advantage of it. But the 4 of us don't have magic anymore, how do we deal with the deep earth god dragon? Sting tried to force out the magic in his body, but nothing seemed to happen. That's why I created this world for you to conduct special training. The moon dragon waved his hand, and the illusory space around him became a real world. After entering this real world, the Luna dragon turned Natsu into Grey, Gajaru into Ribi, and Wendy into Mr. Height. And she herself also became Lucy's appearance, and then praised Lucy for her incredible magic. This scene directly made the other 4 dragons stunned. Then the Luna dragon made them hold their breath and contemplate in their minds who they wanted to become, and then by using their magic, they were able to complete the Luna dragon's trial of them. Kebra thought it was very interesting, so he imagined the shadow of Janana in his head, and with a bang, he immediately changed into Janana. Then Sting immediately comprehended the true meaning of the magic of the moon dragon, and then imagined the strongest female mage in his guild, Minba, and then immediately became her appearance. This made Rog on the side feel that Sting had robbed him of the object he wanted to become, but at this moment, Sting had already begun to triumphantly use space magic to perform in front of everyone. This also received praise from the Luna dragon, who was watching the excitement from the sidelines, indicating that Sting seemed to be very well adapted to this body. Unlike some people, the body is completely out of coordination. With that, the moon dragon looked at Natsu, who was shivering with cold. Natsu raised his hand tremblingly, saying that he wanted to change roles. Was rejected by the Luna Dragon, because she felt that Natsu and Grey had a fate beyond fate. She hopes that Natsu can use this body to gain a deeper understanding of Grey's inner world. After thinking about it for a while, Rog thought of the woman who was not his own guild, but who could compete with Minba, the mermaid's heel Kagura. After Raj transformed, everyone's attention fell on Laxus. Even the Dragon Eater Suzaku looked at Laxus, who was deep in thought. Gajuru used Reba's body to analyze that Laxus would definitely choose Fried, because they grew up together, and he knew each other well enough. But Gajuru completely ruled out an answer for Laxus. Because what he's thinking about is he going to be Gildas or Gerald? Gildas is strong enough, but his magic himself doesn't like it. Although Gerald's magic is also beautiful and gorgeous, the magic array is too troublesome. So who else is stronger? Elsa. All right. It was decided that it was her. With a bang, what appeared in front of the 6 melon-eating masses was none other than the demon Myra Zhen among the S-class magicians of the fairy tale. This move immediately made Gajuru and Natsu drop their jaws in shock. Or will Laxus think that as long as he becomes Mirajan and has no magical restrictions in this world, then there is almost no difficulty in completing the test of the Moon God Dragon? Would you like to have fun too? The Moon Dragon glanced at Suzaku, who seemed to be looking forward to it. Yes, but we have to keep our form. Kirin felt that no matter what their final fate was, it would be a rare and valuable experience for them to be able to fight the Dragon God. Seeing that Kirin had agreed to the request of the Moon Dragon, Suzaku looked at Laxus, who had become Mirajan. Although the other party's appearance has changed, the aura on his body still deeply attracts him. Blade Dragon couldn't help but ask what they needed to assess. I saw the Moon Dragon with her hands on her hips against Lucy's appearance, telling them that the task was to defeat themselves in this world. Oh ho, Natsu is starting to get excited. He'd wanted to fight Lucy for a long time, but he couldn't find the right opportunity. Dragon's Natsu took the lead and leaped high, but he seemed to forget that he was holding Grey's body, and the flames didn't ignite in his fist. Before he could land, he was knocked out by a handsome man with a burly figure holding a golden giant axe. Well done, Talos, said the Luna Dragon, holding the golden key of Taurus in his hand. Interesting, let's 12 of us against the star spirits of the zodiac. Gajuru glanced around, and saw that they and the Dragon Eater combined were exactly 12 people. I didn't expect you to have Reba's body and get your IQ higher. Laxus spat as he looked at Gajuru. I'm already smart. Gajuru angrily used word magic. But he didn't expect that he could only speak the words of the Dragon Clan, and he could only have some simple words in the words of humans. As a result, his word magic was not used, and he was wrapped in Ares' wool bomb. Then let's learn the power of the strongest Lucy together. Laxus and they rushed towards the Luna Dragon. Even if she had more star spirits, it was impossible to summon them at the same time. But what they didn't expect was that the Moon God Dragon had already opened the door of the star spirit on their attack route, allowing them to enter the formation of the zodiac one by one. Natsu fell into the formation of Taurus Guard. Talos says it's almost impossible for Natsu to defeat him in this world. With that, he slammed his fist into the ground, which instantly cracked, and the energy of the earth poured out from the ground, blasting Natsu into the sky. Natsu held his breath, but he couldn't use Grey's magic, and was knocked to the ground by a punch from Talos, who circled behind him, leaving a deep hole in the ground. Looks like you don't know your friends well enough. Talos said, mocking Natsu. Then he kicked Natsu to the rock wall again, and the rocks that shook him down buried Natsu in the rubble. Just when Talos thought Natsu had been defeated, a hand reached out from the rubble. Ice shape, fire dragon's wing strike. I saw that the outstretched hand condensed a cold breath, condensed the surrounding water into a pair of dragon wings, and blew up the surrounding rocks and fanned them away. Ice shape, iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu condensed a flame-shaped block of ice around his fist and struck at Talos. pretty fast. Talos slung the golden axe behind him, and then used his fist to smash Natsu's ice into pieces. The two fists intersected, and Natsu was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. The whole arm was shaken and numb. It was the first time that Natsu had been so passive in terms of strength, thinking that when Gray was fighting with him, his strength was not small at all. Could it be that Talos himself was too strong? Before Natsu could think about it, Talos's fist came to Natsu's face again. Ice wall. Natsu tried for the first time using this kind of confrontation that wasn't a frontal force. Although he only imitates Gray's usual style, he also uses his magic in a good way, blocking Talos's fist. But Talos's power was so great that the shattered ice ballast flew towards Natsu and scratched his skin. Talos praised Natsu's ability to comprehend magic, and he quickly understood the power of modeling magic. But only this is not enough to defeat it. Talos activates his aura of power, allowing Natsu to feel the oppression of his fight against Gildaz on Sirius. At this time, inside the door of Alice in Ares, Gajaru is also being chased by the electrified mass of sheep that Alice conjures up. Not only will the sheep that come close to him explode on their own, but the electricity from the explosion will also penetrate his body, causing him to feel paralyzed all over his body. Unlike the timid and gentle Alice summoned by Lucy, Alice, summoned by the Luna Dragon, is very keen on the pleasure that the explosion brings her. Seeing Gajaru being blown up by electric sheep again and again, she would laugh with joy. In the repeated bombardment, Gajaru also remembered the powerful chicken-dog combination on Sirius Island. Gajaru took the opportunity to write the word defense, and a huge font appeared in front of him to block the group of electric sheep rushing over. It seems that word magic sometimes doesn't need to be so profound, Gajaru complained secretly. It turns out that I thought about word magic too complicated. Then he imitated the kobold and wrote the word chop, and then a steel blade appeared next to him, and the electric sheep that would continue to move forward were all cut in half. This made Alice, who had been in a state of madness all along, become gloomy. She threw the cotton into the air, changing its properties to a black cloud, which then levitated above Gajaru's head, raining down thunderbolts. Boom, boom. Countless thunderbolts fell, and Gajaru's magic of the word defense was still broken in the process of continuous landing of thunder and lightning, allowing Gajaru to suffer the damage of heavenly punishment. Damn, isn't it enough, said Gajaru, panting as he put his hands on the ground and fell to his knees. But Alice obviously won't give him a chance to breathe. She turns into a fighting girl, and she also gives Gajaru a heavy blow in terms of physical skills. After being kicked down in succession, Gajaru grabbed the opponent's flaw and grabbed Alice's calf. However, Reba's physical strength was weaker, and instead of limiting Alice's attack, she ate a knee kick from close range to the chin. The powerful attack power of this attack directly made Gajaru feel a shock in his head, and the pain was almost to the point of crashing. Gajaru never imagined that he could rely on his steel body to offset all kinds of damage from his enemies. I didn't expect that after losing this part of the power, I was so unresistant. The strength of the past has become a shackle that imprisons him at this time. Ruby is a wise magician, and if it were her, how would she deal with such a tricky opponent? Gajaru's head was spinning at breakneck speed. With a thud, Gajaru's head slammed to the ground, bleeding bright red blood. I'm bleeding? Gajaru couldn't believe it as he looked at the ground red with his own blood. Alice jumped high again, then fell quickly, pushing her knees into Gajaru's spine in an attempt to completely incapacitate her from fighting. Falling from a high altitude. Gajaru began to look at Alice in the air and muttered to himself. At this moment, the collapse of his body made his mind extremely clear, and Alice's movements became dozens of times slower in his eyes. Falling from a height. Then it would be nice if she never fell to the ground. Word magic cave. Gajaru begins to reminisce about the time when Levi taught him to read. That's not boring chewing words. It's the proximity of each other's hearts. This time, Gajaru's magic was successfully unleashed, and after he rolled his body out of Alice's attack, a bottomless hole appeared in the ground. Ahai fell into the abyss set by Gajaru. In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion was also heard inside the door of Leo Leo. I didn't expect my opponent to be Fairy Tale's colleague, Leo said, looking at Laxus. Loki, I didn't expect that you, who were not limited by your master's magical power, would have such strength. Leo didn't expect Laxus to be able to use Mirajan's satanic spirit so smoothly. After the lion's brilliance collided with the destruction of the soul, both stood at the top of two towering peaks. The most beautiful girl with Fairy Tale and the most handsome gentleman with Fairy Tale are wrestling with each other in this space at the moment. Chapter 42. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to touch the power of the Fairy Tale S-class magician. Leo was excited that he could unleash all his strength to fight Laxus. I didn't expect the star spirit to have such a powerful strength, Laxus said, using a move Dark Current, and the black airflow turned into an uninterrupted claw and grabbed Leo. Leo grating cannon to return fire. And he told Laxus that he also wanted to see what Myra Jane hadn't shown in front of everyone. But as soon as Leo's words fell, a sword aura crossed the space and separated him from Laxus. It turned out to be a space in the constellation of Cancer, and a cut was made by Suzaku's sharp blade. As the sword chi of Cancer's fight with Suzaku became denser and denser, the opening in the space was completely shattered. Laxus saw Suzaku with a smug smile on his face, and it seemed that this time they were going to fight too. Leo also exchanged glances with Caesar, and with the blessing of Leo's light attribute magic, the scissors in Cancer's hand emitted a dazzling silver light. Everywhere the light went, all the surrounding vegetation was cut off. Suzaku also blocked Laxus with his sword, breaking through the silver light with his sword chi, indicating that the two of them had officially formed an alliance. Laxus was also trying to remember the form that Myra Jane had used in the battle, and then successfully received the Majin Hyatri. The bloodthirsty demon met the blood dragon Suzaku, which is also a rare fate. But the two still lost a lot to the two star spirits in terms of cooperation. Cancer and Leo use the combined magic sword and sword. In the void and the reality, the blades of the scissors spread out around them. They have wounds of varying degrees on their bodies. Laxus rushed in front of Leo with the damage, and a dark punch broke up the magic circle of the two. Suzaku swung his blood-drinking sword and unleashed the blood dragon's demon slash, knocking back Leo and Caesar at the same time. One of the two groups of them cooperated tacitly and moved smartly, and the other group was resolute and fearless. It's so close that it's hard to separate. The space of the star spirit was almost messed up by the fight between the four people. The moon god dragon sighed, they deserved to be the best figures among the young generation of the two continents. If they can use it for themselves, then the future will be promising. Become the strongest human to slay dragons and gods and rule the world. Break the laws laid down by the gods who are high above. And inside the door of the Capricorn Palace, where Wendy is located, it seems very peaceful and comfortable. They don't have a violent conflict, they just have some views on the understanding of life by Capricorn Capri. Wendy scratched her head and said that her life experience was indeed what she lacked the most. Other children at her age may still lean on their mother's arms and be coquettish. And he is a dragon slayer magician, and he needs to take on more social responsibilities than children of the same age. Sometimes she herself does not understand what the meaning of war and fighting is. He and the dragon are obviously the closest existences, but they are named slaying the dragon. And Capricorn's explanation to her is that the so-called national righteousness, fighting for the country, the so-called bonding friendship, not allowing any harm to one's partners. Will it be just a slogan shouted by some people in order to satisfy their own selfish desires? Because human beings are the most self-comforting race, they don't want to be isolated by the world, they will come up with a bunch of reasons and excuses to whitewash their selfish desires, and get more praise for their selfish desires. If the heroes do not have laurels that symbolize honor bestowed by the masses, then they will not express their goodwill to the world. Those who claim to be selfless are just another manifestation of selfishness in a gorgeous appearance. Capricorn allows Wendy not to care too much about what others think of her, she just needs to follow her heart and be happy to be a child. So he turned his world into a large playground with countless fun competitive games. Wendy was fascinated by the richness of the world, and couldn't help but walk up to an amusement project, and was led into the joy of the crowd by the guide of the amusement park. Here, for the first time, Wendy screamed like a child, and for the first time, cheered without worrying about the consequences. She finally realized the childhood that a child should have. But after the joy, she found that she was already an adult's body. Then the memories of Mixter Hill suddenly flashed through her mind. In his memories of Milstegang, his own country was at war with another nation as a child. One day, he and his teacher passed by a city that had been destroyed by war. The wife of a general on the victorious side walked up to an old woman, and after watching the old woman calmly clean up her son's body, she walked back to an iron pot in her dilapidated house, scooped up a bowl of vegetable soup that had been boiled badly, and drank it against a half-burned beam. The general's wife angrily slapped the bowl off her hand and scolded her for her indifference to her son. Because when her own son died on the expedition, she herself hardly ate a bite for 3 days and 3 nights. Every time she thought of the servant coming to tell her about the scene when her son died in battle, her heart was like a knife, and she was in pain. It seems that her husband was right to start a war, and an indifferent pariahs like them should disappear in this war. Only their noble nobles are worthy of living in this world and enjoying the best resources in this world. The old woman did not argue with her, but looked calmly at the sky. She told the general's wife that her son was the only laborer in their family. After he left, he couldn't live anymore. But she thanked heaven that at this moment of the fall of her life, she was with her loved ones, and she also had the last strength to bury the body of her son. That way, he won't be taken away by wild dogs and vultures, and he won't be eaten by hungry refugees. She brought him into the world, also send him away from this world. It's her last responsibility to him. It's just that before she left, she took pity on those vegetable soups in the pot. Because the soup contains the most precious salt of their common people. A gust of wind ruffled the hair of the young Mixter Hill, and made him understand that people with different positions will always have the logic of behavior that conforms to his own psychology. There is no one in this world who is nobler than the other, and no one is more humble than the other. People shouldn't use their values to demand the same from others as they do. Because everyone's environment is different. From this day on, you're going to learn to take care of yourself, was one of the words that Miss Gong had said to Wendy. Although President Robin's thoughts created the entire guild for her, Wendy still needs to learn to be independent from a young age. Although she longs for a carefree childhood, she is in an environment where she must learn to grow up and become a determined little adult. She looked back at the playground that brought her endless joy, and then at the fairy tale crest in her hand, and her heart became extremely firm again. Fighting for the fairy tale is also the selfishness of her own heart, because she needs this family as the spiritual pillar behind her. With a bang, Wendy's whole body erupted with powerful magic, which was the power from Adris. Then 5 magic wands appeared behind her. Thank you for bringing me joy, but I'm going to rush out of this world now to join my companions. Wendy held a magic wand studded with a magic eye and pointed it at Capricorn, indicating that she had seen through his temptation. Capricorn laughed, unsure that in the end, they still needed to solve it by force. He opened his hands, and the playground behind him turned into a pair of demonic eyes, and he opened his bloody mouth and bit Wendy. Wendy's wand began to tremble, and the magic eye glowed with a golden light, as if to instruct Wendy on how to use the magic of Mixter Hill. Wendy waved her golden wand, and a golden light swept out, shattering all of Capricorn's illusions. But at this time, Capli had gathered a huge ball of black energy in his empty hand and hit Wendy. Triple magic array, water mirror. Wendy followed the guidance of the magic array and drew 3 superimposed magic arrays on her chest. Then the magic circle opened and turned into a mirror, absorbing Capricorn's black energy ball, and then bounced a black beam of light back. Capri easily dodged and used his dexterity to go around behind Wendy, using his doppelganger to surround her. It's not just you who know the magic array, the dark magic array, the undead ritual. Each of Capricorn's 7 doppelgangers unfolded a black magic array in their hands, summoning the dragon soul of the jade dragon that Wendy had touched, and knocking Wendy out with one palm. I didn't expect you to be surrounded by such a powerful undead. Caprico was overjoyed, controlling the dragon soul he had summoned to continuously attack Wendy. The dragon soul with a huge body, just by virtue of physical attacks, has made it difficult for Wendy to parry. The magic array behind him was also slapped to the ground by the soul of the jade dragon. Just as Capricorn laughed, the emerald dragon's soul seemed to be out of control, and the huge dragon claws also grabbed Capricorn. The jade dragon himself did not expect that more than 400 years after his death, he could actually reappear in this world in this way. In this extra-dimensional dimension, even if you are just a soul, you seem to have an entity. And Wendy and Capricorn in front of him, as if delicious food was shaking in front of his eyes, had greatly stimulated his appetite. Wendy picked up her wand again and used the defensive magic circle to temporarily neutralize the emerald dragon's attack. Then asked Caprico to quickly withdraw his magic to summon the undead. But Capricorn says that if the undead are strong enough to break free from his control, then his magic is no longer valid. After the emerald dragon broke Wendy's defensive magic with one claw, it began to gather roaring energy from its mouth. Wendy is in danger. Leo of the light attribute felt a distorted and powerful force in the space of the dark attribute Capri at this moment. Hearing Leo's words, Laxus also stopped throwing his fist at Leo. Then asked him what he was aware of. Leo didn't have time to explain, so he hid his light and turned it into a dark attribute, pulling Laxus through the dimensional gate of the star spirit and landing into the space of Capricorn. And Suzaku and Caesar, who also cut through the dimensional barrier, also grabbed Laxus's hand and came to Wendy together. At the moment when the roar hit, Laxus and Leo instinctively put up a full resistance. 2 streams of black energy flew out towards the emerald dragon's roar. The fusion of the power of the stars and the power of the demons neutralized the roar of the emerald dragon. Capricorn apologizes for his recklessness, but Leo tells him that the most important thing is to deal with the uncontrolled dragon soul in front of him. At this time, the one who can inflict the main damage to the dragon is the only blood dragon Suzaku on the field with the magic of slaying dragons. Suzaku also looked at the tall jade dragon and pointed his sword at the behemoth in front of him. But at this time, Laxus also walked to Suzaku's side, saying that the magic of the demon god Shutli can also cause damage to the soul, and then rushed towards the emerald dragon with Suzaku. Although Laxus and Suzaku are both powerful, in the face of the dragon soul, in order to increase their chances of victory, they still want to lend their power to Laxus and Suzaku. So under Wendy's guidance, Capricorn used the magic of the soul to inject the magic of the 3 star spirits and Wendy into Suzaku and Laxus. Blood Dragon's Undercurrent Slash. Suzaku slashed his fingers with his sword, using his own blood to open the sword in his hand. With a dark red sword aura, one of the emerald dragon's arms was cut off with a single sword. However, the emerald dragon's strongest ability before his death was regeneration, and its body soon grew a new arm, and then grabbed at Laxus, which was easier to bully. Infernal Claw. Laxus's infernal claw collided with the emerald dragon's claw, though Laxus was slammed to the ground by the power of the dragon's claw. But what people didn't expect was that there were irreparable scratches on the jade dragon's body. The destruction of souls by demons is permanent, laughed Laxus. Suzaku also seized the opportunity and used the blood dragon's dragon-slaying mystery, Blood Drink Flame Sword, towards the place where Laxus left claw marks. Under the powerful sword aura, the jade dragon soul felt that the scales of its whole body were being peeled off by the flame sword light piece by piece, revealing its fragile body beneath its scales. Purgatory Piercing Claws. Laxus took the opportunity to leap to his feet, aiming his claws at the heart of the emerald dragon. No, the emerald dragon let out a final wail after one of the claws of Laxus. Then the Capricorn dimension gradually disappeared, and Laxus, Wendy, and Suzaku completed the test of the Luna Dragon at the same time. Chapter 43. Rog walked through the door of Gemini. This is what a martial arts hall looks like. Even if he didn't start the battle, Rog could clearly feel the powerful aura in the gym. Billy, is this the one who can kill Ophiuchus without drawing a knife, Jamie? Asked Minnie, looking at his brother. It looks like it's right, but the breath is very different, Minnie, replied Jamie. Then give it a good beating, Jamie. Of course, we haven't used our physical powers in a long time, Minnie. Gemini took the form of two children in martial arts uniforms, one with a red belt around his waist, one with a blue turban, one with a fist that glowed with fire, and the other kicked a cold wind from his feet, taking the unprepared Rog by surprise. Jamie's punch was punched, and Rog could only use the unsheathed resentful knife to resist. But the punch shook his mouth, and the knife almost fell out of his hand. Although he is good at swordsmanship himself, he is also adept at using the dexterity of shadow movement to launch surprise attacks. Now in the face of the two Gemini star spirits who cooperate seamlessly with their hands and feet, he is still a little powerless. After colliding with each other several times, Rog was already covered in bruises. With his angry roar, he slammed his sword to the ground and erupted with a powerful magical force. The surrounding ground has sunk by dozens of centimeters. Gemini is also under gravity and his movement is restricted. Blade of Resentment, Shadow Dragon's Sparrow. Rog fused Kagura's Blade of Resentment into his dragon-slaying magic moves. Although he did not have the effect of dragon-slaying magic, he also formed several afterimages around Gemini while moving at high speed in gravity, and actually played a good effect. Jamie blocks all of Rog's attacks for Minnie, causing Minnie to take on Kagura's appearance and use anti-gravity to bounce Rog away. And the injured Jamie, who also turned into a sorcerer by reading Rog's memory, used healing magic on himself, and added the god-destroying magic God of War's trip to Minnie, who became Kagura, which greatly increased Minnie's attack power. In the face of the strengthened Kagura, Rog once again fell behind. Rog had to sigh again at the tacit understanding of their one heart. He also gradually understood the principle of yin and yang. This is also the result of him and Sting together, always playing 1 + 1 is greater than 2. If he had not severed the ties between the two brothers, he would not have been able to defeat them. We can read your thoughts. Jamie and Minnie turned into the main bodies of Rog and Sting at the same time, and blasted at Rog with the combined magic Shadow Dragon's flashing fang. This scene reminded Rog of the scene when the two of them fought against Natsu in the Great Demon fight. Since they read the scene in their memory, it was just their strength a year ago. Rog seems to have suddenly discovered the flaw in Gemini's joint move. That is, they will be defeated by a person with a fearless look in their eyes, just like the memories of the past. Rog concentrated all his strength and pulled out the resentful knife, using gravity magic to cancel out the shockwave of a portion of the Shadow Dragon's flashing teeth. And then with the mysterious moves and the magic of the Shadow Dragon slaying in memory, I used it with a resentful knife. The moment the Shadow Dragon's teeth broke through the gravity magic, Rog disappeared in place. Then a black shadow descended from the sky, and a powerful black sword chi slashed down from the middle of Gemini, separating Gemini. Rog also took this opportunity to open the door of Gemini and successfully passed the test of the Moon Dragon. When Sting opened his eyes, he was deep in the ocean. The surrounding black pressure was overwhelming, and the surrounding sea water poured into his nose and ears, crushing him to the point where he could barely breathe. Fortunately, when his life was threatened, he successfully used space magic to separate a spherical area around him, so that he could breathe in a large breath of air. But facing the depths of the ocean that was dark all around, he could only hear the sound of the sea flowing in his ears from time to time. "Is it Aquarius?" Sting asked inwardly. But the other party quickly gave him the answer. Two forces swirled around him, forming a huge undersea vortex around him, constantly squeezing his limited space. "It's Pisces." But at this moment, when he was in crisis, and when he wanted to use spatial magic to escape, he had been suppressed by an invisible pressure and his limbs were unable to move the space around him. But Sting could feel Pisces getting closer and closer to him. Since you can't break it from the outside, let's start breaking yourself from the inside. This is what the White Dragon once told him when he taught him magic. He may not have understood it at the time, but now he seems to be beginning to understand a little. I can't see the light in the darkness because I have a shadow in my heart from the beginning. And to remove this shadow, you need to shine within yourself. Sting closed his eyes and clenched his hands hard, instantly detonating the highly squeezed space. The powerful pressure was released instantly, shaking Pisces far away, and the water vortex also dissipated under the impact. Sting was carried out of the water by a huge amount of energy, and under the full moon, he was like a mermaid out of the water, while hooking his shadow under the shadow of the moon. Sting created a wall of spatial chi for himself to stand in mid-air, looking at the endless sea. He couldn't seem to see the end of this door. But soon there was movement on the surface of the water, and after a burst of bubbles, a black and white dragon-like yin and yang devilfish emerged from the sea. Together, they rolled up the water on the surface of the sea, forming two waterspouts and continuing towards Sting. Sting has the opportunity to play to his heart's content in the vast space. He used space magic to talk about the fusion of two waterspouts, about the energy being compressed in a very small space, and then about the compressed space being launched as a wave. The waves hit the surface of the sea, and the energy that exploded set off a huge wave that swallowed the sky and churned towards Pisces' Piscaith. The black fish, Mother, in Pisces transforms into a human form and uses the trident in her hand to open up the waves in front of her. He then rode the white fish, Sun, to launch a physical attack on Sting. Move in the direction of the light. Sting opened his eyes after meditating, and in an instant disappeared in front of Pisces using spatial magic. Then the magic absolute domain was unleashed to shoot down the black fish. Sting seemed to have come to understand the mystery of spatial magic, and he locked the white fish in his own space again, and then rose to the sky to detonate it. Eventually, the white fish was wounded and fell into the sea, and the sea was silent again. Sting didn't expect that he would be so easy to pass this level. Could it be that the strength of the eldest lady was too strong? Although Sting wanted to admit it, the next time made him gradually collapse. Because he found that after Pisces fell into the sea, the surrounding sea was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, and it was eerily quiet. The moon's dull reflection on the mirror-like water surface also made Sting see this body that did not belong to him very clearly. He had also tried to use spatial magic to escape the endless silence, but no matter how long he moved, the place where he landed always looked the same as before. This also caused Sting to gradually lose patience, and mania and anger welled up in his heart, causing him to bombard the calm sea. He tried to use the sound of explosions and droplets of water falling from the sky to soothe the depression brought to his heart by this dead and silent world. But soon, his exhausted physical strength was also depleted. Without strength, he could only lie on his back to the sky and lie quietly on the surface of the sea without waves. What the hell do you have to do to escape from this world? Sting's heart asked this question countless times in a short period of time. Because what he hates most is loneliness. He doesn't like the world of being alone. When he was born, his parents abandoned him in the forest. Because when he was born, his mother also died due to postpartum depletion, and all the surrounding plants and trees withered, and his birth meant the death of others. Everyone thinks that he is an unfortunate disaster. Although he has a handsome face since he was a child, he will always be the one who is spurned and turned away from. His helpless cry in the forest attracted the white dragon in his twilight years. He grew up alone in the white dragon's lair, until after he learned the dragon-slaying magic of the light attribute, he saw the playful Rog in his shadow. Since then, they have been inseparable, learning magic and learning from each other. Until one day, when they woke up, both the white dragon and the shadow dragon were dying in front of them. And looking down on them from high in the sky is none other than the overlord of the dragon clan, Aku no Lokia. They shook their legs in fear as they were strong in their faith and fell to the roar of Akunalakia. Until a ball of flame stood in front of them, and then a red fire dragon knocked Akunolokia out of the way. And riding on that red fire dragon is a young man with cherry hair. He roared at the same time as the red fire dragon with his small body, telling him what is the fearless spirit of a brave man. But the aftermath of the battle also made Rog beside him fly up. I was caught by a teenager covered in steel scales. Then in a flash of light, he saw an open door and sucked them together. By the time he saw the world again, he already had a memory in his mind of killing the white dragon with his own hands. Later, he and Raj were discovered by Germain, who was looking for a strong man to form a guild, and joined the Swordbite Tiger. Compete and grow together with your partners Oruga, Lufas, and Yukino. Slowly, the guild's companions made him feel at home. Maybe he didn't agree with some of Germain's ideas, but here he got out of his inner loneliness and drove away what he feared the most. Soaking in the sea so lonely. Maybe Pisces, who was separated by themselves, should also be entangled in loneliness at the moment. Sting suddenly began to sympathize with his enemies. He conjured up a space to collect the moonlight, and then used the moonlight to dive into the sea. I'm going to look for the Pisces mother and son who were shot down by myself. Gradually, he saw another whirlpool in the deep sea. In the center of the vortex is a white fish that has been severely injured by Sting. Beyond the whirlpool is the black fish that uses the power of the stars to heal his son. At the bottom of the ocean, Sting saw the only place that broke the peace. He sent the only light source in his hand to the white fish. The white fish bathed in the moonlight, and the wounds on its body gradually faded, and then the scales revealed an elegant moonlight. The recovered white fish swam to Sting's side, revealed his human form, stretched out his hand to Sting, and pulled him out of the sea of dead silence. In such a short period of time, there have been 9 people who have personally broken the test of the 12 constellations set by the moon god dragon. At this time, only Natsu in the Taurus door, Gajaru in the Aries door, and the Kirin in the Aquarius door. This also greatly exceeded everyone's expectations, as the Kylan was recognized as the strongest dragon slayer among the dragon eaters. With the strength of his body, he should be able to crack it easily. But the moon god dragon shook her head in front of them. The test she set was not simply to test whether their strength was strong enough, but to pass the test, so that they could face the most vulnerable place in their hearts, or break through the rising threshold they were currently in. Maybe the 3 of them still have something they can't break through in their hearts. The Kirin is trapped inside the door of Aquarius, but does not usher in the water world he imagined. Instead, it is a desert full of yellow sand, corpses everywhere, and the sun is scorching. And in this desert, he has walked for 3 days and nights. His lips were beginning to dry and crack, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. He saw the mirage of the desert oasis again and again, but he threw himself into the air again and again, and what he drank into his mouth was always sand scorched hot by the sun. Because after devouring the dragon soul hidden in Akunalakia's severed arm, his body had already been occupied by some of the mutilated characters of those remaining dragon souls. He has always shown an inscrutable behavior. Because his inner self has been deceived by false souls. Gradually, they were hidden, like a grain of sand in the desert, and became ethereal. Broken, he has already knelt down countless times to make overtures to Aquarius and beg for mercy from the moon dragon. But there was no response. Although he can sense the soul of Aquarius, Aquaria never seems to appear in this world. Not a drop of nectar has ever been brought to this parched world. Chapter 44. Knock knock. Natsu hit ice springs in succession, but they were all dodged by Talos. Looks like you don't know enough about your companion. Talos taunted Natsu after kicking him to the ground. But it's enough to defeat you. Natsu attached ice particles to his body, and the moment Talos touched him, the ice particles attached to Talos. With Natsu's magic, tiny ice particles spread like fire from the stars, and then all of them froze Talos. It's Gray's favor. Natsu conjured 2 blades on his elbow, one of which was the ice blade dance of the 7 dances he used when he defeated Owl on the Tower of Paradise. At that moment, Gray was convinced that Natsu's flames would be even hotter than the flames of the owl. And at this moment, Natsu also believes that the ice blade in his hand can cut a path to victory. Talos is hit by a succession of ice blades and is knocked to the ground by Natsu for the first time. He grabbed the axe behind him again, and his powerful spirit made his body covered in ice and snow instantly steam. Golden light shatters. Talos slammed the golden axe into the ground, and countless golden rays of light emerged from the ground, enveloping Natsu. Natsu was engulfed in the golden light, and her body seemed to be pierced by countless golden knives. Click! Natsu's clothes were torn open because of the painful struggle. I see. Natsu seemed to understand why he hadn't used Gray to his full potential. Because he is not in the habit of taking off his clothes. No matter, anyway, Gray's body, will it be stronger naked? Natsu peeled off his clothes with a wicked smile, and then shot an ice light in his hand. The power of the freeze does seem to have increased several times over. This made Natsu's heart instantly beat gongs and drums and cheered. I'm on fire. Natsu made a challenging gesture toward Talos. I don't know if you really don't understand or if you're playing stupid, your partner, I want to kill you right now and. Talos continued to gather the energy of his body with the golden axe, and then Natsu sent out a fierce golden air blade that collided with Natsu's ice light. The explosion caused countless fragments of ice to be created around it. Absolutely impossible, Gray is my companion. Although we have always been fighting since we were children, we have always recognized each other, he is my most important family. Natsu let out 3 exclamations in one breath. Then all the broken ice in the air turned into flames and surrounded Natsu. Is this ice hot? Talos looked at Natsu incredulously. Ice shape, ice flame. Natsu imitated his dragon-slaying mysteries and turned the ice flame into a hurricane wrapped around his body. It's ridiculous, that guy is studying and cultivating under the 12 shields of the Protector. So that you can freeze your hands in the permanent ice cube. It's like the Purgatory Dragon being sealed in Sun Village. Talos still has the feeling that your fate is up to me. But Natsu ignored him. After Talos used his golden axe to fend off the icy wind, he thought that Natsu had exhausted his donkey skills. But he didn't expect that the ice particles that collided with him would burst into flames as they continued to shatter. The golden axe in his hand suddenly rose to the point where it made his hand hot. How is this possible? How can you have such high heat in your ice? Talos threw away the hot axe in his hand in disbelief. Because that's what I know, Gray is sincere. Natsu said firmly. And this part of his heart seems to have been transmitted to Gray's heart in Albaraz. Natsu. Gray looked up at the window, and a warm current came through his heart. Remember being punched by me in the snowy mountains? Natsu continued to shape the flame-shaped ice wrapped around his fist. Just like when they met in the snowy mountains, the iron fist of the ice-shaped fire dragon knocked the powerful Talos to the ground with a single punch, and his eyes were full of stars. No. Impossible. According to the Moon Dragon's setting, you must use the Demon Slayer method and understand the darkness in Gray's heart before you can defeat me. Talos was a little incredulous, as Natsu broke the rules of the dimensional space set by the Moon Dragon. Because fairy tale has always been meant to break the rules, what bullshit rules, Gray will always be my man. Natsu's irritability actually caused a crack in the transformation magic that the Luna Dragon had applied to him. The crust of ice that had been draped over Natsu's body shattered like glass at the moment, turning into pieces that Natsu and Gray had torn each other apart from their childhood. Although his fist hurt on his body, it struck away the knot that was stuck in my heart. Natsu grabbed the last piece of Gray that was floating in the air, and they both looked at each other happily and smiled. An imperceptible tear crossed the corner of Natsu's eye, and then the fragment of memory sliced through the dimensional space of the Taurus door. This scene also made the Moon God Dragon present happy and shocked. Natsu is indeed the man he has his eye on. But at the moment when Natsu walked out of the dimensional space, he was still fiercely ridiculed by Gajaru. Said that even with Riba's body, he still broke through the test of the dimensional space before Natsu. He straightened up his boiling chest, and showed off in front of this person who came out later than him. When the moon dragon heard this, he couldn't help but roar loudly, "This guy Gajaru accidentally created the holy fire created with ancient words and burned all the wool of Ares. If she hadn't opened the dimensional space in time, I'm afraid Ares would have turned into a roasted sheep by now. Hey, you're only a few seconds ahead of him, Lao Tzu is the first to come out." Laxus said the most domineering words in the gentlest voice. "So are we," Suzaku and Wendy silently raised their hands. "But the Kirin still hasn't come out," said the Blade Dragon worriedly. The Moon God Dragon frowned. He didn't expect that the strongest Kylan was the most psychologically unhealthy one. The helpless Moon God Dragon can only use his mind-body to pass through the dimensional space, intending to prompt the direction where the Kirin Aquarius is located. But by the time the Luna Dragon mindful body entered the door of Aquarius, the unicorn's consciousness had completely collapsed. Countless soul voices rang in his head, guiding him in different directions. Some souls even quarreled in his mind, blaming each other for being sucked away by Akuno Lokia because of their mistakes back then, and losing the magic of the Dragon Clan, so that they would be divided by humans to divide their flesh and blood. The moment all the souls saw the Moon God Dragon, the target of their hatred actually stood in front of this coexisting Dragon Clan. Controlling the Kylan's thoughts on the Moon God Dragon. The Soul Dragon's soul roared. The Moon Dragon's longing body was also beaten out of the afterimage by this attack without warning. Then the surrounding space began to peel off piece by piece, and the Luna Dragon switched back to his own body, and found that the dimensional space he had created had also begun to peel off. It seems that this is not just the effect of the unicorn roar on her. By the time the door of Aquarius was connected to the original dimensional space of the Luna Dragon, the unicorn had become a petrified sculpture. Then came the White Wizard Athena, created by the alchemy of the Earth God Dragon and the Gold God Dragon. And Aquarius was also tightly grasping her head by the Earth God Dragon at the moment. Aquae, the Luna Dragon, who was on Lucy's body, instinctively cared about the injured Aquarius in front of him. And the Scorpio key, which the Moon God Dragon was pressing at the moment, suddenly flew out and fired several quicksand cannons at the Earth God Dragon in a row, intending to save Aqua from his hands. But all of Scorpio's attacks dissipated instantly in front of the Earth God Dragon. "How dare you play Earth magic in front of me?" The Earth Dragon clenched his fist and pinched Scorpio into powder in the air. "Earth God Dragon, you dare to hurt Lucy's star spirit." Natsu faced a strong enemy at this moment, and he also unleashed his power as a Flame Dragon King without reservation. "Nazgo, I'm here to help you too. Don't forget Uncle Ben." Wendy and Gajaru stepped forward at the same time. "Hey, it's a little strange that you don't use Ruby's body to say such manly things. You're pretty much the same." Suzaku glanced at Laxus and drew his sword against the Earth Dragon, which had petrified the Kirin. "Athena, bring the Kirin back first, he is an indispensable material for calling the dragon's cry." The Earth God Dragon moved his muscles, and after Athena left with the Kirin, he threw the dying Aquaea aside, and used his magic 1,000 waves of agitation. Then the earth began to surge, completely shattering the dimensional space of the Moon God Dragon. The aftermath of the concussion also rendered all the transformation magic that the Moon God Dragon had applied on them invalid. The 4 dragons lost their magic power again. Natsu, the others, and the Dragon Eater were all knocked to the ground. "Natsu, you take your buddies out first, this guy is not an opponent you can deal with." The Moon Dragon glanced back at Natsu. "I didn't tell them to leave." The Earth Dragon seemed to be very interested in the Natsu, who had a similar smell to Ignia. As soon as the Earth God Dragon clasped his hands together, the original dimensional space instantly turned into a towering earth wall, trying to trap them all inside. The Moon God Dragon didn't let Natsu and them agree, and directly used spatial teleportation to randomly teleport them to a place far away from the Earth God Dragon barrier. "Oh, you actually have the courage to fight me alone," the Earth God Dragon looked the woman in front of him up and down. "Among the 5 divine dragons, you are only at the bottom. The 5 of you together can't directly destroy me and the Sun God Dragon, so what am I afraid of facing you alone?" The Moon God Dragon picked up the Star Spirit Key, intending to fight the Earth God Dragon. "The Moon has lost the brilliance of the Sun, how much power is left?" The Earth God Dragon took the lead, turning the stones on the ground into thousands of arrows and shooting them into the sky. "Open, Leo, Libra, Capricorn." The Moon Dragon used Lucy's body to summon 3 star spirits in one breath. Libra dominates the power of balance, using gravity to control all the arrows floating in the air, and then turns around and aims at the Earth Dragon. Capricorn dominates the forces of darkness, and with the space magic of the Moon Dragon, it creates a dark space. The Lion dominates the power of light, giving the light of the stars to the arrows directed at the Earth God Dragon. Trinity Magic, Star Spirit Strike, Meteor Beam. Faced with this powerful magic, the Earth God Dragon had no choice but to show his true form, using his thick scales to resist the combined attack between the star spirits. Then, through his powerful fist, he shattered the dark space again. Earth Power, Gaia's Wrath. The Earth Dragon caused the surrounding earth to rise and turn into a volcano of lava. Descent boulders from high altitudes wrapped in scorching lava. "You still like this kind of big scene as always," the Moon Dragon sneered. "Then let Libra fuse Leo and Capricorn with light and darkness through the power of balance, creating a powerful reversal force. Reduced the magic of the Earth Dragon to nothingness in an instant." It's not dragon magic. How can it have such power?" The Earth God Dragon's words began to slurred. "It's human magic, the magic of humans that you look down upon. Have you ever heard of Akast, the magical king of Albaraz? This magic is his first creation." The Luna Dragon caused the star spirits to start a counterattack. Later, under the control of Libra, the power of light in Leo and the power of darkness in Capricorn once again combined to attack the Earth Dragon. With a loud bang, a pillar of fire rose from the ground, blocking the combined attack of the star spirits. Another dragon groan rang out, and Agunia, the god of fire, spread its wings and appeared in front of them. "It's been a long time since we've had such a regular fight, how can you not call me?" Iganiru looked at the Luna Dragon in human form. "Since you are not afraid of attracting Akunolokia, then there is no need for me to hide. After all, the limit of this human body is not able to deal with you 2 divine dragons at the same time," said the Moon God Dragon, and also withdrew the summoning of the Star Spirit, and restored his true form. The 3 divine dragons restrained each other with their eyes, and they didn't dare to take the lead. Because everyone has understood that they are no longer just 2 pairs. Rather, it is in a 3-legged state, and as long as any 2 of them fight, the one who profits is the other. Then a shrill sound came, and it turned out that the Wood God Dragon, which had been hidden for many years, was also near them at the moment. Then a huge ancient banyan tree grew in the middle of the 3 dragons, its rattan turned into dragon whiskers, branches turned into dragon claws, blades turned into dragon scales, and the roots of the tree rose from the ground and turned into dragon tails. A green oriental ancient dragon hovered in the sky, looking down at the 3 divine dragons on the ground as an elder. Chapter 45. The first snow of the year fell on the battlefield outside Magnoria. Gray touched his fingertips to the ice crystals falling from the sky, which was the origin of his magic. Perhaps, in terms of the nature of magic, the end of his life is probably destined to be cold. He followed Jelf's request and created an ice castle. "Let all the 12 shields be gathered here." "Do you really have to do so much killing?" asked Akaria, in the cold wind, to Jelf. "Isn't this all what you and I are looking for? Is the eternal life given to us by the Protoss a gift or a punishment?" asked Jelf rhetorically. "I'd rather die if I could," said Ekria without hesitation. "But, I already have a clue about the phoenix power in you. Jelf said to Ekria. The phoenix guarded by Ekria and their clan is actually the spiritual power of the Sun Divine Dragon in the northern continent who was killed by the 5 divine dragons. Because the Sun God Dragon itself is a dragon that has stepped into the gate of the God race, even if the body is destroyed, the spirit can be reborn through the eruption of the volcano. Possessed a new entity, the form of an immortal bird, the legendary phoenix. And the tears of the phoenix saying goodbye to the world when he got rid of the mortal dust and entered the Protoss are the relics of the farewell he left to the world where he originally lived, the blood of the phoenix that can obtain eternal life. There is also the Phoenix Stone, which can summon the divine power of the phoenix. It's just that at present, there is only half of the Phoenix Stone in Aklia's hands, and the other half should be hidden in the hands of the Moon Dragon. It's just that the Phoenix Clan and the Moon God Dragon have been robbed of their memories, and they have treasures, but they have never known the purpose of the treasure, and they just treat it as a treasure. But this news was known to Jin Shenlong, who was also a conscious being. The Alchemists Guild he created, under his guidance, slaughtered all of Ekria's people. Only Ekria managed to escape the slaughter under the protection of her own people, and then roamed the world for 400 years as an ordinary person. That's why I'm resisting. Rebel against the gods who hide in the shadows and hold our destiny and make us bear endless pain. And the heart of the fairy and you are the key to opening the door of the Protoss. The gate, right in the cave where the magic originated. Jelf's pupils suddenly darkened, and he tried to use immobilization magic to immobilize Ekria, but his magic was bounced away by the half of the Phoenix Stone with life force on Ekria's chest. I thought it was 400 years since you met, and you were the first person I met who wouldn't covet my Phoenix Stone, but I still shouldn't trust a demon. After watching Akrella fly away, Jelf returned to his normal gaze. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he was deeply trapped in the weakness of his own consciousness and the self-blame for letting his friend go. He hugged his head tightly, and deep self-reproach caused the black aura of death to appear around him again. Freeze! Gray appeared just in time, using the power of evil to turn the black gas around Jerf into pink crushed ice crystals. Thank you, Gray. Jeff staggered to his feet, and walked towards the chamber where the 12 shields had assembled. You'd better wait a minute, it's already a mess inside, I'm afraid you can't stop the scene. Gray said to Jerf. Didn't August take care of them? Jerf looked at Gray with amusement. Your old minister is also on the side of the debate. Gray shaped an ice bench and invited Jelf to sit down. You really don't treat us as kings and ministers anymore. Gray, who was used to seeing those who bowed down to him, made Gray feel a little fresh, so he sat down with Gray side by side. In the argument between Orcast and Aaron, there is a conceptual friction between Allcast, who pushes magic forward and constantly pursues new magic, and Aaron, who goes back to ancient times and pursues the purity of ancient magic. August believes that ancient magic, lost magic, while powerful, has varying degrees of side effects for the caster. Only by constantly innovating and improving old magic can more people safely use magic without side effects. Aaron, on the other hand, thinks that August's idea is too idealistic. Because not everyone can have the ability to reconcile yin and yang like the Magic King. Instead of spending time studying those unknown magic, it is better to study the lost magic in ancient books, understand the roots of magic, and let yourself be a part of magic and dance with it. Although both factions have their own opinions, given the current situation in the wizarding world, more people will believe in Aaron's ideas, because August's vision of the future is always a sense of distantness. Even in a magical empire like Albaraz, I'm afraid only Jeff and Orgast can achieve the achievement of using multiple magic flexibly. Jelf asks Gray whose philosophy he believes in more. Gray sighed and said that whether it is to pursue the past or explore the future, it is far away. Their lives are limited, and it is already a great thing to be able to live the present moment. He was not a magical genius, and like many other living beings, he lived a mediocre life. If it weren't for Deliura destroying his city, I'm afraid he would be just an ordinary person now. But ordinary people don't want to hand over their fate to those so-called strong people and become victims of their struggle. So he's always wanted to beat Deliola, and not just because he was a nightmare of his childhood. More because he put himself on the beginning of magic. If you want to find the roots, the creator of Deliola is his roots. Gray said that, and looked at Jelf fixedly. You're here to kill me, just like the demons of Atlas. The demon slayer technique on your body has finally led you to me. Jelf stood up, his pupils once again occupied by darkness. Because I never wanted Natsu to die. Because he is the flame that illuminates the path of my life, I can feel his heat. Gray said, and froze Jeff with the demon slayer method. You're wrong, Gray, it's not us who make you ordinary people miserable. It's the gods who are high up. My tragedy stems from their jealousy of mortals for breaking through the limits of their magic. You should stand with me and go and shoot down that unbeatable group of gods. Let us be the masters of this world in order to fulfill our heart's desires. Restore your city to its original state, resurrect your master, Urusha, and return Urusha to her rightful body. Fierce flames emanated from Jelf's body, melting all of Gray's ice. Ice and fire. Gray used Natsu's new magic in the Luna Dragon dimension, and after the cold air he rolled up and the flames of Jelf were neutralized. The fire light behind the freeze surrounded Jelf in an instant. Moreover, this flame can actually make Jelf feel the pain and the passage of life, and at the same time, it also makes Jelf's black eyes gradually become clear. Natsu. Jelf wept at the familiar feeling. That's the answer I gave you, fairy tale can create an infinite future. After Gray finished speaking, he took out the book of teleportation invented by August, opened the door to space, and disappeared in front of Jerf. Father Rackard looked at Jerf as he fell to his knees, dispelling the white ice flames around him. At this time, after the debate with Aaron, August also saw this scene. Rackard took the weakened Jelf in his arms and gave Jelf to rely on as a son. August was in mixed moods, and when he saw the traces of magic left by the teleportation book, he knew that Gray had left their party. Heavy snow that was supposed to land on Ishgar was now falling over their camp. Rackard. No. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you will fill the seat of the last Guardian 12 Shields. Recently, the Emperor's state has been very unstable, and we need to fulfill his long-cherished wish as soon as possible and obtain the heart of the fairy, August said. Although Lakid is nominally the son of Jelf, he is reluctant to be called by the old man in front of him. However, as the head of the 12 Shields of the Protector, he still had to concede 3 points. And this is also to fulfill his favorite father's long-cherished wish, and also to establish the prince's prestige in the 12 Shields of the Protectors. He is willing to fill the vacancy of the 12 Shields of the Protectors. After settling the sleeping Jerf, August consulted with Aaron about a 3-way plan. And Aaron didn't embarrass the old child of August too much in terms of the overall situation. She volunteered to take the water dragon gods Melka, Corbia, and Val to the northern continent to capture Dragoncree. As for Akuno Lokia, who was teleported to the extreme cold by Aaron's trap, Raked, Di Maria, and Brantish, as well as the super-strong Taka, continued to set a space-time trap on his way back, delaying his arrival at the battlefield. The rest of the team is led by August himself to find out the location of the elf heart. And from the information revealed by Yvonne to the western continent, the heart of the goblin is most likely hidden in the tomb of Mibis on Sirius Island. Moreover, the origin of the fairy heart, the Sirius Jade, itself is also from Sirius Island. So August sent Phoenix, the guardian of the 12 Shields known as the Eternal Flame, to Sirius Island in search of the heart of the elf. And Margaretia was handed over to the strongest man on the continent, the god Serena. In addition to this, August also secretly assigned a clown cook, who is close to the guardian of the 12 Shields, to spy on Serena. Because he always felt that the man had an unusual purpose in joining the 12 Shields of the Protector. And this time he made a move on the land that raised him, in order to verify his loyalty to the Albarez Empire. After the mission was dispatched, only August and Nienhart were left in the hall. Nienhart accused August of being biased and allowed himself to sit on the cold bench here. Although he may be closer to Aaron, who is close to August's strength, he is also a member of the 12 Shields of the Guardians, and he also hopes to be valued by the Emperor. Rather than hiding in the shadows and doing underground work all year round. Moreover, the information he had about Ishgar was the most complete among the 12 Shields of the Protectors. August was not swayed by Nienhart's strong words. He calmly told Nienhart that his magic could only be used at its fullest if he plunged Fairy Tale deeper into despair. Nienhart pursed his lips and went directly to the place where the magic crystal was to observe the battle. And Serena, who rushed to the battlefield, did not arrive at Magnolia as August expected, but took a long detour to the royal city of Ishgar. Although the dragon's cry has been taken away by the Golden Divine Dragon, he still wants to destroy the bones of the dragon clan buried under the royal city, along with the royal city. In this way, after the soul of Dragon Cry is liberated, it cannot find its own home and merge with the ideological Golden Divine Dragon. Haybarine felt the breath of the Serena and conjured a thick fog that enveloped the night sky of the royal city. Serena also felt the magic, and he didn't expect that Haybarine would appear here. "Your Excellency Mibis is right, you will indeed be here," said Haybarine, who was standing on the parapet. "What do you think you can do to stop me? Even if all of you Saint 10 wizards are on it together, I have nothing to fear." Serena wrapped the storm around her hands, intending to use the wind to disperse the dense fog of Haybarine. "You're still so confident in your own strength." Haybarine vanished into the fog, but the voice still echoed around him. "Ah!" Serena suddenly felt a pain in his neck, and then his head began to become heavy, and his whole body became groggy. "Vampire magic?" Serena wondered. But Haybarine didn't answer, and another bloody whip swung at Serena from the mist, tearing through his clothes and leaving a purple bruise on his arm. By the time Serena tried to follow the blood whip to catch Haybarine, his figure was hidden in the fog. Bloody hands appeared on the floor and grabbed Serena's feet, dragging him desperately into the abyss of hell beneath his feet. "Hell, is this an illusion?" Serena was a little unconvinced. He struggled desperately, but all the magic veins in his body were sealed by the ghost's hands. "It's like being confined by a magic stone, so he can't use magic." Fear made the pupils of this former number 1 Saint 10 demon guide dilated, and he watched his body sink into the flames of hell with a mental breakdown. And the hellish demon in the fire is holding a fork waiting for him to enter his hot oil pot.